Dario Vesh died once, but now he's back. His body carries strange scars, and he remembers 6 years of blood and betrayal. The sky glitches, the tower looms, and enemies are closing in. What happens when the system notices your second chance, and the timeline itself begins to crack under the weight of your secrets? Audit Pending, a web novel. System Apocalypse by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The light was ordinary. That was the first wrong thing. Dario Vesh leaned his courier bike against the curb, knees grinding as he checked the package address on his wrist screen. 5 parcels left before lunch, and one of them was going to the 8th floor of a building whose elevator had been broken since June. He had already mapped the stairwell, counted the landings, and calculated exactly how much his left knee would complain by the 3rd flight. He took one step toward the lobby door. The sky turned blue. It was not a trick of weather or a digital billboard glitching. The entire visible ceiling of Belport, the strip of overcast autumn sky between the glass towers, flattened into a single vast interface panel. Blue. Depthless. Text resolving in characters that pressed into his retinas like cold glass beads. Mandate active. He stopped breathing. 9:14. The time was stamped in the corner of his vision like a subtitled wound. He had not checked the time in his first life. He did not need to check it now. He remembered this moment with a clarity that had nothing to do with the present. The interface continued assembling itself. Lines of protocol language, jurisdiction statements, legal boilerplate delivered by a god that did not care about municipal law. He had read them all once before, 6 years ago, standing in this exact intersection with a delivery bag over one shoulder and a half-finished coffee balanced on a mailbox. That Dario had felt confusion, awe, a thin thread of excitement he mistook for opportunity. This Dario felt his stomach bottom out. The light was ordinary. The air was ordinary. He was standing on the same concrete, under the same sky, with the same cheap courier jacket and the same frayed shoelace on his left boot. The only difference was the knowledge rotting in his chest, a 6-year archive of everything that came after. He checked his knee. No ache. He had woken up that morning with the familiar grinding sensation that had settled into the joint after the 4th floor of the trial he should have dodged. He had climbed stairs at the depot and felt the old catch in the cartilage. He had been 47 years old in a body of 27, and his knee had remembered every impact, every bad landing, every regeneration that had not quite taken. Now it was silent. He pressed weight into the left leg, bent the knee, straightened it. No pain. No stiffness, no memory of the injury that would not exist for another 3 years. His hand moved before he told it to, pushing up the left sleeve of his jacket. The scar was still there, pale, branching, frost-like lines climbing from his wrist to the middle of his forearm. They caught the blue light from the sky and reflected it differently than the skin around them, as if the tissue had been printed from a colder substance. He had run the scar on car 94, 12 hours before the end, when a phase-shifting element had torn through his guard and the tower had offered him a regeneration that never fully took. In this timeline, he had not even entered the tower yet. The scar burned. A warning pulse, a flare of something deeper than heat, like his arm was remembering what his body had not yet experienced. He lowered the sleeve. The sky interface had finished its preamble. The text condensed into a single message, large enough to read from the rooftop of every building in Belport. Dario Vesh, candidate. Tutorial phase begins now. His name. The system knew him. Of course it knew him. It had always known him. That was the part he had not understood the first time. The text continued with instructions. A simple physical command to prove the mandate was real and accepting input. He remembered the tutorial action from his first life. A hand gesture, a spoken confirmation, something so trivial that half the city would complete it before they understood what they were agreeing to. His fingers twitched toward the motion. He stopped. Around him, The street was beginning to react. A woman by the mailbox had dropped her phone, screen cracking on the concrete. A delivery van had stopped in the middle of the intersection, driver standing half out of the cab, staring up. Horns started blaring from the cross street where people had not yet looked at the sky. Dario stood still in the middle of it. The tutorial prompt pulsed. A countdown timer appeared at the edge of the interface. 2 minutes. He remembered that too. A grace period for the confused, the scared, the stubborn. He did not need the grace period. He made the gesture. Right hand, palm open, fingers spread, a rotation at the wrist which felt like unlocking a door he had already walked through. His voice followed, steady and quiet, the same words he had spoken once before in a tone that had been shaky with adrenaline. I acknowledged the mandate. The system accepted. A second window opened directly in front of his face, smaller than the sky-wide announcement. Private. His status. Personal. Full of numbers he knew by heart. Name, Dario Vesh, Vanked. F class. None level. 1 attributes. Base tier, minimum thresholds. The same humiliating starting line he had clawed up from once already. He scanned the fields anyway, looking for what should not be there. He found it on the third line, below his name and above his rank. Audit Pending. His throat tightened. That tag had not existed in his first life. He had never seen it on any status screen, never heard of it from any climber, never revered in the forums or the black market documentation or the whispered theories of the vanguard. It was new. It was specific to him. It meant the mandate was watching him differently this time. The scar on his forearm pulsed again. Hotter this time, almost insistent. He closed the status window. The sky interface was already fading, the blue retreating into normal cloud cover as if the whole event had been a trick of light. But the afterimage stayed boned into his vision. The hum of the system sat beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. Traffic began to move again, hesitant, disbelieving. People checked their phones, their wrists, each other's faces. The woman with the cracked phone was crying. The van driver was already shouting at someone further down the street. Dario looked at his left forearm, at the jacket sleeve covering the scar, at the unremarkable concrete beneath his healed knee. He had died on floor 89. He had opened his eyes in a delivery depot at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, 12 years younger, with a body that had never climbed a single femur and a mind full of deaths that had not happened yet. He had seen the sky turn blue and known exactly what it meant. And now the system had a file on him with an incomplete audit. Dario picked up the package he had dropped. He tucked it under his arm. He turned away from the lobby entrance and started walking east toward the ferry terminal, toward the gate breach that was now 5 minutes and 43 seconds away from opening. He did not intend to be late again. Chapter 2. The status window hung in front of him, blue text on translucent blue, as if the air itself had grown a screen. Private, personal, inescapable. Dario stood in the middle of the sidewalk while pedestrians stumbled around him, phones raised, voices rising in overlapping shock. A teenager had stopped mid-stride and was staring at his own hands like they had turned into something unrecognizable. An old woman near the bus shelter crossed herself and said a prayer Dario could hear through the noise. He ignored all of it. His eyes moved down the status fields, line by line, deliberate. The way a mechanic reads a failing engine, looking for the part that should not be there. Name, Dario Vesh. His name, no surprise. Rank, F, the lowest tier. The starting line every hunter crawled up from. The same rank he had held for 3 months in his first life before the first gate break forced him to level or die. Class, none, null, empty. He had not chosen yet. The hidden class trial on floor 4 was waiting for him, just like it had waited the first time. He intended to reach it earlier this run, before the window closed. Level 1, base. The system had reset everything. His body was younger, his knee was healed, and every point of strength and endurance he had spent 6 years accumulating had been stripped back to 0. He had expected that. The Audit Pending tag sat between his name and his rank like a punctuation mark that did not belong. A flag, a note on a file someone else was reading. The scar on his forearm pulsed. Not pain, something sharper. A recognition, like the scar knew the tag was there before he did. like his skin was remembering a conversation the rest of him had not heard. Dario flexed his left hand, felt the old tissue pull. The frost-like patter ran from mid-forearm to wrist, silvery-like against his brown skin. In the first life, he had earned it on floor 94 during a fight that had nearly cost him the arm. The system had tried to heal it, and failed. The scar had stayed, a permanent reminder of how close he had come to dying before the Vanguard. Now it was the only physical trace of 6 years of climbing. Everything else had been erased. The calluses on his palms, the healed fractures in his ribs, the muscle memory in his shoulders from carrying wounded climbers out of kill zones. All gone. Restored to a 27-year-old courier who had never held a weapon in anger. But the scar had come back. That meant something. He did not know what yet, but it meant something. He dismissed the status window with a flick of his wrist. The blue text dissolved into the air, leaving only the gray morning sky and the rising chaos of a city that had just learned it was no longer alone. Traffic had ceased. Cars sat stalled at angles in the intersection, divers standing outside their doors, shouting questions no one could answer. The woman with the cracked phone had stopped crying and was now recording the sky with her camera, capturing nothing but empty clouds. A few people had already completed the tutorial command. Dario could tell by the way they held their hands, the new awareness in their posture. The system was visible now. The world had a layer they had not seen before. A siren started somewhere distant. Police or ambulance, probably both. The city was waking up to its new reality. Dario turned and started walking east. The package was still under his arm. He did not need it anymore. The delivery address was a law firm on Harbor Street, and the client would never receive it now. The mandate had made every prior obligation irrelevant. Contracts, deadlines, rent payments, all of it was suddenly smaller than the blue interface that had just rewritten the laws of physics. He passed a bike messenger who was staring at his own status window with wide eyes, lips moving silently as he read. Dario recognized the expression. First-time awe. First-time fear. That man would be dead within the year, killed on a low-ranked gate that misassessed its danger. Dario remembered his face from a news clip in the first timeline. Memorial segment. One of the early casualties the Bureau used to justify tighter licensing. That death had not happened yet. Dario kept walking. The streets grew more chaotic the closer he got to the waterfront. People were clustering in groups, sharing what they had seen, what they had read, what the interface had told them. A woman in business attire was arguing with a man in a janitorial uniform about whether the whole thing was a terrorist attack. A teenager was laughing, too young to understand that the game she thought was starting was already counting bodies. Dario checked his internal clock. 4 minutes and 12 seconds until the ferry terminal gate breach. He picked up his pace. The memories were surfacing now, unbidden, the way they always did when he let his mind drift toward the first timeline. He saw the terminal as it had been that day. Crowded with commuters, the morning ferries running late, people checking watches and tapping cards against turnstiles. Then the sky flickered, and the air split open between the ticket booths and the boarding gates, and the first wave came through before anyone understood what a gate breach meant. The official assessment had called it a Grün rank opening. Safe, manageable. The Bureau had classified it as a low-priority event and dispatched a single clearance team with a response window of 14 minutes. The gate had been blue rank. Deceptive. Violent. The creatures that came through were faster and hungrier than any green rank spawned, and they had ripped through the terminal before the clearance team even arrived. 17 civilians dead, another 43 injured. First gate disaster on Belport soil. The news had covered it for 3 weeks. Dario had watched it from a delivery route 3 blocks away. He had heard the screams and done nothing, because he was not a hunter, not a responder, not anyone who could make a difference. He had stood behind a barricade like everyone else and waited for the professionals to handle it. The professionals had arrived late and lost people. He had never forgotten that. The feeling of standing still while other people died. The scar on his forearm pulsed again, hotter this time, almost impatient. He reached the end of the block and stopped at the crosswalk. The ferry terminal was visible now, 200 meters ahead, its glass facade reflecting the morning light. People were still moving normally around it. No alarms yet, no gate. The air was still intact, but he knew it would not stay that way. He let the package drop onto a bench, abandoned, No time for favors. No time for the small obligations of a life that was already over. He stepped off the cub and crossed the street, threading through stalled traffic, ignoring the shouts of a driver who nearly hit him. His body moved with an economy he had not felt in years. The healed knee absorbed impact without complaint. The courier instincts, reading traffic, scanning for gaps, moving through tight spaces were still there, sharper than they had been in his first life because they were no longer buried under 6 years of combat habits. He reached the terminal plaza with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to spare. The building was ordinary, glass and steel, commuters flowing through revolving doors, a coffee cart on the corner, a homeless man sleeping on a bench near the bike racks. Dario stopped at the edge of the plaza and looked up. The air was still. The sky was still. No visible tear, no shimmering distortion, no warning sign that the fabric of reality was about to split open 40 feet from a coffee cart. But he knew. He stood in the center of the plaza while people walked past him unobserved and meant the promise he had carried since he opened his eyes in that delivery depot. I will not climb to win. The words formed in his mind, quiet and final. I will climb to reach floor 99 ready to break the trap. He said nothing aloud. There was no one to hear him, and even if there were, they would not understand. They had not lived through what came next. They had not watched the vanguard fall. They had not died on a foe they were supposed to conquer. But he had, and he would not do it again. The scar burned one more time, hot enough to make him clench his jaw. Then it settled into a low, constant warmth, like a coal buried under ash. Dario looked at the terminal doors. 2 minutes and 11 seconds until the gate opened. He started walking toward the entrance, the frost on his forearm humming beneath the sleeve, and behind him, the city of Belport was still learning that its sky had changed forever. Chapter 3. He crossed the plaza at a measured walk, forcing his legs to stay slow when every instinct screamed to sprint. Speed would draw eyes. Speed would make him memorable before he had a reason to be. He needed to be inside when the gate opened, not frozen on the pavement where someone would grab his arm and ask for credentials he did not have. A woman in a blue coat pushed through the revolving door ahead of him, phone pressed to her ear, complaining about a delayed shipment. A security guard stood near the ticket counters, arms crossed, watching the morning shuffle with the boredom of a man who had not yet looked at his interface. None of them knew. Dario entered through the revolving door and let himself be carried into the terminal's main hall. The air smelled of coffee, diesel, and wet concrete. Commuters lined up at the ticket booths. A child sat on a bench holding a croissant, legs swinging. A janitor mopped a spill near the boarding gates, his mop bucket leaving a dark trail across the white floor. 2 minutes and 4 seconds. He moved left, away from the main flow, angling toward the service corridor he remembered from 6 years of courier routes. The terminal had a skeleton most commuters never saw. Maintenance tunnels, staff stairwells, a loading dock that connected to the ferry ramp. In the first timeline, the evacuation team had wasted 40 seconds trying to find the fastest route to the breach point. 40 seconds that cost 3 lives. Dario knew the route. He pushed through a door marked "Authorized personnel only." No alarm, no guard. The corridor beyond was narrow and poorly lit, lined with pipes and electrical panels. His footsteps echoed off concrete walls. The scar on his forearm burned hotter with every step, as if it could sense the gate's approaching birth and was counting down with him. 1 minute and 31 seconds. He reached the end of the corridor and turned right, then left, then through a second door that opened onto the boarding concourse. He emerged behind a vending machine, 20 meters from where the gate would tear open. The concourse was wide, glass-walled, flooded with morning light. Benches lined both sides. A departure board flickered with ferry schedules. Passengers sat with luggage, reading phones, staring at the ceiling, living their last ordinary minutes. Dario found a spot against the wall near a trash bin, where he could see the whole space without being obvious. He let his hands hang loose at his sides. He breathed slow and shallow, the way he had learned to do before every floor that required waiting. The scar pulsed. 47 seconds. A ferry announcement echoed over the speakers. The coffee cart rang up a sale. A teenager laughed at something in her phone. 32 seconds. The air changed. Dario felt it before he saw it. A shift in pressure, a subtle thinning of the atmosphere. the same sensation he had felt on every gate breach he had survived in his first life. The space between the ticket booths and the boarding gates began to shimmer, a faint distortion, like heat rising off asphalt in summer. The janitor stopped mopping and looked up. The woman at the coffee cart turned. The teenager lowered her phone. 19 seconds. The shimmer sharpened into a line, a vertical crack in the air that glowed silver blue at its edges. The sound came next, a low hum that vibrated through the floor and up through Dario's boots, a frequency that made his teeth ache. The first scream cut through the terminal. 13 seconds. The crack widened. The silver blue glow intensified, throwing harsh light across the faces of commuters who were already stumbling backward. A man dropped his briefcase. A woman grabbed her child and ran. Dario did not move. The gate was forming faster than it should have, faster than the first timeline. The Bureau's assessment would have classified this opening window at 90 seconds, enough time for a partial evacuation, enough time for responders to position themselves. But the fissure was already wider than a green rank gate had any right to be, and it was still growing. 7 seconds. The scar on his forearm blazed. He saw the first limb push through the crack, a long, jointed appendage covered in chitin that reflected the blue light like wet stone. It gripped the edge of the tear and pulled, and the gate ripped open the rest of the way in a single violent motion. The creature that emerged was nothing like a green rank spawn. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, hunched and angular, with too many joints in its limbs and a head that was all mouth and eye sockets. Its skin was the color of bruised meat, and it moved with a speed that did not match its size. It took 2 steps into the concourse and killed the nearest person, the janitor, who had not dropped his mop, who was still standing frozen with his bucket at his side. The janitor's body hit the white floor. The lock clattered beside him. Dario was already moving. He had no weapon. He had no class. He had a healed knee, a burning scar, and 6 years of combat memory backed into a body that had never thrown a real punch in this timeline. He grabbed the nearest solid object, a metal trash bin bolted to the concrete floor. He ripped it free with a twist that tore the mounting bracket loose, and the weight of it at his hands was familiar in a way that should have terrified him. The creature turned. Its head swiveled toward him, all those eye sockets tracking his movement. And Dario Vesh, Rath-Esh, Level 1, Class None, stepped forward to meet the first gate breach of his second life. Behind it, the crack was still pulsing. More limbs pressed against the tear from the other side. The terminal was screaming. And Dario was already 6 minutes ahead of schedule. Chapter 4. The trash bin hit the creature's midsection with a sound like cracking ice. Chitin splintered. The thing staggered sideways, its too many jointed limbs scrambling for balance, and Dario was already inside its reach before it could recover. He had learned on Floor 8 that monsters built for reach could not handle pressure at the center. The rule had not changed. The creature's head snapped toward him, jaws gaping, and Dario drove the torn edge of the bin into the soft tissue beneath its throat. The metal punched through. Black fluid sprayed across his hands. It screamed, a wet, vibrating sound that shook the glass walls. Dario ripped the bin free and stepped back as the thing collapsed, its legs folding under it like a broken chair. The body hit the floor and did not move. 23 seconds. Not bad for an F rank with no class. The concourse had become a storm of screaming and running. Passengers flooded toward the exits, trampling luggage, knocking over benches. A woman had fallen near the coffee cart and was being helped up by a man who kept looking over his shoulder at the still pulsing gate crack. Dario looked at the tier. It was not closing. It should have been closing. A green rank breach produced 1 or 2 creatures before sealing, like a wound healing itself. That was the standard. That was what the Bureau's assessment had predicted. The crack was still there. Still silver blue, still breathing, and more limbs were pressing through. He counted 3 sets of jointed appendages gripping the edges of the tier, pulling the opening wider. The gate was not done. It had never been done. The assessment was wrong, exactly as wrong as he remembered, and the first wave had not even been the real threat. A voice cut through the chaos. "Clear the concourse! Evacuate now!" Dario turned. A Belport security officer had arrived at the far end of the boarding area, sidearm drawn, waving civilians behind a barricade of overturned benches. 2 more officers followed, establishing a perimeter that was too close, too narrow, too slow. The officer who had shouted was young, early 20s, with the tight jaw of someone trying to look braver than he felt. He spotted Dario standing over the dead creature and his eyes went wide. "You! Civilians are supposed to be behind the line. Move!" Dario did not move. "The gate is blue rank," he said. "Your assessment was wrong. You need to pull the perimeter back to the service corridors and call for ranked hunters, not security." The officer's expression shifted from shock to disbelief. "I don't know who you think you are, but..." The crack tore wider. The sound was like fabric ripping, but deeper, a bass vibration that rattled the departure board. The silver-blue glow flared so bright that Dario had to squint. The officer raised his arm to shield his eyes. A creature emerged. This one was larger than the first, taller, broader, with a hooked crest of bone running from its skull down its spine. Its hands ended in claws that scraped sparks across the floor as it dragged itself through the opening. It had 4 arms. It had eyes that glowed the same blue as the gate. The officer fired. The bullet hit the creature's shoulder and ricocheted, pinging off the ceiling tiles. The thing did not even flinch. It turned its head toward the officer with a motion that was almost casual and took a step forward. Dario moved before his body had permission. He grabbed the officer's vest and hauled him backward, pulling him past the overturned benches as the creature's claws swept through the space where his head had been. The metal barricade crumpled. Benches scattered like toys. They hit the floor hard. The officer's gun skidded away. "What the hell?" the officer started. "There are more coming," Dario said. "You need to clear this entire floor. Seal the concourse doors. Do not let anyone back in." The officer stared at him. He was breathing too fast, his hands shaking, his training failing under the weight of something that should not exist at his threat level. "I'm just security," he said. I don't have authority for that." Dario wanted to shake him. He wanted to grab his collar and explain that in the first timeline this hesitation had cost 43 people their lives, and that every second wasted on procedure was another second the gate used to widen. But the words would not help. The man was drowning in the gap between what he had trained for and what was happening. So Dario gave him the only thing that might work. "Get on your radio. Tell your supervisor the gate blue-lined. Tell them the assessment failed and they need to contact the Bureau for a rank upgrade now." The officer blinked. Something clicked behind his eyes. Blue-lined. How do you know that term? Chapter 5. The creature's claw raked across the trash bin and tore it from Dario's grip. He stumbled backward, off balance, and felt the edge of a bench catch his calf. The 4-armed blue rank followed with a speed that did not match its size. It closed the gap in 2 strides and brought 3 of its claws down in a diagonal sweep that would have opened him from shoulder to hip if he had not already been falling. Dario hit the ground, rolling. He came up behind a pillar, gasping, his hands empty. The trash bin lay crumpled 10 feet away, 3 deep gouges carved through the metal like it was wet cardboard. The creature turned to track him, its head rotating too far on its neck, the hooked bone crest scraping the ceiling tiles. 7 more limbs pressed through the gate. Dario counted them in the half-second before they fully emerged. 4 of the smaller green rank, the kind he had killed in 23 seconds. 3 of the 4-armed blue rank, all still dragging themselves through the widening crack. The officer was still shouting into his radio. His voice cracked on the words, "multiple hostiles," and "we need immediate hunter response." Beyond him, Dario heard the first screams from the upper concourse. Civilians who had not evacuated in time. Civilians who had frozen when the sky turned blue and the gate tore open and the world stopped making sense. They were running now, but they were running the wrong way, deeper into the terminal, away from the exits Dario had memorized in his first life. He pushed off the pillar and sprinted toward the nearest green rank. It saw him coming and lunged. He dropped under its swing, slid across the polished floor, and drove his heel into the joint behind its knee. The thing buckled. He was on its back before it could recover, 1 arm locked around its throat, the other hand searching for something, anything, a weapon. His fingers found the edge of a broken ceiling tile where the creature had smashed through the concourse roofs. He ripped it free and drove the jagged edge into the base of the creature's skull. It went limp beneath him. Dario was already moving, pulling the tile free, spinning to meet the next one. The green rank behind it was slower, less experienced, still orienting itself to the new world. He closed the distance in 4 strides and punched the tile through its eye socket. 2 down. Behind him, the officer had stopped shouting. Dario risked a glance and saw him dragging a civilian toward the sealed concourse doors, one arm around the woman's waist, his radio dangling from its cord. The blue ranks were fully through now. They stood in a loose triangle at the center of the concourse. The largest one, the one whose shoulder had stopped a bullet, watched Dario with an expression that looked almost like recognition. Its forearms hung loose at its sides. Its claws dripped nothing yet. It was waiting. Dario felt the scar on his forearm pulse harder, hotter, a warning that the gate was not done. He looked past the creatures to the crack in the air above the departure board. It had grown wider while he fought. The silver-blue glow was brighter now, more solid, as if the gate was anchoring itself to this reality. A 5th blue rank limb pressed through, then a 6th. Dario's mind ran the numbers. 3 blue ranks were already a losing fight for an F rank with no class and a broken trash bin. 4 was a death sentence. 5 was a massacre. He needed to change the geometry. He sprinted toward the vending machine he had passed on his way in, the one tucked against the wall near the service corridor. In his first life, he had watched a hunter use a vending machine as a barricade on floor 7 of the tower. The trick was not the machine itself. The trick was what happened when you overloaded its cooling system. He grabbed the edge and wrenched it forward. The machine tipped with a groan of stressed metal, crashed onto its side, and spilled cans and bottles across the floor. The glass front shattered, the cooling unit exposed. Dario kicked the compressor until he heard the seal break. Coolant hissed out in a white cloud, spreading across the floor in a slick, evaporating sheet. The green ranks nearest to it hesitated, their chitinous feet skidding on the suddenly treacherous surface. One of them slipped, caught itself, and lost 2 seconds of positioning. 2 seconds was enough. Dario grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall bracket, yanked the pin, and spayed the coolant pool. The white cloud ignited into a sheet of chemical flame that cut the concourse in half. The green ranks shrieked and scrambled backward. The blue ranks did not retreat, but they stopped advancing, evaluating the new obstacle with those 2 cold eyes. The officer had reached the sealed doors. He turned back, saw the wall of flame, saw Dario standing on the other side of it with a fire extinguisher in his hands and a dead green rank at his feet. His mouth opened. Nothing came out. "Get them out," Dario said. "Seal the upper levels too. Do not let anyone through until the bureau arrives." The officer nodded, numb, and pushed the civilian through the door. Dario turned back to the blue ranks. The fire was already dying. Coolant burns fast and leaves nothing behind but scorched floor and the smell of chemicals. In 30 seconds, the barrier would be gone, and he would be standing alone against a blue rank kill team with nothing but a spent extinguisher and a body count that would not matter if he died here. Then he heard the sirens. Hunter response, coming from the east side of the terminal, 3 blocks out, moving fast. He had maybe 2 minutes before they arrived. 2 minutes to hold the line against creatures that should have been assessed as green. One of the blue ranks took a step forward. Dario dropped the extinguisher and picked up a broken bench leg. It was a pipe, really, steel reinforced, heavy on one end. Not a weapon that would kill a blue rank. But it did not need to kill. It just needed to buy time. He set his feet and waited. The creature took another step, then another. Dario Vesh, Rent F, Level 1, Class None, stood between 5 blue ranks spawned and the sealed door where civilians were still evacuating, and he understood that this moment was the first real divergence from the old timeline. In the first life, he had been on the wrong side of the barricade, watching Petra tie in an ambulance corridor while hunters argued about protocol. This time he was inside the perimeter. This time he was the one holding the line. The creature lunged. Dario swung the pipe, and in the split second before impact, he saw a flash of movement beyond the sealed doors. A woman in emergency response gear, dark skin, short hair, moving toward the triage point that had not existed in the first timeline because there had been no one to save. Petra Onique, alive, heading straight for the corridor where he remembered her dying. Chapter 6. The pipe connected with the blue rank's leading arm. The impact jarred up through Dario's wrists, through his shoulders, through the base of his skull. Steel on chitin, and the chitin won. The creature barely flinched. Dario danced backward, reset his stance, and watched the other 4 blue ranks fan out behind the first. They had learned something in the seconds since the fire died. They were no longer advancing as individuals. They were spreading, cutting off his retreat angles, herding him toward the collapsed vending machine where the floor was slick with coolant residue. 6 years of tower combat told him what came next, a coordinated rush. 3 from the front, 2 from the flanks, and he died in the first exchange because an F-rank body could not survive a blue rank's full swing, no matter how well he read the tell. He had 30 seconds before Hunter response arrived. He had maybe 10 before the creatures closed. Through the sealed doors to his left, movement caught his eye. Onique had reached the triage corridor. She was crouched beside a wounded civilian, one hand pressed to a bleeding thigh, the other already reaching for a compression bandage from her kit. Alive. Unaware that in the first timeline she had died 3 meters farther down that same corridor, pinned beneath a structural beam while the gate's third wave swept through the evacuation route. Dario made a choice. He threw the pipe. Not at the blue rank in front of him. He threw it sideways, spinning, a desperate arc that caught the nearest green rank in the throat and sent it stumbling into the path of the lead blue. The creature snarled, swatted the green aside, and turned back to Dario. But the delay was enough. Dario ran. Not away from the gate. He ran at an angle, across the scorched floor, past the overturned vending machine, toward the sealed doors. The blue ranks did not expect it. They had been herding him toward the wall, and he broke the pattern. He hit the doors at full speed, found the emergency release, and slammed his palm against the bars. The lock mechanism clicked. The doors swung open. He was through before the first blue rank reached the threshold. The corridor beyond was chaos. Civilians pressed against the walls, some bleeding, some crying, some staring at their status windows with the glassy shock of people who had just watched the world rewrite itself. Emergency lights strobed overhead. The air smelled of blood and burnt plastic and the chemical tang of the mandate's ozone signature. Petra was 10 meters ahead, still crouched beside the wounded civilian. She looked up as Dario approached. Her eyes tracked him the way a medic tracked a moving casualty, scanning for injuries, for blood, for the telltale pallor of shock. She saw none of it. Saw only a lean mane in a courier jacket moving toward her with the focused economy of someone who had already planned his next 3 steps. "Behind me," Dario said. "The gate is blue rank. More waves coming." Petra's hands did not stop working. She had the civilian's wound packed and bandaged in seconds, efficient and practiced. "I heard the officer's call. Who are you?" "Someone who knows this corridor." He looked past her, down the triage corridor, and the memory hit him with physical force. In the first timeline, she had died exactly there, where the ceiling had buckled under a structural beam that the second wave's impacts had loosened. He remembered the angle of the debris, the way the dust had settled, the medic who had tried to reach her and failed. The beam was still intact, but the ceiling above it was cracked. Dario grabbed Petra's arm. "Go, now!" She resisted for half a second, instinct fighting the stranger's grip, but something in his voice cut through the protest. She rose, leaving the stabilized civilian against the wall, and let Dario pull her 3 meters forward. The ceiling collapsed where she had been kneeling. A section of concrete and rebar slammed into the corridor, throwing up a cloud of dust that turned the emergency lights into pale ghosts. The civilian she had been treating screamed, but he was alive, shielded by the bulk of the fallen debris. Petra stared at the wreckage. Then she stared at Dario. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. No words came out. She had been kneeling in that exact spot 3 seconds ago. She had been planning to stay there, to triage from that position, because it was the only clear space in the corridor with overhead cover. Except the overhead cover had not been cover at all. "How did you know?" Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone who had learned to compartmentalize shock the field. Dario did not answer. He was already scanning the corridor, counting survivors, marking the route to the east exit where Hunter Response would enter. The ceiling collapse had sealed the corridor behind them, cutting off the Blue Rack's approach. But it had also trapped them in a dead-end section with only one exit. "Answer me." Petra stepped into his field of vision. "You pulled me out of a spot you should not have known was dangerous. You moved like you expected it to fall." "I pay attention." "To what?" "To everything." The lie was thin, and he knew it. He saw the calculation in her eyes, the way she was replaying the last 5 seconds, searching for an explanation that fit. The bureau cameras mounted at the corridor junction were recording all of it. Green LED indicators glowed from the ceiling corners, capturing every frame. Dario felt the Audit Pending tag pulse at the edge of his awareness, a pressure behind his eyes that had nothing to do with the dust. The east doors burst open. 3 hunters in bureau-issue armor flooded through, weapons drawn, scanning for threats. They saw the collapsed ceiling, the wounded civilians, the man in the courier jacket standing over a medic who was staring at him like he had just predicted an earthquake. "Status!" The lead hunter, a woman with a shaved head and a rifle braced against her shoulder, barked the word like a command. "Gate is blue rank," Dario said. 5 confirmed spawns, at least 2 green ranks still active. The main concourse is compromised. Civilians evacuated to upper levels. The hunter's eyes narrowed. "Who the hell are you?" Dario did not answer. He was watching the cameras. 3 of them mounted along the corridor, their green LEDs steady and recording. Bureau evidence footage, time-stamped, camper-proof. Petra was watching him too. She had not moved, had not looked away, and in her silence, Dario understood that the cost of saving her was not something he could leave behind in the dust. He had told her nothing, but she had seen everything. The lead hunter stepped forward, rifle still raised. "I asked you a question." Dario met her eyes. Dario Vesh, Courier, Chapter 7. The lead hunter held Dario's gaze for a count of 3. Then she lowered her rifle and turned to the corridor behind her. "Crawford, seal that breach. Tran, get the civilians to the east assembly point. I want a full perimeter sweep before anything else comes through that gate." The 2 other hunters moved without questions. Crawford, a broad-shouldered man with a scarred jaw, began dragging fallen shelving units toward the collapsed section. Tran, younger, with quick hands and a medical kit already open, crouched beside the civilian Petra had been treating. The lead hunter faced Dario again. "You said 5 blue rank spawns. How many did you engage directly?" 2 green ranks killed, 3 blue ranks engaged, not confirmed." "With what weapon?" Dario held up the pipe. The end was dented, smeared with dark fluid that smoked faintly in the cold corridor air. The hunter's jaw tightened. "You fought blue-rank creatures with a plumbing pipe while unranked and unarmed." "I fought them with a pipe and a fire barrier and a ceiling collapse. The pipe was the least effective part." She stared at him. Then she made a decision he could see in the set of her shoulders, the way she stopped treating him as a civilian and started treating him as a problem. "Name and rank again?" "Dario Vesh, currently F rank, level 1, no class." "You are aware that engaging a gate breach without a provisional hunter license is a Class C regulatory violation carrying a fine of up to 15,000 credits or 30 days of mandatory service assessment." "I am aware." "And you did it anyway." "I did it anyway." She held his gaze. "I am Officer Harlow, Belport Hunter Licensing Bureau, Gate Response Division. You are going to stay exactly where you are until my team finishes the sweep. Then you are going to give a full statement. After that, the Bureau will decide what to do with you." Dario nodded. He had expected worse. In the first timeline, the Bureau had treated every unlicensed gate intervention as a fireable offense, confiscating phones, filing reports, threatening legal action. That had been the official line. The unofficial reality was that the Bureau tolerated useful anomalies as long as they stayed quiet and made the right people look good. But the cameras were recording, and the Audit Pending tag burned at the edge of his vision like a migraine waiting to hatch. The corridor filled with noise, boots on concrete, radios crackling with updates from the upper levels, someone calling for stretchers and trauma shears. Petra was on her feet, moving toward the wounded civilian, her hands already finding pressure points and wound margins. She did not look at Dario. That was worse than if she had. He watched her work, the economy of her movements, the way she assessed and acted without hesitation. In the first timeline, she had died in this corridor, her body pinned under a beam while the second wave pushed through and overwhelmed the triage point. 17 dead total, 43 injured. The Bureau had cited the ferry terminal as evidence that green rank gates required stricter licensing protocols. None of that had happened. The dead were not dead yet. But as Dario scanned the corridor counting survivors, he saw something that stopped his breath. A man in a stained ferry service uniform sat against the far wall, a blood-soaked rag pressed to his forearm. Dark hair, narrow face, a silver watch on his wrist, the kind with the broken second hand that ticked twice before catching up to itself. Dario knew that watch. He had watched a news report 12 years ago that had shown that watch as a close-up, the frame frozen on the cracked crystal, the second hand frozen forever, because the man wearing it had been thrown through a glass partition by the Foost blue rank wave and died before the medics reached him. The man was alive. Not injured badly enough to die, not even unconscious. He was sitting against the wall, watching the hunters move past, his eyes tracking with the alert awareness of someone who had just survived a catastrophe and was still processing the margins. Dario's scar pulsed. Hot. Sharp. A warning he did not need. The first timeline had been broken. Not bent, not delayed, broken. A man who should have died hours ago was sitting against a wall, checking his watch, alive. Vesh, Officer Harlow's voice cut through the static. She was standing beside a Bureau-issued tablet, the screen glowing with a form already half-filled. I need your statement now, before the media liaison gets here. They will make this into a story whether you cooperate or not, and I would rather they have facts than speculation. Dario forced his gaze away from the man with the silver watch. What do you need to know? Everything from the moment you entered the terminal. Leave nothing out. He gave her the cleaned version. The version that started with him hearing the evacuation alarms and running toward the danger because he had emergency response training from a previous job. The version that explained his knowledge of the fire barrier as something he had learned from a first aid course. The version that left out the ceiling collapse prediction, the Audit Pending tag, the scar that had been counting down to this moment since the sky turned blue. Harlow typed. Her face gave nothing away. Behind her, the corridor began to clear. Stretchers carried the wounded past. Civilians shuffled toward the east exit, dazed and silent. The grinding sound from the concourse had stopped, which meant the gate had either closed or was between waves. Dario did not assume the second option was true. When the statement ended, Harlow looked up from the tablet. One more question, off the record. I am listening. The medic, Onique, you pulled her out of a collapse zone 3 seconds before the ceiling fell. The cameras show you grabbing her arm and moving her before any visible structural failure. Dario said nothing. That is not the kind of timing you learn in a first aid course. He met her eyes. No, it is not. Harlow held his gaze for a moment longer. Then she closed the tablet. The Bureau will send a formal summons within 24 hours. Do not leave Belport until it arrives. She turned and walked toward the east exit, her boots echoing on the wet concrete. Dario stood alone in the corridor, surrounded by the smell of dust and blood and the fading ozone of the gate. The man with the silver watch was being helped to his feet by a paramedic. Alive. Whole. A deviation Dario had not planned and could not explain. The Fletcher was slipping. And somewhere in the city, a bureau clerk was typing his name into a file that would not stay sealed so long. Through the corridor's shattered windows, the sky was still blue, but the interface was gone, collapsed back into the ordinary daylight that had once meant safety. Now it meant nothing. Dario's scar pulsed once, then fell silent. He walked toward the east exit, and the cameras tracked him every step of the way. Chapter 8. The east exit spat him into an alley that smelled of wet cardboard and diesel. Dario stopped at the mouth, let the daylight hit his face. The sky was empty. No interface, no notifications, just low cloud and the late morning glare that turned Belport's glass towers into sheets of white fire. His scar sat cold against his forearm, silent, waiting. He was 3 steps toward the ferry ramp when the voice came from his left. Vesh, Dario Vesh. A man stepped out of the shadow of a support column. His suit was the color of old concrete, his shoes polished to a gloss that did not match the debris scattered across the pavement. A press badge hung from his neck on a retractable lanyard, the photo obscured by a thumb smudge. Mikkel Ost. Dario knew the face before the name surfaced. He had seen it in briefings, in the margins of bureau reports, in the background of news footage where fixers traded access for exclusives. In the first timeline, Ost had built a career out of gate disasters, converting trauma into ratings with the efficiency of a machine that had no off switch. He was here, already, before the body bags were counted. Harlow said you'd come this way. Ost's smile was professional, not warm. She also said you wouldn't want to talk, but I figured I'd try anyway. Dario kept walking, not interested. I haven't pitched anything yet. You will. Ost fell into step beside him, matching his pace. The retractable lanyard bounced against his jacket with each stride. 6 minutes after the gate opened, an unranked civilian kills 2 green ranks with improvised weapons, faces down blue ranks without a class, and pulls a medic out of a collapse that kills her 7 seconds later. That story does not stay quiet just because you walk past a report. Dario's jaw tightened. You talk to the camera feeds. I talk to everyone. Ost shrugged. The Bureau has a narrative they want to sell. Controlled response, effective protocols, minimal casualties. That narrative does not include a courier who fought like he had been doing it for years. They reached the end of the alley. The ferry terminal's main entrance was cordoned off, yellow tape fluttering in the breeze. A crowd had gathered behind the barrier, phones raised, faces pressed against the gap between bureau vehicles. Dario stopped. What do you want? Ost turned to face him fully. The smile dropped. What replaced it was something sharper, more honest. I want to write the story before someone else writes it badly. You get control of the narrative. I get the exclusive. The Bureau gets a hero they can point to instead of a regulatory mess. Everyone wins. And if I say no? Then the footage goes public anyway, but without context. You become a mystery the public will fill with worse guesses. Political liability, system glitch, unlicensed vigilante who should be prosecuted instead of celebrated. Ost tilted his head. Pick your poison. Dario looked past him, at the crowd, at the phones, at the way the light caught the bureau cameras mounted on the terminal's facade. Every angle was covered. Every exit was monitored. He had spent 6 years in the tower learning to read killing fields. This was a different kind of field, but the geometry was the same. What is your angle? Survival. Ost's voice flattened. Belport is scared. The first gate breach of the new era went wrong and people know it. They saw the footage. They know the assessment was wrong. They need someone to believe in, or they will start asking harder questions about the people who are supposed to keep them safe. And you think I am that someone? I think you are the story that sells. Ost took a card from his jacket pocket, held it out between 2 fingers. My contact is on the back. Call me before the Bureau summons you tomorrow. I will have a draft ready by then. Dario took the card. It was heavier than it looked, embossed with a single phone number and the word Lazen. If I call, what do you need from me? Nothing you have not already given. The truth, edited for maximum impact. Ost stepped back, the professional smile returning. Think about it. The clock is ticking either way. He turned and walked toward the crowd, his polished shoes carrying him through the gap between bureau vehicles with the ease of someone who had crossed those lines 100 times before. Dario stood alone at the alley mouth, the card pressing against his palm. He looked down at it. The shop icon at the edge of his vision pulsed once, a notification he had trained himself to ignore during combat. He opened his on reflex, scanning the available inventory. Standard issue healing salve, 120 credits. He blinked. The price had been 110 credits an hour ago. He checked the history. The jump had occurred 6 minutes ago, timed precisely to the moment Ost had started talking about exclusives and timing. Dario closed the shop. His scar was cold, but he could feel the pressure building beneath it, the same pressure he had felt in the corridor when the man with the silver watch sat alive against the wall. The timeline was not just bending, it was being priced. Every second of attention was a line of credit the mandate was tracking. He shoved the card into his pocket and started walking east, away from the terminal, away from the cameras, away from the crowd that was already starting to turn, looking for a face to match the name they had heard whispered through the barricades. The shop icon pulsed again. He did not open it, but he felt the weight of the price change in his ribs, a new variable he had not accounted for. In the first timeline, attention had been currency. Here, it was a tax, and the tax was due before he even knew what he was paying for. Ahead, beyond the warehouse district, the tower's peak cut the light, a needle of stone and glass that had not existed an hour ago, rising above the city like a promise no one had asked for. Dario watched it. His scar did not pulse. It waited. And somewhere behind him, Mikkel Ost was already typing the first line of a story that would make Dario Vesh famous before the sun set. The true cost of that fame would not appear on any balance sheet. But Dario had felt the price hike, and he knew the mandate was charging him for every word he had not spoken yet. Chapter 9. The Bureau Annex stood 3 blocks east of the ferry terminal, a square concrete building that looked like it had been designed to resist joy. Dario reached it at 11:47, 14 minutes before the official summons could find him first. He pushed through the glass doors. The lobby smelled of disinfectant and stale coffee. A reception desk sat behind ballistic glass, and behind the glass, a clerk with a bureau badge looked up from a terminal. Walk-in registration is on the 2nd floor. I am here to file an emergency exemption under Section 9 of the Gate Response Protocol. The clerk's fingers stopped moving. That requires a licensed hunter sponsor. I know. Or a documented operational need validated by a wrecking officer on site. I know that too. The clerk studied him. Dario held still, letting the silence do the work. In the first life, he had learned the bureaucrats hated empty space more than civilians did. They filled it with concessions if you waited long enough. Who validated your need? Officer Harlow, Gate Response Division. He was the lead on the ferry terminal breach. The clerk typed something. Her eyes moved across the screen. There is no filed validation from Officer Harlow. It happened 20 minutes ago. He was managing a blue-rank containment. He did not have time to enter it in the system. So you are filing an exemption without written validation. I am filing an exemption with a standing operational need that 3 Bureau hunters witnessed. The gate is still open. The assessment was wrong. I engaged blue-rank spawns while unranked and unarmed, and I am choosing to report that engagement voluntarily before the summons arrives. He placed his hands on the counter, palms down. Section 9 allows emergency restoration for unlicensed personnel who demonstrate operational necessity during an active gate event where Bureau response was insufficient to prevent civilian casualties. The ferry terminal gate was assessed as green. It was blue. That is a systemic failure. I am the only witness who can testify to the full engagement timeline. The clerk's jaw tightened. Wait here. She disappeared through a door behind the ballistic glass. Dario waited. He counted the tiles on the floor. He counted the cameras. 3 in the lobby, 2 aimed at the door, 1 sweeping the counter. Standard coverage. Nothing he could not work around. 4 minutes passed. The door opened. A different woman emerged, older, with gray threaded through her braids and a badge that read, Supervisor. Mr. Vesh. Yes, follow me. She led him through the door, down a narrow corridor, into an interview room with a table, 2 chairs, and a camera mounted in the corner. The red light was on. Sit. He sat. The supervisor took the other chair. She placed a tablet on the table between them, screen dark. Section 9 is not a loophole for freelancers to bypass licensing. It was written for emergency responders who lose their credentials in the field and need temporary standing to complete an active operation. I know what it is. Then you know it expires in 72 hours unless a licensed hunter sponsor validated your continued necessity? I know. And you know that filing it voluntarily, before the Bureau issues a summons, counts as cooperation, rather than evasion. Dario let a half-second pause sit. I counted on that. The supervisor's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. You read the regulations? I had time. Before the mandate arrived? She tilted her head. That seems unlikely. Dario met her eyes. I learned fast. The supervisor held his gaze. He watched her decide whether to push. She did not push. Officer Harlow's report is not yet filed. Without his validation, I cannot approve a Section 9 based on your testimony alone. Then call him. I intend to. She picked up the tablet, tapped the screen. But the call goes through channels. It will take time. How much time? Enough that you should find a chair in the waiting area and stop rushing my clerks. Dario did not move. And if Harlow confirms, then the exemption is processed retroactive to the time of the gate breach. You will have legal standing to participate in future operations for 72 hours, subject to sponsor validation. Good. The supervisor set the tablet down. You understand this is temporary. I understand. And you understand that Commission Sauvi reviews all Section 9 files personally. Dario's scar pulsed once. Cold, controlled. He kept his face still. I assumed he did. The supervisor stood. The waiting area is to your left. I will call you when I have confirmation. She left the room. Dario sat alone under the camera's red light. He had bought time. Not much. 72 hours of legal standing, contingent on Harlow's word, contingent on a sponsor, contingent on Renko Salvi not deciding that the anomaly was worth crushing before it became inconvenient. Behind him, in the bureau annex, a phone rang. Commissioner Renko Salvi picked it up on the first ring. I have his file, the supervisor said. Dario Vesh, Section 9 exemption, validated by Harlow. A pause. He asked for the assessor's name. Renko's voice came through the line, calm and unhurried. Sending everything, every report, every camera angle, every interaction he had with bureau personnel. And the assessor? Tell him the investigation is ongoing. Do not give him a name. The supervisor hesitated. Is that standard procedure? It is now. Renko ended the call. He sat in his office on the 7th floor, looking out at the tower's peak through the window, and pulled up the file on his terminal. Dario Vesh, rank F, level 1, no class. A blue rank engagement survived with improvised weapons and unlicensed authority. A Section 9 exemption filed before the summons could reach him. A request for the assessor's name. Renko studied the face in the file photograph. Young, lean, eyes that looked like they had already seen the shape of the trap before it closed. He closed the file. Interesting, he said to the empty room. Then he picked up the phone to call the licensing BO's legal division. Chapter 10. The extraction order came through at 13:07. Dario was still on the bureau bench, folder pressed between his knees, when the notification arrived with the emergency channel the supervisor had patched to his personal link. A flat text string with coordinates and a designation number. Clear, OP Shelby-4. Priority, standard. Eastery, duration, 4 hours. Standard, priority meant nobody else wanted it. 4 hours meant a site that'd been picked over, where the dangerous work was already done, and only the grunt labor remained. Toxic blue zone residue, unstable architecture, corpses that needed tagging before they drew scavenger spawn. Dario stood. The address was a warehouse 3 blocks from the ferry terminal, part of the secondary containment perimeter that had failed during the breach. The bureau had sealed it, but they had not cleared it. Now they needed someone with emergency respondent standing and no union protection to crawl through the wreckage and confirm there was nothing alive inside. He walked. The noon light had shifted toward afternoon, the tower casting a long shadow across the warehouse district. The streets were emptier than they should have been for a Tuesday. People had learned to stay inside after gate events, waiting for the all-clear that never quite came. The warehouse door was wedged open, the seal broken by the first response team. Dario stepped through into a cavern of dim light and dust. The interior smelled of ozone, wet concrete, and copper. 3 bodies lay in the center aisle, covered with thermal blankets. A 4th sat propped against a support column, one leg bent at an angle that meant the knee was gone. The man on the column looked up when Dario entered. He was built like a cargo van. Broad shoulders, thick neck, hands that looked like they had been used to break things on purpose. His face was a roadmap of old scars and recent exhaustion, and he was holding the piece of rebar like it was a walking stick. "You the Bureau's newest mistake?" the man asked. Dario stopped. "I am the emergency respondent assigned to this site." "Emergency respondent?" The man rolled the words around like they tasted strange. "That is a new one. Usually they send probation cases or people who pissed off the wrong supervisor." "I filed a Section 9. The man's eyebrows rose. "You filed? Not your sponsor, not your guild. You walked in and filed." "There was no guild, no sponsor." "Huh." The man pushed himself upright, testing his weight on the bad leg. He was taller than Dario had first judged, close to 6'3", with the kind of build that looked slow but was not. "Halvard Bren," he said. "Freelance tank, unaffiliated, currently owed 1,200 credits by the Bureau for cleanup work they promised would not involve secondary rupture hazard." Dario studied him. The name was familiar from the first timeline. A frontline fighter who had held a corridor on floor 14 while the rest of the squad retreated. Dario had read the report later. Howard had lasted 3 minutes against a wave that should have taken 10 seconds. He had died holding a position that was already lost, buying time for people he did not know. "Heard of me?" Howard asked. "I have not." "Good. Means my reputation is still clean." Howard limped past Dario and gestured toward the far end of the warehouse. Secondary breach cracked the foundation wall about 30 meters back. The first team sealed it, but they did not clear the pocket. Spawn might have nested, might have starved. Either way, we need to confirm before the Bureau signs off. Dario followed. The warehouse opened into a storage bay lined with collapsed shelving. The floor was slick with something that reflected the dim light in rainbow patterns. Blue zone residue, toxic to prolonged exposure. Halvard stopped at the edge of the residue. "You have a kit?" "No." "Did the Bureau issue you one?" "They did not." Halvard grunted. He unhooked a small pouch from his belt and tossed it to Dario. "Basic decon, wipes, sealant strips, a filter mask. Keep your skin covered and do not breathe the dust." Dario caught the pouch. "Thank you." "Do not thank me. If you drop from exposure, I have to carry you out, and my knee is already shot." They moved through the storage bay in silence. The residue patterns thickened as they approached the far wall, where a crack ran from floor to ceiling like a dark vein. The sealant the first team had applied was already blistering, peeling away from the edges. Howard stopped. "That is not good." Dario stepped past him and studied the crack. The sealant was failing faster than it should. The residue was seeping through, pooling on the warehouse floor in a slow, deliberate spread. "The first team's assessment was wrong," Dario said. "This is not a sealed pocket. This is active." Halvard's scan tightened on the rebar. "Active how?" Dario pointed at the crack. "The residue is fresh, still wet. If the pocket were sealed, it would be dry within an hour. This is still bleeding." A low sound came from the other side of the wall, a wet, grinding noise that made Dario's scar pulse cold. Halvard heard it too. His jaw tightened. "That is not a spawn." "It is not," Dario agreed. "That is a rupture forming." "Shit." Halvard turned, already calculating the distance to the exit. "We need to call it in. Secondary rupture protocols mean full evacuation, not 2 idiots with a rebar and a Section 9. Dario did not move. The scar was burning now, a sharp, insistent heat that meant deviation. This was not part of the first timeline. The warehouse had been cleared without incident, the secondary pocket sealed and forgotten. There was no rupture. Something had changed. "Dario," Halvard's voice was flat. "We need to move." Dario looked at the crack, at the sealant peeling away, at the dark vein that was widening as he watched. "The rupture is going to open in the next 90 seconds, he said. "If we run, it catches us in the open bay. If we stay, we can brace the wall and slow it down." Howard stared at him. "How do you know that?" "I can see the stress patterns." "That is not how stress patterns work." Dario met his gaze. "I am going to brace the wall. You can run, or you can help. He did not wait for an answer. He crossed to the collapsed shelving and grabbed a steel beam, dragging it toward the crack. The residue burst through his gloves, the cold seeping into his palms, but he kept moving. Halvard swore under his breath. Then the rebar clattered to the floor, and heavy footsteps followed. Where do you want it? Left side, angled against the load-bearing golem. They worked in silence. Howard lifted the beam like it weighed nothing, wedging it into the crack while Dario scavenged a second beam from the wreckage. The grinding sound grew louder, the wall beginning to bulge inward. Brace it, Dario said. Howard shoved the second beam into position, and together they drove it deep, the impact reverberating through the floor. The wall stopped moving. The grinding sound faded. Silence. Howard stepped back, breathing hard. His hands were raw, the residue eating into his gloves. That held. Dario did not answer. He was watching the crack, waiting for it to reopen. It did not. Howard looked at him. You knew exactly where to place that beam. Dario said nothing. You knew the wall would hold if we braced the column at the left angle. That is not stress pattern reading. That is experience. Dario turned away. We should report the rupture. I am not done. Yes, you are. Howard grabbed his shoulder, turning him back. His grip was strong but not aggressive. A hand that could deck bone, choosing to hold instead. What are you, really? Dario studied the face in front of him. The scar tissue, the exhaustion, the wariness of someone who had longed to trust no one. In the first timeline, Howard Bren died on floor 14, holding a corridor for people who did not know his name. Dario had read the report. He had never forgotten it. I am the person who just helped to save your own life, Dario said. That is all you need to know right now. Howard held his gaze. Then his grip loosened. Fine, he said, but we are not done with this conversation. I know. They walked back through the storage bay, past the residue patterns, past the collapsed shelving, toward the entrance where the emergency notification was already flashing. Dario pulled out his link and sent a brief report to the Bureau. Secondary rupture contained, pocket stabilized. Site requires full structural assessment before re-entry. He closed the link. Halvard was watching him again. You are not Bureau. You are not Guild. You filed a Section 9 this morning, which means you had no legal standing until a few hours ago. That is correct. Then why are you here? Dario looked at him. The man who would die on floor 14. The man who was alive now, breathing now, standing beside him in a warehouse that should have been empty. Because I need people I can trust, Dario said. And you just chose to stand beside me instead of running. Halvard was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. Shit, he said. You really are a mistake. Dario almost smiled. They walked out of the warehouse together, the extraction van already pulling up to the curb, and Dario felt the weight of the exemption pressing against his ribs like a ticking clock. 71 hours left. He had found one of the future dead sooner than expected. Now he had to keep him alive long enough to matter. Chapter 11. The extraction van idled at the curb, exhaust curling against the rain-slicked asphalt. Dario watched it for 3 seconds before he understood the problem. No bureau team, no medics, just a driver behind the wheel and an empty cargo bay. Halvard saw it too. That is not a proper response. It is a pickup. For us or for the site? Dario did not answer. He walked to the passenger window, and the driver rolled it down just enough to show a badge clipped to a jacket pocket. Logistics Division, not response. Section 9 exemption? The driver said. Yes. You are the one who filed the report. Secondary rupture contained, pocket stabilized. That is what I sent. The driver glanced at the warehouse. Bureau wants a wound assessment before they send a sealant crew. I am here to bring the reporting personnel to the annex. Howard that haft, low and ugly. Reporting personnel. We just held a wall together with scrap metal, and they want a wound assessment. Not my call, the driver said. Dario felt the scar pulse once, cold, brief, a reminder that the timeline was still shifting, still unpredictable. In the first life, this warehouse was cleared without incident. No rupture, no extraction, no bureau logistics van arriving with empty promises and a clipboard. He looked at Howard. You in or out? Howard's scarred face did not move for a long moment. Then he limped to the van and climbed into the cargo bay without asking permission. Dario followed. The ride to the annex took 12 minutes. Howard sat against the metal wall, his bad legs stretched out in front of him, his hands raw from the residue burns. He did not speak. Dario did not fill the silence. Amber streetlights slid across the cargo bay in rhythmic pulses. Each one brought a new thought. 70 hours left on the exemption. The assessor's name still blocked by Salvi. Petra Onique alive and suspicious, avoiding his eyes in the triage corridor. The silver watchman breathing in a world where he should be dead. And now, Howard Bren, who died on floor 14 in the first timeline, sitting beside him in a bureau logistics van because he chose to brace a wall instead of running. That choice was not in Dario's plan. He had not calculated it. He had not maneuvered for it. He had simply told the truth and let the decision fall where it would. The thought unsettled him more than any gate breach. The annex was a low concrete building behind the main bureau headquarters, built for intake and processing. Dario led Howard through the reception door, and the clerk at the desk recognized him from that morning. Mr. Vesh, the supervisor is expecting your report. She did not look at Howard. Dario set his link on the counter and pulled up the warehouse data. Secondary rupture formed in a sealed pocket, sealant failure at the weld points. The wall bulged 40 centimeters before we braced it. The clerk typed without looking up. Cuz? Unknown. Bureau will send a forensic assessment team within the next 3 days. That is too late. She stopped typing. Excuse me? The pocket is still active. The sealant peeled at the edges, which means the binder compound was compromised before the rupture formed. If you wait 3 days, the spread pattern will reach the main gas line running under the warehouse floor. The clerk's fingers hovered over the keyboard. Howard stepped forward. He is not guessing. I went to that warehouse 2 weeks ago on a containment job. The binder was already flaking. I told the on-site supervisor, and he said it would hold until the next inspection cycle. The clerk looked between them. Dario waited. Wait here, she said, and disappeared through a side door. The hallway hummed with fluorescent light. Howard leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You did not know about the binder flaking. No, Dario said, but you knew about the gas line. Dario did not answer. Howard studied him. You are not Bureau. You are not Guild. You filed a Section 9 this morning, and now you are telling a logistics clerk how to do her job because you saw a pocket that is not finished forming yet. He paused. And you knew my name before I gave it to you. Dario met his gaze. I read the incident reports, he said. Which reports? The ones that matter. Howard's laugh was short. That is not an answer. It is the only one you will get right now. The side door opened, and the clerk returned. She looked at Dario with something close to wariness. The supervisor approved an immediate sealant dispatch, priority lane, ETA 30 minutes. Dario nodded. You will need to be on site to direct the crew, she said. The supervisor wants eyes on the pocket from someone who has already seen it. I will be there. She hesitated. Mr. Vesh, Commissioner Salvi's office called while I was in the back. The air in the corridor changed. What did they want? Confirmation that you filed the Section 9 inches person. They also requested your current location and movement history from this morning. Dario kept his face still. Did you give it to them? I gave them the location of the extraction site. That is all I had. She was lying. He could see it in the way her fingers pressed against the keyboard, the slight tremor in the keys. But he did not call her on it. Thank you, he said. We will wait for the sealant crew. She retreated through the side door, and Dario turned to Howard. Commissioner Salvi, Howard said. That is not a name you want watching you. He is watching everyone. Bullshit. He is watching you. Dario did not argue. They stood in the fluorescent silence, two men who had bled in the same warehouse, waiting for a crew that would take them back to the wound. Howard shifted his weight off the bad leg. You knew about the gas line. You knew about the binder. You knew where to brace the wall. His voice was low, and you knew my name before I told it to you." Dario said nothing. "I am not asking for the full story. I am asking for one thing." Howard met his eyes. "If I follow you into the next rupture, will you tell me what you see before it kills us?" The question hung in the air. Dario felt the scar pulse again, colder this time, the audit tog tugging at the edge of his vision, the half-truths stacking like sealant on a failing weld. He looked at Howard, the man who died on floor 14, and realized he was standing at a different kind of threshold. "Before it kills us," Dario said. "Yes." Howard held his gaze for a long moment, then he nodded once. "Good enough." The front door of the annex opened. Mikkel Ost stepped inside, press badge on his retractable lanyard, phone already raised. "Dario Vesh, you and the tank are trending on 3 feeds already. The Bureau just confirmed the ferry terminal gate was blue rank, and the public wants to know who the unranked courier was that held the line alone." He smiled, thin and professional. "Your 71 hours just got a lot more expensive." Chapter 12. The annex air tasted of old coffee and photocopier toner. Dario stood by the front desk with Howard beside him, the fluorescent hum drilling into the base of his skull, while Mikkel Ost moved through the narrow lobby like a man who owned the floor. "You saved a clerk and a logistics worker from a gas explosion they did not know existed," Ost said. "That is better than the gate footage. That is human. That is the angle." Dario did not answer. The side door opened before Ost could press further, and the clerk stepped out with a slip of paper in her hand. "The sealant crew is en route. They will meet you at the warehouse in 20 minutes. Dario took the slip. "Thank you." She hesitated. "Mr. Vesh, there is someone waiting in the south corridor. She asked to see you before you left." "Who?" She said her name was Oniekwe. The name hit like a punch he had not braced for. He had known she would come. He had known it since he pulled her from the ceiling collapse, since he saw her eyes in the moment the beam should have crushed her and did not. Knowing did not make the weight lighter. He folded the slip into his pocket. "Tell her I am busy." "She already knows you were here." He looked at the clerk. She was not going to carry that message back. She had already handed him off to someone more dangerous. Behind him, Ost made a soft sound of interest. "The medic, the one you pulled from the collapse, she is here?" Dario turned. "You stay out of that corridor." "That is not how my job works. It is how this works. Stay." Ost held up both hands, the gesture of a man who knew exactly when to push and when to wait. "I will be at the front desk, but the story finds its own path, Dario. It always does." Dario walked toward the south corridor. The hallway was narrower than the main lobby, lined with regulation posters and a single window that looked out onto the service alley. A figure stood at the far end, backlit by the gray afternoon light, arms crossed. Petra Oniekwe looked different outside the breach zone. She was still in her field vest, sleeves pushed up, dark hair pulled back. Her hands were clean. That meant she had finished triage. That meant she had time. He stopped 10 feet from her. "You need something," he said. "I need you to tell me what you saw." "At the gate?" "Before the gate." She stepped forward. "Under the ambulance corridor. You told me to move left. You said the ceiling was coming down. You said it before I heard the first crack, before there was any sound that would tell a normal person. I got lucky." "Do not." The word cut the air between them. "I have been a field medic for 3 years," Petra said. "I have worked 17 gate breaches. I know what luck looks like. Luck is catching a patient before they hit the ground. Luck is a wound that looks worse than it is." She took another step. "Luck is not knowing exactly where the structure fails before the stress test begins." Dario kept his face still. "You reacted to my injury," she said. "Not the trauma you could see. You reached for the damage pattern in my lower ribs before the bruising showed. You told the evacuation team to watch for internal bleeding in the spleen quadrant. Specific, not general. That is not first aid. That is not luck. That is someone who already knew what was wrong with me before they touched my body." He said nothing. "I was not on that corridor when the ceiling came down. I should have been. I was heading there. You pulled me off course. You put yourself between me and a collapse you had no way of predicting." She was close now, close enough that he could see the exhaustion at the edges of her eyes. I am alive because of Lou, and I do not know how to feel about that. Alive is alive. That is not an answer. It is the one you're getting. Her jaw tightened. No, it is not. Because I watched you at the annex desk. I watched you walk in, file your exemption, and start directing bureau operations like you had been doing this for years. And I watched you walk back out with Howard Bren, a man who, I am told, spent the morning hating the bureau and now follows you like you are the only person in the city who sees the same future he does. Howard makes his own choices. Does he? Or do you just make them sound like his? The question landed harder than she knew. Dario looked at her. He remembered her death from the first timeline, the beam across her chest, the way her hands had been reaching for a tourniquet she never got to use. He remembered that image every time he closed his eyes, and he had been telling himself for 11 hours that saving her meant he had done something right, but she was looking at him now like he had taken something from her. You think you are grateful? He said. You are not. You are angry because I did not ask permission. Her expression flickered. You saw me dying, she said, before I was dying. Yes. And you decided to stop it. Yes. Without asking me if I wanted to be saved by someone who moves like a ghost. He did not flinch. You were going to die. I stopped it. There was not time for a vote. That is not the point. Then what is? Her voice dropped. The point is that you are walking through Belport deciding who lives and who dies. You saved me. You saved the man with the silver watch. You saved Halvard. But every time I ask how you knew, you close your face and give me words that mean nothing. She took a breath. I do not want to be a variable in a calculation you will not explain. I want to be a person you told the truth. Dario held her gaze. The scar on his forearm pulsed. I cannot tell you the truth, he said. Why not? Because you would not believe it. And because believing it would put you in danger you do not understand. I am already in danger. I was in danger before you showed up. The only difference is that now I know someone is deciding things around me without telling me why. He felt the weight of every half-truth he had spoken since the sky turned blue. You asked who gave me the right, he said. Yes. The answer is no one. I took it, and I will keep taking it, because there are people in this city who will die if I stop. She stared at him. Then she stepped back, and the distance between them was worse than any wall. You do not get to decide that alone, you said. You do not get to carry a secret that affects everyone around you and call it protection. That is not protection. That is control. She turned and walked down the corridor. At the junction, she stopped. I am not grateful, she said without looking back. I am alive. That is different. She disappeared around the corner. Dario stood in the gray light, the scar cooling against his skin, the half-truths settling like dust in his lungs. When he walked back to the lobby, Ost was waiting by the front desk. She is right, Ost said. Stay out of it. I am in it. I have been in it since Harlow pointed me your way. He pocketed his phone. The sealant crew is waiting, and Howard is already in the van. Dario moved past him. At the door, Ost spoke again. She will come back. People who survive together always do, but she will not trust you until you tell her something real. Dario pushed the door open. The afternoon air hit his face, smelling of rain and diesel and the distant chemical edge of the gate that was still open somewhere beyond the rooftops. He walked toward the van. The sealant crew was waiting. The pocket was still active. And somewhere in a bureau office, Commissioner Salvi was making calls that would change everything. Chapter 13. The van smelled of old sealant and sweat. Halvard had claimed the bench seat behind the driver, his bad legs stretched across the empty aisle, and when Dario climbed in, he did not ask about Petra. That silence said more than any question. The sealant crew was 4 people in stained coveralls, 2 men and 2 women who looked like they had been pulled off another job without explanation. The driver, a woman with gray-streaked hair pulled into a knot, introduced herself as Jessa. She did not offer handshakes. Pocket location is the utility basement under the warehouse, she said, tapping a tablet mounted to the dash. If your annex clerk was right about the gas line, we have about 40 minutes before the pressure gradient shifts, and this goes from a sealant job to a demolition permit. Dario checked his status window. Shop. Priority access flame retardant binding agent. Industrial grade. 180 credits. Price note. Plus 15% sector attention surcharge. Bright cloth wrap. Lightweight. Sealant compatible. 95 credits. Price note. Plus 12% sector attention surcharge. Standard trauma kit. Field dressing. Tourniquet. Antiseptic. 45 credits. Price note. No surcharge. Essential goods exemption. The attention surcharges were new. In the first timeline, the shop had regional pricing and scarcity multipliers, but nothing that tracked individual reputation. This was different. This was the mandate treating his name like a liability on a ledger. Your price is going up? Halvard asked, watching his face. Getting there. Told you, fame is a tax nobody collects until you are already paying it. The van pulled away from the annex curb. Through the rear window, Dario saw Ost standing at the entrance, phone pressed to his ear, watching them leave. The utility basement entrance was a steel hatch set into the warehouse's north loading bay, rusted at the hinges and sealed with a bureau-issued lock that Jessa cracked with a handheld decoder in under 30 seconds. Somebody wanted this kept quiet, she said, pulling the hatch open. The smell that rose from the basement was wrong. Blue zone residue had a chemical profile Dario remembered from 100 gate cleanups in the first life. Ozone, burnt plastic, the faint copper tang of blood that had never been human. This was different, sharper, almost organic, like something had been rotting in the residue. Halvard caught it too. His nostrils flared. That is not normal. No, Dario said. It is not. He descended first. The basement was a single large chamber, concrete floor, exposed pipes along the ceiling, and at the far wall, a tear in the fabric of reality the size of a dinner plate, bleeding pale blue light in the air. The sealant team spread out behind him, their equipment clanking. Jessup swore under her breath. That is not a secondary pocket, she said. That is a primary breach trying to reform. Dario's scar pulsed. Cold this time, deep and steady, like the system was acknowledging something he already knew. The gate at the ferry terminal had been blue rank. The warehouse had been cleared in the first timeline without incident. But the pocket was here, active, and it was growing. Seal it now, he said. We need to assess the structural load first. Seal it now or we lose the ceiling. Jessa looked at him. Then she looked at the tear, the pipes running above it, the gas line junction visible at the corner of the chamber. Prep the foam, she said to her team. Howard limped to Dario's side. You saw this coming. I saw enough. That is not an answer. It is the one you are getting. Howard grunted. Fair enough, but you owe me a real one before the next kill. Dario did not reply. He was watching the tear, the blue light pulsing in a rhythm that matched his scar. The sealant operation took 23 minutes. Jessa's team worked fast, spraying the industrial foam across the tier in layered passes, checking for heat signatures, rechecking the gas line pressure. By the time they finished, the blue light was gone, and the chamber smelled of chemical set and sealant. Dario climbed back up to the loading bay. The afternoon was fading into evening, the sky bruised with clouds, and his phone had 9 missed calls from numbers he did not recognize. Ost's story had broken. He pulled up a feed on the phone's cracked screen. The headline was careful, almost respectful. Unlicensed civilian engaged blue rank gate before bureau response. His name was there, his approximate age, his former occupation as a courier. No mention of the Section 9 exemption, no mention of Petra. But the comments were not careful. They were hungry. Who is this guy? F rank holding a line? The bureau let a courier do their job. Belport needs more people like him. He is just lucky. He will die on the next one. Where can I find him? Dario closed the feed. His status window flickered. Audit pending. Attention multiplier active, public visibility. Trending, local, shop surcharge bracket. Plus 12% to plus 18% next bracket threshold. 3 additional media mentions or 1 verified hero narrative. The mandate was not just watching. It was pricing him in real time using fame like a throttle. Halvard appeared beside him, wiping sealant residue from his hands. You look like someone just told you your rent tripled. Something like that. You need to get into the tower. That is the only place the bureau cannot touch you. and the only place where rank matters more than headlines. Dario knew Halford was right. In the first timeline, he had entered the tower on day 6, pulled in by a random draft assignment. Here, he had the knowledge to choose his floor, his trial, his class. But the tower required official clearance, and that clearance now came through Commissioner Renko Salvi. His phone buzzed. A message from the Bureau Annex. Your Section 9 exemption is confirmed for tower entry tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Assigned floor, 1. Assigned window, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Additional conditions will be provided on arrival. Dario read the message twice. Assigned floor 1. That was standard. Every new climber started on floor 1, a tutorial level that taught the basics of combat, resource management, and survival. But the assigned window was tight. 2 hours to clear a floor that could take 4 or more for a first-timer. Halvard read over his shoulder. They are testing you. I know. They want to see if you are as good as the feeds say. And if you fail, they get to say the public was wrong about you. Dario pocketed the phone. The scar on his arm pulsed once, cold and steady. He looked up at the tower, visible now above the warehouse roofline, its surface a pale silver that caught the fading light like frozen water. I am not going to fail, he said. But even as he said it, the Audit Pending tag flickered at the edge of his vision, and a new line appeared beneath it, cold and precise. Mandate notification. Floor 1 entry authorized. Deviation counter 7. Candidate variance tracking active. Temperature 14. The tower was closer than it looked. Dario had studied it from the warehouse rooftop the evening before, pale silver against the bruised sky, rising like frozen water into the cloud layer. But standing at its base, looking up, the scale hit him differently. The entrance was a vertical seam in the surface, maybe 40 feet high, flanked by 2 bureau-issue barriers and a single checkpoint table where a clerk in a pressed vest checked names against a tablet. 3 other people stood at the checkpoint. Provisional team, probably. First-timers pulled from the morning lottery. Dario approached at a steady walk, the scar on his forearm pulsing with each step. The cold was different here. Not the sharp cold of a rupture forming, not the heat of a gate opening. Something older, deeper, like the tower recognized him before he touched it. The clerk looked up. Name? Dario Vesh, Section 9 exemption. Assigned floor 1, window 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock. The clerk scanned the tablet, tapped twice, and nodded. Confirmed. You are with Unit 7. Team lead is... She glanced at the 3 waiting people. There is no team lead yet. You are the senior by certification. Senior. The word tasted wrong. He had been climbing for 6 years in another life, and they called him senior because he had filed a piece of paper 3 hours before they did. He turned to the team. 2 men and a woman, all early 20s, all wearing the same expression. The gate civic nervousness of people who had never seen a blue rank breach. One of the men had a hunting knife on his belt, the blade still wrapped in plastic. The woman carried a first aid kit that looked fresh from a pharmacy shelf. The other man had nothing but a backpack of phone. Who filed first? Dario asked. The woman raised her hand. Anya, I got pulled from the morning draft. Which floor have you studied? None. I just got the notification at... She choked her wrist. 6:47. They said I would learn on site. Of course they did. The Bureau processed climbers like traffic. No preparation, no briefing, just a time slot and a hope that enough bodies made it through. Dario looked at the seam in the tower's surface. The light inside was pale, almost white, with no source he could see. We clear floor 1 in under 90 minutes, he said. Stay behind me. Do not touch anything that glows. Do not pick up anything without asking me first. The man with the plastic-wrapped knife frowned. Who made you team lead? The clerk. And 6 years of experience you do not have. You are F-rank. We all are. Dario met his eyes. Then you have nothing to lose by following someone who has done this before. He stepped through the seam before anyone could argue. The tower swallowed him. Floor 1 was a corridor. That was the first lesson the tower taught every climber. Not a forest, not a dungeon, not a puzzle chamber. A corridor. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, all lit from within with a light that cast no shadows. The corridor stretched ahead in a gentle curve, wide enough for 4 people to walk abreast. Dario remembered this. He remembered the first time he had stood here, heart hammering, hands sweating, convinced he was going to die before he reached the first turn. He had taken 40 minutes to clear floor 1 that day. He did not have 40 minutes now. The team filed in behind him. Anya first, then the man with the backpack, then the man with the knife. Their footsteps echoed on the white silence. "What is the objective?" Anya asked. "Reach the end. Survive the tests." "What kind of tests?" "The kind that teach you that the tower does not care if you are ready." The first test came at the first turn. A pressure plate embedded in the floor, invisible unless you knew the pattern of the tiles. Dario stepped over it without breaking stride. The man with the knife did not. The plate clicked. A panel in the wall slid open, and a mechanical arm swung out, tipped with a blade that would have taken his hand off at the wrist. The man jumped back, swearing. Dario did not stop walking. "Watch where you step," he said over his shoulder. "The tiles with the hairline crack are the safe ones. The rest trigger something." "How do you know that?" the man demanded. "I paid attention." They moved faster after that. The corridor curved, branched, and doubled back on itself in a pattern that was not quite a maze and not quite a straight line. Dario navigated from memory, taking the correct branches without hesitation, avoiding the dead-end traps that led to stamina-draining fights with animated constructs. Behind him, the team followed in growing silence. He cleared a pressure trap by stepping on the exact center of the trigger tile, letting the spike wall shoot out 2 feet in front of his chest instead of through it. He disarmed a gas vent by wedging a strip of cloth from his jacket into the nozzle before it could release. He showed Anya how to identify loot chests that were actually mimics. The seam on the lid was always 1 degree off true on the mimics, and watched her crack the pattern after the 3rd example. "You have done this before," she said. It was not a question. "I studied the records," Dario said. "Bureau archives, testimonies from survivors." "There are survivors? From floor 1? "Enough." They reached the end of the 3rd border at 8:47. 47 minutes, less than half the expected time for a first-timer team. The exit was a door, plain white, with a handle that glowed faintly blue. Dario touched it, and the interface that appeared was standard. Floor 1 complete. Proceed to floor 2? He accepted. Floor 2 opened onto a wider space. A cavern, maybe, or a hangar. The walls were further away here, the ceiling higher, and the floor was broken into platforms separated by gaps of darkness that dropped into nothing. Dario stopped at the edge of the first platform. The scar on his arm pulsed. Not hot, not cold. A pulse he remembered from his first climb. The one that had guided him toward a side corridor he had missed on floor 2, a corridor that led to a hidden trial. He had ignored it the first time, had thought it was a system glitch, a misdirection. He had learned later, on 440-something, that the pulse was the tower's way of offering a choice. The side route was here. He could see it now, even before he reached the platforms. A narrow opening in the wall about 30 feet to the left, partially hidden by a jut of stone that did not quite match the rest of the architecture. The opening was dark, unlit, unmarked, the deprivation trial. In his first slice, he had missed it, had walked past it, focused on the main path, convinced that efficiency meant following the clear route. It had cost him a hidden class and a year of slower growth. Here, he had 47 minutes to spare, and a team that was watching him with something between awe and unease. He looked at the opening, then at the platforms, then at the team. "We are taking a detour," he said. Anya frowned. "The objective is ahead. The objective is survivor, and there is something before the main path that I need." The man with the knife, his name was not worth remembering, crossed his arms. "You need? What about us? You get the same chance if you follow, or you can wait here." He walked toward the dark opening. The team followed. The corridor beyond the opening was narrow, barely shoulder width, and the air inside was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The walls were rough stone, not the smooth white of the main floor, and light came from bioluminescent veins that ran through the rock like circular, maybe 50 feet across, the floor covered in a pattern of shallow depressions. In the center, a pedestal held a single object, a shard of pale crystal, no larger than his thumb, that pulsed with the same rhythm as his scar. The interface appeared. Hidden trial. Austerity gate entry condition. Accept resource deprivation across all categories. Warning. Resources spent on comfort, healing, or rest will count against survival weight. Do you accept? Dario read the text once. The team stood behind him watching. The bioluminescent veins throbbed. The hunger in his chest grew. He reached for the crystal. Behind him, Anyana spoke. "What are you doing?" "Changing the climb," he said. "For all of us." His fingers touched the shard. The world went cold. Chapter 15. The cold was not a temperature. It was an erasure, a silence that spread through him like frost across glass, starting at the fingers that touched the shard and moving inward. The hunger in his chest flattened into something deeper, a lack that had no name. He heard Anyana gasp behind him. The interface flared across his vision, larger than any notification he had seen before, the text carved from pale light. Hidden trial. Austerity gate entry condition met. Candidate carries no inventory items. Candidate logs 0 healing actions in preceding hour. Candidate resource baseline below 30% threshold. Candidate team dependency ratio 3:1. Calculating entry weight. You have been assigned. Dario read the lines twice. The entry conditions were not a test of strength. They were a calculation of deprivation. And he had met every metric without knowing the trial was counting. He had spent the last 47 minutes clearing floor 1 without using a single potion, bandage, or system rest item. He had rationed his attention, his energy, his commands. He had built the team's dependency on his direction, not on resources. The trial had been watching him since he entered the tower. "Do you confirm entry?" "Yes." "No," he did not hesitate. "Yes." The shard in his hand dissolved into light. The light did not fade. It spread, crawling up his arm, across his chest, through the chamber, and the bioluminescent veins in the walls pulsed, once, in unison, before going dark. The floor vanished. He was standing on nothing. The chamber, the corridors, the pedestal, the pale rock, all of it was gone, replaced by a void that stretched in every direction, gray and featureless, without depth or boundary. There was no ground beneath his feet, no ceiling above his head. There was only the gray and the cold and the weight of his own body suspended in emptiness. He looked down and saw that he was standing on a surface he could not see, on something that held him without existing. Anya was beside him. The rest of the team was gone. Her face was pale, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. She clutched her first aid kit like a child holding a toy, but the kit looked wrong. The fabric was fraying at the edges, the buckle tarnished, as if it had aged decades in seconds. "Dario," she said. "Where is—" The interface interrupted her. It appeared in the air between them, larger now. The text resolved into a single statement. Austerity gate. Phase 1 deprivation applied. Healing efficiency reduced 90%. Comfort sensation suppressed. Fatigue tracking enabled. Resource weight tripled. Remaining inventory will degrade at 10% per minute. You may not exit this space until all phases are complete. Duration, variable. Minimum, 3 hours. The text flickered and was gone. Dario looked at his hands. They were pale, the veins visible beneath the skin, the frost-like scar on his forearm glowing faintly in the gray light. The scar had never glowed before. Anya's first aid tech crobbled at the edges. She dropped it, and it hit the invisible surface with a soft thud, the fabric splitting, the contents spilling across the void. Bandages, antiseptic, a roll of gauze. One of the bandages turned gray as they watched, the fibers loosening, the adhesive drying. 3 hours, Dario said. Minimum. 3 hours of what? He did not have an answer. In his first life, he had never entered this trial. He had heard about it, read fragmented logs from climbers who survived, but none of them had described it clearly. The deprivation protocol was something the system did not record in full. The scar pulsed, cold, deep, a rhythm that matched the void. He felt the first real weight of the trial hit him. It was not pain, it was a clamp around his chest, a pressure that squeezed the air out of his lungs and replaced it with something thin and sharp. His knees buckled, and he caught himself on hands that had already begun to shake. His status window flickered open at the edge of his vision. Dario Vesh, rank, F, level, 1 HP, 63 over 100 stamina, 44 over 100 resource weight, 3x austerity gate active, healing, 10% efficiency, comfort suppression, active, fatigue accumulating. He watched the HP never drop without any injury to cause it. 2 points, then 3, then steady. The trial was bleeding him by existing. Anya grabbed his arm. Her hands were warm, the only warmth in the gray emptiness. What do we do? He forced himself upright. The muscles in his legs screamed. He had not used them this hard in this timeline, had not pushed the new body past its limits. He looked at the void, waiting. The trial was not a gauntlet. It was a test of how long he could stand in the nothing before the nothing took everything. Wait, he said. Anya's grip tightened. The scar glowed brighter. The void began to shift. Chapter 16. The void did not stay still. It moved around them, slow and directionless, like something breathing in the dark. The gray shifted without changing color, without revealing edges or shapes, and Dario felt the movement in his bones before he saw it. The cold came next. It was not the cold of winter or the cold of a gate breach. It was the cold of being forgotten, of standing in a place that had no reason to remember warmth. It leached through his jacket, his skin, the space between his ribs, and settled in his chest like a stone. Anya shivered beside him. Her breath misted in front of her face. I can't feel my fingers. He looked at her hands. They were white, the nails blue at the edges. The first aid kit at her feet had degraded to a pile of gray fiber, the contents indistinguishable from the void floor. He checked his status. Dario Vesh, rank, F, level, 1 HP, 58 over 100 stamina, 39 over 100 resource weight, 3x comfort suppression, active, cold sensation, elevated. The HP had dropped 5 points in what felt like minutes. At this rate, he had maybe 40 minutes before the bleed killed him. 40 minutes in a minimum 3-hour trial. The math did not work. He forced his attention away from the numbers and looked at the void. The gray had begun to take shape, resolving into something like a corridor, or the suggestion of one. Walls that were not quite solid, a floor that was not quite there. At the far end, a faint light, pale and distant. That's the way, he said. Anya shook her head. We don't know that. Everything about this trial is calculated. The cold, the degradation, the HP bleed. It's designed to make us panic. The exit will be at the farthest point from where we start, so we have to cross the distance while the deprivation eats us. She looked at the distant light. That's at least half a kilometer. More. We won't make it. We will if we don't waste energy on fear. He started walking. The void surface held beneath his feet, solid but insubstantial, each step landing on something that felt like stone but looked like nothing. The cold deepened with every stride, pressing against his chest, his throat, the backs of his eyes. Behind him, Anya followed. Her footsteps were slower, heavier. She had not been through this before. She did not know how the tower punished hesitation. The scars of his first life knew. He had walked through cold before, through hunger, exhaustion, the long dark of floors where comfort was a memory and survival was measured in hours. He had learned, the hard way, that the body would comply if the mind refused to break. That pain was a signal, not a verdict. But that lesson had cost him, cost the people around him, cost the parts of himself he had left behind on those floors. The frost scar on his forearm pulsed, a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. The glow was steady now, Not bright, but visible, a pale silver thread beneath the skin. Anya noticed. "What is that?" He did not answer. The corridor stretched. The distant light did not seem to grow closer, no matter how long he walked. The HP ticked down in the corner of his vision. 53, 49, 44. The cold pressed harder. He heard the others before he saw them. Voices, muffled by the gray, coming from ahead and to the left. He slowed, signaled Anya to stop, and listened. "I no feel my feet. I have been walking for... No, I do not know how long. The interface does not show time. The trial said 3 hours minimum. That was not 3 hours. No, that is the exit. Look." Dario stepped through the wall of gray and into a space that was not a corridor anymore. It was a chamber, circular and low-ceilinged, lit by the same pale bioluminescence he had seen in the hidden corridor. The walls were stone, real stone, rough and uneven, and in the center of the chamber stood a low platform, empty, with 5 figures arranged around it. They were not his team. 3 men, 2 women, all wearing the same unmarked gray uniform that marked them as provisional climbers from other cities. They looked up when he entered, their faces registering surprise, suspicion, and the hollow look of people who had already lost something. One of the men, tall, with a shaved head and a scar across his throat, stepped forward. "You are from Belport." Dario said nothing. "We have been here for... what passes for time in this place? An hour, maybe more. The platform is not active. There is no instruction. We are waiting." "Waiting for what?" The man gestured at the empty platform. "There are 11 of us now. The trial said minimum 3 hours. It did not say maximum. It did not say what ends the phase." Dario looked at the others. They were all pale, all shivering. Their hands were empty, their clothes torn at the edges, their eyes fixed on the platform like it held an answer they could not reach. "They are starving," Anya whispered. "Not for food, for meaning, for the certainty that their suffering had a purpose." The frost scar pulsed, and Dario understood. The trial was not a test of endurance. It was a test of how they used what they had. The cold, the darkness, the emptiness. These were not the enemy. The enemy was their own hunger for relief, for warmth, for the comfort of knowing what came next. Every climber who spent their resources on staying warm would burn through their reserves faster. Everyone who slept would wake weaker. Everyone who reached for something to hold on to would find their hands clutching nothing. The only way through was to accept the deprivation, to stop fighting the cold, to become cold. He turned to Anya. "Do not sit down. We are exhausted. Sitting lets the cold settle. Standing keeps blood moving. We will walk the perimeter of this chamber in a slow circuit. We will not stop. We will not rest against the walls. We will not look at the platform until it activates." She stared at him. "You cannot be serious. Phase 1 is 3 hours minimum. That means the platform activates at the 3-hour mark, not before. Everything we do between now and then determines what we have left when it does." "And if you are wrong?" The void shifted. The walls breathed. Dario felt the cold in his marrow, the weight of the deprivation pressing against his spine, and he recognized the familiar shape of his old self rising to meet it, the part of him that had survived floor after floor by becoming as inhuman as the tower demanded. "I am not wrong," he said. They walked. The other climbers watched them at first, confused, then suspicious, then desperate. One of the women tried to follow, but her legs gave out after 3 laps. She sat against the wall, and Dario saw the gray creep up her arms, the degradation accelerating where her skin touched the stone. He did not tell her to stand. He could not save everyone. The trial was designed to filter, to select, to reward the ones who understood that deprivation was not a punishment, but a language. The frost scar glowed brighter with every circuit. The HP dropped. 31, 28, 24. Anya stumbled. He caught her elbow, kept her upright, and they kept walking. The platform began to hum. At the 3-hour mark, the walls dissolved. The gray folded inward, collapsing into the platform, and the platform rose, cracking open along a seam that had not been visible before. Light spilled out, pale and cold, and the interface appeared above it. Austerity Gate, Phase 1 complete. Survivors 8 of 11. Resource weight recalculated. Offer, floor advancement. Hidden class access. No healing, no rest. Accept or decline. Dario looked at the words. The offer was clean, precise. The tower giving him exactly what he had come for. The scar pulsed warts, warm and sharp. He looked at Anya, at the 5 other survivors, at the Thrawn who had not made it, their bodies dissolving into the gray like they had never existed. He reached for the platform. Behind him someone screamed. He turned, the void had opened a seam, and through the seam he saw a face he recognized. Petra. She was not in the trial. She was somewhere else, a corridor, white and clean, and she was running from something he could not see. The seam closed. It was whether he could accept without leaving behind the parts of himself that still cared about what Petra's running meant. He did not have an answer. The light waited. Anya's voice came from very far away. Dario. He touched the platform, and the world went white. Chapter 17. The white light did not fade. It pressed against Dario's skin, cold and sterile, and when his vision cleared, the void was gone. The stone chamber was gone. The other survivors were gone. He stood alone on a platform of pale crystal that extended in all directions, flat and featureless, with no walls and no horizon. The interface appeared before his eyes. Austerity Gate, Phase 2 active. Condition, no healing, no rest, no shelter. Measure, you will be offered relief 3 times. Each offer costs more than the last. Accepting any offer ends the trial. Declining all 3 unlocks the hidden class. Current survivors, 8. First offer incoming. Dario read the words twice. The trial was not a test of endurance. It was a test of refusal. The tower was not asking him to survive deprivation. It was asking him to choose it. To keep choosing it even when relief was offered, even when his body screamed for mercy, even when the cost of refusal became a question he could not answer. The scar pulsed against his forearm. He looked down at it. The glow had not faded with the white light. It was brighter now, threading through the frost pattern like veins of liquid silver, and he felt it pulling, drawing his attention upward towards something he could not see. The platform hummed. A pedestal rose from the crystal at his feet. On it sat a bowl of water, clear and cold, and a strip of dried meat. Simple, perfect, everything his body needed. The interface updated. Offer 1, sustenance. Accepting grants full HP restoration and exit from Austerity Gate. Class, none. Advancement, standard. Dario stared at the water. His throat burned, his stomach cramped. The HP bars sat at 12, a number so low he could feel the edge of death pressing against his ribs. 1 drink, 1 bite, and it would end. He did not reach for the bowl. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the platform, closed his eyes, and waited. The first hour passed. The second. His HP dropped to 8, then to 6. The cold crept up his spine, settling in his joints, and he felt the deprivation pressing against every instinct he had. The animal part of his brain screaming at him to take the water, take the meat, survive. He did not move. The scar glowed brighter. The pedestal sank back into the platform. Offer 1 declined. Second offer incoming. The platform shifted. A new pedestal rose. This time held nothing visible. Just the crystal surface, smooth and empty, and the interface updated with words that made his stomach turn. Offer 2. Knowledge. Accepting grants the location of any one item, trap, or secret within the next 3 floors you climb. Class, Base Warrior. Advancement, accelerated. The tower was offering him an advantage, not survival, but information. The thing he relied on more than food or water. The thing that had carried him through the first timeline and into this one. He could know where the hidden trials were, where the traps were, where the loot was. He could skip the uncertainty. The scar pulsed once, sharp and hot, and Dario felt the answer form before he had time to think about it. He shook his head. The pedestal held for a long moment, as if the tower was waiting, testing whether he would change his mind. Then it sank. Offer 2 declined. Third offer incoming. The platform went dark. The crystal beneath him turned black, absorbing all light, and Dario felt the deprivation shift, changing shape, becoming something worse than cold or hunger. The interface appeared in red. Offer 3, relief. Accepting ends the trial immediately. All survivors advance. All survivors receive standard class and floor credit. Your companions walk free. Cost, you will forget why you climbed. Dario read the line, then read it again. The tower was not offering him water or knowledge. It was offering him mercy. For everyone. Anya, the others, all of them would survive this floor, would advance, would climb another day. All he had to do was accept. All he had to do was let the mandate take the reason he had come back. The scar burned. He thought of Petra running through the white corridor, of Howard limping beside him in the warehouse, of Iskra, whoever she was, out there with a corrupted skill and a hunger for secrets, of the 4 names on his private ledger, the people he had sworn to find before they could betray humanity again. If he forgot why he climbed, he would still climb. He would still fight. He would still survive. But he would be climbing blind without the knowledge that had brought him here, without the memory of floor 99 and the trap waiting at the top. He would be exactly what the mandate wanted, a candidate, a tool, a survivor who did not know he had already failed once. The interface pulsed. Decline or accept. Dario opened his mouth. Behind him, the platform hummed, and he felt Anya's presence before he saw her, a flicker at the edge of the platform, her silhouette outlined in pale gray. "Dario," she said, "do not do it." He turned. She was barely visible, a ghost in the trial's geometry, but her voice was solid. "I do not know what it is offering you," she said, "but I know what you looked like when we walked those circuits. You were not surviving. You were aiming at something." The scar burned. "I am aiming at something," he said. "Then do not trade it for us." He looked at her, at the platform, at the red text hanging in the air. The cost was not his life. It was his purpose, and the tower knew exactly which one he would rather keep. Decline. The interface flickered. Offer 3 declined. All 3 offers refused. Hidden class access confirmed. Calculating resource weight. Applying deprivation conversion. Processing. The scar exploded with light. The pain was not physical. It was deeper, older, a pressure in his chest that felt like being unmade, his body unspooling into threads of silver, each thread carrying a memory, a skill, a piece of the first timeline that he had carried through the regression. The scar drank it all. It pulled the knowledge from his bones, the combat instincts from his muscles, the route maps from his memory, and it compressed them, folded them, burned them into something new. The interface updated. Class acquired, Austerity Walker. Passive, scarcity conversion. Every point of deprivation endured increases resource efficiency by 0.5% for the next floor. Stacks indefinitely until combat breaks the chain. Active, expenditure. Convert HP directly into skill activation. Cost scales with skill ranked. No mana required. Warning. This class is optimized for survival through lack. It rewards restraint. It punishes comfort. You will always be hungry. You will always be cold. But you will never be empty. Dario read the words. The scar settled, the glow fading to a steady pulse, and he felt the class settle into his status like a weight he had been carrying his whole life without knowing it. The platform began to dissolve. The white returned, soft and warm, and he felt the trial releasing him, the void collapsing, the tower pulling him back toward the floor they had entered from. But before the light took him, the interface appeared one last time. Your deviation counter has increased. Current, 8. Congratulations. You are no longer following the path you remember. You are making one. The light swallowed him. Chapter 18. The light did not warm him, and carried him, weightless, through a passage that had no walls and no floor, only the sensation of being pulled upward through something that remembered his name. Then the void released him. Dario landed on stone, knees bent, hands forward, the courier posture automatic. The tower corridor stretched ahead, pale gray walls lit by the same bioluminescent veins that had guided him to the trial chamber. The air tasted normal again. No deprivation, no bleed, just cold stone and the distant hum of the tower breathing. Anya hit the ground beside him, gasping. She stayed on her hands and knees for 3 full seconds, then looked up at him with eyes that had seen something he had not. "You did it," she said. "We did it." He pulled her upright. Her hand was cold, but steady. The interface appeared at the edge of his vision, soft blue, clinical. Hidden trial. Austerity gate, complete. Class, Austerity Walker, confirmed. Floor credit applied. You are now on Tower Level 2, main path. Audit pending. The last line flashed twice, then settled into a steady pulse beside his class confirmation. Dario stared at it. The tag had been there since the beginning, a whisper in his status window that he had learned to ignore. But this was different. This was the mandate posting itself beside the class he had just bled for, as if to say, "I saw that. I recorded it. I am watching what you do with it." The scar on his forearm pulsed once, warm, almost reassuring. He did not trust the reassurance. "Dario," Anya's voice pulled him back. "Look," she pointed ahead. The corridor opened into a wider chamber, circular, with 7 exits spaced evenly around the walls. In the center stood a raised platform, and on the platform stood a woman. She was tall, lean, dressed in dark utility gear that fit like it had been tailored for years of movement. Her hair was pulled back, her face calm, her eyes fixed on Dario with an expression that was not quite recognition and not quite assessment. She was not surprised to see him. "You took the side corridor," she said. Her voice was flat. No accusation, no curiosity, just a statement of fact, as if she had been waiting for him to arrive and was simply confirming the schedule. Dario stopped walking. "Who are you?" "Someone who also found the Austerity gate." She tilted her head. 3 months ago. Different tower, same trial." The words hit him like cold water. She had cleared it. She knew what he had just become. And she was standing here, on floor 2 of the Belport Tower, in the exact chamber where the main path converged after the hidden trial exit. She had been waiting. "That corridor is not on the map," he said. "Neither are you." She stepped off the platform and walked toward him, unhurried, her boots silent on the stone. When she stopped, she was close enough that he could see the faint lines around her eyes, the kind that came from years of squinting into system light. She held out her hand. "Sabela Irie." He did not take it. "What do you want?" "To climb." Her hand stayed extended. "And to see how far you get before the audit pending catches up with you." The scar burned. He looked at her arm. Her sleeve was long, dark, fastened at the wrist, but as she held her hand out, the fabric shifted, and he saw it. A pale line just above her glove, frost-like, irregular, identical to his own. The chamber went very quiet. Dario's mind raced through the implications like a runner through fire. She had another scar. She had cleared the Austerity gate. She knew about the audit. She had been waiting for him. He was not a random climber. She was from the first timeline, and she knew who he was. "You recognize it," she said, lowering her hand. "Good. That saves hours of explanation." "What are you?" "The same thing you are." Her eyes held his. "A returned candidate, a different run, a different script." The word script landed like a blade. "There is no script," Dario said. "There is always a script." She turned and walked toward one of the 7 exits, pausing at the threshold. "The mandate does not send people back because it wants them to win. It sends them back because it wants to see what they do with more information." She looked over her shoulder. "I have been watching your deviations since the ferry terminal. You are faster than your first run, more decisive. You saved people who were supposed to die." A pause. "You are also being tracked more aggressively than any candidate I have ever seen." The scar pulsed again. Dario's hand moved to his forearm, pressing against the warmth. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you are about to enter the next floor, and the path you remember is already wrong." Sabela stepped into the exit. "The green rank breach you were expecting at the south gate tonight, it is not happening. The mandate moved it." She vanished into the corridor. The chamber hummed. Anya grabbed his arm. "Dario, what was that?" He did not answer. He was staring at the exit where Sabela had disappeared, his scar burning, his new class humming in his status like a second heartbeat, and the Audit Pending tag pulsing beside it all. The green rank breach was not happening. He had planned for it, used it as a reference point, built his next 3 days around the assumption that it would arrive on schedule. And the stranger with the matching scar had just told him it was gone. The tower shifted beneath his feet, a low groan that traveled up through the stone, and a new notification appeared. Floor 2, main path. Challenge, Convergence. Active climbers on this floor. 2. Your rival has entered ahead of you. Clear the floor before your rival reaches the 3rd seal to claim priority advancement. Failure. Standard advancement, no bonus. Dario read the text. 2 climbers, 1 rival, Sabela Irie. She had not been waiting to warn him, she had been waiting to race him. The scar burned hot, and behind him, the trial exit sealed itself with a sound like stone grinding against stone, locking them into the floor with no way back. Chapter 19. The stone groaned behind them, sealing the trial exit with a final, grinding lock. Anyena's hand was still on Dario's arm. He felt her pulse through the grip, past and shallow, but she did not pull away. The notification hung in his vision. Floor 2, main path. Challenge, Convergence. Active climbers on this floor. 2. Your rival has entered ahead of you. He dismissed it. Sabela Iria was already gone, vanished into the corridor she had chosen, but her presence remained like the scent of ozone after a strike. The chamber held 7 exits, each identical, each leading to a Bhutan segment of floor 2 that Dario had memorized in his first life. 7 paths, 1 correct route to the 3rd seal. He had walked it 43 times. The scar pulsed, warm and familiar, and he let it guide him toward the 2nd exit from the left. "Stay close," he said to Anyan. "Do not touch anything unless I tell you to." She nodded, her face pale but her jaw set. She had survived the Austerity gate. She was not going to break here. They moved. The corridor narrowed after 20 paces, the walls closing in until Dario had to turn his shoulders to pass. The bioluminescent veins that lit the stone pulsed in rhythm with his scar, as if the tower recognized him and was adjusting its heartbeat to match. He did not trust that either. The corridor opened into a wide chamber lined with pressure plates, each one a different shade of gray, the pattern almost identical to the safe tile layout on floor 1. Almost. He stopped at the threshold. In his first life, this chamber had a single safe path. 3rd tile, 7th tile, 12th, then a diagonal jump to the far corner. Simple, repeatable. But something was wrong. The tiles were not the same shade he remembered. The safe path he had walked 43 times was now a trap route. The colors shifted by a single degree, enough to kill anyone who trusted memory over observation. The scar burned, cold. Sabela, she had been here first. She had moved through this chamber ahead of him, and she had changed something, triggered a reset, or the tower itself had recalibrated for 2 climbers instead of 1. "Dario," Anya's voice was low. "The far wall." He looked up. On the opposite side of the chamber, in the archway that led deeper into the floor, a single pale line of frost clung to the stone. Fresh. Recent. Sabela had passed through, and she had left a mark. Like a signature. Like a warning. "She wants me to know she was here." He assailed slowly, forcing the anger down, and began reading the tiles from scratch. No assumptions, no shortcuts. He tested the first tile with the toe of his boot, pressing lightly, feeling for the hairline crack that distinguished safety from death. It held. He stepped forward. The chamber took them 11 minutes to cross, 11 minutes of crawling progress while the scar pulsed cold against his forearm. Counting the seconds, Sabela was pulling ahead. Anya followed without question, stepping exactly where he stepped, her breath steady despite the sweat on her temples. When they reached the far archway, the frost mark was still there. He touched it. Cold. Not from the stone, from something else. Something that had passed through recently enough to leave a thermal residue. 3 minutes ahead, maybe 4. The next corridor was straight, featureless, the kind of passage that invited speed. Dario resisted the urge to run. Speed without certainty was how Floor 2 killed climbers who thought they had figured it out. Halfway down, the scar flared. Hot. He stopped. Anya nearly collided with him. What? He held up a hand. The floor ahead looked identical to the ground beneath his feet. Same stone, same grain, same faint fever glow from the walls. But the scar knew. He knelt and pressed his palm flat against the stone, and a seam appeared where no seam should have been. A hairline fracture running the width of the corridor, invisible to the eye but present in the system layer. A trap. Tripped. Sabela had already cleared it. She had triggered the pressure plate, survived the mechanism, and continued forward while the reset cycle counted down. If he had run, if he had trusted his memory of this corridor as safe, he would have walked onto the same plate while it was still live. She had not just cleared it. She had left it armed for him, a warning or a test. He stepped over the fracture and kept moving. The corridor ended in a T-junction. Left led to the second seal, a dead end with a minor loot cache that most climbers wasted time exploring. Right led to the third seal, the objective. Sabela's mark was on the right wall, but the scar pulsed cold when he looked that way. She wants me to follow. He turned left. Anya followed without hesitation, and they moved down the left corridor at a jog, the walls narrowing again until they emerged into a small chamber with a single pedestal at its center. On the pedestal sat an actinate crystal, pale and humming, the kind of object that first-timers grabbed without thinking. Dario did not touch it. He circled the pedestal, reading the room, and found what he was looking for. A second exit, hidden behind a panel of false stone, its edges faintly lined with frost. Sabela had been here too, but she had not taken the crystal. She had found the hidden exit and left the trap intact for anyone who followed. She is not just ahead, she is reading me. The thought settled like a stone in his chest. He pressed the panel open and stepped through into a narrow passage that sloped downward, the temperature dropping with every step, and when he emerged on the other side, he was standing at the edge of a wide, circular chamber. The third seal stood at its center, a pillar of pale light pulsing slowly, the interface hovering beside it. Convergence, third seal, claimed to clear the floor. Sabela Irie stood 5 paces from the pillar, her hand extended toward the light, her frost scar visible above her glove. She looked at him. You took the left route. You left me the trap. I left you a choice. Her hand did not move toward the seal. You chose to trust your instinct instead of my mark. That is why you are still alive. Dario stepped into the chamber. Step away from the seal. I am not going to take it. She lowered her hand. I already cleared my floor. I do not need yours. The words hung to the air. Then why are you here? To see what you do when you realize your memory is not enough. She turned toward a dark archway on the far side of the chamber. The green rank breach is not gone. It was moved, and the person who moved it is still inside the tower. She stepped into the dark. The ska burned hot and cold at once, and the third seal pulsed, waiting for him to claim it, while the weight of her words pressed down like a second sky. Chapter 20. Dario set his palm against the third seal. The light folded inward, collapsing into a single point of cold white that sank through his skin and registered somewhere behind his eyes as a system tone. Floor 2 cleared. Priority, first. Advancement path, unlocking. The pillar faded. The chamber dimmed. A new archway opened in the far wall, its edges lined with frost that was not Sabela's. Anya exhaled beside him. That was not the hard part. Dario stepped through the archway, and the temperature dropped by 10 degrees in a single stride. The next floor opened into a vast hall of dark stone and silver veins that pulsed like arteries. The ceiling was low enough to brush Dario's fingertips when he raised his hand. The walls breathed, a slow contraction and expansion that pushed air through the space in rhythmic gusts that carried no warmth. The interface appeared at the edge of his vision. Floor 3, the ration hall. Environment, forced deprivation active. Ambient temperature, decreasing. Heat sources, limited. Rest cycles, restricted. Estimated clear, 4 hours at standard resource consumption. Anya pulled her jacket tighter. It's going to get colder. Dario was already counting. The ration hall was not a combat floor. It was a squeeze. The tower tested endurance here through hunger, cold, and the slow erosion of will, pushing climbers to burn through supplies faster than sustainability allowed. In his first life, he had watched 3 teams fragment on this floor, not from fighting, but from hoarding, from someone hiding a heat pack while a teammate shivered. The silver veins in the walls pulsed. A low hum filled the air, thrumming through the stone. Something was waking. Move! They walked into the hall, and the light behind them sealed shut. The first stretch was silent except for their footsteps and the breathing walls. Dario measured his pace against the temperature drop, letting his body adjust rather than fighting it. The Austerity walker passives hummed under his skin, scarcity conversion registering the cold as a resource rather than a threat. His HP did not drop. His stamina bars held steady. The cold pressed against him, but it did not bite. This is what the class was built for. Anya shivered beside him, breath fogging, arms wrapped across her chest. She was not slowing, but her body was already burning through reserves just to keep moving. Save your heat packs, Dario said. Don't use them until your fingers go numb. How do you know my fingers aren't numb yet? Because you're still clenching your fists. She loosened her hands. The hall opened into a wider chamber where 3 stone braziers sat cold and dark, their bowls empty of fuel. Around them, 6 other climbers huddled in small groups, some wrapped in emergency blankets, others pressing heat packs to their cheeks. A woman with gray-streaked hair looked up as Dario and Anya entered. You got anything to burn? Dario scanned the group. 2 teenagers, a middle-aged man nursing a bandaged hand, a lean woman with a hunter's badge pinned to her collar, and 2 others who looked like they had been on the floor for hours. They all looked the same. Low on resources, burning through reserves, waiting for something to change. I've got sealant wafers, Dario said. They burn slow, low smoke. The gray-haired woman nodded. Trade? He pulled 3 wafers from his belt pouch and handed them over. She dropped one into a brazier and struck a spark against the rim. The wafer caught, burning with a low orange flame, and the temperature in the chamber rose by a fraction. The others pressed closer. Dario stepped back. Anya stayed beside him, watching the group as they shared the warmth. They're not going to last 4 hours, she said quietly. They're not supposed to. The floor is designed to make them burn through everything early and freeze when it matters. What about us? We walk slow. We don't stop. We don't borrow heat from anything we can't carry. They moved through the chamber and into the next corridor, leaving the group behind. The floor tightened as they progressed. Corridors narrowed. Ceilings dropped. The silver veins in the walls grew thicker, pulsing faster, and the hum deepened into a vibration that Dario felt in his teeth. An hour passed, then another. Anya's steps grew heavier, her breath shorter. Dario kept his pace steady, his HP holding, his stamina draining in a crawl. Austerity walker, scarcity conversion, deprivation as advantage. The class was not a tool, it was regressor. He had traded comfort for efficiency, and on this floor, that trade made him more than functional. It made him dangerous. A figure emerged from the shadows ahead. Sabela Iria stood at the mouth of a side passage, her frost scar visible in the dim silver light, her breath ghosting into the cold air. She looked at Dario with the same calm assessment she had worn at the 3rd seal. You make good time. Are you going to offer me another trap? Not this time. She stepped forward. I have information you need. Route data for the lower passages, shortcuts that will save you 2 hours. Dario stopped 10 feet from her. What do you want for it? Warmth. He studied her. Her posture was controlled, her face still, but he could see the small signs, the way her fingers stayed curled inside her sleeves, the faint tremor along her jaw. She was cold, not freezing yet, but close. "You burned through your heat packs," Dario said. "I used them faster than I intended. The floor adjusts faster than I expected." "Then why are you still ahead of me?" "Because I knew where to go before I started." She extended her hand, palm open. 3 heat packs. I will give you the route map for the lower third of the floor. Every trap, every dead end, every shortcut the tower hides from standard scanning. The scar on Dario's forearm pulsed cold. She is telling the truth. He reached into his pouch and pulled out 3 sealant wafers wrapped in cloth. Not heat packs, but they burned longer and cleaner than anything she had. He tossed them to her. She caught them one-handed and tucked them into her jacket without checking them. "West corridor, 4th left. The passage looks like a dead end, but the wall at the back is false. Behind it, a spiral stair that bypasses the central hall entirely." She paused. "You will reach the floor exit in 40 minutes instead of 3 hours. How do you know that route?" "Because I climbed this tower before you drew your first class." She stepped back into the shadows. "In a run where the mandate did not know my name." She vanished. Anyana stared at the empty passage. Is she telling the truth? Dario was already moving toward the west corridor. "Yes." "What do you mean, yes?" "The scar knows when she lies. It runs cold when she is telling the truth." Anyana caught up to him. "That's not how scars work." "It's not a scar." They found the false wall at the end of the 4th left passage, exactly where Sabela had described it. The spiral stair was narrow, cut from the same dark stone as the rest of the floor, descending into a deeper cold. Dario took the first step. Behind them, the hum of the ration hall grew louder, as if the floor was pressing its attention on the space they had just left. The stairs turned. The temperature dropped again, and the interface flickered at the edge of Dario's vision. "Breach relocation confirmed. New location. Lower tower, floor 3. Estimated activation, 2 hours." He stopped. Sabela had given him route data, yes, but she had also given him a confirmation he had not asked for. She knew where the breach was, and she knew I needed to find out. Chapter 21. The cold of the ration hall clung to Dario's bones as he stepped through the floor 3 exit, and the tower released him into Belport's late afternoon light. The contrast hit like a blow. Street noise, engine rumble, a distant siren cutting east through the warehouse district. Normal sounds, civilian sounds, the city breathing while the tower hummed behind him in its own register. Dario stopped at the base of the checkpoint ramp and let the air settle in his lungs. Anya leaned against the barrier wall, her hands shaking as she unzipped her jacket. "I forgot what heat felt like." "Don't get used to it. We have an hour and 50 minutes before that breach opens." "Where do we even start looking for it?" He did not answer. He was already scanning the street, the shops, the faces moving past the bureau barriers. The interface had confirmed Lower Tower Floor 3 as the breach location, but Lower Tower was a classification, not an address. 3 floors of service corridors, maintenance shafts, and sealed sections the public never saw. A girl was watching him from the bus stop across the street. She was young, 15, maybe 16. Dark hair pulled into a messy knot, a canvas backpack slung over one shoulder, boots scuffed white at the toes. She stood motionless among the waiting passengers, her head tilted, her gaze fixed on Dario with the quiet intensity of someone reading a sign. He felt the scar on his forearm prickle. Not heat, not cold. Something between them, a tension like the air before a storm. "Hiskra he said under his breath. Anya followed his gaze. "You know her?" "I know of her." He started walking toward the bus stop. "She's a scout, unaffiliated, works the lower floors for salvage when the bureau lets her through." "How do you know her if you never climbed together?" He did not answer that either. In the first timeline, Iskrat had died on floor 8, caught in a collapse she should have seen coming if her appraisal skill had not been damaged. Dario had never met her living. He had only read the report. She stepped away from the bus stop as he approached, meeting him halfway across the pavement. "You have something on your arm," she said. No greeting, no introduction, just the statement, flat and certain, like she was reading the answer from a page. Dario stopped 2 paces from her. "What did you see?" "Fragments." She pulled the strap of her backpack higher. "The appraisal hit you when you came out of the tower. I wasn't trying to read you, but your signature is loud. The scar is louder. What kind of fragments? Recursion loops, candidate markers, traces of versions that do not exist anymore. Her voice dropped. The mandate is hiding parts of you from itself. The words landed like a blade between his ribs. Anya stepped closer. What does that mean? Iskra did not look at her. Her eyes stayed on Dario, measuring, waiting. It means the system does not have a complete record of him. There are gaps in his status that were deliberately sealed, not corrupted, not lost. Sealed. She paused. I have never seen a human profile with blocks that clean. Dario held still. The ska pulsed once, warm and questioning. You should not be able to read any of that, he said. I know. Iskra's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. My skill is broken. It catches things the system tries to hide. Most people come back as static. You come back as a half-erased document with footnotes in a language I do not recognize. A bus pulled up behind her. Doors hissed open. Passengers stepped around them. Dario did not move. She was dangerous. Not because she meant him harm, but because she could see what he needed hidden. The Audit Pending tag, the deviation counter, the scar that consumed his memories to forge class abilities. If she read those fragments in public, if someone else overheard, if the Bureau got wind of a teenager who could decode the system's blind spots. You need to leave, he said. I need to stay close to you. That is the worst decision you could make. She shook her head. You do not understand. The blocks are not natural. Someone or something sealed those parts of your file before the mandate could index them. That means there is a force inside the system that wants you to exist beyond its sight. Or it means I am a bug they are about to patch. Then you need someone who can read the patch notes before they deploy. The bus doors closed. The engine rumbled and the vehicle pulled away, leaving the three of them alone on the curb. Anya looked between them. She has a point. She is a child. I am old enough to choose where I stand, Iskra said, and I choose the half-erased document with the scar that should not exist. Dario studied her. She was hungry. That was the first thing he saw in her eyes, not for money or rank, for truth. The kind of hunger that made people reckless, useful, and unpredictable in equal measure. He had spent his entire second life controlling what others knew. She threatened that control simply by existing. Iskra. She waited. You keep your appraisal to yourself. You do not read me in public. You do not mention the ska, and you do not tell anyone what you saw today. If you break that agreement, I will find a way to make sure the Bureau buries your license so deep you never touch a gate again. She did not flinch. Understood. You follow my lead. You do not freelance. And in return, he looked at the tower rising behind her, at the silver light pulsing along its seams, at the 2-hour window closing on a breach he could not locate without help. I will keep you alive, he said. It felt like a promise he was not qualified to make. Iskra smiled, and the expression was sharp enough to cut glass. The scar on his forearm pulsed hot. Not a warning. Recognition. Chapter 22. Dario walked. Not toward the bus stop, not back toward the tower entrance. He walked along the curb, past the empty shelter, past the newspaper stand with its headlines about the ferry terminal, toward the maintenance access road that ran along the tower's eastern face. The breach was somewhere below, in the service corridors, and every minute he spent negotiating with a teenager was a minute the unknown clock ate. Iskra followed. She did not ask permission. She simply matched his pace, 3 strides behind, her boots scuffing against the asphalt in a rhythm that told him she was used to trailing people who did not want her. Anya caught up on his left. Where are we going? Lower tower access point. There is a maintenance hatch near the old freight elevator shaft. He did not slow. The breach is inside. I need to see the layout before it opens. You need someone who can read the walls, Iskra said. He kept walking. Anya told me about the recalibrated traps on floor 2, Iskra continued. You had your scar to guide you through the changes, but the breach is not part of the tower's normal cycle. It is a moved object. The mandate repositioned it. That means the environment around it will be unstable in ways your memory cannot predict. And you can predict it? I can see what the system does not want you to see. She pulled the strap of her backpack higher. The same way I saw the blocks in your file, the fragments on your arm, the recursion loops. Dario stopped. He turned to face her, and she held his gaze without blinking. You are 15, he said. 16 in 3 months. You have no license, no guild, no combat experience above floor 3. I have a broken appraisal skill that the mandate does not know how to index. She tilted her head. And I have survived 8 months alone in this city without a sponsor. That is not nothing. He studied her. She was not lying. He could see it in the set of her shoulders, in the way she kept her weight balanced on the balls of her feet, ready to move. She had learned to read threats the same way he had, by staying alive when the system wanted her dead. You follow my lead, he said. You do not touch anything. You do not appraise anything without my permission. And the moment I tell you to leave, you leave. Agreed. No arguments. No exceptions. She nodded once, sharp and final. Anyan shifted beside him. She is faster than you think. I watched her cross the plaza while you were still talking. Dario did not ask how Anyan knew. He did not need to. The tower had taught him that trust was not built through questions. It was built through shared risk and the willingness to bleed alongside someone. He started walking again. The maintenance access road curved around the tower's foundation, past a row of sealed doors marked with bureau yellow tape. Most were locked. A few had been pried open and resealed with fresh welds. The city had learned to treat every opening near the tower as a potential breach point. Iskra stopped at the 4th door, a rusted maintenance hatch set into the concrete wall. Here. Dario looked at the lock. Standard bureau issue. Keypad, biometric scanner, emergency override. He had bypassed a dozen of these in his first lice. He crouched, pulled a slim tool from his jacket pocket, and began working the panel. You will not get through that in time, Iskra said. Watch me. The override is wired to the Bureau's central logging system. If you trip it, Salvi will know where you are within 30 seconds. He paused. You have a better idea? She knelt beside him, reached into her backpack and pulled out a thin metal strip with a curved tip. The tool looked homemade, worn at the edges, but she handled it with the confidence of someone who had used it many times. Move your hand. He did not move. Iskra. Trust me. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he shifted aside. She worked the strip into the seam between the door and the frame. Her fingers moved in quick, practiced motions, feeling for the latch mechanism. 15 seconds later, the lock clicked open. She pulled the door inward, revealing a dark corridor that sloped down into the tower's foundation. Maintenance shaft, she said. Leads to the service level. The breach is 2 floors below, but the air current in this shaft will tell us if it has already started venting. Dario stared at her. She met his eyes without pride. I have been mapping these corridors for 6 months, she said. Every entrance, every exit, every blind spot the Bureau does not patrol. I know this tower better than anyone who has only climbed its floors. How? She hesitated. Then she pulled her sleeve back. Dario saw the scars, not the frost-like mark he carried. These were older, rougher, burned into her skin in a pattern that looked almost deliberate. A grid of small, circular scars running from her wrist to her elbow. The Bureau tested appraisers, she said, before the tower opened. They wanted to know who could read deeper than the surface layer. I was one of the subjects. What did they find? Nothing. She pulled her sleeve down. My skill was too broken to measure. They released me after 3 weeks and told me I was unqualified for any licensed position. Dario understood. They had not released her. They had discarded her, and she had spent the months since learning everything she could, because the one thing the Bureau could not take from her was the ability to see what they tried to hide. Iskra. She looked at him. You are not unqualified. You are the most dangerous kind of asset. He stepped into the maintenance shaft. Stay close. Do not touch anything. And if you see something the system does not want you to see, tell me before you act on it. She smiled, and the expression was sharp and hungry. Agreed. They moved into the dark. The corridor sloped downward, the walls narrowing until they could barely walk side by side. The air grew cold, thick with the smell of damp concrete, and something metallic that Dario recognized from a dozen gate breaches. Blue zone residue. Iskra stopped. Wait. He halted. She pressed her palm against the wall, her eyes half closed, her lips moving silently. The fragments are louder here. What kind of fragments? Recursion loops. The same ones I saw on your arm. She opened her eyes. Someone moved the breach through this corridor. They left traces behind. Can you follow them? She nodded. Then she pointed left toward a junction Dario had not even noticed, hidden in the shadow of a structural column. Chapter 23. The corridor widened into a chamber that did not match any floor Dario remembered. White walls, no traps, no enemies, no heat vents or pressure plates or mimic chests, just a circular room with 7 pestles arranged in a loose ring, each one holding a pale crystal that pulsed with slow, rhythmic light. Iskra stopped beside him, her eyes scanning the room with the quick, hungry attention of someone who had learned to read danger in empty spaces. This is not right, she said. No. Anyaya stepped closer to the nearest pedestal. The crystal inside it glowed a soft amber, and when she leaned in, Dario saw symbols moving beneath the surface, shifting and reforming like text that had not settled into a final shape. The floor was a puzzle chamber. He recognized the structure now, not from his first life, but from briefings he had read years later, fragments of floor reports from climbers who had survived trials designed to punish certainty. The tower built rooms like this to make teams lie to each other, to turn information into a weapon and trust into a liability. A notification appeared in his vision. Floor 4. The Reckoning Hall active climbers. 3 rules will not be provided. The message hung in the air for 3 seconds, then dissolved. Iskra read it over his shoulder. Rules will not be provided, she repeated. What does that mean? It means the tower wants us to guess. He walked to the nearest pedestal and touched the crystal. The amber light brightened, and a voice filled the chamber, sexless and flat, the same tone as the mandate's interface text. Trade 1 truth to unlock the next seal. Falsehoods will be punished. Silence will be punished. Refusal will be punished. The light dimmed. Iskra's face went pale. Trade 1 truth, she said. To whom? Dario looked at the other pedestals. 6 remained dark. The 7th, the one directly opposite the entrance, held a crystal that pulsed a different color, a cold, steady blue. Someone else was already here. Sabela, he said. Anyaya followed his gaze. She reached this floor before us. She reached this floor knowing what it costs. Dario moved to the 2nd pedestal. The crystal lit when he approached, and the same voice spoke. But the words were different now, tailored to him. What is the deepest truth you have never spoken aloud? The question sat in the air like a blade waiting to fall. He understood. The tower was not asking for facts. It was asking for confessions, secrets, vulnerabilities, the kind of truth that cost something to give. And if Sabela was already trading from her lane, she was learning what the tower valued before he did. We do not have to answer, Iskra said. Yes, we do. He pointed at the far wall, where a seam of light ran from floor to ceiling. That is the exit. It stays sealed until enough truths are traded. How many? I do not know. Anyaya stepped forward. Then I will go first. Dario turned. Anyaya, you have been carrying us since the Austerity gate. Let me carry something. She faced the pedestal. The crystal glowed. What is the deepest truth you have never spoken aloud? Anyaya closed her eyes. I volunteered for the draft, she said. I did not get pulled. I went to the tower because I wanted to die somewhere my mother would not find the body. The words landed like stones. The crystal pulsed once, bright and final, and a new seam of light appeared on the far wall, widening the exit by the width of a hand. Anyaya stepped back. Her face was pale, but she held Dario's gaze. Now you know. Iskra stared at her. Then she walked to the 3rd pedestal. My turn. The crystal lit. What is the deepest truth you have never spoken aloud? Iskra's jaw tightened. I killed a bureau appraiser, she said. "On my third day of testing." He touched my arm without permission, and my skill flared, and his mind went dark for 4 seconds. Long enough for him to fall down a stairwell. They ruled it an accident. I did not correct them. The crystal pulsed. Another seam of light. Iskra did not look at Dario. She kept her eyes on the far wall, her hands shaking at her sides. Dario stood alone, 2 truths traded, 2 pedestals dark. 4 remained, and the one at the far end still pulsed that cold, steady glue, counting Sabela's progress in the same currency. He walked to the 4th pedestal. The crystal lit. "What is the deepest truth you have never spoken aloud?" He thought about his first life, about the people he had watched die, about Howard on floor 14, holding a corridor alone, about Iskra on floor 8, buried under rubble her skill should have warned her about Petra in the ambulance corridor, bleeding out while Dario stood on the wrong side of a barricade. He thought about the scar on his arm, about floor 99, about the trap he had not known was waiting. "I have already died once," he said, "and I am terrified that the only reason I came back is because the mandate wanted me to fail better." The crystal pulsed. The light did not fade. The voice returned, colder than before. "Unexpected. This truth is worth more than the others." A new seam of light tore across the far wall, wider than the others combined, and the exit groaned open far enough to reveal the corridor beyond. But the voice was not finished. "The other candidate has traded 3 truths in her lane. She will reach the core before you can claim the seal." Dario's scar went cold. Sabela. She had known the rules before they entered. She had walked into this room ready to pay the price, because the tower forced teams to trade information, and Sabela had nothing left to lose. "However," the voice continued, "the required confession was not received from all active climbers. 1 truth remains." The crystal on the 7th pedestal, the one Dario had not touched, flared to life. A different question appeared in the air above it, written in burning light. "What truth does your Dodner refuse to tell you?" Anyaya went still. Iskra's breath caught, and Dario understood that the tower had designed this room to break alliances, not people. The question was not meant for him. It was meant for the person who knew him best. "Anyaya," he said quietly, "do not answer that." She looked at the pedestal, then at him. "I think I have to," she said. Chapter 24. Ayena stepped toward the pedestal. Dario moved before he thought. His hand caught her wrist, light but unyielding. "Do not." "She has to," Iskra said. "Look at the wall." The exit seam had stopped widening. 3 hand widths of light, enough to see the corridor beyond, but the opening was not large enough to pass through. The tower had calculated the exact threshold and stopped there. "One more truth," Iskra said. "Hers, or the wall, stays shut." Ayena looked at Dario the way she had looked at him in the Austerity gate void, when she had appeared as a ghost and warned him not to trade his purpose. That same expression, like she was seeing something he could not. "You know what he refuses to tell me?" Ayena said quietly. Dario looked up. She touched the crystal. The light flared. "He refuses to tell me that he does not trust anyone. Not fully, not with everything. He lets us follow him. He fights beside us. He shares parts of the truth, but he keeps one door locked. The door that says, 'I have already seen you fail, and I am not sure you will not fail again.'" The crystal pulsed. The wall split open. A seam of light tore from floor to ceiling, wider than the others combined, and the exit yawned open into the corridor beyond. But Ayena was not finished. She turned to face Dario. "You do not trust me," she said. "You trust that I will follow orders. You trust that I will step where you step. You trust that I will not break under pressure. But you do not trust me with the weight of what you actually know." The silence stretched. Iskra looked at the exit. "We should move. The other candidate is already ahead." Ayena held Dario's gaze. "I am not asking for everything," she said. "I am asking for the door to stay unlocked." She walked through the opening before he could answer, as Iskra followed. Dario stood alone in the chamber, the 7th pedestal dark. The burning question faded from the air, and the cold weight of Ayanya's words settling in his chest like frost. He stepped through the seam. The corridor beyond was narrow, walls close enough to touch on both sides, the floor sloping upward at a steady grade. No traps, no pressure plates, no hidden mechanisms, just a straight climb toward a pale glow at the far end. Iskra moved ahead, her dark hair brushing the ceiling. Ayanya walked at the center, her shoulders set, her pace steady. Neither looked back. Dario caught up. "I do not know how to answer that," he said. Ayanya kept walking. "Then think about it." The corridor opened into a circular chamber the size of the reckoning hall below, but where the lower room had been cold and bare, this one was alive with light. Crystals lined the walls, each one pulsing at a different frequency, casting overlapping shadows that shifted and reformed like breathing. At the center of the chamber stood a single pedestal, and beside it, Sabela Irie. She stood with her back to them, one hand resting on the pedestal's surface, her dark utility gear streaked with dust from the climb. Her head was tilted, studying something Dario could not see. The crystals on the walls pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. "You made it," she said without turning. "I was beginning to think the tower had broken you." "You knew the rules before we entered," Dario said. "I did. Why did you not tell us?" Sabela turned. Her face was calm, unreadable, the same expression she had worn on floor 2 when she left frost marks for him to follow. But her sleeves were rolled to the elbows, and when she moved, Dario saw it. The scar, identical to his, frost-like, branching across her left forearm, casting the crystal light in the same way his did. A pale network of lines that should not exist on skin. The sight hit him like a blade between the ribs. She saw his recognition. She did not pull her sleeve down. "You and I," she said quietly, "are the same kind of mistake." Dario's scar burned. Not cold, not warning, recognition. The same pulse it had given when he first saw Iskra, but deeper, older, as if the scar on his arm had been waiting to find hers. "You are one of them," he said. "One of what?" "The 4, the ones who betrayed humanity on floor 99. Sabela's expression did not change. "I am one of the 4 people you believe doomed the Vanguard. Is that what you mean?" "Yes." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she laughed. It was not a cruel laugh. It was tired, almost sad, the sound of someone who had heard the same accusation before and knew it meant nothing. "In my version of the future," she said, "you were the catastrophic risk." The words hung in the air. Dario's scar burned hotter. "What?" "In my first run," Sabela said, "you were the one who broke. Not on floor 99. Earlier, floor 47. You opened a gate that should have stayed sealed, and 6,000 people died because you were trying to save one person." She stepped away from the pedestal. "I did not know you then. I only knew your name from the reports, the courier who cost a district its future." Dario's hands were steady, but his pulse was not. "That did not happen." "It did, in my timeline," Sabela said. "The tower gave each of us a different set of failures to learn from. Yours sent you back knowing who broke the world. Mine sent me back knowing you were the danger." The crystals on the walls pulsed faster. Iskra's breath caught. Ayanya stood frozen, and Dario understood, all at once, that the 4 names he had carried for 6 years might not be traitors at all. They might be survivors. Survivors of different timelines, different failures, different scripts, all returned to stop the same catastrophe from different angles. "How many of you are there?" he asked. Sabela's smile did not reach her eyes. "I do not know. The tower does not publish its recruitment numbers." She turned back to the pedestal. "But I know you are not the only one. And I know you are not the only one who thinks you are the hero of this story." The pedestal pulsed. The floor beneath them shuddered, and somewhere below, the ceiling of the exit to the reckoning hall began to groan as the tower recalculated its demands. Chapter 25. The floor shuddered again, longer this time, a deep grinding sound that traveled up through the stone and into Dario's teeth. Sabela did not flinch. She stood with her hand still resting on the pedestal, the crystal light playing across her face, her scar catching the glow like a thread of frozen lightning. She looked at Dario the way she had looked at him on floor 2, through him, past him, reading something he could not see. "You knew," he said. "You knew before you entered the tower." "I suspected." "And you did not tell me." Sabela tilted her head. "Would you have believed me if I had?" The question landed like a blade between his ribs, because she was right. If she had walked up to him on floor 2 and said, "I am a regressor from a different timeline, and in my version you killed 6,000 people," he would have assumed she was a mandate plant, a bureau asset, a distraction. He would not have believed her. He still was not sure he did. "Tell me what you saw," he said. "I already told you. Tell me more." Celeba's jaw tightened. For a moment the calm cracked just at the edges, and Dario saw something beneath it that looked like exhaustion. Not the tiredness of a long climb, the deeper kind. The kind that came from carrying a truth that no one else would validate. "Floor 47, she said. The gate was a blue rank that had been misassessed as green. Sound familiar? Dario's scar pulsed. The Bureau called it a routine containment. 3 waves, standard spawn composition, nothing the local team could not handle. They cleared the first 2 waves in 90 minutes. The 3rd wave did not come. She paused. Someone had opened a secondary gate inside the perimeter, an unauthorized breach. It collapsed the entire operation. 6,000 dead, including 2 full Vanguard companies. The investigation traced the secondary breach to a single courier who had entered the exclusion zone without clearance. She looked at him. "You." The word hung in the air between them like frost. Dario's hands were steady. His pulse was not. "I did not do that." "Not in your timeline," Sabela said. "But in mine, you did. You entered the zone to save one person. A medic. Someone you had already saved once before, against protocol, against orders, and you could not let her die again." The room went still. Anya's breath caught somewhere behind him. Iskra made a sound that might have been a word and might have been nothing. "Petra," Dario said. Sabela did not confirm it. She did not need to. "The tower does not give us the same failures," she said. "It gives us the ones we need to break a specific way. Yours sent you back hunting traitors. Mine sent me back hunting you." Dario's scar burned hot, hotter than it had ever burned. Not warning, not recognition, something else. "Then why did you not kill me when you had the chance?" he asked. "On floor 2, in the ration hall, you had every opportunity." Sabela's eyes met his. "Because I have spent 3 months watching you diverge from your script," she said. "You are not doing what the tower expected you to do. You saved the medic. You entered the Austerity gate. You recruited a broken appraiser. You are not following the path that led to floor 47. She stepped away from the pedestal. "Either your script is different from mine, or you are already refusing to play the role the tower assigned you. Either way, killing you before I understood which one would be a waste of a useful variable." The crystals on the walls pulsed faster. The grinding sound deepened. "The floor is reconfiguring," Iskra said quietly. "The exit path is changing." Sabela glanced at the walls. "The tower knows we have shared information it did not authorize. It will try to separate us." "Then tell me one more thing before you vanish," Dario said. "How many regressors are there?" Sabela's expression did not change. "I have found 3 in 6 months of active search. There may be more. The mandate does not publish a registry." "And the other 2? "One is dead, killed before they could reach the first tower floor. The other is somewhere in the upper levels, climbing faster than anyone else. I do not know their name. I do not know their script." She turned toward the far wall, where a seam of pale light was opening in the stone. The crystals on the walls dimmed. The chamber groaned. "Sabela," Dario said. She stopped. "Do you still believe I am the threat?" She did not answer for a long moment. Then she looked back over her shoulder, and her eyes held something he could not name. Not trust, not suspicion, something in between. Something that had not yet decided what it wanted to be. "I believe the tower built each of us to fail in a specific way," she said. "I do not know yet whether you can fail differently this time." She stepped through the seam. The stone closed behind her. The crystals went dark. And in the silence that followed, Dario stood in the empty chamber with Anya and Iskra, the weight of her words pressing against his chest like a second scar. The floor beneath them stopped shaking. The exit on the far side opened with a soft, grinding sound, revealing a corridor that had not been there before. Iskra moved first, her voice flat. "She did not tell you everything." Dario looked at her. "She was holding something back," Iskra said. Her vital signs were elevated when she mentioned the upper-level regressor. She was afraid, not of the tower, of that person. Dario's scar pulsed once, cold, a warning. "Can you track her?" he asked. Iskra shook her head. "She sealed the seam behind her. The system traces are already fading." Anya stepped up beside him. "She knew more than she told, but she also told you enough to make you doubt yourself." Dario heard the question beneath the words. He did not have an answer. "I need to think," he said. "Then think while we move," Iskra said. "The breach is still active, and the tower just spent 5 minutes recalibrating around us. We do not have time for a crisis of faith." She walked toward the new corridor. Anya followed, and Dario, standing in the empty chamber with a scar that burned hot and cold at the same time, forced his feet forward. The tower was still climbing, and somewhere in the upper floors, a regressor whose name Sabela would not speak was already moving toward an objective Dario could not see. The grill beside the exit flickered. A single line of text appeared, pale silver edged with blue. "Audit pending. Threshold approaching." Chapter 26. The corridor beyond the empty chamber rose at a steady incline, pale stone walls catching light from no visible source. Dario walked with Anya beside him, and Iskra trailing a half-step behind, her boots scraping against stone in a rhythm that matched his breathing. No traps, no enemies, no puzzles, just a straight climb toward another chamber that announced itself with a low hum, the kind of sound that vibrated through the floor and into his teeth. The room opened wide and circular, ringed with 12 standing stones arranged like a sundial. In the center, a single pedestal held no crystal, no shard, no weapon. Just a blue interface panel floating in the air, its text sharp and clean against the gray stone. Floor 5. The Pact Chamber Rules. Each climber must speak one binding pledge in the presence of the system. The pledge must be directed at another climber in this chamber. The system will judge the pledge's sincerity. False pledges, evasive pledges, or pledges that withdraw a previous commitment will incur a material penalty. 30% of all shop-accessible resources forfeited to the pool. The floor hummed beneath them, and Dario understood. This was not a puzzle floor. This was a surveillance floor. A commitment floor. The mandate, watching every hesitation, every half-truth, every word chosen to avoid saying what was actually meant. "Binding pledges," Ananya said, "directed at someone else. The system records it," Iskra said, "and penalizes withdrawals. This is designed to make teams lock into roles they cannot abandon later." Dario scanned the room. 12 standing stones, 12 potential climbers. They were 3. "They designed this for larger teams," he said. "But the mechanic scales down. The pledges still apply." "So who pledges to whom?" Anya asked. The interface blinked. A new line of text appeared. "The first pledge must be made by the climber with the highest deviation score." Dario's scar pulsed hot. Him. Of course. He stepped toward the center pedestal, and the floating panel adjusted to face him, a pale blue rectangle waiting to receive his words. "Say it to someone," Iskra said quietly. "The system records intent. If you phrase it as a promise to protect or warn, you cannot later withdraw without penalty." "I know." Dario looked at Anya, then at Iskra. Anya's arms were crossed, her jaw tight. She had already forced him to face the locked door of his trust. Now the system was going to make him choose how much of that door to open. "I will pledge to Anya," he said. The panel pulsed. "Speak." The room went silent, and Dario felt the weight of 3 gazes, Anya's, Iskra's, and something else, something vast and impersonal that pressed against his thoughts like cold water. "I pledge that I will not withhold critical information from Ayuna about threats to her survival," he said. When I know something that could kill her, I will tell her. The panel pulsed green. Pledge accepted. Sincerity, 87%. Anya's expression flickered. Not anger, not gratitude, something in between. That is not the same as trust, she said. No, Dario said. It is not. The panel rotated toward Anya. The second pledge must be made by the climber with the second highest deviation score. Anya's turn. She stepped forward without hesitation, and Dario saw something shift in her posture, a decision made before she reached the pedestal. I pledge to Dario, she said, that I will not follow him blindly, that when I believe he is wrong, I will say so, and that I will not let him carry the weight of this climb alone. The panel pulsed green. Pledge accepted. Sincerity, 94%. Dario felt the words land in his chest like stones. She had promised to contradict him, to refuse silence. The panel rotated toward Iskra. The third pledge must be made by the remaining climber. Iskra stepped forward quickly, almost eagerly, and Dario saw her hands tremble once before she locked them behind her back. I pledge to Anyan, Iskra said, that I will continue to read the fragments I see, even if they contradict what Dario believes, and that I will share what I find with her first. Anyana blinked. Dario's scar went cold. Not a warning. Curiosity. Pledge accepted. Sincerity, 97%. The panel flickered. All pledges recorded. The packed chamber is satisfied. The standing stones around them began to glow, a pale light rising from their bases toward the ceiling. But before the exit could open, a new line of text appeared on the panel. Additional pledge required. One unpledged combination remains. The system identifies a gap in the network. The dyad, Dario Vesh and Iskra Meje, has no mutual pledge. Dario looked at Iskra. She did not look away. The system wants us to commit to each other, she said. Or forfeit resources, Dario said. 30% of everything we can access through the shop. That is food, healing, sealant, information. We cannot afford that. She stepped toward him, and Dario saw something in her eyes he had not seen before. Fear. Not of the penalty, of being required to claim something she was not sure he would offer. I will pledge to you, she said quietly, but you must pledge back. That is what the floor requires. Dario felt the weight of the room, Ayanya watching, the system recording, and beneath it all the Audit Pending tag burning in his status window like a second heartbeat. I pledge to Iskra Meje, he said, that I will not abandon her to die alone. The panel pulsed. Pledge accepted. Sincerity, 91%. Iskra's breath caught. Then she straightened, and her voice came out steadier than he expected. I pledge to Dario Vesh, she said, that I will not let him become the monster the tower wants him to be. The panel pulsed. Pledge accepted. Sincerity, 99%. The standing stones blazed white, and the exit opened at the far side of the chamber, a wide archway leading into a corridor that sloped upward toward the next floor. Iskra walked first, her face unreadable. Anya followed, and Dario, standing alone in the center of the 12 stones, watched the interface panel fade to black, leaving only the final line of text behind. The packed chamber is sealed. Pledge violations will be penalized at the system's discretion. He walked toward the exit, and behind him, the stones dimmed. Ahead, the corridor narrowed, and the air grew warmer, carrying the faint metallic scent of a floor he recognized from the first timeline. The next chamber was not a chamber at all. It was a waiting room, and at its center, standing beside a bureau-issue table with a stack of printed forms, stood Petra Onique. She looked up when he entered. Her eyes met his, and the scar on his arm pulsed hot, then cold, then hot again, as if the system was recalibrating its judgment of what this encounter would cost. Chapter 27. The silence in the waiting room lasted 3 seconds. Petra stood beside the bureau issue table with her weight shifted to her left hip, the same stance she used during triage evaluations. A stack of printed forms sat beside her elbow, a pen, a clipboard, the ordinary tools of a job that had never been ordinary. She had not changed. Same dark hair pulled back, same steady hands, same eyes that measured people by what they did, not what they said. "Hello, Dario." Her voice carried no accusation, no warmth either, just the flat, professional tone she used when she was waiting for someone to explain themselves. Anya stopped beside him. Iskra hovered at the corridor's edge, her gaze flicking between Petra and the room's exits. "You know her," Ayanya said. Not a question. "Yes, the medic from the gate." Iskra's voice was careful. "The one you saved." Petra's jaw tightened. "He did." The silence stretched. Dario felt the weight of everything he should say. The truth he had promised Anyanya he would not withhold. The partial truth he had offered the packed chamber. The gap between them. "I did not expect to find you here," he said, clearly. Petra touched the stack of forms. "They gave me a bureau routing assignment. Paperwork processing for incoming climbers." She paused. 3 hours ago, I was still on floor 2. "Floor 2. The words came out flat. "You went in alone." "I did not go in alone. I followed a green rank team that needed triage support. They were assessed for floor 1. She met his eyes. "The tower does not care about bureau assessments." Dario's scar pulsed hot. A familiar pattern. He was being watched. "The breach," he said. "On floor 3. It was moved through the maintenance corridors." Petra's expression did not change. "I know." Anya stepped forward. "How?" "Because I was on floor 2 when someone walked through the wall carrying a piece of it." The room went cold. Iskra's face drained of color. "That is not possible. Breach fragments destabilize anything that touches them. They cannot be carried." They were carried. Petra's voice was steady, but her hands had gone still on the table. "I saw it. A figure in gray, no visible rank tags, no weapons drawn. They walked through the wall at the far end of the maintenance corridor, and the breach fragment wrapped around them like a second skin." Dario's scar burned. Truth, every word. "What did it look like?" Iskra's voice cracked. "The figure, the way they moved. Did you see their face?" "No." Petra's gaze shifted to Dario. "But they knew your name." The words landed like stones. "They said it when they passed. Not to me, to the wall, to the air." Dario Vesh is climbing faster than expected. The script is not holding. Anya's breath caught, and Dario understood. The person who moved the breach had not been a random operative. They had been sent, by the mandate, by something embedded in the tower's deeper architecture. They knew his name, they knew his script, and they were still inside. "I need to see the maintenance corridor," Iskra said. "The wall they walked through. The residue might tell me something." Petra shook her head. "It is sealed. The Bureau locked it down 20 minutes after the figure vanished. There is a team on site taking samples, but they will not find anything." "How do you know?" "Because the samples were already gone. The breach fragment left no trace, no residual energy, no blue zone signature. It was as if someone had cut a hole in the world and then erased the edges." Dario's scar pulsed again. Cold this time. A warning. "The shop," he said. "Check your shop access." Anya frowned. "What?" "Check it." She opened her status window. Her face went still. "Stamina vials, up 32%. Healing salves, up 40% in the last 10 minutes. Iskra checked hers. Same. Dario did not need to check his own. The numbers were already braining in the back of his skull. The attention surcharge. He had spoken the truth. Partial, but real. And the mandate had heard. "The system is punishing us," Petra said, "for having this conversation." "No," Dario met her eyes. "It is punishing me, for saying the words aloud." Anya's hand moved toward her inventory. "We cannot afford these prices. We will run out of resources before we reach the next floor." "Then we do not use shop resources. We scavenge, we trade, we survive on what the tower provides." "And if the tower provides nothing?" Dario looked at the stone corridor ahead. "Then we already have everything we need." Iskra laughed, a short, brittle sound. "That is the most confident lie you have told all day." "It is not a lie." "Prove it." He turned to face her. "We have 3 pledges between us. We have a medic who survived the floor 2 breach transport. We have a scout whose appraisal skill sees what the mandate hides, and we have a pact chamber that recorded our sincerity at over 90%. He paused. The tower is watching us. The mandate is pricing us, but they are also teaching us. Petra's gaze sharpened. Teaching you what? That control requires consent. He looked at Anya. That foreknowledge without trust is just another cage. Then at Iskra. And that the system does not punish threats. It invests in them. The silence that followed was not comfortable, but it was not hostile either. Petra picked up the forms and slid them into her bag. I do not trust you, she said. Not fully. I know, but I am still here, which means I am willing to be convinced. She walked past him, toward the corridor where the next floor waited. Anya followed. Iskra hesitated. You really believe that? About the investment? Dario touched the scar on his arm. I do not know what I believe anymore, but I am starting to understand what I am becoming. Iskra studied him for a long moment. Then she turned and followed the others. And Dario, standing alone in the empty waiting room, watched the interface panel at the far end flicker to life. One line of text. Shop price adjustment complete. Your transparency has been noted. The next floor will cost more than the last. He had spoken. The mandate had answered, and the climb had just become more expensive. Chapter 28. The corridor narrowed. Dario felt it before he saw it, the shift in pressure, the way the air changed from still to moving, pulling forward like a breath drawn through 100 stone throats. The tower was not waiting. It was preparing. Behind him, Petra's footsteps slowed. What is this floor? Combat, Dario said. Rotating phases, pattern recognition. Halvard's voice came from ahead. You have fought this one before. It was not a question. Dario did not answer. The first life's floor 6 was a gauntlet of spawn clusters, 3 waves with escalating threat profiles, a bone chewer alpha at the end. He had cleared it with a team of 5. 2 died. He carried the third out of the zone with a ruptured tendon and a debt he never repaid. This time the corridor opened into a circular chamber 300 feet across. The ceiling rose into darkness. The floor was file stone, segmented into rings that rotated slowly, grinding against each other with a sound like teeth. And at the center, embedded in the largest ring, a single pedestal held a black crystal. A notification appeared. Floor 6, the spinning gate. 3 waves, 3 phases, no retreat. Anya, Dario pointed to the left quadrant. When the rings stop, the spawn will enter from the outer edge. Do not stand on the moving segments until the stone turns silver. How do you know the color? I do not. I am guessing based on the light angle. That is terrible. It is the best I have. The rings ground to a halt. The silver glow Dario expected did not come. Instead, the outer wall split open along a seam of pale blue light, and the first wave stepped through. They were not spawn. They were human-shaped, or close enough. Bodies of cracked stone held together by threads of blue energy that pulsed like lanes. Their faces were smooth, featureless, and they moved in perfect unison, 20 figures spreading across the rotating rings like water finding its level. Halvard drew his blade. Those are not spawn. They are not, Iskra said. Her eyes were already scanning, her broken appraisal flickering across the stone figures in fragments Dario could not see. They are constructs. The energy holding them together is the same signature as the maintenance corridor, the one the gray figure walked through. Dario's scar pulsed. Warm. Danger. Phase 1, he said. Pattern recognition. They will attack in sequence. The rings dictate the rhythm. What rhythm? Halvard asked. The first stone figure lunged. Dario stepped left. The ring beneath him rotated clockwise, carrying him out of the arc of the figure's strike. It pivoted, but the motion costed a half second, enough for Dario to drive his blade into the seam between its shoulder and neck. The blue threads snapped. The figure crumbled. Stone turns silver when the cycle resets, Dario said. The figures follow the rotation. If you stay on the same segment, you die. Move with the cycle. Petra was already moving, her medic's bag slung across her shoulder, her eyes tracking the figure's movement patterns. She was not a fighter, but she had survived triage corridors, breach zones, and a floor alone. She understood rhythm. Halvard understood violence. He met the second wave head-on, his blade catching the first figure across the chest, shattering it. The shards scattered across the rotating rings, and the blue energy bled out in wisps that evaporated before they touched the stone. Iskra stayed at the edge, reading fragments. 12-second pattern, she called. The inner ring reverses direction every 12 seconds. The outer ring every 18. The middle ring is fixed. How do you know that? I am counting the energy pulses. The constructs sync with the ring changes. They attack 2 seconds after each reversal. Anya met Dario's eyes. She is good. She is dangerous. She is ours. The second wave came at the 12-second mark, exactly as Iskra predicted. Dario let the rotation carry him through the strike zone, his blade moving in the rhythm Iskra had given him. He did not think. He did not plan. Let his body remember the 6 years of combat that had shaped him. The floor after floor of dying and learning, and dying again, until movement became instinct, and instinct became survival. The figures fell. 3, 4, 7. Halvard anchored the center, his blade a wall of steel and momentum. Petra worked the edges, her movements precise, economical, conserving energy for the third wave. And Dario, burning through the scarcity conversion passive, felt the deprivation feeding him. Each wound he avoided, each breath he conserved, each figure he killed without wasting emotion, the class rewarded him. His stamina did not drop, his focus sharpened. The tower had built him to survive scarcity, and the spinning chamber was scarcity in motion, limited space, limited time, limited resources. The second wave collapsed, the rings stopped. The black crystal at the center pulsed once, and the third wave began. Not a wave of figures, a single creature. It rose from the center pedestal, black crystal shards forming a body that was all edges and angles, a thing of jagged geometry that should not have been able to move but moved anyway, gliding across the rotating rings without regard for the rhythm that had governed the first 2 phases. Dario's scar burned cold. "This is new," he said. Halvard did not ask what he meant. He stepped forward, blade raised, and met the creature's first strike head-on. The impact drove him to his knees. The crystal creature did not slow. "It is not following the pattern," Iskra shouted. "It is reading your moves. Every time you predict, it adapts." Dario understood. The tower had learned. His foreknowledge, the patterns he remembered, the rhythms he had survived, the system was counter-adjusting. This boss was not the one he had faced in the first timeline. It was a revision, a correction, designed for him. "Then we stop predicting," he said. "What? We stop using my memory. We use yours." Iskra's eyes widened. "Root it," Dario said. "Catch the tells the system does not announce. Tell me where it will strike before it moves." "I cannot. I am not fast enough." "You do not have to be fast. You just have to be first." She looked at him, then at the creature advancing across the rings, and she closed her eyes. Her broken appraisal skill flared, not as a sight but as a pressure in the air around her, a heat Dario felt on his skin. "The left facet," she said. 2 seconds. It will strike left." Dario moved. The creature's arm came down exactly where she had predicted. He was not there. His blade found the seam between 2 crystal facets, and he drove it deep. The creature screamed. Not a sound. A frequency, a vibration that ran through the stone and up Dario's arm and into his scar. The scar answered. Heat. Recognition. And the creature's body began to dissolve, the black crystal fracturing along lines Dario had not cut, breaking apart like a window struck from the inside. The rings stopped. The chamber went silent, and the black crystal at the center of the pedestal pulverized into a fine, gray dust that swirled once and then settled into a pattern Dario recognized. A schematic, a tower floor blueprint, with lines and paths and nodes that did not match any floor he had ever seen. Iskra opened her eyes. "Did we win?" "We survived," Dario said. "That is the same thing." He knelt beside the dust and traced the schematic with his finger. The lines were not static. They shifted as he touched them, rearranging themselves into a new pattern, as if the tower was showing him something it had not intended to reveal. "What is it?" Anya asked. Dario looked up. "A map," he said, "of the floors above, but not the path I remember." Halvard straightened. "What path, then?" "The one the tower wants me to take." The schematic pulsed once, then dissolved into light that sank into the stone and vanished, and the exit opened, a corridor leading upward into darkness. Dario stood. He did not know what the map had shown him, but he knew what it meant. The tower was not just testing him, it was recruiting. And the floor design, the counter-adapted boss, the schematic that appeared only after his scar recognized the creature's energy, all of it pointed to one conclusion. The mandate was not trying to kill him, it was trying to shape him. Petra stepped beside him. "You look like you just lost a fight." "I lost something," Dario said. "I am not sure what." He walked toward the exit. Behind him, the rotating rings began to move again, grinding against each other in a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, and somewhere above, in the darkness of the upper floors, the threshold was approaching. Chapter 29. The corridor beyond the spinning gate climbed in a tight spiral. Dario took each step slowly, the schematic still burning behind his eyes, the gray dust residue still clinging to his fingers. The pattern of lines and nodes that had shifted under his touch had not been random. It had been structured, organized, deliberate. He stopped at a landing where the stone widened into a small alcove. The group stopped with him. Howard leaned against the wall, breathing hard, his blade still streaked with crystal dust. Petra had her hand pressed to a shallow cut on her forearm, the blood already clotting, her medic instinct holding her steady. Anya stood closest, watching him with the same quiet attention she had carried since the packed chamber. Iskra sat on the floor, eyes closed, her broken appraisal skill still humming at the edge of Dario's senses. "The schematic," Petra said. "Tell me what it meant." Dario licked his hands. 5 floors, he said. "We have cleared 5 floors since the Austerity gate." 6, Halvard said. 5 that matter. The spinning gate was a different kind of test from the ration hall, which was different from the reckoning hall, which was different from the packed chamber. Each one measured something specific. Anya frowned. "Measured for what?" Dario did not answer immediately. He was still putting the pieces together, still working through the pattern his first life memory had never seen because, in his first run, he had been too busy surviving to read the architecture. "Deprivation," he said slowly. "The Austerity gate tested how we handle scarcity, how much we can endure when comfort is stripped away, how efficiently we convert lack into momentum. The ration hall tested endurance," Iskra said without opening her eyes. "Cold and hunger as a sustained condition, not a burst, a long grind." "Yes." "The reckoning hall," Anya said. "That tested information, what we are willing to trade, what we are willing to protect. And what we are willing to confess," Petra added quietly. Dario nodded. "The packed chamber tested commitment. Public declarations under system verification, whether promises mean something when the cost of breaking them is visible." Halvard straightened. "And the spinning gate? Combat utility under adaptive pressure. Role cohesion, whether a group can resync when the pattern breaks." He let the words hang. They all understood. "The tower is not a maze," Dario said. "It is a pipeline. Each floor is not an obstacle, it is a filter, designed to measure a specific capacity and sort climbers by how they perform under that specific pressure." Anya's voice went flat. "Sorted for what?" "For recruitment. The mandate is not trying to kill everyone who enters. It is trying to find the ones who fit, who survive the right way, who demonstrate the exact combination of deprivation tolerance, information management, social commitment, and combat adaptability that makes them useful for whatever comes after." The silence stretched. Iskra opened her eyes. "After what?" Dario looked at the gray dust still on his fingers. "Floor 100, he said. "Whatever is waiting at the top is not a prize. It is a position, and the tower is selecting candidates for it." Howard let out a low breath. "So every floor we clear is a job interview." "Worse than that," Dario said. "The mandate is learning from each floor what we are willing to sacrifice, what we prioritize, what breaks us and what does not. And it is adjusting the subsequent floors to test those edges harder, He thought of the third-wave creature on the spinning gate, the one that had adapted to his predictions. It had not been random. It had been a calibration, a correction, designed to test how he responded when his primary advantage failed. "We cannot keep climbing blind," he said. "We need to start reading each floor before we enter it. We need to anticipate what it is testing and control what we reveal about ourselves." "How?" Petra asked. "I don't know yet, but the schematic showed a path I do not remember. If the tower is showing me routes it did not show in the first timeline, it means my choices are affecting the available architecture. We may not have to take every floor the mandate expects us to take." Alanya looked at the corridor ahead. "Then we need a better map." The air shifted, not a temperature change, a pressure change, the kind that preceded a system notification. The interface materialized above Dario's open palm, pale silver with a blue edge. It was not a floor message, it was a broadcast. "Public notice, Belport Hunter. Licensing Bureau effective immediately. All climbers advancing past floor 5 must hold a Bureau-issued advancement permit, verified by Commissioner Ranko Salvai's office prior to gate access. Permits require a minimum of 3 certified floor clearances, proof of affiliation with a registered guild or state unit, and a signed liability waiver acknowledging Bureau authority over floor advancement scheduling. Non-compliant climbers will have their status windows flagged, and their shop access restricted to essential medical supplies only until compliance is verified. This mandate is enforced under Bureau Emergency Protocol 7, Commissioner Ranko Salvai Belport, Hunter Licensing Bureau." The interface faded. Dario stood very still. "Ranko moved," he said. "Faster than I expected." Anya read the notification again from memory. 3 certified clearances, guild affiliation, bureau scheduling. That is a credentialing bottleneck. "This is a net." Petra's voice was careful. "For who?" "Everyone who cannot afford to wait in line. Everyone who climbs without sponsorship. Everyone whose status keeps them from being certified by a guild that answers to the Bureau." He looked at the group. Howard and Petra, both unaffiliated, both holding provisional ranks. Ishkra, no rank at all, working on broken skill fragments and borrowed trust. Anya, drafted without preparation, only alive because Dario had pulled her into the hidden trial. And Dario himself, carrying an Audit Pending tag that pulsed hotter by the hour. "Ranko is not regulating access," Dario said. "He is sealing the bottleneck. Anyone who cannot produce a permit within the compliance window will be trapped below floor 5 until the Bureau decides they are allowed to advance." "Trapped how?" Howard asked. Dario raised his hand. His shop access was still open. But the prices had changed. Everything above staple rations had increased again, not by a percentage, by a bracket. A new tier of surcharge had been applied to his profile, and at the bottom of the interface, a single line in smaller text. "Estimated compliance time to full restriction, 6 days. "We have 6 days," Dario said, "before the Bureau locks us out of advancement entirely." The corridor ahead of them was dark, and for the first time since he woke on Mandate Day, Dario did not know which path led through the net and which led into the trap. "Jefferty, 6 days." He said it like he was testing the weight of the number. Petra leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "What does a compliance lockout actually look like? System won't let us pass the floor gate?" "It flags your status window," Dario said. "Every Bureau checkpoint reads it. No advancement permit means no floor access. No floor access means you wait in Belport until the Bureau clears you, which means waiting until Ranko decides you are worth processing. And if we climb before the 6 days run out, we get flagged on entry. The Bureau knows which floor we are on before we reach the next checkpoint." Iskra had not moved from her crouch by the wall. Her broken appraisal skill hummed at the edge of Dario's senses, a frequency he was learning to recognize. "He is not trying to slow us down," she said. "He is trying to catch us." Dario looked at her. "The restriction is a filter," she continued. "Anyone with enough guild backing or state sponsorship clears it in hours. Anyone without those connections has to wait. Q. Submit paperwork. Let the Bureau examine their records." "They get caught in the net," Anya said quietly. "Yes." Dario turned to face the corridor ahead. The image from the schematic was still burned into his memory, the branching routes that had not existed in his first life. He had been counting on the old paths, the shortcuts, the floors he knew how to bypass because he had memorized their failure patterns over 6 years of climbing. But Renko was sealing the lower escape routes before Dario could reach them. In the first timeline, the advancement permit restriction had not arrived until after the 420 Purge. It had been a cleanup measure, a way to document survivors and control access to the upper levels while the Bureau rebuilt its authority. Here it was coming, 6 floors early. Renko is accelerating his timeline, Dario said. He is not reacting to a crisis. He is creating the conditions for one. Anya's voice was careful. What does that mean? Think about who gets caught by this restriction. Unaffiliated climbers, independents, people who climb without guild sponsorship because they cannot afford the fees or the allegiance. People whose status windows show anomalies the Bureau does not want to explain. He paused. People like us. Petra straightened. You are saying the permit requirement is designed to trap specific climbers? I am saying it is designed to make certain climbers visible, trackable, concentrated in one place while their advancement is pending. And then? Dario did not answer. He could not answer, because the evidence was still circumstantial. Renko's notice mentioned public safety, Emergency Protocol 7, standard credential tightening after a period of unregulated floor access. Anyone reading the notification would see a cautious administrator locking down a dangerous system. Only Dario saw the administrative geometry underneath. The permit bottleneck would concentrate every unaffiliated climber in Belport's lower floors. The Bureau would know exactly where they were, what ranks they held, who they climbed with. When the next gate emergency triggered a mandatory evacuation order, the bottleneck would turn into a funnel, and the funnel would lead straight into the kill geometry of floor 20. But Dario could not say that, because saying it would mean revealing exactly how far ahead he could see. And Renko was not the only one watching. 6 days is a deadline, he said instead. We use it to get what we need before the restriction locks us out. What do we need? Halvard asked. 3 certified clearances, guild affiliation or state unit status. Where do we get guild affiliation in 6 days? Dario looked at his hand. The Audit Pending tag pulsed beneath his skin, invisible but unmistakable. We do not get it through the Bureau's process, he said. We get it from someone who can issue provisional certification outside Renko's direct authority. Mikkel Ost, Petra said. He has the contacts. He operates in the gap between guild sponsorship and media influence. If anyone can manufacture provisional credentials in less than a week, it is him. Anya shook her head. You do not trust him. I do not have to trust him. I have to use him. And when he asks what you need the credentials for, Dario met her eyes. I tell him enough to make it worth his while, not enough to make it safe. The corridor was silent for a long moment. Then Iskra stood up. I can find the maintenance corridors between the certification offices, she said. If the Bureau's paper records move slower than the system flags, there might be a window between filing and verification. We use that window to climb before the restriction locks us out. How big is the window? I do not know yet, but I can read the system traces from the maintenance shafts. If the Bureau is routing permit approvals through a specific node, the delay will show up as a pattern in the data flow. Dario studied her. She was 15 years old. She had been burned, discarded, and left to survive on broken skills and scavenged information. And she was offering to map the Bureau's administrative architecture from inside the walls. How long do you need? 2 days, maybe 3. You will not have access to shop resources if something goes wrong. I know, Dario nodded. Then we have a plan. He turned to the others. Halvard, Petra, stay visible. Let the Bureau see you are still in Belport. File the preliminary permit forms. Do not give them a reason to flag you for non-compliance before the window opens. And you? Petra asked. I find Ost, and I find out how Dulp Reko's net really goes. He walked toward the corridor exit. Behind him, the compliance timer sat at the bottom of his interface, counting down. 6 days. But what he did not say was that Renko was not the only one building a net. The figure in gray, the upper-level regressor, Sabela, feared. The mandate, watching every deviation and pricing every truth. They were all moving toward the same convergence point. And Dario was running out of time to decide whether he was walking into the trap or setting one of his own. The alcove behind him fell silent as the group dispersed, and Dario moved through the tower's lower corridors toward the surface exit. His scar pulsed once. Cold. Not a warning, a confirmation. Something was already in motion that he had not started, and it was moving faster than his 6-day countdown. The Belport gale hit him hard when he stepped out of the tower's base, carrying the smell of relevant exhaust fumes and the metallic tang of residual gate energy. The evening sky was the color of old Stair, and the streetlights had started flickering on in uneven intervals. He pulled out his interface and opened a channel to Mikkel Ost's relay. 3 seconds later, the fixer's voice came through. Dario Vesh, I was wondering when you would call. I need provisional guild credentials, 3 certified clearances, affiliation status, valid for upper floor access. A pause. That is a specific request. It is a time-sensitive one. 6 days, I hear. Dario said nothing. Ost laughed, a dry sound. You think I do not have eyes inside the bureau? Renko's announcement hit every feed before the interface finished broadcasting. Every fixer in Belport is already working the angle. The price of provisional certification just tripled. Name your rate. I do not want credits. I want access. To what? To the story you are not telling. The real one. The one that explains how an F-rank courier with no class survived a blue-rank breach and cleared the Austerity gate. Dario closed his eyes. The trap had teeth. Meet me at the eastern maintenance entrance in an hour, he said. I will tell you enough to make his credentials worth your time. Not everything. Not everything. But enough. The channel went quiet. Dario walked into the rain, the Audit Pending tag halt against his skin, and tried to calculate how many truths he could trade before the mandate raised the price beyond what he could pay. The answer came back empty, because the only truth he could not afford to tell was the one that would destroy every advantage he had left. And Ost was smart enough to ask for exactly that. Chapter 31. The eastern maintenance entrance smelled of rust and damp concrete. Dario stood in the shadow of the overhang, watching rain sheet off the corrugated roof, and counted the seconds until Ost arrived. He came at 58 seconds, suit jacket dark at the shoulders, carrying a tablet in one hand and a laminated folder in the other. No umbrella. The fixer did not believe in looking soft. You are early, Ost said. You are on time. That makes us even. Ost smiled, thin and humorless, and handed him the folder. Dario opened it under the overhang's single security light. 3 provisional certification forms, pre-signed by a guild sponsor Dario had never heard of. A liability waiver with Renko's bureau letterhead already stamped. A laminated affiliation card with Dario's name and a grainy photo that must have come from the ferry terminal footage. How did you get the photo? I have friends in the bureau archive. They owe me favors that predate the mandate. Ost tapped the folder. The credentials are provisional. They will hold against a standard compliance check. But if Renko's office runs a deep verification, the guild name will not survive cross-referencing. How long will it survive? 3 days. Maybe 4 if the bureau is busy. Dario closed the folder. That is enough. It is not enough. It is a bridge. What I want is the road on the other side. Dario looked at him. The rain drummed harder against the roof. The compliance timer ticked at the edge of his vision. 5 days, 23 hours, 14 minutes. Ask your question, Dario said. Ost did not hesitate. How did you know the ferry terminal gate was blue rank before the first spawn wave cleared the assessment window? Dario had rehearsed an answer on the walk over. Half-truth, evasion dressed as confession, enough weight to satisfy without breaking the seal. He opened his mouth, and his scar went cold. Not a warning, a confirmation. The mandate was watching. You are not the first person to ask me that, Dario said. And every time I answer, the shop prices go up. That is not coincidence. The system is pricing my transparency, so I need to know if you understand what you are asking for before I answer. Ost's smile did not change. A tax on truth, that is clever. It is not clever. It is a leash. Then why are you here? Dario stepped closer. The rain found his shoulder. because I cannot outrun Renko's net alone, because the certification window closes in 6 days, because the tower is not a maze, it is a filter, and if I stop climbing, the wrong people decide what comes through. And you want to be the right person. I want to be fast enough to reach the problem before the problem reaches Belport. Ost studied him. The tablet screen glowed faintly in the dark. Keep going, the fixer said. Dario told him about the Austerity gate, the hidden class, the Convergence trial. He left out the regression, left out the scar, left out the 4 names and the floor 99 trap and the thing he had sworn to break. But he gave Ost enough weight to prove the shape of the truth was real. That Dario had known things he should not have known, and that the mandate had noticed, and that the price of that notice was climbing. When he finished, the rain had softened to mist. Ost was quiet for a long moment. Renko is accelerating, he said finally. The permit restriction arrived 6 floors early. That means he is afraid of something, or he is preparing for something. Either way, the Bureau's scheduling division is routing climber assignments through a new node in the harbor annex. The permits, the clearances, the liability waivers, they all pass through a single desk before they reach Renko's office. Whose desk? A woman named Duval, mid-level clerk. She has been with the Bureau since before the mandate. She does not ask questions, and she does not flag anomalies. Is she clean? Clean enough to trust, clean enough to bribe. Dario nodded. I need the routing schedule, the next 3 days, where the Bureau is assigning teams, which gates, which floors, which corridors. If Renko is concentrating climbers, I need to see the pattern before he springs the trap. Ost tilted his head. That is intelligence, not certification. It is the same currency. The fixer considered it. Then he pulled up his tablet, tapped through 3 screens, and handed it to Dario. The routing sheet was dense, color-coded by priority, stamped with Bureau authorization codes Dario recognized from the first life. He scanned it quickly, looking for the pattern he knew was there, the convergence of unaffiliated climbers into a single point. The assignments were subtle. A green rent gate here, a floor 5 clear there, a logistics corridor sweep, a supply run escort, a maintenance access verification. Each one looked routine on its own, but together they drew a map. Dario's stomach went cold, because Renko was not just concentrating climbers in one place, he was concentrating them. Havard's name was on a logistics escort scheduled for day 4. Petra's provisional reassignment had her routed to a maintenance corridor sweep on day 5. Iskra was not listed, but the corridor she had offered to map was in the same sector as the sweep. Dario was on the sheet too, as a liaison attachment to Howard's escort. The trap was already baited. Ost watched him read. You see it. I see it. What are you going to do? Dario handed the tablet back. Redirect. Pull them off the assignments before the routing locks. You cannot pull them without raising flags. Then I absorbed the flags myself. Ost laughed, dry and sharp. You sound like someone who has already decided to burn. Dario did not answer. He walked out of the overhang, into the mist, the folder pressed against his chest, and started working the angles that would keep his people off Renko's methics. The next 18 hours were a grind of logistics, paperwork, and travel. Dario redirected Howard's logistics escort by filing a competing credential exemption through Ost's guild name. The fixer had warned him the flag would not survive deep scrutiny, but it did not need to. It only needed to hold until the routing window closed. Petra's maintenance corridor sweep was harder. The Bureau had already locked to assignment into the schedule. Dario called in the favor from the annex clerk who had lied to Renko's office. She filed a conflicting medical triage rotation that pulled Petra to defense sector, citing a sudden spike in civilian bait injuries. The clerk did not ask why Dario needed it. She did not need to. By the end of day 1, the group's assignments had shifted. Howard was routed to a secondary escort that passed through a lower-risk corridor. Petra was on triage duty in a civilian zone. Iskra was still mapping the maintenance shafts, but Dario had adjusted her search parameters to avoid the sector where Renko's trap was set. The cost was visible in Dario's status window. His shop prices climbed another bracket. The Audit Pending tag burned hotter, and the compliance timer had not stopped ticking. 4 days, 7 hours, 42 minutes. He found Howard in the lower staging area at dawn of day 2. The big man was standing beside a stack of supply crates, checking the seal on a pressure valve. He looked up when Dario approached. "You changed my assignment." "Yes. I was on the logistics escort." "I know. I get out of that corridor and someone else gets put in. A team that does not have your intel. A team that does not know the projections. That is not my problem. It is your problem when you make it theirs without their consent." The silence stretched. Dario felt the weight of every choice he had made since the ferry terminal. Every calculation, every withheld truth, every trade where he had sold someone else's safety for time. "You are right," he said. Howard blinked. "I am sorry." The words felt hollow in his mouth, but he said them anyway. Howard studied him for a long moment. Then he picked up the pressure valve and walked toward the supply stack. "We are not pieces," he said over his shoulder. "And if you treat us like pieces again, I will walk. Not because I am afraid to die, because I will not be spent without knowing the odds." Dario stood alone in the staging area. The compliance timer kept counting. And somewhere in the harbor annex, the desk clerk named Duval was routing the next wave of assignments through Renko's net. Dario did not know if he had saved his team or just delayed the moment they found the trap. But for the first time since the mantle arrived, he was not sure the difference mattered. Chapter 32. The staging area smelled like concrete dust and stale coffee. Dario stood where Howard had left him, the folded paper still warm from the other man's hand. The casualty projections burned into his memory like a scar he could not hide. 17%, 4%. He had moved pieces on a board. That was what he had done, and Howard had caught him at it. The door at the far end of the staging area scraped open. Dario turned, expecting Howard returning to finish the argument. But it was Petra who stepped through, her medkit slung over one shoulder, her eyes already scanning the room like she had walked in expecting casualties. "You look like someone told you the shop is closed," she said. "Close enough. I heard about the route change." Petra stopped a few feet away, not crowding him, not retreating. "The maintenance corridor you pulled me out of, Howard told me." Dario's jaw tightened. "It was a kill zone." "I figured that much. You do not redirect people for fun." "I should have told you." "Yes," she said it without heat. "You should have, but you did not, and now we are here, and I need to know if this is going to happen again." Dario met her eyes. "I do not know." That was the truth. The worst part was that he meant it. Howard found them 10 minutes later in the narrow passage between the staging area and the maintenance corridor. He had the pressure valve still in his hand, like he had been turning it over the whole time, thinking. "I am not walking," he said before Dario could speak. Dario waited. "I thought about it." Howard set the valve on a pipe junction. "Walked the whole lower level, told myself I meant it. You treat us like pieces, I leave. That was the deal. And I would rather stay and make sure you do not do it again." Howard's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "Walking is easy. Staying and watching you learn is harder." Petra let out a breath that might have been a laugh. "That is almost generous." "It is not generous. It is practical." Howard pointed at Dario. "You know things. You see turns before they happen. I do not understand how, and I do not need to. But if you keep that knowledge locked behind your teeth and only spend it when you have already decided what we should do, then you are not leading. You are hurting." "I am trying to keep you alive." "I know." Howard's voice softened by a fraction. "But that is not the same as trust. And we are going to need trust on the floors ahead, not just good math." Dario felt the words land somewhere deeper than he expected. He had spent the entire second run treating information like currency, spending it only when the return justified the cost. But Howard was not asking for efficiency. He was asking for something Dario had never learned to give. "You want to know what I see?" Dario said. "When it matters, when the odds change, when you are moving us because you know something we do not." Howard held his gaze. "I do not need the whole map. I need to know there is a map." Dario nodded. It was not a pledge. It was not the packed chamber's sincerity rating. It was just a nod. But Howard accepted it. Iskra appeared at the corridor's far end, moving fast, her boots barely scuffing the floor. She was carrying a handheld scanner, the kind maintenance crews used for structural integrity checks, but Dario knew she had rewired it for something else. "I found something," she said. "Good or bad? Depends on your definition." She held out the scanner. Its display showed a pulsing waveform, a frequency signature Dario recognized from the spinning gate, from the crystal creature, from the schematic that had dissolved in his hands. "What is that?" "Your scar." Iskra tapped the scanner. "I have been tracking it passively since you left the staging area. It emits a low-frequency pulse every time you make a decision that changes the group's trajectory. The system can read it." Dario's arm went cold. "The system reads my scar? The mandate reads it. The tower reads it. Anyone with the right equipment and enough proximity can read it." Iskra lowered the scanner. "Your scar is not a wound. It is a transmitter. It broadcasts every divergence you make, every choice that breaks the script." "Can you block it?" "No." Iskra's voice was flat. "But I can read the signal too, and I have been tracking the pattern. The gray figure from floor 2 was using the same frequency. It knows when you deviate because your scar tells it." The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Petra broke it first. "So the system has been tracking him since the beginning." "Since before the beginning," Iskra said. "The scar came with the regression. It is older than the first gate." Dario looked down at his left forearm. The frost-like lines were pale against his skin, almost invisible in the low light. He had thought it was a remnant of his first life, a mark of the deaths he had survived. Now Iskra was telling him it was a leash. "How long have you known?" "Confirmed it a few hours ago." Iskra met his eyes. "Suspected it since the packed chamber. The system's evaluation of your sincerity was not just monitoring your words, it was measuring you against the scar's output." Dario's mind raced. Every truth he had spoken, every lie, every partial answer. The mandate had been reading the cost of his words against the broadcast of his scar, matching his honesty against the waveform Iskra had just mapped. "Can they see everything?" he asked. "Not everything. The sealed blacks in your file are real. Something is hiding parts of you from the mandate's direct indexing. But the scar is a bridge. It connects you to the system in ways the blocks cannot fully sever." "So the gray figure can track me?" "Yes." Iskra paused. "And it has been moving closer." The corridor was suddenly too small. "How close?" 20 meters below this level, 1 hour ago. It is climbing." Dario's scar pulsed. Not warm, not cold. Something in between, like recognition. Like the system reaching through the flesh of his arm to remind him that he was never as hidden as he wanted to believe. "Then we move," he said. "Where?" Petra asked. Dario looked at the scanner in Iskra's hand, at the waveform that traced his every divergence. "The path the schematic showed, the route I do not remember from the first life." His voice was steady, but he felt nothing like steady. "If the tower is rewriting its architecture, then the gray figure might not know the new paths either. We use that. And if it does know," Halvard asked, "then we fight it on ground neither of us has seen." He saw the look that passed between Howard and Petra. It was not trust. It was not suspicion. It was something closer to agreement, the quiet acknowledgement that they had chosen to follow him, and this was what following looked like. Iskra pocketed the scanner. "The service stair access is 200 meters east. It connects to a maintenance artery that bypasses the first 4-floor landings." "Show me." Iskra led. Petra fell in beside Howard. Dario brought up the rear, his left arm still pulsing with the scar's faint heat, the compliance timer still counting in the corner of his vision. 4 days, 6 hours, 11 minutes. And somewhere below, the gray figure kept climbing. Chapter 33. The service stair smelled of rust and old concrete. Dario took the steps 2 at a time, Iskra's scanner clicking in the silence between their footsteps. The waveform on its display pulsed in time with his scar, a confirmation he did not need to see. 4 days, 5 hours, 40 minutes. The stairwell curved left, then right, then opened onto a landing with 3 doors. One led back to the main tower artery, one was sealed with a bureau lock. The third was unlabeled, its handle crusted with paint that had not been touched in years. "Which one?" Petra asked. Dario touched the unlabeled door. The metal was cold, colder than the air around it, as if something on the other side was drawing heat from the frame. "This one." Because the schematic showed it? Because the other two are dead ends. He pulled the handle. The door groaned open onto a corridor that did not match any floor plan from his first life. The walls were raw stone, not the polished composite of the main tower. No interface panels, no shop terminals. The air was thick and still, carrying a mineral smell like groundwater and crushed rock. Iskra stepped through first, her scanner held out like a divining rod. The frequency changes here. The scar's signal is… She paused. Muffled. The stone interferes with the transmission. How much? Dario asked. Enough that the gray figure will have to work harder to find us. Not enough to lose the trail entirely. Howard pushed past Dario and took point, his bulk filling the corridor. Then we moved faster. They walked in single file. The corridor sloped downward, then leveled, then widened into a chamber the size of a warehouse. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The floor was marked with faded grid lines, like the foundation of a building that had never been finished. Petra stopped in the center of the chamber. What is this place? Dario looked at the grid lines, at the way they converged toward a central depression in the stone. He knew the answer, but saying it aloud would make the timeline shift permanent. A kill box. Halvard turned. Explain, Dario's scar pulsed. The mandate was listening. But the stone was muffling the signal, and the truth was already costing him more than silence. Floor 20. He kept his voice flat. In the first lice, the Bureau concentrated every unaffiliated climber into a single sector. Independent hunters, provisional teams, anyone without guild backing or state assignment. They framed it as an efficiency measure, better resource allocation, faster advancement tracking. And, Petra's voice was careful, and the geometry of floor 20 was designed to kill them. The routes channeled into a single funnel. The safe zones were mapped to collapse. The spawn waves were calibrated to numbers, not their threat level. By the time anyone realized the trap, the exits were sealed. The silence stretched. How many died? Iskra asked. Enough that Belport never recovered its independent climbing capacity. The survivors were absorbed into guild structures the Bureau controlled. The ones who refused were listed as missing or unaccounted for. Halvard's jaw was tight, and Renko is doing it again. Faster this time. Earlier. The permit restriction, the routing desk, the concentration of specific climbers into one sector. Dario gestured at the grid lines beneath their feet. This is where it was supposed to happen, and this is where I pulled you away from. Petra's hands were steady, but her voice had an edge he recognized. You knew this was coming. You knew before the compliance timer started. Yes. And you waited until now to tell us. Dario met her eyes. I waited until I had a path that was not a trap. Before this corridor, every alternative I could see led to the same outcome. Tell you too early, and the knowledge would have changed your choices in ways the Bureau could track. Tell you too late, and you would have been inside the kill box with no way out. So you managed us. I made the best decision I could with the information I had. That is not the same thing. Petra's voice was quiet. You are not the only one who gets to decide what the best decision is. Dario felt the weight of her words settle over him. He had no argument left. The truth was laid open, and it did not look like protection. It looked like control. Halvard broke the silence. You said floor 20 was where it happened. We are not on floor 20. No, we are on the path the tower showed me, the route that does not exist in my memory. Then where does it lead? Dario looked at the shadows pressing against the far wall. The chamber had no visible exit, but the schematic had shown a seam, a place where the stone did not quite meet. Away from the kill box, toward something the tower did not expect me to find. Iskra's scanner chirped. She looked at the display, then at Dario. The gray figure stopped climbing. Stopped or paused. Stopped. It is holding at the level we left, waiting. Dario's scar pulsed, and for a moment he felt the weight of the mandate's attention, pressing against the stone's interference, patient and patient. Then we have a window. He turned toward the shadowed far wall. Find the seam, We move before it decides to follow. Petra did not move. Dario, he stopped. When this is over, if we survive, you are going to tell me everything. Not the pieces you think I need. Everything. He looked at her. At Halvard, who was watching with eyes that had already judged him and found him wanting. At Iskra, who was staring at her scanner like it held the only truth she trusted. Everything, he said. It was not a promise he knew how to keep, but it was the truest thing he had said since the sky turned blue. Petra nodded once, then turned and walked toward the far wall. Howard fell in beside her. Iskra followed. Dario brought up the rear, his scar pulsing against the muffled stone, the compliance timer counting in the corner of his vision. 4 days, 5 hours, 12 minutes, and somewhere above them, the doors of floor 20 were already sealing shut, drifting 2 million tiners sliding right down your metastic eng. I just choose this sign to any self. Go to the WAPs. The corridor ended in a seam that did not look like an exit. Dario pressed his palm against the raw stone. The surface felt wrong, warmer than the walls around it, with a faint pulse that matched nothing in his memory. Behind him, the group waited in silence, breathing shallow. Boots shifted on unleveled rock. It's a hatch, he stressed. Her scanner swept the seam, left to right, then back. Not tower construction. Bureau-grade sealant over a maintenance access. Someone walled this off after the mandate arrived. Someone or something. Halvard's voice was flat. Does it matter? Dario pressed harder. The seam gave a 1/4 inch, and stale air bled through the gap, carrying the smell of concrete dust and old electrical fire. We're under the tower, he said, not inside it. The schematic showed a route that bypasses the main floors entirely. This is the entrance. Petra stepped past him and ran her fingers along the seam's edge. Hermetic's hands moved with quiet precision, finding the latch mechanism before Dario could point it out. You knew this was here. I knew the tower showed me a path. I did not know what it looked like. She pulled the latch. The seam groaned, then split into a vertical crack wide enough to slip through. Darkness waited on the other side. No light, no sound, just the smell of something older than the Bureau's sealant. We should not go in blind, Halvard said. We already are. Dario stepped through first. The space beyond was a maintenance tunnel, wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, with conduits running along the ceiling and floor drains measured triple giga. Emergency lights glowed amber at intervals, casting long shadows that stretched and contracted as the group moved deeper. Iskra's scanner chirped as a few seconds, mapping the route, checking for traps, reading the residual energy signatures embedded in the walls. This connects to the main tower infrastructure, she said. Ventilation, power, data conduits. Someone built this to move things the Bureau did not want tracked. Like breach fragments, Petra said. Like anything that needed to disappear. Dario walked at the front, his scar pulsing against the muffled interference of the stone above them. The signal was weaker here, the mandate's reach thinner, but he could still feel the weight of its attention pressing somewhere beyond the ceiling, waiting for him to surface. They walked for 10 minutes, 15. The tunnel curved left, then right, then opened into a chamber the size of a warehouse floor. Dario stopped. The chamber was filled with stacked crates, metal shelving, and equipment that predated the mandate. Office furniture, filing cabinets, a row of decommissioned bureau terminals with cracked screens. In the center of the room, a single monitor was lit, displaying a blue interface pane with a familiar seal. The Bureau's seal. Renko's seal. Halvard moved to the nearest terminal. This is a storage archive. Bureau records, pre-mandate and post. He pulled a drawer open. Personnel files, assignment logs, gate assessment reports. Look for anything from your last 7 days, Dario said. Hiska was already at the lit monitor, her fingers moving across the keyboard with the speed of someone who had learned to read system architecture faster than people. Direct feed. Layev Bureau broadcast. Encrypted, but the terminal is authenticated at a higher clearance than the seal suggests. She paused. Renko is issuing an order. Dario crossed to her side. The screen showed a document header, Emergency Clustering Protocol 47B. The language was dry, procedural, the kind of language that made massacre sound like logistics. In response to multiple unaffiliated climber incidents and manipulated gate assessments, the Belport Hunter Licensing Bureau hereby institutes a temporary clustering order for all climbers without verified guild affiliation or state assignment. 10 sloughing locations are designated per Sector 9 routing guidelines. All affected climbers must report to designated assembly points within 24 hours for reassignment verification. Non-compliance will result in immediate revocation of provisional certification and restriction from tower advancement. There it is, Dario said quietly. Containment, Petra said. He is calling it containment. It is a roundup. Halvard's voice had gone hard. He is gathering every independent clawman in Belport into a single location under the language of public safety. And anyone who objects looks like they have something to hide? Iskra added. Dario read the document again, looking for the fine print, the clause that would let Renko seal the assembly points once the climbers were inside. He found it on page 3. Clustering locations may be secured under emergency protocol until reassignment verification is complete. Duration of security measures is at the discretion of the presiding bureau commissioner. Duration at his discretion, Dario said. He can keep them sealed as long as he wants. Petra's face was pale in the amber light. How long until it goes public? Iskra checked the document timestamp. It is already public. The order was posted 40 minutes ago. Ost will have it by now. Dario's mind raced. The clustering order was faster than he expected. Renko was not waiting for the compliance timer to expire. He was forcing the issue now, before Dario could find a way through the net. Can we challenge it? Halvard asked. On what grounds? Petra's voice was sharp. He has documented gate incidents. He has manipulated assessments he can blame on unaffiliated climbers. The media will frame this as accountability. We have Ost, Dario said. Ost is a fixer, not a judge. He can shape the narrative, but he cannot override emergency protocol. Dario looked at the monitor, at the list of designated clustering locations, at the routing assignments already being issued to the independent climbers he knew by name from his first life. Then he saw it. One of the clustering locations was the Harbor Annex, the same sector where Renko had tried to concentrate Howard, Petra, Iskra, and Dario through Duval's desk. The trap he had already redirected them away from. Renko was not just rowing up independents, he was specifically routing them through the same kill geometry. The clustering order was just a larger net wrapped around the same trap. He is not waiting for floor 20, Dario said. He is bringing floor 20 to them. The silence that followed was heavy. Iskra's scanner tripped again. She looked at the reading, then at Dario. The gray figure is moving again. How fast? Slow, deliberate. It is following the path he took through the maintenance tunnel. Dario turned from the monitor. The chamber had 3 exits, the tunnel they had come through, a sealed service elevator, and a stairwell leading up. How long until it reaches us? At this pace? Iskra checked the reading again. 12 minutes, maybe 15. Dario looked at Petra, at Howard, at Iskra, who was watching him like he held the answer. He did not have an answer. He had a choice. Halvard checked the stairwell. Iskra, try to find a way to broadcast a warning into the Bureau network without revealing our location. Broadcast what? That the clustering locations are kill boxes. That anyone who reports to the Harbor Annex is walking into a sealed trap. And if they do not believe it? Dario met her eyes. Then we find another way to stop it. She nodded and turned to the monitor. Howard moved toward the stairwell, his boots silent on the concrete floor. Petra stayed where she was. You promised me everything, she said quietly. I know. Chapter 35. Dario stared at the terminal screen, the clustering order still glowing, the names of independent climbers scrolling past in a bureau feed he should not have been able to access. He knew them. Not all of them, but enough. The ones who had survived the first 6 months of the first timeline and become the backbone of Belport's resistance. The ones who died on floor 20 in the Purge and never got the chance. Renko was rounding them up by type, not by threat. Anyone without guild protection, anyone whose file showed gaps, anomalies, unaffiliated clearances. The same profile that fit Dario. The same profile that fit every climber who would matter later. "You are thinking about doing something stupid," Petra said from the doorway. "I am thinking about doing something expensive." "There's a difference?" Dario turned from the terminal. "Ost wants my story. I am going to give him enough of it to stop the clustering order." Petra's face went still. "You said that truth would destroy every advantage you have left." "It will. But if Renko seals those assembly points, the advantage does not matter. There will be no one left to use it." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and stepped aside. Dario pulled out the encrypted comm unit Ost had given him. The signal would be routed through 3 relays, none of them traceable to the maintenance tunnels. He keyed the channel. Ost answered on the second ring. "You are calling early. That means something broke." "The clustering order. You have seen it." "I have seen it. I am watching the media response. Renko is framing it as accountability for the ferry terminal deaths. The ferry terminal was a blue rank gate misassessed as green. The Bureau knew. They filed it under administrative error and buried the assessor's report." Silence. "That is not a story you can walk back," Ost stated. "It is not a story I can tell twice. Are you recording?" "I am always recording." Dario looked at the compliance timer in the corner of his vision, at the list of clustering locations on the terminal screen, at the names of climbers he had watched die in the first timeline. "3 things," he said. "First, the harbor annex is not a processing center. It is a sealed kill zone. Renko routed the same trap through Duval's desk 3 days ago, and I redirected my people out of it. The clustering order is just a wider net around the same geometry." "Second," Ost said. "I am listening." "Second, the clustering locations were chosen because they share a structural vulnerability. Bureau Emergency Containment Protocol allows them to seal any floor or sector indefinitely under public safety authority. The designated assembly points have pre-installed blast doors and independent air systems. Once the climbers are inside, Renko can lock them in, and no one outside will know until the bodies are processed. Third, the following independent climbers have already received routing assignments to the harbor annex: Karine Vadova, Elias Tarrant, Mikkel Thorson, Sula Park. Dario listed the names from memory, 11 of them, the ones he remembered from the first timeline, the ones who had died fastest because they believed the Bureau's reassurances. He finished. Ost was quiet for 7 seconds. "You just gave me enough material to break the clustering order apart," the fixer said. "But you also gave me enough material to destroy you." "I know." "Why?" Dario looked at the terminal, at the names, at the compliance timer. "Because I have been treating this like a solo run, controlling every variable, holding every truth close, and it has not been enough. Renko is moving faster than I can counter. The tower is rewriting itself beyond my memory. The gray figure is 12 minutes behind me through a maintenance tunnel I have never seen before in any life." He paused. "I cannot win this alone, so I am burning the map. Once I publish this, you cannot take it back. I am counting on that." Another silence. Then Ost's voice, quieter. "There will be a price. The mandate will raise yours the moment my first story drops." Dario looked at his status window, at the Audit Pending tag that had pulsed hotter with every truth he had spoken since the pact chamber. "I know. I will have the first piece ready in 30 minutes. Keep your comm open." The line went dead. Dario lowered the unit. Petra was watching him from the doorway. Her expression was unreadable. "How many did you just save?" she asked. "I do not know." "How many did you just put at risk?" He met her eyes. "All of them, including us." She did not flinch. "Then we better make sure it is worth it." She turned and walked back toward the main chamber. Dario stood alone in the amber light, the terminal glowing, the names of 11 climbers now part of a story that would spread through Belport's underground within the hour. The scar on his arm pulsed once, cold and warning. He ignored it. The map was burning. Now he had to survive the fire. Iskra's voice came from the main chamber. "I have a signal. Ost is pushing the first piece through a Bureau-adjacent feed. It will hit the independent network in 90 seconds. Dario moved toward her voice. The chamber had transformed while he was on the comm. Howard had found a secondary terminal and was cross-checking the clustering locations against the Bureau's emergency containment registry. Iskra had patched her scanner into the archive's data conduits and was routing Ost's feed through a secure relay. "How many can see it?" Dario asked. "Right now, maybe 200. But that 200 includes every unaffiliated climber in Belport who has a working comm unit. By the time Renko's office notices, the story will be mirrored across 6 independent relays." "Good." Howard looked up from the terminal. "The assembly points match what you said. Every single one has pre-installed containment hardware. Harbor Annex, Waterfront Processing, East Yard Station. All of them." Dario nodded. "How long until the first climbers are supposed to report?" "First wave is scheduled for 6 o'clock tomorrow. That gives us 14 hours. 14 hours to convince every independent climber in Belport that the Bureau is herding them into a slaughterhouse," Dario said, "based on a story from a fixer and an unaffiliated F-rank no one has heard of." "Based on a story from an F-rank who survived a blue-rank gate," Iskra said, "and walked out of the Austerity gate and cleared the spinning gate with a team that should not have made it past the first ring." She met his eyes. "Your name is already worth something. You just did not want to spend it." Dario looked at the terminal screens, at the mapping data, at the timer counting down. "How long until Ost's next piece?" Iskra checked the relay signal. 30 minutes. He is holding it until the first story has time to spread. Then we have 30 minutes to figure out what the next one says." He sat down at the terminal. The scar on his arm pulsed again, hotter this time. The mandate was watching. Let it watch. The map was already ashed. Chapter 36. The archive terminal blinked. Dario stared at the compliance timer. 4 days, 1 hour, 11 minutes. The first clustering wave reported at 6 o'clock. Ost's story was live, spreading through the independent network like fire through dry timber. But the kill box on floor 20 was already in motion. Renko had set the machinery running before Dario even reached the archive. Howard's voice carried from the secondary terminal. "I am reading structural modifications across all 3 assembly points. Harbor Annex just sealed its loading bay doors. Waterfront processing went dark on the Bureau grid 5 minutes ago." "They are early," Dario said. "They were always going to be early." The question was whether the warning would spread faster than the lockdown. Petra appeared at his shoulder. "Ost's second piece is live. He named the 11. He named you as the source." Dario did not look away from the terminal. "Good. That is not good. That makes you the target." "I was already the target. Now I am the target with a story that makes Renko look like he is herding independents into a slaughterhouse. That changes the math." "Does it?" She pointed at the timer. "Because the math I see says the first wave reports in less than 14 hours. And every assembly point has the hardware to seal itself before a single climber can verify the warning." Iskra's voice cut through from across the chamber. "The gray figure is 8 minutes out." Dario stood. "Then we move. Now." He crossed to the main terminal, pulled the data chip, and pressed it into Iskra's hand. "That has everything we found. Cluster locations, containment hardware, the ferry terminal report, Renko's routing manifests. If I do not make it through the next few hours, that chip goes to Ost." "Where are you going?" Petra asked. "To floor 20. If the kill boss is already cycling, I need to be unsighted when climbers start dying. That is where the truth matters most." Howard was already at the stairwell. "You are walking into a sealed kill zone with no exit plan." "I have an exit plan. I just do not know if it works." "That is not a plan. That is a hope. It will have to be enough." The stairwell took them up through 3 levels of raw stone before the architecture shifted back to the tower's pale silver walls. The air grew heavier, tasted of ozone and old blood. Floor 20's entrance corridor stretched ahead, wide enough for 8 people to walk abreast, lined with alcoves that in the first timeline had been safe zones. Dario stopped at the threshold. "They are not safe." Petra followed his gaze. "What?" "The alcoves. In the first run, climbers used them to rest between waves, but Renko's team sealed the emergency exits behind the panels. Anyone who stops in an alcove dies when the second wave triggers the floor collapse. Halvard stared at him. You are going to announce that to every climber in earshot. I am going to announce everything. Dario stepped into the corridor. The ceiling lights flickered. The tower's interface flickered. A cold blue pane materialized before him. Floor 20. The measure of resolve wave composition. Variable estimated completion, 4 to 8 hours. Credential verification. Required. He looked at the verification line. In the first timeline, that requirement had been a trap. Climbers who stopped to present credentials at the checkpoints were delayed long enough for the first wave to catch them in the open. The ones who pushed through without verifying were marked as non-compliant and flagged for later removal. Dario turned to face the corridor. Climbers were already there. Dozens of them. Independents who had reported early, who had not heard Ost's warning yet, who were standing in the kill box because they trusted the Bureau's reassurances. A woman in Patarlu looked at him with weary suspicion. You are the one from the feed, the ferry terminal. I am. Ost's story says Renko set a trap. I did not believe it. Believe it now. The corridor went quiet. Dario took a breath. The scar on his arm pulsed hot, then cold, as if the mandate was adjusting its grip. The alcoves are death traps. The panels behind them seal shut. Rest there and you die when the second wave collapses the floor beneath you. He pointed at the checkpoint ahead. That verification terminal is a delay mechanism. Stop to present credentials and the first wave catches you in the open. Skip it, and you are flagged for removal when the purge locks down. A man in a heavy coat stepped forward. How do you know? Because I have seen it before. The scar pulsed again. The air in the corridor seemed to thicken, and then the first wave hit. The floor shuddered. Deep bass rumbling from the main chamber. A roar that built from the walls themselves. Dario moved. Follow me. Do not stop at the alcoves. Do not stop at the checkpoint. Do not stop for anything. He ran. Behind him, the sound of feet hitting stone. Some of the climbers followed. Some hesitated. He did not look back. The checkpoint terminal flashed red as he passed it. A woman's voice shouted that they needed to verify. He ignored it. The main chamber opened ahead, wide, circular. Through tiers of catwalks ringing a central pit where the first spawn was already climbing out of the darkness. Green rank. 2 of them. The easy wave. In the first timeline, climbers had poured resources into this wave, burning healing and stamina vials because they did not know what was waiting. Dario raised his voice. Do not waste resources on the first wave. Save your healing. Save your stamina. The third wave is where the kill box triggers. That is what matters. The women in pieced armor caught up to him. Third wave? The briefing said 4 waves. The briefing lied. The green ranks charged. Dario stepped into the path of the first one, drew his blade, and cut it down in 3 movements. Economy. Precision. No wasted energy. The second fell 6 seconds later. The chamber was silent except for the crackle of dissipating spawn matter. Dario turned to face the climbers who had followed him. Next wave hits in 12 minutes. Use that time to check your gear, not your credentials, and trust nothing the Bureau told you about this floor. He looked at the timer on his interface. 4 days, 57 minutes. He wondered how much of the old script was already ash. From the far side of the chamber, a new sound began. Mechanical, rhythmic. The sound of blast doors sealing, the floor shuddered. The exit was closing. Dario started counting. Trencher 37. Dario counted. The blast doors capped sealing, mechanical and final. A rhythm that matched nothing but the Bureau's schedule. 12 minutes, he repeated. Check your gear. Trust nothing. The climbers moved. Some checked weapons, some stared at the doors. The woman in patched armor, Corinne Vidova, he remembered her name now, one of the 11 he had listed to Ost, stepped closer. Third wave. You said that is where the trap triggers. Yes. How do you know it is not the fourth? Because in the first run, the 4th wave never came. The Bureau briefing promised 4 waves so climbers would conserve resources for a fight that did not exist. The real kill box closed at wave 3, when everyone was already exhausted and the exits were sealed. Corinne's jaw tightened. She did not ask what he meant by first run. She looked at the ceiling doors instead. How long until those close completely? 7 minutes, maybe 8. Then we do not have 12 minutes between waves. Dario looked at the central pit. The green rank residue was still crackling, but the air had changed. Lower pressure, the ozone taste thickening. She was right. The tower was accelerating. A new rumble built beneath the floor, deeper than the first. The catwalks vibrated. Dario turned to face the corridor where the climbers were gathering. 37 of them, maybe 40. Some had followed him from the checkpoint. Others had been here before he arrived, waiting for a briefing that would never come. "Second wave is early," he said. "Do not spread out. Do not take the alcoves. Hold the center catwalk and rotate when the spawns push." A man in a heavy coat, Elias Tarrant, another name from the list, gestured at the ceiling doors. "And the exit?" "We make one." The floor lurched. The central pit erupted. Not spawns, not green rank. The stone itself rose, a pillar of fused rock and reinforcement steel, punching upward through the chamber floor. The catwalks groaned. Climbers stumbled. Dario grabbed the railing and held. The killer kept climbing. 10 meters. 15. It stopped at the ceiling, wedged against the upper tier, and the stones split open along vertical seams. Something crawled out. Not a creature. Not quite. A lattice of pale silver lines, like the schematic from floor 6 had come alive and grown a body. It moved on too many limbs. Its surface flickered with interface text that scrolled too fast to read. Howard appeared at Dario's elbow. "What is that?" "I do not know." "First time for everything." The lattice thing unfolded. Its limbs reached for the nearest catwalk. A climber screamed and swung a blade. The lattice absorbed the impact and kept moving. Dario's scar went cold. This was not in the first timeline. This was not in any briefing he remembered. This was the tower rewriting the kill box in real time. "Dario," Iskra's voice, sharp and close. She had climbed onto the catwalk behind him, scanner in hand. "I can see it. The lattice, it is a node, a system junction. The Bureau did not build it. The tower is routing something through it." "Routing what?" "I do not know. But there is a gap, a blind spot in the system feed around the southeast corridor. If we can reach it, the tower cannot track us through the node." "Southeast corridor is collapsed." "Not collapsed, sealed. There is a difference." The lattice thing kept climbing. It reached the second tier and a woman with red hair, Sula Park, met it with a spear. The tip punched through the silver surface. The lattice did not slow down. Howard grabbed Dario's shoulder. "I can hold the east catwalk. Buy you time to reach that corridor." "The east catwalk collapses under sustained weight. I calculated it. I know, you told me." Howard's voice was flat. "But if the lattice comes through the center, everyone dies before you reach the seal. The east catwalk can hold long enough for me to buy you minutes." "Minutes or not. Minutes are what I have. Go." Howard was already moving. He did not wait for permission. He did not look back. Dario watched him step onto the east catwalk, weapon drawn, and plant himself at the narrowest point, a position Dario had calculated would fail under a concentrated push. But Howard was not calculating. He was trusting. Dario turned away. "Petra, wounded climbers. Where?" "West alcove, 5 of them. 2 cannot walk. Reroute them through the maintenance hatch behind the 3rd pillar. It leads to the service stair. The hatch is locked." "Break it." Petra's eyes met his. She nodded once and ran. Dario moved toward the southeast corridor. Isakra followed, scanner humming. The lattice was still climbing, but Howard was already engaging it, holding the choke point, buying the seconds. The seam appeared ahead. Not a door. A hairline fracture in the stone, exactly where the schematic had shown nothing. Iskra pressed her scanner to it. "The anomaly node is behind this. I can see the signal bleed. It is not structural. It is system architecture pretending to be stone." "Can you open it?" "I can try." She pressed her palm to the seam. Her broken appraisal skill flared. The stone rippled. Behind them, the east catwalk groaned. Dario did not look. Iskra's hand trembled. The seam widened. A pale blue light bled through. "Almost there." The catwalk screamed, metal tearing, stone breaking. Dario looked. Howard was still on the east catwalk. The lattice had wrapped around his left arm. The catwalk was collapsing beneath him. He drove his blade into the lattice's core and twisted. The lattice shuddered. The catwalk fell. Howard's dropped with it. Dario's chest went cold. Then the seam opened. Iskra stumbled through. Light poured out. She grabbed Dario's jacket and pulled. He looked at the pit where Howard had fallen. The lattice was still moving. The climbers were still fighting. Dario. He turned. He stepped through the seam. The stone sealed behind them. The chamber was small, circular. A single terminal at the center, its screen dark. The air was still and cold. Iskra knelt at the terminal. Her scanner connected. This is it, the anomaly node. The tower was routing positioning data through this junction for the killbox geometry. If we can corrupt the feed, Howard is dead. Iskra looked up. Her face was pale. I do not know, she said. I could not see. Dario stared at the terminal. The scar on his arm pulsed. Then the terminal flickered to life. A single line of text. Candidate Vesh. The line U999 not believe in is holding. Dario read it twice. The terminal went dark. Behind them, the stone seam vibrated. Someone was breaking through. Iskra's scanner pinged. The killbox feed is corrupting. The geometric targeting is failing. Climbers are routing through the gaps. Dario did not answer. He was staring at the seam, at the vibration, at the word holding still burning in his memory. Howard was alive. He did not know how, but the terminal had told him. The stone cracked. The seam split open. Sabela Irration stepped through. Chapter 38. Sabela stepped through the cracked seam and did not stop moving. Her blade was already drawn. A curved length of black steel that caught the node's pale light and threw it back as shadow. She crossed the chamber in 3 strides and stood between Dario and the seam, her back to him, scanning the dark beyond the crack. You should not be here, Dario said. No, you should not be here. She did not turn. But you are. And now the tower knows exactly where the node is. Iskra's scanner pulsed. She is not armed with bureau equipment, no tags, no registration markers. I know what she is. Sabela glanced back. Her face was unreadable, but her eyes moved over Dario like she was reading a wound she already knew. The lattice is not the kill box, she said. The lattice is the leash. The tower routed the kill box through this node because it wanted to see who would forward the signal here. You did. I followed you. Then why help? She did not answer. The seam behind her groaned. The lattice's pale silver light bled through the crack, brighter than before, and the stone began to vibrate with a low harmonic hum that Dario felt in his teeth. It is coming through, Iskra said. Sabela turned toward the seam and raised her blade. Stay behind me, both of you. You came here to watch me die, Dario said. I came here to see if you were worth saving. She adjusted her grip on the hilt. That is not the same thing. The seam split. The lattice poured through. Not the diffuse climbing entity from the killbox floor, something denser. A column of interlocking silver lines, each segment scrolling text Dario could almost read, moving with a purpose that felt architectural, not biological. It reached for Sabela. She moved under it. Her blade caught the first line and severed it. The lattice recoiled, its text glitching, and she drove forward into the gap, cutting at the joints where the silver segments connected. Each cut produced a spray of data fragments that dissolved before they hit the ground. What is that blade? Iskra whispered. Something from before her first tower, Dario said. Sabela worked in silence. Economic. Every cut landed where a system junction should exist. She did not fight the lattice. She dismantled it. The column collapsed into a heap of fading silver lines. The last of them flickered, tried to reform, then dissolved. Sabela lowered her blade. She was breathing hard. That will not hold them long, she said. Them? She turned. For the first time, Dario saw something other than control in her face. Something tired. The tower is not the only thing routing through this node. There is another regressor in Belport, higher than me, older. They have been feeding the Bureau positioning data for months, letting Renko build the kill box so the tower could study how climbers break under institutional pressure. Dario's scar pulsed. Is that the one you were afraid of? Sabela did not answer. The node terminal showed Hallard is alive, Dario said. Can you confirm? Hallard Bren is holding a beam in the lower pit with the lattice wrapped around his arm. He will not hold much longer, but he is alive. Can you reach him? Sabela looked at him. I can. Then do it. I did not come here to take orders from you. You came here to see if I was worth saving. Dario stepped toward her. Save him. That is how you prove it. The air between them went still. Iskra watched. Her scanner hummed. Sabela's jaw tightened. She turned without another word and stepped back through the seam. The lattice fragments stirred at her feet. She kicked them aside and disappeared into the corridor beyond. The pale light swallowed her. Dario stood alone with Iskra and the still pulsing node terminal. You trust her? Isra asked. No. Then why send her after Halvard? Because if she is lying, I need to know now. He turned to the terminal. And if she is telling the truth, I need to know what comes next. The terminal screen flickered. A new line of text appeared. Candidate Vesh, confirmed intervention. The entity you have been searching for knows your name. Dario stared at the words. The upper-level regressor, Iskra said. The one Sabela was afraid of. The terminal continued. It has been matching your pace since floor 2. It held position when you entered the raw stone corridor. It 999 not follow, because it 999 not nod to. Where is it now? The terminal paused. Then a single word. Below. Below. Chapter 39. The floor beneath Dario's boots shuddered. Not the rhythmic vibration of a tower floor in crisis, the kind he had learned to read in his first life, but something deeper, structural, the sound of load-bearing stone losing faith in itself. Iskra grabbed his arm. The node conduit is fracturing. The entity climbing it is almost at the junction plate. How long? 90 seconds, maybe less. Dario turned from the fragmented terminal. The pale silver light of the lattice still bled through the cracked seam Sabela had vanished through. Beyond it, the southeast corridor. Then the main chamber with its collapsing catwalks, the surviving climbers, and Halvard in the pit with the lattice wrapped around his arm. He had 90 seconds to decide which part of the floor to save. We go back through the seam, he said. The corridor is destabilizing. If the node conduit breaches while we are inside it, the stone will pulverize. We will be ground into the feed. Then we do not stop moving. Iskra's jaw tightened. She did not argue. Dario stepped through the cracked seam first. The southeast corridor had changed. The walls were no longer smooth. They bulged inward in places, stone warping like heated plastic, and the air tasted of copper and burnt interface. The lattice fragments on the floor had stopped twitching. They lay still, their silver light fading, as if something had drained the energy from them and pulled it downward, toward the thing climbing the conduit. Dario ran. Iskra followed, her scanner chirping a low-pitched warning that she silenced with a palm strike. The main chamber opened ahead of them. The scene had shifted in the minutes they had been gone. The catwalks were more collapsed than intact. The central pit had widened, its edges crumbling, and the lattice entity that had ruled the floor was gone, dissolved into static that clung to the stone like morning frost. But the climbers were alive. Corrine the Dova stood at the edge of the eastern tier, her patched armor streaked with blood that was not her own. She was directing civilians toward a maintenance hatch behind the third pillar, the one Petra had opened. Elias Tarrant was hauling a wounded woman across the rubble, his heavy coat torn at the shoulder. Sula Pak leaned on her spear near the hatch, red hair matted with dust, breathing hard. They had routed through the gaps. Iskra's corruption of the killbox feed had worked. "Dario!" Corrine spotted him. "The east catwalk is gone. The pit is widening. We have maybe 6 minutes before the entire tier drops into whatever is under it." "Where is Halvard?" "Still in the lower pit. The woman with the black blade went down after him. We have not seen either of them surface." Dario's scar pulsed. He crossed to the pit edge and looked down. The drop was 15 meters into darkness lit only by the fading silver threads of the lattice. He could see shapes moving below. One was Halvard, bracing a fallen beam across his shoulders, the lattice wrapped around his arm like a glowing parasite. The other was Sabela, her blade cutting at the lattice's anchor points, methodical, efficient. She was buying him time. "Iskra," Dario said. "Can you hold the conduit long enough for them to climb out?" "Hold it? No. Delay it? Maybe. The node junction is compromised. If I route the collapse data through the killbox feed's residual channel, I can make the system think the conduit is already stable. It will stop sending reinforcement signals." "Do it!" She dropped to her knees, pulled a cable from her scanner, and jammed it into a crack in the floor. The scanner's display flickered, then stabilized. "I have 30 seconds before the feed rejects the false data." Dario turned back to the pit. "Sabela, surface now!" Her head snapped up. She saw him, saw Iskra on the floor with the cable, and understood. She grabbed Howard's harness and pulled. He roared in protest, the beam shifting, but she did not stop. She cut the last strand of lattice from his arm, sheathed her blade, and hauled him toward the pit wall where a maintenance ladder clung to the stone. Howard climbed one-handed, blood streaming from the lattice wound. Sabela climbed behind him. The floor shuddered again. A crack ran across the chamber ceiling. 15 seconds, Iskra said. Howard reached the lip. Dario grabbed his good arm and pulled him over. He collapsed onto the stone, breathing in wet gasps, his face gray with pain. Sabela vaulted over the edge and landed in a crouch. She was not breathing hard. "The thing in the conduit," she said. "It stopped climbing when I cut the lattice anchor. It is waiting." "Waiting for what? For us to leave, or for the floor to drop us into its lap?" Dario looked at the climbers. At Corrine, Elias, Sula, and the dozen others who had survived because Iskra corrupted the feed and he told them where not to stand. He looked at Howard, alive. He looked at Sabela, who had chosen to save instead of serve. "Everyone through the maintenance hats," he said. Now, they moved. Petra was at the hatch, directing the wounded through with a calm that belied the blood on her gloves. She met Dario's eyes as he approached. "The hatch leads to a service stair that connects to floor 19's checkpoint," she said. "I mapped it while you were in the node chamber." "How many made it?" 23. There should have been 47. Dario nodded. 23 survivors from a kill box designed to leave Lynn. It was not a victory he could celebrate. "Go," he said. "I am right behind you." Petra hesitated. Then she ducked through the hatch. Iskra went next, coiling her cable as she moved. Howard followed, one hand pressed to his arm, his face unreadable. Sabela stood at the hatch's threshold, looking back at Dario. "The upper-level regressor knows you are alive," she said. "It was watching through the lattice. It let you win this floor because it wanted to see how you would use the survivors. Then it saw me use them to walk out," Dario said. "It saw you choose them over the node. That is data it did not have before." She stepped through the hatch. Dario followed. The service stair was narrow, cold, and dark. The only light came from emergency strips along the wall, casting everything in a thin, amber glow. The sounds of the collapsing kill box faded behind them, replaced by the echo of boots on metal stairs and the ratted breathing of 23 people who had just been marked for death and survived anyway. They descended one floor, then another. At the floor 19 checkpoint, a bureau cloak looked up from her terminal and saw the column of survivors filing through the emergency hatch. Her face went through recognition, confusion, and alarm in the space of a breath. "This floor is under mandatory clustering protocol," she said. "You cannot be here." "We are here," Dario said, "and we are not clustering." He brought to her terminal without slowing. The survivors followed. Behind him, the stairwell door sealed shut with a hydraulic hiss, locking the collapsing kill box away. Dario stopped at the far end of the checkpoint hall, where a public interface panel glowed against the wall. He touched it. The system responded. "Candidate Vesh, Audit Pending." He stared at the words. The audit window had not opened. Not yet, but the chill that ran down his arm told him it was coming. The purge had failed, and the mandate had taken notice. Chapter 40. The interface panel flickered. Dario stood at the end of the checkpoint hall, one hand still pressed to the glowing surface. The words burned into his vision. Candidate Vesh, Audit Pending. Behind him, the survivors moved in clusters. Someone was coughing. A woman wept in low, broken gasps. Corrine Vidova gave orders in a voice that did not quite hold. Sula Park leaned on her spear, red hair dark with dust and blood. Dario heard none of it. The panel flickered again. The blue text dissolved into static, then reformed as a single line. Candidate Vesh, then a pause, long enough that he felt the silence before the words appeared. Audit closed. His hand dropped from the panel. The air in his lungs went still. Candidate confirmed. The two words hung there, cold and final, as if the mandate had been waiting for this moment since the sky broke over Belport. Dario stared at them. Then the panel dissolved into pale silver light, and the interface vanished. He did not move. Behind him, Petra's voice cut through the haze. Dario. He turned. She was standing 10 feet away, her gloves still wet, her face unreadable. Halvard sat against the wall, pressing a torn strip of cloth to his arm. Iskra crouched beside him, scanner out, her jaw tight. What did the interface say? Petra asked. It closed the audit. Closed it how? Dario opened his mouth. The words did not come, because telling them meant saying it aloud, and saying it aloud made it real. Candidate confirmed. The mandated had not been watching him. It had been testing him. Every deviation, every save, every moment he had broken the script and kept people alive had been a data point in an evaluation he did not know he was taking. His regression was not a second chance. It was an application. Dario. Petra's voice was harder now. What did it say? It said, I am confirmed. Silence. Halvard stopped pressing the cloth. Iskra's scanner hummed once, then went quiet. Confirmed for what? Petra asked. I do not know. But even as he said it, the system answered. A new window opened in his vision, projected directly onto his retina, bypassing every interface panel and screen. Candidate Vesh, your status has been upgraded. You are invited to ascend beyond standard regulatory protocol. This invitation is personal. It cannot be transferred. It cannot be deferred. Ascension window, 72 hours from notification. Authorization, mandate direct, no bureau intervention permitted. Dario read the text 3 times. No bureau intervention permitted. The tower was bypassing Renko, bypassing every licensing restriction, every clustering order, every administrative choke point the bureau had built. It was calling Dario upward through channels no authority could regulate, and it was giving him 72 hours. He closed the window with a thought. Petra was watching him. Halvard, too. Iskra had her scanner angled toward his chest, reading the frequency shift before he could explain. You received something, Iskra said. The system pinged your profile with a priority flag I have never seen before. Ascension invitation, Dario said. 72 hours. Tower direct. Tower direct. Petra's voice flattened. That means no bureau oversight, no licensing, no clustering. It means the mandate does not want anyone getting in my way. Or it wants you alone, Halvard said from the flumer. Dario looked at him. Halvard's face was pale, the lattice wound still seeping through the cloth, but his eyes were sharp. You said candidate confirmed, Halvard said. The mandate has been watching you since day 1. It brought you back for a reason, and it just got what it wanted. You, alone. No bureau, no group, no backup it did not authorize. I am not going alone. The tower gave you a personal invitation, Howard said. What makes you think it will let the rest of us follow? Dario had no answer. Because Howard was right. The invitation was personal, non-transferable. It did not name anyone else. He looked at the survivors scattered across the checkpoint hall, at Corinne, who had followed his orders on the catwalk, at Elias, who had hauled a wounded woman through the hatch, at Sula, who had fought the lattice until her spear passed through it, and she understood she could not win that fight alone. 23 people who were alive because he had chosen to share the truth instead of hoarding it. And now the mandate was telling him that choice was exactly why it wanted him. The celebration would come later. Belport would hear about the failed purge. Ost would spin it into a story that made Dario a symbol, an impossible F-rank who beat the Bureau's trap and walked out with survivors. The independent climbers would gather around that story like a flame. But here, in the amber-lit quiet of the Floor 19 checkpoint, there was no celebration. There was only the weight of the invitation. Dario looked at Petra. "I am not going alone," he repeated. "Then you need a plan," she said. "Because if the tower wants you separated from everyone who just survived goodbyes of you, that is not a promotion. That is a transfer into isolation." "I know." He looked at Iskra. "Can you read anything else about the invitation? Restrictions, conditions, anything the window did not show?" Iskra tapped her scanner. The display flickered, then stabilized. "There is a data package attached to the notification," she said. "Sealed. I cannot open it without triggering an acknowledgement ping that will tell the mandate I accessed your file. Do not open it. Not yet." Dario turned back to the hall. The survivors were watching him now. Kareen had stopped giving orders. Elias had set the wounded women down. Sula had pushed off her spear. They were waiting. He was not their leader. He had never asked for that role, but they had followed him through the kill box because he told the truth, and that truth had saved them. Now they were looking at him the way people look at someone who has walked through fire and come out the other side, like they expected him to do it again. "We have 72 hours, Dario said. "The mandate wants me to climb without bureau oversight. That means Ranko cannot stop me, but it also means the tower will be watching every step." "What about the rest of us?" Kareen asked. "The invitation covers only me, but the tower cannot stop you from climbing the same floor. It can only stop you from accepting the same lane. So we follow at a distance," Elias said. "Or we find another lane," Dario said. "The schematic from floor 6 showed routes my first life never taught me. If the tower is rewriting its architecture, maybe those routes are opening for everyone who survived the kill box." He looked at Petra. "The first thing we need is somewhere safe to rest and plan, somewhere the Bureau cannot reach us while Ost does his work." "There is a maintenance corridor 2 floors down," Petra said. "Sealed, but I saw a hatch during the descent that looked Bureau grade. Maybe we can hold there while we figure out the next move." "Show me." She nodded. Dario turned to the group. "Rest here for 15 minutes. Tend wounds. Eat if you have rations. Then we move." They did not argue. He found a corner of the hall where the amber light did not reach and sat with his back to the cold wall. The invitation pulsed at the edge of his awareness, a notification he could dismiss but not ignore. 72 hours. He closed his eyes, and behind his lids he saw the interface text again. "Candidate confirmed." The words felt like a collar. Because Howard was right. The mandate had been watching since day 1. Every save, every sacrifice, every moment he had chosen connection over control had been data. And the data had told the mandate exactly what it wanted to know. Dario Vesh was worth recruiting. He opened his eyes. Petra stood 2 feet away, her back to him, watching the hall, because in the quiet of the checkpoint hall, with 23 survivors breathing in the dark and an invitation burning in his system, Dario understood the full shape of what the mandate had done. It had given him exactly what he wanted. A path upward, freedom from Ranko, a chance to break the trap on floor 99. But the path was built for one, and the freedom came with a price he had not agreed to pay. He looked down at his left forearm. The frost scar was glowing. Not hot, not cold, just luminous, like a vein of silver beneath the skin. It had not done that since the day he woke in this timeline. Dario touched it. The scar pulsed once, warm against his fingers, and the invitation window opened again. "Candidate Vesh, your Ascension window is active. First, locked floor 25. Beyond that, the path is unwritten." He read the words. The path is unwritten. His foreknowledge died at floor 25. Everything beyond that was a blank map. Dario closed the window. The scar continued to glow. And in the silence of the checkpoint hall, with the survivors of the failed purge breathing around him and Precht watching him with tired, uncertain eyes, Dario understood that the war he had been preparing for was not the war that was coming. The mandate had not given him a second chance. It had given him an audition, and the audition was over. The real climb was just beginning. Chapter 41. The checkpoint hall smelled of dust, old blood, and the metallic tang of failure dressed as victory. Dario sat with his back against the wall, the frost scar glowing silver under the amber lights. He had kept the invitation window closed for 12 minutes, but it sat beneath his awareness like a second heartbeat, counting. 71 hours, 51 minutes. Petra crouched beside him. Her gloves were still damp. You need to say it out loud. Say what? Whatever you are calculating while everyone watches you calculate. He looked at her. She did not flinch. The mandate confirmed me as a candidate, he said. That means the audit was never about whether I broke rules. It was about whether I could survive the test it built. And the invitation? Personal, non-transferable, no bureau intervention permitted. He let the words sit. Renko cannot stop me from accepting, but he can stop everyone else from following. Petra's jaw tightened. Then we break the rule. There is no rule to break. The tower sets the conditions. If I accept the invitation, I climb a lane only I can walk. You would be on a different floor entirely, with different spawns, different timers. The schematic from floor 6 showed alternative routes, but I do not know if they connect to the same path. So you leave us behind. That is what the mandate wants. She held his gaze. And what do you want? The question hit harder than it should have, because Dario had spent this entire timeline optimizing for survival, not desire. Wanting things meant caring about outcomes he could not guarantee. I want to reach floor 99, he said. I want to break the trap. I want the people I have pulled through the fire to be alive when I do it. Then find a way to make both happen. He almost smiled. That simple? No, but I did not follow you through a kill box because you made easy choices. Behind them, the hall stirred. Corrine had stopped pacing. Elias had set the wounded woman down and was standing, watching the interface panel where Dario's invitation had appeared. They are waiting for orders, Petra said. I noticed. They are not going to stop waiting just because you need time to think. Dario pushed himself upright. The frost scar dimmed as he moved, but the glow did not vanish entirely. It stayed beneath his sleeve, a constant reminder that something in his own body was no longer just a scar. He walked to the center of the hall. 23 survivors looked at him. Some leaned on weapons. Others sat in clusters, sharing what little medical supplies they had left. A few stared at the floor, still processing the fact that they had walked through a mechanism designed to kill them and come out the other side. I need to tell you something, Dario said, and I need you to hear it before Ost's coverage reaches every terminal in Belport. Corrine crossed her arms. We are listening. The mandate has named me a candidate. That designation means the tower will offer me a path it does not offer most climbers. Faster, harder, and alone. Alone how? Elias asked. The invitation is prational, non-transferable. If I accept, the Bureau cannot interfere, but it also cannot help anyone who tries to follow. So you are leaving? Sula said. No, but the mandate wants me to. The kill box was designed to isolate me, to force me into a position where the only way forward was upward, alone, on its terms. And you are going to refuse? Corrine's voice carried no challenge, only the exhaustion of someone who had already watched too many good climbers die for principle. I am going to find a way to take the path without accepting its terms. Elias let out a breath that might have been a laugh. That sounds like the same thing. It is. But I have spent this entire timeline learning that the mandate's rules are not fixed. They bend when you push them in the right place. He looked at Iskra. She was crouched near the interface panel, her scanner humming. She looked up at him with eyes that had read data no one else could see. The sealed data package attached to your notification, she said. I have been reading the edges of it without opening it. It is not a reward. What is it? A marker. She stood, tucking the scanner into her pocket. If you open it, the mandate logs an acknowledgement. That log becomes a binding record of your acceptance. You cannot unacknowledge it. And if I do not open it, then the invitation expires in 71 hours. The mandate marks you as non-responsive, and everything you gained from the kill box, the trust, the survivors, the reputation, becomes evidence that you refused the offer. And that is worse because? Because the mandate does not forgive refusals, Petra said quietly. I have seen the reports. Climbers who decline direct system offers are flagged for observation, then for restriction. Renko buries them in licensing delays until they starve out or take a low-rank gate they should never have entered. Silence settled over the hall. Dario looked at the interface panel. The invitation window was still visible, A pale blue rectangle against the amber wall, waiting for his touch. 69 hours, 12 minutes. I need to see Ost, he said, before the coverage overwhelms every channel, and I need to know what the rest of Belport is saying before we decide where to go next. Petra nodded. I have a contact in the Bureau relay station. She owes me from the ferry terminal. I can get a feed. Do it. She left through the stairwell door. The sound of her boots faded into the lower darkness. Dario turned back to the group. Rest. Eat. Stand watch in shifts. I will be back within the hour. And if you are not? Karine asked. Then assume the mandate found me and act accordingly. He did not wait for their response. The stairwell was cold. The frost scar pulsed with every step, matching his heartbeat. He had 71 hours to choose between the path the mandate had laid for him and the people he had sworn not to lose. And the scar was still glowing. Chapter 42. The newsroom smelled of burnt coffee and stale fear. Screens lined every wall, stacked 3 high, each one cycling through Belport feeds. Ost stood at the center of the chaos like a conductor who had forgotten the orchestra was on fire. Again, he said to a clerk, the harbor annex clip. Slower. The clerk tapped. A wall-sized screen flickered to life. Dario watched himself emerge from the maintenance hatch on floor 19, 23 survivors trailing behind him. His face was smudged with dust. His jacket hung open. The frost scar glowed silver through his torn sleeve. The Bureau already flagged that feed, Dario said. They flagged the official copy. Ost did not turn. I have 6 unofficial angles. One of them shows Renko's signature on the clustering order time-stamped 40 minutes before the kill box activated. That will not hold. It does not have to hold. It just has to be seen. Ost finally turned. His concrete-colored suit was rumpled, his collar undone, his eyes bright with the particular energy of a man who had just broken a story that would define his career. The independents are rallying, he said. 3 guilds have already issued statements condemning the clustering protocol. The Eastern Transit Union is refusing to clear gate routes. I have a junior assessor on record saying she warned her supervisor about the alignment discrepancy on floor 20 and was told to stay silent. She will recant. Probably. By then the clip will have 2 million views. Dario moved closer to the screens. His own face stared back from multiple angles. Candidate Vesh. Survivor. Whistleblower. The mandate's name for him had already leaked because nothing stayed sealed in Belport longer than it took Ost to buy a junior clerk. What are they calling it? Dario asked. The Annex Massacre. But the real story is the survivors. 23 people walked out of a Bureau-designed kill box because an unranked courier told them where to stand. I did not tell all of them. You do not have to. Perception is the only currency that holds value anymore. The door behind me opened. Petra stepped through, carrying a tablet. Her face was tight, controlled, the expression of someone who had just seen something she needed to process before she could speak. The relay station has a direct feed from Renko's office, she said. He is addressing the Bureau within the hour. I know, Ost said. I have a correspondent in the gallery. Then you know he is not backing down. Ost smiled with no warmth. I would be disappointed if he did. Petra handed the tablet to Dario. The screen showed a draft statement. Renko's seal was at the top, embossed and official. The language was careful, legal, designed to absorb damage without admitting fault. Emergency Clustering Protocol 47B remains in effect. Isolated procedural irregularities are under internal review. The Bureau's commitment to public safety is absolute and will not be compromised by sensationalist narratives driven by unverified external sources. He is tightening the language around emergency authority, Dario said. He is framing any challenge to the clustering order as a threat to public safety, Petra replied. And he is right. Dario set the tablet down. The Bureau controls the gates, the permits, the advancement schedules. Renko does not need to win the narrative. He just needs to keep the machinery running long enough for the story to change. Ost's smile sharpened. That is why you need me. I keep the story from changing. And what do you need from me? The room went still. The clerks worked on, but their movements quieted. They were listening. Ost stepped closer. His voice dropped. I need the truth. The real one. Not the version you sheathed the Independents. Not the tactical summary you gave Petra. I need to know how an F-rank courier survives a blue-rank breach, clears the Austerity gate, and walks through a bureau kill box with 23 people who should be dead. You know the answer? I know the shape of the answer. I need the substance. Dario looked at the screens. His face stared back from every angle. Candidate, Vesh, survivor, whistleblower. The labels were already hardening around him, defining him before he could define himself. The mandate offered me a path, he said. A straight line upward, no bureau interference, no permits, no clustering orders. It would take me past floor 25 into territory I cannot predict, and it would take me alone. Ost's eyes flickered. You refused. I am considering how to accept without surrendering the people I brought out. That is not the truth I asked for, but it is a truth I can use. Do not use it yet. The frost scar pulsed. The glow was stronger now, more insistent, as if the mandate knew exactly where he was and what he was saying. Petra moved closer. Her voice was low, meant only for him. You are reading the celebration like a battlefield, because it is one. Then what are you seeing that I am not? Dario turned from the screens. The faces of the survivors flickered behind him, frozen in freeze-frame relief. Renko did not just lose 23 climbers. He lost control of the narrative. The mandate has been watching me since day one, and now every screen in Belport is showing my face next to the word gooded. You think the mandate is using the coverage? I think the mandate priced the coverage. Attention is a tax, fame is a debt, and every time Ost puts my face on a screen, the shop adjusts. Ost's smile vanished. What are you saying? Dario met his gaze. I am saying your story is not free, and the mandate is going to collect the interest. The frost scar flared. A cold light bled through his sleeve, visible to everyone in the room. One of the clerks gasped. On every screen, in every angle, the silver glow reflected back at them. Dario's own face stared at him from a dozen frozen frames, the light spreading like frost across glass. And in the corner of the largest screen, a small blue notification appeared. Mandate Market Alert Price Adjustment, Narrative Leverage Tier 1. Active Candidate Vesh, all shop listings updated. The number at the bottom was not credits, it was a percentage, and it was climbing. Chapter 43. Dario found an alcove in the stairwell where the newsroom noise faded to a hum through the walls. He pressed his back against the concrete and pulled up the candidate pane. The interface bloomed in the center of his vision, silver text on a field of cold blue. Not the standard status window, something narrower, more deliberate, as if the system had been waiting for him to look. Candidate status, confirmed, and Dario, Belport, cohort, active ascension window, 67, H42M. Below that, a section he had never seen in his first life. Weighted opportunities. The list was short. 3 entries. Trial. Reckoning Spire Floor 24, Auxiliary Gate. Reward. Skill slot expansion. Conditions. Solo completion. No inventory access. No healing consumables. Price. 12,000 credits. Weight. High. Access. Restricted shop tier. Unlocks blue rank consumables before floor 30. Conditions. Active candidate status must be maintained. Price. None. Weight. Medium. Data package. Candidate origins classification level. Beyond standard clearance. Conditions. Acknowledgement ping required. Price. Binding acceptance of candidate path. Weight. Critical. The last one was the sealed package Iskra had detected, the one Dario had told her not to open. He stared at the screen. The words binding acceptance sat there like a locked door with no handle on the inside. He scrolled down. Selective discounts. The list made his stomach tighten. Healing salve, 80 credits. Base, 200. Reinforced fabric, tactical, 150 credits. Basic antidote kit, 60 credits. Base, 160. Ration pack, compressed, 12 credits. Base, 30. Every item he would need to climb fast and light. Every resource he would run out of before floor 20, if he brought anyone with him. The discount was a cage shaped like a favor. Below the pricing, a new header pulse. Talord pressure tests. Your candidates will be evaluated across the following dimensions: resource efficiency under constraint, adaptation to unwritten architecture, cooperation with non-candidate elements, response to forced failure conditions. Dario read the third line twice. Cooperation with non-candidate elements. Not allies, not teammates, non-candidate elements. The phrasing reduced Petra, Howard, Iskra, every person he had bled beside, to variables in a test environment. His scar pulsed. Silver light bled through his sleeve, faint but steady. He kept reading. Evaluation. Note: candidates are assessed most accurately under contested cooperation. The mandate recommends maintaining active relationships with non-candidate climbers throughout the Ascension window. Statistical confidence in candidate classification increases by 34% when cooperation is tested against competing incentives. Dario closed the pane. The words stayed in his vision, burned into the dark behind his eyelids. Contested cooperation. Trust was a measurement tool. Every bond he formed, every promise he made, every moment he chose someone over efficiency would be logged, weighted, and fed into a classification algorithm. The system was not testing whether he could climb alone. It was testing how he climbed with others, how he broke, how he bent, how much he would sacrifice before the bond snapped. He pressed his palm against the concrete wall. The surface was cold, damp, real. The scar kept pulsing. He opened the pane again. The sealed data package was still there. Critical weight, binding acceptance, one ping, one choice, and the path would lock behind him. He moved his fingertip toward the acknowledgement prompt. The stairwell door opened. Dario dropped his hand. Petra stood in the gap, her silhouette dark against the newsroom lights. She was not wearing her medical jacket anymore. Her sleeves were rolled up. There were cuts on her forearms, shallow and already scabbing from the killbox debris. She did not step through. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, and watched him. "You found something." It was not a question. Dario lowered his hand. The pain flickered at the edge of his vision, waiting. "The mandate is not rewarding me," he said. "It is profiling me." Petra's jaw tightened. "Profiling you for what?" "Classification. The candidate status opens weighted opportunities and discounts, but the terms are designed to test cooperation. Every relationship I maintain is a data point. Every choice to trust is a variable the system logs." She held his gaze. "And if you refuse the terms?" "I cannot refuse the status. I can only fail the test." "Which means?" Dario looked at the pane. The sealed package pulsed at the bottom of the list. "Which means the system wants me to climb fast and alone, but it will measure me most accurately if I climb contested, if I choose people over strategy, if I let bonds slow me down." "And if you do not let bonds slow you down?" He met her eyes. "Then I pass the efficiency test, and I fail the only thing that makes the climb worth surviving." Petra was quiet for a long moment. The scar kept pulsing. "Show me," she said. Dario hesitated. Then he opened the pane wide enough for her to see. She read the evaluation note in silence. When she finished, her expression did not change. "Contested cooperation," she said. "They want to watch you choose between us and the path." "Yes." "Then the only way to win is to refuse the test." "There is no refusing it. I am already in it." Petra stepped into the stairwell. The door swung shut behind her, sealing them in the low light. She walked close enough that he could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the dust still caught in her hair, the raw edges of her sleeves where the fabric had torn. "Then make the test useless," she said. "How?" "Stop treating us like variables." Her voice was low, steady. "If the system is watching you choose, choose like it does not matter. Choose because you want to. Because we are not data points. We are the people who walked out of that kill box with you." The scar flared, bright enough to cast a silver reflection across her face. Dario looked at the pane one last time. The sealed package was still there. He closed the interface. "Iskra needs to see this," he said. "She needs to map the full structure before I accept anything." Petra nodded. And then? Dario looked at the door she had come through. Then I choose anyway. With open eyes. Chapter 44. A price for silence. The stairwell air was cold against Dario's face as he walked back toward the checkpoint hall. Petra matched his pace, close enough that their shoulders brushed once, twice on the narrow landing. Iskra needs to see the full pain, he said. The discount structure, the weighted opportunities, every line. And then I decide what to accept. Petra did not push. That unsettled him more than questions would have. The checkpoint hall was quieter than he expected. The survivors had spread across the benches and floor, some sleeping, some staring at nothing. Sula leaned on her spear near the far wall, red hair dark with dust. Elias sat with his back against a column, the wounded woman asleep across his lap. Iskra was at the public interface terminal, her fingers moving across the glass in patterns that left no traces. Dario stopped beside her. Pull up my candidate pane. She looked at him, then at Petra, then back. Full access? I will authenticate. Iskra's fingers moved faster. The interface flickered, then settled on a screen Dario had never seen before. His name, his rank, and below it, a single line. Candidate Vesh, confirmed. Open the structure pane, he said, the one with the test dimensions. Iskra navigated without asking why. The Payload Pressure Tests section appeared. Resource efficiency, adaptation to unwritten architecture, cooperation with non-candidate elements, response to forced failure. She read it once, then again. Non-candidate elements, she said. That is us. Yes. Iskra's jaw tightened. She touched the glass again, pulling up the selective discounts and weighted opportunities pages. Healing salve showed at 80 credits. Tactical fabric at 45. Antidote kit at 60. Rations at 12 per unit. These are absurdly cheap for a candidate at your level, Iskra said. The base prices are 3 to 5 times higher for standard climbers. Self-sufficiency tools, Dario said. Things that let me climb alone. Iskra scrolled to the shop tab and pulled up floor data. Floor 22, 2,500 credits. Floor 23, 4,000. Floor 24, 8,000. A route schematic for floors 25 to 30, 25,000 credits. The prices were so far above his current reserves, they might as well have been infinite. Future floor information is prohibitive, Iskra said, but basic survival gear is practically free. The system wants you to survive. It does not want you to know what is coming. Dario stared at the numbers. The pattern was obvious once you saw it. The mandate was not offering him a path upward. It was offering him a path upward alone, blind, dependent on system discounts that would make him lean harder on the shop and softer on his own preparation. The discounts are not gifts, he said. They are dependencies. Every credit I save on healing salve is a credit I never learned to do without. Iskra nodded slowly. And the floor data is priced to keep you guessing, to make you impulsive. Petra stepped closer to the terminal. What about the sealed package? Iskra's fingers hesitated over the glass. The candidate origins data. I have been trying to map its edges since you left. It is encrypted deeper than anything I have seen, but the encryption is not uniform. What do you mean? Iskra turned. Her eyes were red at the rims. She had not rested since the kill box. Some parts of the package are harder to read the closer I stand to you. Dario went still. Show me. Iskra gestured him closer. He stepped to her side, close enough that his sleeve brushed her shoulder. She pulled up the package metadata. The lines blurred. Characters shifted, reformed, dissolved on static patterns that resolved into text and then broke apart again. See that? She said. The farther I am from you, the cleaner the top layer encryption becomes. But the deeper layers do the opposite. They only resolve when I am within arm's reach. She stepped back 2 paces. The blurred lines steadied. Generic metadata, file size, encryption protocol, date stamps. She stepped close again. The blur returned. But this time, one line held long enough for Iskra to read it aloud. Recruitment. The word hung in the air. I saw it clearly, she said. Not candidate, not classification. Recruitment. The package is labeled for recruitment protocols, not evaluation protocols. Dario's scar pulsed. The silver light caught the edge of the terminal glass. Recruitment for what? Petra asked. Iskra shook her head. The line blurred again before I could read the rest. But recruitment is different from candidacy. Candidacy implies a test. Recruitment implies a role. Dario looked at the pane again. The prices, the discounts, the pressure dimensions. The mandate was not watching him to see if he qualified. It was watching him to see where to deploy him. He reached past Iskra and touched the glass, pulling up the evaluation note one more time. Candidates are assessed most accurately under contested cooperation. Assessment for placement, he said, not assessment for approval. The test is designed to determine my optimal function, not my worth. Petra crossed her arms. What kind of function? Dario stared at the words. I do not know yet. Iskra's breath caught. She was staring at the interface over his shoulder. He turned. The sealed package had shifted. The encryption was still locked, but one additional line had cleared, briefly, long enough for Iskra to read it before the static reclaimed it. Floor 99. Dario felt the cold spread through his chest. The package did not contain information about his origins. It contained information about the summit, the trap, the thing he had been trying to reach since Chiwilcon Mandate Day, with a dead man's memories and a scar that would not stop burning. You cannot open it, Iskra said, not without binding acceptance. But the fact that it is labeled recruitment and contains Floor 99 data means the mandate already knows what you are trying to do. Dario closed the pane. The scar kept burning. Petra was watching him with an expression he could not read. So what now? She asked. Dario looked at the survivors sprawled across the checkpoint hall. At Sula, who had followed him through a collapsing kill box without knowing his plan. At Elias, who had carried a wounded woman through debris. At Howard, awake now, gray-faced and steady, meeting his eyes across the room. Now I stop letting the system price the future out of Yuch, Dario said. Iskra, I need you to map every layer of that package before it opens. Petra, I need that bureau relay contact, and I need to know if there is anyone on this floor who could forge a route around the Ascension window. Iskra's face tightened. There is one more thing. She pulled up a submenu Dario had not noticed. A single line of text, buried beneath the weighted opportunities section. Unauthorized ascension paths detected. Countermeasure deployment authorized. Dario read it twice. Countermeasures, Petra said. Against what? Iskra's hand trembled over the glass. Against anyone who helps him bypass the invitation. The interface flickered, then went dark. Chapter 45. Dario pulled 3 folding chairs from a stack against the wall and carried them to a corner where the amber light caught less of the room. Petra came first, wiping her hands on a cloth she folded into her pocket. She did not sit. She stood with her arms crossed, watching him the way she watched triage boards before a wave hit. Halvard dropped into a chair with a grunt that meant his ribs were still registering damage. The gray had not left his face since the pit. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and waited. Iskra arrived last, carrying a portable interface panel she had pulled from a bureau supply crate. Her eyes were worse than before, redder, the kind of exhaustion that stopped being physical and became something else. Dario waited until she sat. The mandate has named me a candidate. He said it flat, without framing, without softening. The tag on my status was never surveillance, it was an evaluation. They have been testing me since Mandate Day, measuring how I respond to pressure, how I use foreknowledge, how I treat the people around me. The audit closed on floor 20. The Ascension invitation is their recruitment offer. Petra did not uncross her arms. Recruitment for what? I do not know yet. The sealed package contains floor 99 data. The mandate already knows what I am trying to reach. Halvard let out a long breath. And the invitation, the one that bypasses the bureau, the one that takes you alone. Yes, that is a trap. Probably. Halvard's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. At least you admit it. Iskra set the panel on her knees. The countermeasure authorization on the interface means anyone who helps him bypass the invitation will be targeted. The mandate is not bluffing. I have seen its pricing logic. It does not threaten, it deploys. Petra finally sat. She pulled the chair close enough that her knees almost touched Dario's. So the system wants you on a specific path, at a specific speed, without the rest of us. And if we try to find another way in, it will hit us with countermeasures we do not understand. That is the shape of it. Then the question is whether you walk into the trap alone or find a way to take us with you. Dario looked at her, at the cuts on her forearms, at the way she held his gaze without flinching. "I am not walking into the trap alone." "Good," Halvard said. "Now tell us how." The silence stretched. Dario had run the problem every way he knew how. The invitation was personal, non-transferable. The tower would recognize his signature, his scar, his candidate marker. Any attempt to force a different route would trigger countermeasures he could not predict because the mandate had not needed countermeasures in the first timeline. There was no precedent, no memory to lean on. "I do not have an answer yet," he said. Iskra's hands moved over the panel. The Floor 6 schematic showed alternative routes, maintenance corridors, unmapped passageways. The archive under the tower had records the Bureau buried, structural blueprints, system junction maps, things that should not exist in any official registry. "Those routes were for emergency egress," Dario said, "not ascension. Egress can be reversed." Petra looked at her. "You are saying there is a way up that does not go through the invitation." Iskra's fingers stopped moving. "There is a way up that the mandate has not sealed because it does not think anyone will find it. The countermeasure authorization only activates against detected unauthorized ascension paths. If the path is not detected, then the countermeasures do not deploy." "Correct," Howard sat back. "And where is this invisible path?" Iskra shook her head. "I do not know yet. But the archive had records the Bureau did not destroy. They buried them because they did not want anyone to find them, but they also did not want to lose the information. That means there is a map somewhere, a schematic, a ledger." Dario looked at her. "You are talking about going back into the archive?" "I am talking about finding the archive's index. The data chip you gave me before the kill box contained routing manifests and containment hardware locations. It did not contain deep structural data, but the archive itself did. I saw the terminal feeds. The Bureau was running clustering protocols through that room, but the room was built for something else." "Storage," Dario said. "Indexing. The Bureau does not bury things it intends to forget. It buries things it intends to use later. The archive is not a dead room. It is a reference library. The question is whether we can reach it before the mandate seals the access points or the countermeasures activate." Petra leaned forward. "The maintenance tunnel we used is still open. The gray figure stopped pursuing when we reached floor 19, but that does not mean it is gone. It means it is waiting." "Then we do not use the maintenance tunnel," Iskra said. The floor 6 schematic showed a secondary access point, a service elevator that connects to the archive level from the west stairwell. It was marked as decommissioned, but the power lines were still active in the schematic overlay. Dario remembered the line, a thin, gray trace on the edge of the diagram, labeled with a code he had not recognized. He had assumed it was a ventilation shaft. "How do you know the power lines were active?" Iskra pulled up a data fragment on her panel. "Because I pulled the schematic metadata before the interface went dark. The power nodes on that elevator showed load signatures from the archive's terminal bank. Someone is still using that room. The Bureau may have sealed the maintenance tunnel, but they did not seal the archive itself." Halvard let out a low whistle. "So the Bureau is still running operations out of a room they officially buried. Or someone inside the Bureau is running operations they do not want the Bureau to know about." Dario looked at the panel, at the data fragment, at the girl who had not slept in days and was still finding angles he had missed. "Petra, your contact at the relay station. Can they access Bureau utility logs without triggering alerts?" Petra uncrossed her arms. "If the logs are routed through the standard maintenance grid, yes. If they are flagged for candidate monitoring, no. Find out." "Iskra, I need the service elevator's current status, floor position, power draw, recent activation history. If it has moved in the last 12 hours, I want to know who wrote it and whether they came back." Iskra nodded. Halvard stood. He put a hand on his ribs and winced. "And me?" Dario looked at the survivors scattered across the checkpoint hall, at Sula leaning on her spear, at Elias with the wounded woman still asleep across his lap, at Corrine standing near the door, watching the corridor with a vigilance that had not dropped since the kill box. Find out who among the 23 knows how to move through Bureau infrastructure without leaving a trace. We are going to need runners who can navigate spaces the system does not watch. Halvard's eyes narrowed. "You think there are more people like Iskra, discarded test subjects, people with unindexed skills? I think the Bureau tested more than one appraiser before the tower opened, and I think not all of them stayed dead. Halvard nodded once and turned toward the hall. Petra stayed. She looked at Dario with an expression he could not name. Not anger, not suspicion. Something closer to recognition. You are not going to accept the invitation. I am not going to accept the terms. The mandate will not let you walk a path it did not authorize. Then we make the path look authorized. Petra held his gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded paper. I pulled this from the relay station before I came back. It is a utility access manifest for the tower's west stairwell, covering the last 30 days. She handed it to him. The paper had bureau letterhead. The entries were dry, floor numbers, timestamps, service codes. But one line stood out. Floor 22, level B, service elevator, maintenance override engaged, no personnel logged. The timestamp was 3 hours before the kill box activated. Someone had used that elevator while the Bureau was not watching, and the Bureau had not recorded who. Dario folded the paper and put it in his jacket. Thank you. Petra looked at him. Do not thank me yet. The contact who gave me this also told me something else. The mandate has started auditing Bureau communication logs, not open logs, encrypted logs, the kind of logs that should be invisible even to system indexing. Dario's scar pulsed. Someone inside the Bureau is feeding the mandate information about climbers who are not registered as candidates. The mandate is building a secondary watch list, climbers who might be worth testing. Who? The contact would not say, but they said the list includes names from the kill box. Survivors. Petra paused. Your name is not on the list. Dario looked at the paper in his hand. At the unauthorized elevator ride. At the girl who had lost sleep finding patterns in the dark. Because the mandate already has my name. Exactly. The scar kept pulsing, and somewhere in the tower's junction network, the maintenance elevator sat idle at level B, waiting for someone to ride it into the dark. Chapter 46. Renko's announcement hit the checkpoint hall screens at 5:47. Dario saw it on the maintenance panel first. A thin blue notification that bloomed into a bureau directive stamped with emergency authority. The text was precise and brutal. By order of Commissioner R. Salvi, all floor advancement permissions for unaffiliated climber Dario Vesh are suspended pending mandatory compliance review. Independent ascension pathways, unlicensed gate operations, and unauthorized class trials are hereby classified as threats to public order under Emergency Protocol 47 SES-C. Any climber found assisting Vesh in bypassing certification requirements shall be subject to immediate rank revocation and indefinite licensing hold. Petra read it over his shoulder, her breath caught. He is calling you a threat to public order. He is calling me a liability he cannot control. Iskra slid off the crate she had been sitting on. The scanner in her hand flickered with residual light from the archive's power grid. The directive is already propagating through the tower's interface layer. I can see it replicating across floor panels, checkpoint terminals, even the maintenance feeds. Renko is not just announcing, he is coding the restriction into the system itself. Dario looked at the panel, at the words, mandatory compliance review. In the first timeline, that phrase had been a death sentence. Climbers who received it were never reviewed. They were buried in paperwork until their licensing expired and their next gate classified as unauthorized, making them legal targets for Bureau enforcement teams. He had watched it happen to 3 people on floor 14. Havard appeared from the corridor, breathing hard. His ribs were wrapped fresh, the bandage visible beneath his torn jacket. The survivors are splitting. Some are staying, some are leaving before the Bureau pins them as your associates. Let them leave. Dario. Petra stepped closer. If you let them scatter, Renko wins. He does not need to catch you, he just needs to make you alone. He already made me alone. The invitation did that. The scar pulsed. Sabela moved out of the shadows. She had been there the whole time, leaning against the far wall with her blade sheathed across her back, and Dario had not seen her arrive. She looked at him with an expression that was not sympathy and not judgment, something between. Renko's freeze does not apply to the service elevator. Dario turned. The elevator is Bureau infrastructure. It runs on maintenance protocols, not licensing protocols. The directive suspends floor permissions. It does not suspend elevator access. Iskra's scanner chirped. She is right. The maintenance grid is still on separate routing. The elevator is not flagged for the freeze. Petra frowned. How do you know that? Sabela pulled a folded piece of paper from her jacket. It was a utility manifest, the same kind Petra had brought from the relay station, but this one was older. Date stamped 4 days before Mandate Day. Sabela held it out to Dario. I have been in the tower longer than you think. Dario took the paper. The entries were faded but legible. Floor numbers, maintenance codes, timestamps, and at the bottom, a handwritten note in the margin. Authorized for candidate transit. Do not log. His scar burned. Where did you get this? A dead man's locker in the archive. A bureau engineer who designed the elevator routing before the tower opened. He kept a copy because he did not trust the system to remember what it was built for. Sabela looked at the group. At Iskra, at Petra, at Howard. The mandate did not build the tower alone. The bureau helped. They laid the infrastructure, the conduits, the access routes. They knew the tower was coming. Petra's voice went flat. You are saying the bureau knew about the mandate before it arrived. I am saying the bureau prepared for it, and some of them left themselves doors they did not tell anyone about. Dario looked at the paper in his hands. The route was clear. Service elevator from level B to floor 18. A maintenance corridor from 18 to a sealed hatch at the base of the west stairwell, and from the stairwell, a bypass to the archive's terminal bank that avoided every checkpoint on Renko's freeze list. It was a path that should not exist. It was a path that existed because someone had built it before the system was watching. You said the tower only bothers to tempt people it thinks it can partition. Sabela met his eyes. Yes. What does that mean? It means Renko is not trying to stop you. He's trying to isolate you. Because the mandate told him that a candidate who cannot be not alone will never reach the top. Petra stepped between them. And you? What are you doing here? You came through the kill box to save Howard. You watched us through the lattice. You knew about the elevator. How much did you know before any of this started? Sabela was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled up her sleeve. The frost scar on her forearm was the same as Dario's. Same shape, same silver-blue shimmer, same frequency. Everything. I knew about the kill box. I knew about the candidate evaluation. I knew about the elevator because I was supposed to be the one who used it. She looked at Dario. But in my timeline, I was not fast enough. Renko's freeze caught me first, and I watched every person who trusted me die on floor 20 because I could not reach them in time. Dario heard Petra's breath catch. Then why are you here now? Halvard's voice was low and dangerous. Why are you not running your own run instead of handing us the map? Because the map does not end at the archive. Sabela reached into her jacket again and pulled out a second piece of paper. This one was newer. The edges were crisped. The elevator route goes to floor 52. She held it out. The path beyond floor 25 is unwritten, but it is not empty. There is something at 52 that the mandate does not want candidates to see, and I cannot reach it alone. Dario took the paper. The route was marked in precise ink. Floor numbers, junction points, estimated transit times, and at the bottom, a single line in handwriting he recognized. Sabela Irie. Authorized for joint candidate transit. Do not separate. The scar pulsed, and somewhere in the tower's junction network, low and rhythmic, a sound began to build. A sound like a door unlocking. Chapter 47. Dario found the checkpoint an hour before dawn. It was a bureau overflow station, stripped of terminals and sealed with a chain-link gate that someone had cut through at the bottom corner. The interior smelled of dust and old sealant. A single emergency light pulsed amber over the far wall. He stood where the shadows were thickest and waited. The door swung open at 5:52. Sabela stepped through without looking back. She shut the door behind her and stood with her back against it, arms loose at her sides, watching him the way someone watched a potential threat across negotiating distance. You came early, she said. I wanted to see the room before you arrived. Did you check for traps? Yes. And nothing active. But the Bureau routed emergency power through this station until last week. There is a live conduit behind the east wall panel. If someone wanted to listen, they could splice into it. Sabela nodded slowly. You think I brought surveillance? I think you brought whatever you needed to survive, same as me. She moved away from the door and walked to the center of the room. The amber light caught her face, dark circles under her eyes, a healing cut along her jawline that had not been there the night before. You heard the unlocking sound, she said. Yes. It traveled through the junction network, 7 distinct nodes. The tower is opening something it sealed when the mandate first arrived. Dario felt the scar pulse under his sleeve. What did you think it meant? Sabela was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled off her jacket and laid it on the floor between them. An invitation to sit, a visible gesture that she was not holding a weapon. I think the mandate is done waiting. Dario did not sit. Tell me what you were told about me. She looked at him with an expression he could not read. Not anger, not fear, something older. That you would become the center of a gravitational event no single regressor could control. That everyone who climbed with you would either be consumed by your momentum or sacrificed to it. That the only way to preserve enough climbers for the upper floors was to prevent you from ever reaching critical mass. Dario heard the words and felt nothing. They fit too cleanly, like a narrative that had been folded to fit a box. And you believed it. I believed it enough to track you from floor 2. I believed it enough to study your patterns through the lattice. I believed it until I watched you order a woman to say to man you had no tactical reason to keep alive. She met his eyes. Then I started asking myself who benefits when 2 people with the same scar spend their second lives trying to kill each other. The question hung in the air. Dario thought about the 4 names on his mental ledger, the 4 people he had spent weeks hunting through memory, convinced they had betrayed humanity in 499. He had never stopped to ask who had planted those names in his head. The mandate, he said, or the system, or whatever built the recursion protocol. Someone designed this so every returned candidate arrives believing another candidate is the enemy. Did you have a list? Sabela's mouth tightened. 3 names. One of them was yours. And the other 2? I found one of them dead on floor 15. The other never showed up. I spent 10 weeks trying to confirm a threat that did not exist. Dario lowered himself to the floor, not because he trusted her, because standing over her while she sat was a negotiation posture he did not want to maintain. The unlocking sound. Where is it coming from? Floor 33. The junction network routes through a sealed archive chamber beneath the main terminal bank. I mapped the frequency during my first month here. Can you reach it? Not alone. The chamber is regulated by candidate-level access protocols. 2 verified candidates at the same junction terminal within the same 60-second window. Dario's scar burned. You knew that before you found me. Yes. And you came to me anyway. Sabela pulled the second sheet of paper from her jacket, the one with the handwritten authorization. She laid it beside the jacket on the floor. The transit route to floor 52 passes through the archive chamber. The chamber is a waypoint, not a destination. Someone built the elevator route specifically so 2 candidates could reach that terminal together. Who built it? A bureau engineer who left a note that said, "Do not separate." I think he knew what the mandate was doing. I think he left a door for people who were smart enough to stop treating each other as targets. Dario looked at the paper, at the authorization, at the scar on her forearm, visible now that her sleeve was rolled up. How do I know this is not another script? You do not. But if the mandate wanted us to trust each other, it would have given us a reason to. Instead, it gave us every reason to kill each other. That is how you spot the lie, Dario. You follow the pattern backward. The emergency light flickered. Outside, in the corridor, something changed. The air pressure dropped. A low hum vibrated through the floor. Sabela stood. That is not the tower. Dario was already moving toward the door. The hum grew louder. The amber light dimmed. Through the corridor window, he saw the interface panels flickering down the length of the checkpoint station. Pale silver text scrolling too fast to read. Then a single notification locked onto every screen. System-wide notice. Candidate emergency protocol activated. Unauthorized ascension paths detected. Transit node collapse initiated. Estimated completion, 14 minutes. Sabela read it standing beside him. The mandate is collecting Belport's transit nodes. Dario stared at the text, at the timer counting down. What happens in 14 minutes? Every gate, every elevator, every maintenance corridor between floor 1 and floor 18 goes dark. No movement, no exits, no resupply. She looked at him. Whoever is left on the wrong side of that collapse is trapped until the mandate decides to open the grid again. The timer dropped to 13 minutes, 47 seconds. Dario thought of Petra, of Iskra, of Howard. Then he thought of the service elevator waiting at level B. If we move now, we can reach the elevator before the collapse. Sabela nodded. This is the part where the authorization means something. She held out the paper. Dario took it. The scar on his arm flared silver, and somewhere above them, the unlocking sound rose again. Closer now. Chapter 48. The checkpoint station's emergency lights died as the first tremor hit. Dario grabbed the door frame, felt the concrete shudder through his palm. Sabela stood motionless beside him, head tilted like she was listening to something only she could hear. The junction network is rerouting, she said. That is not a collapse. That is a redirection. Where? She did not answer. She was already moving, boots hitting the corridor floor in a rhythm that matched the hum building through the walls. Dario followed. The timer on his interface read 12 minutes, 41 seconds. They passed through the checkpoint's east door into a maintenance corridor Dario had mapped from the archive schematics. Narrow, low ceiling, pipes running overhead in grids that did not match any floor's utility layout. The air tasted metallic. Sabela stopped at a junction where 3 corridors met. There, Dario saw it. At the far end of the center corridor, the wall was no longer solid. A staircase rose through the tower's structure at an angle that should not exist, pale silver steps climbing into a seam of light that split the air like a wound in the building's geometry. No interface panel marked it. No bureau seal guarded it. The staircase was simply there, waiting. That is not on any schematic, Dario said. That is the point. The mandate opened a direct ascent lane. Only active candidates and their tagged associates can see it. How do you know that? Sabela held up her forearm. The scar was glowing silver, pulsing in time with the light from the stair. Because I can see it. Dario looked at his own arm. The scar burned bright and steady, matching the staircase's rhythm. Behind them, the corridor groaned. 11 minutes, Sabela said. If we do not move now, the node collapse traps us on this side of the grid. What about the group? They are tagged associates if the mandate evaluated them during the floor 20 purge. The system keeps a record. Dario stared at the staircase, at the light pouring from the seam, at the steps that rose into nothing he could predict. Then he turned and ran back the way they had come. Where are you going? To find out if the mandate's evaluation counted for anything. He hit the checkpoint hall at a sprint. Petra was at the far wall, scanner in hand, reading the emergency notices cascading across every interface. Iskra crouched beside her, fingers pressed to the floor like she could feel the tower's bones through the concrete. Howard stood at the door, weapon half raised, ready for a fight that had not arrived yet. Staircase, Dario said. East corridor, silver light. The scar shows the way. Petra looked at him. I do not see anything. Look at my arm. She followed his gaze to the glowing scar. Her eyes widened. That is not normal. None of this is normal. The mandate opened a lane only candidates can enter, but tagged associates can follow. He did not wait for her answer. He grabbed Iskra's wrist and pulled her to her feet. Can you see the light? Iskra squinted past him. No, but I can feel it. The floor gets colder in that direction. Follow the cold. Halvard stepped up. I am not leaving you to climb a stair I cannot even see. You are not climbing. You are following. There is a difference. Halvard's jaw tightened, but he moved. Anya appeared from behind one of the pillars, face pale, gear already secured. I heard running. That is enough for me. Dario counted them. Petra, Iskra, Halvard, Anya. Sabela waited at the corridor mouth, watching the staircase like it might vanish if she looked away. You felt the light? He asked Iskra. Not the light, something else. Like the air is thinner in that direction, like the tower is breathing differently there. That is good enough. They moved. The corridor contracted as they approached the seam. The walls seemed to press inward, then widen again. Dario's scar burned hotter with every step. Beside him, Sabela's did the same. Iskra stopped at the threshold. I can see it now. The staircase stretched upward in a spiral that broke every physical law Dario understood. Steps of pale silver rose through a shaft of light that had no visible source, each one etched with patterns that reminded him of the node conduit from floor 20. The air around them hummed. Petra touched the first step. Her hand passed through. I cannot. Only tagged associates, Sabela said. Dario stepped onto the stair. His foot met solid resistance. He turned, held out his hand. Petra hesitated, then she took it. Her foot touched the first step. The stair held. One by one, the others followed. Iskra, teeth clenched, stepped onto the silver surface like she expected it to reject her. It did not. Anya followed, breath held. Halvard last, his weight settling heavy on a stair that did not budge. Sabela stood at the front. Once we start climbing, the corridor behind us will seal. The mandate does not permit retreat from its candidates. Then we climb. Dario took the first step upward. The light shifted as he rose, turning from silver to pale blue to something that looked like dawn on a horizon that did not exist. The staircase spiraled. The walls fell away. Below them, the checkpoint hall shrank to a pinprick. Then the stair started shedding. Anyana stumbled. Her foot slipped through the step like it was water. She caught herself on the railing, but her hand passed through the silver surface. I cannot hold it. Dario reached for her. Anya shook her head. Do not. If you stop, you lose the path. I am not leaving you. You are not leaving me. I am falling. Her grip failed. She dropped through the stair, not falling but dissolving, her form unraveling into pale light before she hit the corridor below. Dario stood frozen. She was not tagged, Sabela said. The mandate only holds those it evaluated. Then how did she climb the first step? She followed your hand. The system allows temporary passage for bonded associates, but the stair tests synchronization. It sheds anyone who cannot maintain the connection. Dario looked at the space where Anya had been. A notification appeared on his interface. Associate lost. Anya. Reviewation required for continued access. Estimated return location. Floor 18 checkpoint. She was alive. Trapped below the node collapse, but alive. The staircase narrowed. Petra grabbed his arm. Do not stop. She is alive. That is more than you promised yourself. He looked at her. Then he climbed. The steps rose, the light intensified, and somewhere below, sealed behind the collapsing nodes, the sound of a door unlocking echoed through the tower's junction network, patient and waiting. Chapter 49. The staircase dissolved beneath them before Dario registered the transition. One moment his boots met pale silver steps. The next, he stood on stone that felt older than the tower itself, worn smooth by something that was not footsteps. The light from the ascent lane faded behind him, swallowed by walls that absorbed every reflection. The chamber stretched in all directions at once. Dario stopped breathing. The space was a dome of dark glass, curved surfaces that caught no light but held every movement. His reflection did not show on the walls, but something else did. Shapes at the edge of vision. Frozen. Watching. Where are we? Petra's voice came from beside him, but it sounded distant. I do not know. Sabela touched the glass. Her fingers left no mark. This is not on any bureau schematic. It is not on any floor I remember. Dario scanned the space. The dome had no visible entrance behind them, no visible exit ahead. Just the curve of dark surfaces and the sense that the chamber was not empty. Then the light changed. The walls did not glow. They showed. Images rippled across the dark glass, scenes unfolding in colors that did not exist in the visible spectrum. Dario saw a corridor he recognized. Floor 47. A running battle. Spawns moving in a pattern he had watched from the wrong side of a barricade in his first life. The image shifted. Now he stood at the center of the chamber. The glass showed him from every angle. His face, his posture, the way his hand rested near his weapon like he expected betrayal. A voice did not speak. The words appeared inside his skull. Witness floor. Advance by testimony. Every choice is a vote. Every omission is evidence. Petra turned a slow circle. It is showing us things we have not told each other. Iskra stepped closer to Dario. Her scanner flickered, then went dark. My appraisal is blocked. This floor is reading us, not the tower. That is the point, Sabela said. It wants us to see what we hide. Dario watched the glass. The images shifted again. Now he saw the floor 99 massacred from the first timeline. But not from his perspective. From above. A vantage point he had never occupied. He saw himself fall. The image held. His body crumpled on the pale stone, the frost scar on his forearm still glowing as the life bled out of him. Around him, the four figures he had always called betrayers stood frozen in the moment of his death. But one of them was turning. Not toward him, toward something beyond the frame. Someone else was there. A fifth figure Dario had never seen before. The glass showed the figure in silhouette, reaching for Dario's fallen body with hands that left no shadows. Dario stepped back. Do not look away. Halvard's voice came from his left. Dario turned. The big man stood with his arms crossed, watching the images with the same steady expression he wore during a fight. It wants you to look away. That is the trap. I know. But knowing did not stop the image from burning. The glass shifted again. Now it showed them all in the same frame, standing in the chamber as they were now, but the image was wrong. Petra stood farther from Dario than she actually was. Howard faced a different direction. Iskra's scanner was raised, but in the projection she was reading Sabela instead of the room. The floor was showing them how they looked to each other. Testimony, Petra said. It wants us to tell the truth about what we see. Iskra's voice was quiet. It wants us to choose whose version trust. Dario understood. The floor had no enemies, no traps, no spawns. It would advance them only when they selected whose testimony to follow. And every version they chose would leave the others behind. The glass shifted one final time. Now it showed Dario alone at the center of the chamber. Surrounding him, frozen in the glass, were four projections of the same scene. Each one showed a different version of the floor 99 massacre. In the first, the four betrayers killed him together. In the second, only two of them moved while the others watched. In the third, he was already dead when they arrived. In the fourth, one of the betrayers was the fifth figure Dario had seen, not one of the four he always blamed. Sabela stepped beside him. Which one is true? I do not know. The floor will test you until you pick, and every time you choose wrong, it will show you something worse. Dario looked at the four projections. They pulsed with waiting, demanding a verdict he could not give. Petra touched his arm. You do not have to choose now. The floor will not let us leave until someone does. Iskra's scanner flickered back to life. She read the output, then looked up at Dario with something new in her expression. The fourth projection is not a memory. What is it? It is a prediction. The floor is showing you what will happen if you keep climbing the way you are. Dario stared at the image of the fifth figure, the one who appeared only in the version where the betrayers were not the source of the trap. Then the other three are memories. Fragments of them. Memories filtered through what you believed at the time. Halvard spoke from behind them. So the floor is showing you that your memory of who killed you might not be complete. It is showing me that I blamed the wrong people. Sabela's voice was flat. Or it is showing you what it wants you to believe. The tower lies differently every Enkeded. You told me that yourself. Dario looked at the projections again. The images did not change, but they seemed to sharpen, pressing for his attention. The chamber was waiting. Somewhere beyond the curved walls, he sensed the tower's patient observation. This floor was not a trial. It was a mirror, and he had to decide which reflection to trust. Petra spoke. Choose the fourth, the one that is a prediction. Because predictions can be changed, memories cannot. Dario looked at the fourth projection. the shadow figure reaching for his fallen body, the version where the betrayers were not the architects of his death. He stepped toward it. The glass did not stop him. The projection swallowed him whole. Chapter 50. The glass did not release him. Dario fell through the fourth projection as if the floor had folded around him, the domed chamber dissolving into cold light that pressed against his skin from every direction. He landed on something solid, stone, but softer than the witness floor, and the air smelled different, metallic and thin, like the high floors before a boss chamber. He recognized the space immediately. Floor 99. The summit platform stretched ahead of him, pale stone veined with silver cracks that pulsed with the tower's circulation. The bodies were already there. 4 of them, arranged in the same pattern he had seen 100 times in nightmares, the positions burned into his memory from the moment he woke on Mandate Day with a dead man's knowledge. But the bodies were wrong. Dario walked toward them, his boots silent on the stone. The first figure was Martek Voss, the breacher who had opened the vanguard's flanks 6 seconds before the track triggered. Martek lay on his back, eyes open, chest cavity collapsed from a wound that should have come from behind. The geometry was impossible. The strike had landed on his front, not his back. The second figure was Lena Orlovo, the scout who had been the first to turn. In Dario's memory, she was the one who stepped aside as the floor collapsed beneath the vanguard. Here she was crumpled against a pillar, her hands still raised in a warding gesture, fingers broken. She had been fighting something when she died. Not running, fighting. The third figure was Isao Chen, the controller whose signal had been 2 seconds late. 2 seconds that killed 300 people. In the projection, Isao's timer console lay shattered beside him, and his body was turned away from the vanguard, facing the opposite direction. He had been watching something behind them when he died. Dario stopped at the fourth figure, Karis Ven. She was the one he had hated most. The Mechit who had been closest to the summit, the one who could have saved them if she had not retreated at the critical moment. In every version of his memory, Karis was the turning point. She was alive when the trap sprung. She was at the extraction point. She had time to warn them. Here, Karis Ven was dead before the trap activated. Dario knelt beside her body. Her wounds were fresh, still bleeding, in a sequence that should have taken minutes to kill her. She had died on floor 98, not 99. She had been dead when the vanguard arrived. That was impossible. If Karis died on 98, she could not have been the one who retreated at the critical moment. She could not have been at the extraction point. She could not have done any of the things Dario had spent 12 years believing she did. The projection flickered. Dario looked up. The other 3 bodies were fading, their edges blurring into the pale light. Only Karis remained, and her body was changing, the wounds shifting, the blood reversing into her veins. She was dying backward, again and again, in a loop that showed every possible version of her death. None of them matched his memory. "You are seeing it." Petra's voice came from behind him. Dario turned. She stood at the edge of the projection, one hand extended past the boundary of the glass, touching his shoulder. She was still in the domed chamber, but her hand was here, solid and warm. "You are seeing what the floor wants you to see. I am seeing something that should not exist." He stood, his knees aching from kneeling on the stone. The projection held Karis's looping death, each cycle ending with her body in a different position, facing a different direction, killed by a different wound. None of them showed her retreating. "Your memory is built on a lie." Ixkra's voice came from beyond the glass. "The floor is showing you the source material. Not what you believed happened, what actually happened." Dario looked at Karis's body again. The loop was slowing, the cycles lengthening, as if the projection was giving him time to study each version. In the 38th sequence, Karis's hand reached for him, and in the moment before death, her mouth moved. She was trying to say something. He leaned closer. The projection froze. Karis's lips were parted, her eyes fixed on something behind Dario's shoulder. The 5th figure. Dario spun. The projection wall behind him was empty, but the cold remained. A pocket of air that did not belong, as if someone had just stepped away from that spot. A shortcut. The floor's voice came from everywhere, no longer translucent, no longer waiting. "Mark one memory as authoritative. Accept that version as the truth. The witness floor will release your group to the next ascent stage. Petra's grip tightened on his shoulder. Do not accept. The floor is offering to end this, Dario said. It is offering to lock you into one version of the truth, the version it wants you to believe. Dario looked at the frozen projection of Karis. She was reaching for him, dying to reach him, and he had spent 12 years believing she abandoned the vanguard. The floor's voice returned. Mark 1 memory as authoritative. Accept. Advance. Iskra's scanner flickered. Dario, the floor is not showing you everything. It is showing you fragments and asking you to fill the gaps with belief. If you mark 1 memory as true, the floor will use that belief as a lever. What kind of lever? The kind that lets it shape that you see next. Dario looked at Karis's frozen body, then at the empty space where the 5th figure had been standing. He opened his mouth to answer. The projection walls shattered. Glass sprayed across the stone, and the 5th figure stepped through the hole, not as an image, but as a living shape, solid and real and breathing. A woman with silver eyes and a frost scar that covered her entire left arm from shoulder to wrist. She looked at Dario. You were never supposed to see this floor alone. Her voice was flat, familiar. The same voice that had whispered through the node conduit on floor 20, the same voice that had watched Dario destroy the kill box from the lattice's observation point. The upper-level regressor stepped wholly into the projection. I told them you would not accept the shortcut. The floor's voice went silent. The woman looked at Karis's frozen body, then back at Dario, and for the first time her expression changed, something like grief crossing her features before she hid it again. She died reaching for you. Do you want to know why? The projection held its breath. Chapter 51. The upper-level regressor stood in the shattered gap of the projection wall, her scarred left arm hanging loose at her side, silver eyes fixed on Dario with the patience of someone who had already watched this scene play out before. The witness floor did not attack her. It should have. The floor was designed to reject intruders, to seal its glass walls against uninvited witnesses. But the light around the woman rippled and settled, as if the floor recognized her as authorized. You are the one who watched through the lattice, Dario said. I am the one who let you win. Her voice was flat, stripped of pride or apology, a statement of fact, not a negotiation. Petra's hand moved toward her belt, where she kept a trauma shears that could punch through soft tissue. Howard shifted his weight forward, shoulders dropping into combat stance. Iskra's scanner emitted a low hum that Dario had never heard before, a warning tone. Do not, the woman said without looking at any of them. I am not here to fight. If I were, you would already be dead. Dario believed her. That was the worst part. What is your name? That depends on which timeline you ask from. In this one, call me Ven. The name hit him like a blade between the ribs. Karis Ven. I know. The same surname. She was not my sister, but she was the closest thing I had to one in the first run. And I watched her die reaching for you while I stood behind the node conduit, too far away to do anything but record the data. The projection behind her flickered. Karis's frozen body dissolved into light, and the glass walls of the witness floor reasserted themselves, sealing the hole Ven had entered through. The chamber stabilized. The floor's voice did not return. Ven looked at the empty space where Karis had been. The floor is recalculating. It did not expect 2 candidates in the same projection simultaneously. That is our window. For what? To clear the next gate before the floor adjusts the rules against us. The glass walls rippled. Text appeared, not in the pale silver of the mandate, but in a deeper blue, almost black. Witness floor, Gate 2, binding. Vote to advance. The group must designate authority. Each member casts 1 vote. The vote is binding. Penalties for the designated authority are unknown. Penalties for the nominated are distributed proportional to vote share. You have 3 minutes. Dario read the text twice. Penalties proportional to vote share, Petra said, her voice tight. Meaning the person who gets the most votes takes the biggest hit. Whatever the floor is going to do to the leader, it scales with how many people put them there. A trap for trust, Sabela said. She had moved to the edge of the projection, her scar still glowing faintly. The Fuwar's asking us to measure how much we believe in each other, and then punishing us for the answer. Halvard grunted. So if we all vote for one person, that person takes full damage. If we spread the votes, the damage spreads. But the authority is singular, Iskra said, her scanner still humming. The gate says, designate authority. One leader. The penalties distribute by vote share, but the leadership itself is not shared. Dario looked at the group. Petra, who had watched him withhold truth after truth. Halvard, who had called him a chess player moving pieces. Iskra, who had pledged not to let him become the monster the tower wanted. Sabela, who had spent weeks hunting him. Ven, who had let him win at floor 20 but had not said why. He knew what the vote would look like. Vote for whoever you trust, he said. I will not hold it against anyone. The text changed. Vote cast. Sabela era, Ere. 0. Sabela looked at him. I voted for myself. I do not trust any of you enough to let you carry my penalties. The text updated. Vote cast. Halvard Bren, 1. Petra, Halvard said without elaboration. Petra's jaw tightened. She looked at Dario, then at the floor, then back at the group. Her hand hovered over the interface. I need to think. You have 2 minutes, Ven said. Iskra's vote appeared next. Vote cast. Iskra, Dario, Fia Fesh. Dario turned to her. Iskra, you asked me to map the candidate structure, she said, not meeting his eyes. You trusted me with the package encryption. You trusted me to read the scar. I am returning the vote because trust is not transactional, but if it were, this is the closest thing I have to currency. Ven cast her vote without ceremony. Vote cast. Ven. Sabela Erele. Zephimus' expression did not change. You barely know me in this timeline. I know what you become, Ven said, and I know what Dario becomes if he leads through this gate alone. Petra's hand moved. The interface flickered. Vote cast. Petra Unik. Distributed Authority Trigger Clause 7b. The text went red. Clause 7b. Activated. Plural leadership detected. Distributed authority requires consensus among nominees. Minimum nominee count 2. Maximum nominee count 4. Penalties for authority are shared equally among nominees. Penalties for failure to reach consensus on any decision. Double. The floor shuddered. A low sound like stone grinding against stone rose from beneath the glass. The chamber's temperature dropped. Ven's scar flared so bright it cast shadows. What did you just do? Sabela said, her voice flat. Petra's hand was still over the interface. She looked at Dario, and for the first time since the kill box, she looked uncertain. I voted for distributed authority because I do not believe any single person in this room should carry the floor's penalties alone. Not you, not Na, not anyone. The floor is responding, Iskra said, her scanner spiking. It is rerouting power into the chamber floor. Something is waking up. The glass beneath their feet began to crack, not from impact, from pressure, as if something below the glass was pushing upward, testing the surface, measuring its strength. Then looked at Dario with something that might have been respect, or might have been dread. Distributed authority means you lead together, but it also means every decision requires consensus. And when you fail to reach it, the penalties double. We will reach consensus, Dario said. You will try. The floor cracked open. From the darkness below, a shape rose. Not a creature, not a spawn. A pillar of black glass, smooth as polished bone, and on its surface, text that burned silver. Witness floor, Gate 2 Authority. Designated Darimanimes, Dario Vesh, Petra Onik, Sabela Erele, Ven Sensence required. First test. The pillar rotated, revealing a second face. Test. Choose one member of the group to remain behind. The chosen member will not advance. The chosen member will not die. The chosen member will wait. Time remaining, 60 seconds. Petra's breath caught. Halvard's hand bent to his weapon. Iskra's scanner let out a long, descending tone. Sabela looked at the pillar, then at Dario, and said nothing. Then scars caught the silver light. "This is what distributed authority means," she said. "You lead together, but you also lose together. And the first loss is a choice none of you can make without breaking the consensus." The timer began its descent. 59 seconds. 58. 57. Dario looked at the group. 4 nominees, 1 choice, and the certainty that any answer he gave would tear the consensus apart before it had begun. Chapter 52. The timer did not pause for strategy. 56 seconds. The black glass pillar pulsed with each number, silver text etching deeper into the surface. "We cannot do this," Petra said. "We have to," Sabela replied. "The floor will not let us pass until it has a name." Ven stood apart, scarred arm folded across her chest, watching the pillar as if it were an old enemy she had learned not to turn her back on. "Distributed authority means you all carry the cost. It also means you all choose the cost." "Then we choose no one," Dario said. The pillar flickered. Error. Invalid response. Consensus not detected. Penalty multiplier doubled. The temperature dropped again. A pressure built behind Dario's eyes, an ache that spread through his jaw and settled in his chest. Beside him, Petra flinched. "Did you feel that?" she asked. "Yes." Iskra's scanner spiked. "The floor is redistributing something. I cannot tell if it is damage or fatigue, but it is moving through the bond." 42 seconds. "If we do not choose someone to wait," Sabela said, "the penalties will double until there is nothing left to share. That is how distributed authority works. The system assumes consensus is possible. If you cannot reach it, the floor proves you wrong by taking from everyone until someone breaks." Dario looked at the group. Halvard stood at the chamber's edge, one hand on his weapon, the other pressed flat against the glass floor. "What happens to the one who waits?" "The floor said they would not die," Ven answered. "It did not say they would be comfortable. It did not say they would be safe either," Iskra added. 30 seconds. Dario's scar burned. Not the usual pulse. A deeper heat, like something waking inside the scar tissue and pressing outward. The pillar responded. A new line of text appeared beneath the timer. "Detected. Candidate variance. Applying adaptive distribution. Hostile response. Linked." The chamber's glass walls shimmered. A wave of silver light passed through the floor, and Dario felt it in his knees first. A weight. Not external, internal, as if something had been subtracted from his body and replaced with lead. Beside him, Petra stumbled. "What was that?" she asked, but her voice was thinner than before. Iskra's scanner screamed. "Damage, fatigue. It is propagating through the bond. Every hit one of them takes, the others share a percentage." Sabela's expression tightened. "Candidate floors. They punish people who still think pain belongs to one body." 20 seconds. Dario understood. The floor had not waited for them to fail the test. It had already begun applying the penalty for unresolved consensus. The doubled cost was already cycling through the bond, bleeding each of them into the others, and his hidden class was making it worse. The austerity gate rewarded efficiency through deprivation. Every cost he minimized, every strain he converted into another resource. Those conversions did not disappear. They redistributed. The bond was treating his class as a funnel, pushing his converted burdens into Petra and Iskra. "Stop using your class," Iskra said, her voice strained. "I am not." "You are. I can feel it. Every time you compress something, it shunts into the rest of us." 15 seconds. Petra grabbed Dario's arm, her grip weaker than it should have been. "Choose someone, or we all collapse before the timer even hits 0. "I will wait," Halvard said. Everyone turned. He stood at the edge of the pillar, hand still on his weapon, face unreadable. "I am not one of the nominees. This test is for the 4 of you, but I am part of the group. If the floor wants consensus, give it a name outside the bond." The pillar flickered again. "Evaluating proposal. Consensus not required to include all members. Deviation accepted. Updating target parameters." The timer stopped at 8 seconds. The pillar's text dissolved and reformed. "Distributed authority first test. Consensus reached. Halvard Bren will remain behind. Halvard Bren will not advance. Halvard Bren will not die. Halvard Bren will wait." The pillar sank into the floor. The chamber's glass walls dimmed, and a new seam opened in the eastern curve, a corridor of pale stone leading upward. Halvard looked at Dario and smiled. Not a warm smile, a grim, knowing thing. You owe me for this. I know. The floor beneath Halvard softened, silver light rising around his boots, climbing his legs, his torso, his chest. He did not resist. Halvard, Petra started. I will be here when you come back down. Do not make do wait long. The light swallowed him. His body dissolved into the same particles that had taken Anya, leaving nothing behind but the faint impression of his weight on the glass. The corridor waited. Ven was the first to move. She walked toward the scene without looking back, her scarred arm catching the chamber's silver glow. That was one test, she said. There will be more. Distributed authority does not stop being the rule just because you passed the first exercise. Dario followed. His scar still burned, but the pressure was gone. The bond had accepted the cost. Behind him, Petra's footsteps were heavier than they should have been. The shared damage had not finished cycling through her. He did not ask if she was all right. He did not need to. He could feel the answer in his own chest. A cough. Wet. Ragged. He turned. Petra was standing still, one hand pressed to her ribs, blood seeping between her fingers. Her eyes met his. That hit on floor 20, she said. The one I thought I healed. It was still inside me. The bond pulled, and Dario Fogertaled the Dean slide into his own body like a blade. Chapter 53. The pain arrived in Dario's chest like a second heartbeat. Not his own, Petra's. The wound that should have stayed healed, the one she had carried silent since floor 20, now pushing through the bond into his ribs, his lungs, the space behind his sternum where breath lived. He doubled over. The corridor of pale stone tilted. Silver light bled from the walls, pulsing in rhythm with the shared damage. Dario pressed a hand to his own chest and felt Petra's injury mapped onto his body. Petra, he managed. She was still standing, but her hand pressed harder against her ribs. Blood stained her fingers, darker than it should have been. Old blood. The kind that had been pooling inside her for days. Iskra's scanner whined. The bond is equalizing the load. Every wound, every fatigue point, it redistributes across the 4 nominees. More of the burden falls on you, Sabela said, watching Dario. Because of your class, yes, but also because you did not build defenses against proximity. The Austerity gate taught you to carry weight alone. The bond does not let you. Then stood at the corridor's edge, her scarred arm gleaming. The floor is still watching. The consensus test passed, but the observation phase continues. It wants to see how the pact behaves under strain. Dario straightened. The pain settled into a dull thrum, bearable now that he understood its shape. Then we give it something to watch. He turned to face the others. The corridor stretched behind them, pale stone curving upward into darkness. No enemies yet, but the air hummed with the promise of them. We cannot keep bleeding into each other without rules. Petra's jaw tightened. She understood what he was offering, a negotiation, not an order. No more silent injuries, she said first. We declare what we are carrying before the bond discovers it for us. Agreed. Sabela leaned against the wall, arms crossed. No unilateral bargains, no trades with the floor that move cost to someone else's ledger without their consent. That includes your class, Iskra added, looking at Dario. Every time you convert a cost, the Austerity gate pushes the remainder into the bond. You need to stop treating efficiency as a private resource. Dario felt the accusation land. She was right. He had been compressing his own burdens without asking, letting the class's logic treat the others as overflow space. No conversions without warning, he said. I will declare before I use the class. Ven's silver eyes tracked the exchange. She had not contributed to the negotiation. Dario turned to her. You are a nominee. What are your terms? A long pause. The corridor's light shifted, shadows stretching in directions that did not match the source. No sacrifice plays, Ven said finally. You all believe you can be the one who stays behind. That is the mandate's favorite trick. It gives you a hero impulse and calls it virtue. I will not vote to save someone who has already decided to be expendable. The words hung in the air. We need an oath, Iskra said. Something the floor can read. A binding statement that declares the new terms. Dario looked at each of them. Petra, pressing her wound but standing steady. Iskra, scanner still humming, young face hardened by too many floors too fast. Sabela, watchful and measuring. Ven, carrying a grief none of them fully understood. "We will not hide injuries from each other," Dario said. "We will not make bargains that shift cost onto the bond without consent. We will not treat any member as an acceptable loss." The stone beneath them vibrated, a low hum, deep and resonant, rising through the corridor's walls. The pale light flickered, and Dario felt the floor listening. The same sensation from the witness floor. The tower was receiving their statement. "Say it aloud," Iskra urged. "All of us," Petra spoke first. "I will not hide what I carry," Sabela. "I will not trade what is not mine to give." Then paused, then, "I will not let anyone decide they are the price." Dario met each of their eyes. "I will carry this bond, not exploit it." The hum changed pitch. The corridor's light steadied, no longer flickering, no longer pulsing with the bond's damage. The pressure in Dario's chest eased, not gone, but shared more evenly. A blue panel flickered into existence at the corridor's midpoint. Anomalous cooperative pattern detected. Recalibrating observation protocols. Bonded unit classification upgraded. Now flagged for advanced system review. The panel vanished. The corridor ahead shifted, walls smoothing, seams vanishing. A clean path forward, no traps visible, no hidden mechanisms. But the air felt heavier. Something had changed. "Advanced system review," Iskra said. "I have never seen that tag before." "It means the mandate is no longer watching us as individuals," Ven said. "It is watching us as a unit, a cooperative anomaly. That is rarer than the floors expected." "Is that bad?" Petra asked. Sabela shook her head. "It means we are past the point where the tower treats us as predictable." Dario started walking. The corridor curved upward, and the first enemies appeared at its far end. Low-rank shapes, humanoid, pale, moving with the jerky coordination of creatures designed to test formation and reaction. 5 of them. Petra stepped beside him. He could feel her wound now, a dull ache in his own side, but she was not favoring it. "We are not leaving anyone behind," she said. "No," Dario agreed. The creatures charged, and the bond pulled taut, distributing their readiness across 4 bodies instead of 1. Dario felt Petra's hands steady, Sabela's weight shift, Ven's scar flare with recognition of the pattern. They moved as a single unit. The creatures folded. 3 seconds, 4 impacts, 0 hesitation. The corridor fell silent. Dario looked down at his hands. The pain was still there, Petra's wound still bleeding through him, but it no longer felt like a chain. It felt like a wire. And somewhere deep in the tower's architecture, below the hidden stair, past the sealed node chamber, a door that had been waiting since floor 20 began to open. Chapter 54. The corridor ended at a door. Not a seam, not a threshold, not another testing chamber. A door, solid and ordinary, with a handle that turned under Dario's hand without resistance. Beyond it, a room of pale stone and soft light, and in the center, a cache. Medical supplies, rations, clean water. 3 crates stacked against the far wall, labels still intact, the kind of find a climbing team dreamed about between floors. Petra exhaled beside him. "That is not a trap." "Everything is a trap," Sabela said, but she was already moving forward, eyes scanning the ceiling, the corners, the gaps between crates. Dario did not follow. Something in his chest, the bond's shared tension, was pulling a different direction. Not danger, wrongness. The same sensation he got when the scar pulsed before a gate breach, but fainter, layered beneath the relief of seeing supplies that could stabilize Petra's wound. "Iskra." She stepped up beside him, scanner already humming. The device swept the doorway once, twice, then stopped. "There is a shimmer," she said, "over the frame. Recursion pattern." "Define recursion." Her jaw tightened. "The air is folded, the same data packet repeating. The doorframe is a loop boundary. The room beyond is not a room." "Then what is it?" Iskra's scanner flickered. "A promise. The tower offers you what you need most and closes the circuit when you take it. The cache is bait." Dario looked at the room again. The light was wrong, too even. No shadows shifting with the bond's pulse. The crates were positioned for a photo, not for storage. No dust, no scuff marks on the floor. Clean, sterile, designed. "Everyone stop," he said. Petra froze mid-step, one hand extended toward a roll of field bandages. Sabela had already drawn her blade, but she was facing the cache, not the door. Stood into the room's far edge, her scarred arm raised, fingers spread, reading something in the air Dario could not see. "They know what you want," Ven said. The floor watched every confession on the witness level, every wound, every failure, every person you failed to save. It built this room from your own inventory of regret. Sabela's blade lowered. "I have seen this before. A different floor, different architecture, same mechanism." She turned, and Dario saw the recognition in her eyes. Not theory, memory. "Floor 47 in my first run," Sabela said. "The archive of mirrors. The tower offered each member of the team exactly what they needed to keep climbing. Individually, separately. The offers were not identical." "What happened to the team?" Petra's voice was flat. 3 accepted." Sabela did not look away. "They survived. The other 2 refused, and were sealed in a recursion loop until the floor decided they had learned the lesson. One of them is still there." The room's light shifted, the crates flickered, and for a moment, Dario saw through them. Empty space. A wall of repeating symbols, each one a variation of the witness floor's sigil, cycling in a pattern that hurt to follow. The cache was a projection. The real room was a cage. "The door," Iskra said. "It is closing." Dario turned. The frame was contracting, the opening shrinking by inches, the stone walls moving with the slow certainty of a mechanism that had already accounted for every possible reaction. He had 2 choices. Step through and leave the loop behind, but lose the supplies that could keep Petra alive through the next 3 floors. Or stay, let the door seal, and fight the floor's recursion from inside. The bond pulled taut. Petra's wound ached in his side. Sikra's scanner whined with diagnostic overload. Sabela's blade was steady, but her breathing had changed, shallow and controlled, the rhythm of someone preparing to cut through a door that should not exist. "Decision," Ven said. "Now." Dario looked at the shrinking gap, at the cache, at the faces of the people who had sworn the oath with him. "The door," he said. "All of us. Now." He grabbed Iskra's arm and pulled her through. Petra followed, hand pressed to her side. Sabela came last, blade still drawn, eyes on the closing seam. The gap narrowed to a slit, and a hand reached through. Pale, long-fingered, marked with the same recursion shimmer Iskra had detected. It grabbed the edge of the frame and pulled. The door stopped closing. The hand belonged to a woman Dario had never seen. Dark hair plastered to her scalp, eyes that did not blink. She wore the remains of a bureau field jacket, but the insignia had been scratched out, replaced by a symbol Dario did not recognize. She looked at them through the gap, as if she had been waiting for this exact moment. "You are in the wrong lane," she said. "The floor does not know you are bonded. It still thinks you are competing." The door groaned. The woman's hand did not move. "I can hold it for 8 seconds, she said. "But after that, the recursion resets, and it builds a new room based on what it learns from your escape. You want to reach floor 33, you need to break the loop's memory, not just survive it." Sabela stepped forward. "Who are you?" The woman's lips moved, but the door's groan swallowed the sound. Her hand slipped, the gap widening for a fraction of a second before beginning to close again. 7 seconds, she said. Dario looked at the cache one last time. The projection flickered. Through it, he saw the real room. Empty, cold, lined with recursive symbols that pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. The supplies were never real, but the escape was. "Break the memory," he said, and turned his back on the room. The door sealed behind them. The corridor beyond was dark, narrow, and smelled of old stone and something metallic. The bond's pressure had eased, but Dario could still feel the loop's residue, a faint hum beneath his skin, waiting for him to forget. "The woman who held the door," Petra said. "Did anyone catch her name?" No one had, and when Dario looked back, there was no door, no seam, no sign the room had ever existed. only a wall of unbroken stone where the loop's entrance should have been. Chapter 55. The corridor stretched ahead, dark and narrow, smelling of old stone and metal. Dario walked with his hand on the wall, feeling the recursion residue hum through his palm, faint as a second pulse. Behind them, the stone was seamless. No door, no seam, no sign the loop had ever existed. The woman who held the gap was already becoming a question he did not have time to answer. Iskra walked close enough that her shoulder brushed his. Her scanner emitted a low, steady tone, not a warning, just confirmation that the air ahead was stable. "Floor 33, Petra said. "She said we need to reach it. That was not random." "It is not," Sabela said. Her voice came from the back of the group, and when Dario turned, he saw her standing still, blade lowered, eyes on the corridor ahead, as if she could see something he could not. "The archive chamber on 33, she continued. 2 verified candidates, 1 terminal. 60-second window. The note the engineer left. Do not separate, Dario finished. Sabela nodded. "The loop we just escaped was built from our confessions," she said. "The floor learned what we fear, what we regret, what we would trade to keep climbing. That room was tailored to each of us individually, but it thought we were competing. It did not know we were bonded." "Until we escaped together," Petra said. "Until then." Sabela's grip on her blade tightened. "The next room will not make that mistake." Ven stepped past Dario, her scarred arm brushing the corridor wall. The silver lines on her skin pulsed once, in time with something deeper in the stone. "She is right," Ven said. "The floor recalibrates between chambers. It feeds on the data we generate. Every decision, every hesitation, every truth we share, it records and weaponizes against the next test." "Then we stop sharing truths," Iskra said. "No." Dario's voice was flat. "That is what it wants. Silence isolates. The bond works because we do not hide." Iskra's scanner flickered. "Something is changing," she said. "The corridor ahead, the resonance is shifting. It is not stable." They walked another 20 paces before the corridor opened into a chamber. This one was smaller than the witness floor's dome. Circular walls, dark stone shot through with silver veins that pulsed with the same rhythm as the recursive symbols in the loop. No door, no visible exit. At the center, a single pillar of black glass rose from the floor. Dario recognized the architecture. "Another test," he said. The pillar activated as he spoke, the glass surface rippling with text. "Bonded doned classification, anomalous cooperative pattern. Observation phase extended. The following test evaluates trust allocation under information asymmetry. 1 member of the 4 nominee bond will be removed from active cycle. The remaining 3 will continue to floor 33. Removal is temporary. The excluded member will wait and will rejoin after the archive chamber is accessed. A choice is required. Time to sentence, 90 seconds. Petra read the text twice before she spoke. "It is forcing us to choose who does not come." Sabela's blade would not move. "Temporary," she said. "The floor does not use that word lightly. It means this exclusion has a limit, and the bond will reform after the archive. Or it means temporary is a lie designed to make the choice easier," Petra said. Ven stepped toward the pillar, her scarred arm raised. The silver lines on her skin matched the veins in the stone, pulsing in unison. "The floor is reading our hesitation," she said. "It already knows which of us is most likely to volunteer. It is waiting to see if the bond holds when the cost is personal." Dario looked at the 3 women standing around the pillar. Petra, whose hidden wound was still bleeding through the bond into his side. Sabela, who carried a blade from before the mandate, and a memory of a different tower where her team broke under the same pressure. Ven, who had watched him climb from the shadows, who knew what he became if he led alone. And Iskra, standing at the chamber's edge, scanner humming, holding the only skills could see through the mandate's lies. The timer ticked. "Before we choose," Dario said, "I need to know what Sabela saw." The room went still. Sabela's eyes met his. "What I saw? The future you remember, The one where I am the problem. She was quiet for 10 seconds. 15. Then she lowered her blade and spoke. It is not that you become a tyrant, she said. That is the simple version, the one that fits in a warning. The truth is worse. Dario felt Petra's wound pulse against his ribs. In my first run, Sabela continued, you reached the top of the tower ahead of everyone else. You had the knowledge, the class, the discipline. You were faster, leaner, more efficient than any climber in the vanguard. And you were alone. Because I did not trust anyone, Dario said. Because you did not need to. Sabela's voice was flat. The mandate designed your class to function in isolation. You converted deprivation into momentum, loss into leverage. Every time you carried a team, you were carrying dead weight, and the tower noticed. She took a step toward him. When you reached the summit, you were not trying to betray anyone. You were trying to win. But the people around you could not keep up. They were not fast enough, not strong enough, not willing to make the same sacrifices. And instead of slowing down, you left them behind. One by one, Ben said quietly. Sabela nodded. The first to fall was someone close to you. I do not know their name, but I saw the footage. He reached for you, and you did not turn back. Dario's scar burned. I do not remember that, he said. You would not, Sabela said. The tower edits what it does not want you to carry, but the others remembered. And when you reached the summit alone, the people who had survived your ascent were not allies. They were survivors of your wake. The timer reached 60 seconds. The chamber needs an answer, Petra said. Dario looked at the pillar. The text had not changed. One member removed, temporary. The bond reforms after the archive. He thought about Howard, dissolved into silver light, waiting somewhere behind them. He thought about Anunir, head from the staircase, returned to floor 18. He thought about the woman who held the door open, her name lost before he could hear it. I am not choosing, he said. The pillar's text flickered. Choice required. Consensus failure will escalate penalties. Then we choose together, Petra said. She looked at Sabela. You have the archive key. You need to be at the terminal with Dario. That means you come. Sabela did not argue. Petra turned to Ven. You know the floor's architecture better than any of us. If there is another trap, you see it before we do. You come. Ven's scarred arm pulsed waltz. Acknowledgement. Petra looked at Iskra. You are the only one who can read the mandate's lies. Without you, we are blind. Iskra's scanner whined. That leaves me, Petra said. Dario's chest tightened. No. You know the medic at the archive, Petra said. You do not need somebody who is already bleeding into the bond. The floor knows I am the weakest link. It is counting on you to protect me. Petra, the choice is not about who matters least, she said. It is about who can afford to wait. The timer reached 30 seconds. Dario looked at the pillar, at the three women standing in the silver-lit chamber, at the recursive symbols pulsing beneath the stone. He thought about the woman who had held the door open, trapped in a loop built from her own memory. He thought about what Sabela had said. You left them behind. The text on the pillar rippled. Time remaining, 25 seconds. Final warning. Non-sunsence will trigger bond damage escalation. Dario opened his mouth to speak, and the seam behind the pillar split open. Chapter 56. The seam behind the pillar split open, and light bled through, pale and silver. The same glow that had marked every mandate threshold Dario had crossed. The timer stopped. Intervention detected. Recalibrating. Dario did not wait for the floor to finish thinking. Petra, wound intake. Iskra, anomaly signature. Sabela, route memory from the first collapse. Where did the seam open in your run? East wall, third segment, Sabela said. But the pillar was not part of the room. It is now. Dario stepped toward the light. The floor built this test from our data. The pillar is us. The seam is something the floor did not expect. Ven moved beside him, her scarred arm raised. The observation phase does not pause. It is watching us adapt. Good. Dario felt Petra's wound pulse against his ribs, the bond carrying her pain into his chest. He let it stay there. Iskra, can you read the pillar's base? Iskra crouched, scanner humming. The device flickered once, twice, then steadied. It is not stone. It is compressed data, recursion loops folded into physical structure. The test was never about choosing. It was about proving we would obey the format. The format, Petra said. Competition, the mandate's model. Candidates decide who gets discarded. Iskra looked up. The pillar expects us to act like candidates. Dario understood. Then we do not act like candidates. He grabbed the edge of the pillar's base. The surface was cold, slick with recursive symbols that shifted under his grip. He pulled. Nothing. It is anchored to the floor's logic, Sabela said. You cannot move it by force. Then we break the logic. Dario pressed his palm flat against the pillar and opened his Austerity gate. The class responded instantly. Hunger for deprivation, conversion of absence into momentum. He fed it the bond's shared burden. Petra's wound, the fatigue of 3 floors climbed without rest, the grief of Anya's fall and Howard's dissolution. The pillar flickered. More, Iskra said. It is registering the drain but not the source. Because the source is not me alone. Dario looked at Petra. Give it the damage you have been holding. Petra's jaw tightened. Then she placed her hand beside his on the pillar. The wound in her chest pushed through the bond into Dario's body, a hot spike of torn muscle and fractured rib. He took it without flinching and fed it into the class. The pillar's surface rippled. It is adapting, Ven said. It is learning your depletion pattern. Then we change the pattern. Dario looked at Iskra. Feed it an anomaly reading, something the floor cannot classify. Iskra pressed her scanner against the pillar's base. The device wived, a pitch that climbed until the recursive symbols on the pillar surface began to smear. Dario, the pillar is reading your class as a conservation mechanism. It expects you to hoard resources, minimize losses, optimize for survival. Show it something else. Iskra's scanner emitted a burst of uncorrelated data, fractured appraisals, broken signatures, the refuse of a skill the Bureau had discredited as unqualified. The pillar stuttered. Anomalous input, precalculating. Sabela, Dario said. Route memory, the path you took in your first run when you reached the archive alone. This floor did not exist in my first run. It exists now, and you remember it. Sabela was silent for 3 seconds. Then she touched the pillar with her gloved hand, the one above the frost scar. I climbed through a corridor of mirrors. Every reflection showed me what I would become if I kept going alone. I refused to look. I sealed the memory in the archive. Unseal it. She did not move. The floor will use it against me. Good. Dario met her eyes. That is the point. You are not alone anymore. Feed the floor your worst memory. Let it try. Sabela's scar pulsed. She pressed her palm flat against the pillar. The room went dark. For a moment, Dario saw nothing. Then the pillar's surface became a screen, showing Sabela standing in a corridor of mirrors, blood on her blade, a body at her feet. Turn around, Dario said. She did not turn. The floor is showing your choice, he said, not your failure. You kept climbing. That is not shame. Sabela's reflection in the pillar tilted its head. You do not know what I left behind. No, but I know you are still carrying it. Dario kept his hand on the pillar. Stop holding it alone. Her hand trembled. Then she turned. The image shattered. The pillar's surface cracked, a seam running from its base to its crown. Silver light bled through the fracture. Unsolicited data integration. Recalculation failure. One more, Dario said. Petra, timing. Petra did not need mere instruction. She placed her free hand over Dario's on the cracked surface and pushed a measured pulse of medical awareness into the pillar, the rhythm of a stabilized heartbeat, the cadence of a wound that had stopped bleeding. Your class converts deprivation, she said. Maya converts time. I have been saving seconds since floor 20. The pillar's crack widened. How many? Enough to steal 1 breath. She released the timing sequence, a compressed block of saved minutes, seconds of triage efficiency she had hoarded across every floor. The pillar screamed, not in sound, in light. A pulse of silver that threw them all backward, Dario slamming into the chamber's far wall, Petra lining beside him, Iskra skidding across the stone with her scanner dead. The pillar collapsed inward. Where it had stood, A black glass panel remained, flat, smooth, unbroken. Dario pushed himself upright, ribs aching, Petra's wound still pulsing against his chest. The panel displayed text. Bonded unit, Faultline Auth verified. Consensus achieved through unexpected integration. Reward, decoupling key, temporary removal weaver. Distributed authority test 1, complete. Deviation from expected candidate behavior, confirmed. Recalibration in progress. Yuskra crawled to the panel, scanner humming back to life. Deviation from expected candidate behavior, she read. The floor did not anticipate Creek-Yuta integration. It could not process 5 different inputs from the same unit. The floor treats candidates as individuals, Ven said. It cannot calculate bonded cooperation. We overloaded its decision architecture. Dario looked at the panel. The text flickered. Next test. Archive chamber access. Requirement, 2 verified candidates at junction terminal. Window, 60 seconds. Chamber location, floor 33. Floor 33 is still ahead, Sabela said. No, Dario said. It is already here. The panel's surface rippled. A new line appeared. Current floor, 28. Recalculating ascension path. Estimated time to floor 33, 1.4 cycles. The text dissolved. The chamber's walls began to shift, the recursive symbols realigning into a corridor that had not existed before. Pale stone, narrow, angled upward. Dario stepped toward it. Behind him, the seam in the wall that had split open during the test was still visible, a crack of silver light that pulsed like a heartbeat. And from the crack, a sound. A voice. Not the mandate's cold interface tone. Something older. Hoarse. Human. Dario. He turned. The crack widened. A hand emerged, gripping the edge of the seam, and the woman from the recursion loop pulled herself through into the chamber. Chapter 57. A hand emerged, gripping the edge of the seam. The recursion loop woman pulled herself through into the chamber. Her bureau field jacket hung open, the scratched-out insignia catching the silver light, the replacement symbol visible now. A broken ring enclosing a vertical bars, scarred over like the symbol had been carved into the fabric by hand. Dario's scar pulsed. She landed on one knee, breathing hard. Pale skin, dark hair plastered to her temple, eyes that tracked the room before settling on Dario. You kept it open longer than I could hold it. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw. That is not supposed to be possible. Petra was already moving, medical instinct overriding caution. You are bleeding. Not mine. The woman straightened, wincing. Mostly. Dario did not lower his stance. Who sent you? No one. She met his eyes without flinching. I have been in that loop since the witness floor sealed. The recursion does not release survivors. It absorbs them. You cracked the architecture open by feeding it bonded data it could not classify. She touched her collar, the defaced symbol. I rode the fracture out. Ven stepped forward, scarred arm raised. You wear a candidate mark. War? The woman's jaw tightened. The mandate stripped it when I refused the binding, told me I was reclassified as non-viable asset, left me in the loop to be digested. Isqua's scanner hummed. She is not lying. Her system signature is fragmented. Parts of her file have been deleted. Dario held the woman's gaze. What is your name? Does not matter. It is not in the index anymore. She pulled the jacket tighter. But I know what is waiting on floor 33. And I know why the mandate does not want 2 candidates reaching it together. The black glass pound flickered. Dario turned. New text was forming beneath the reward list. Additional reward available. Decoupling key. Function, temporary price harmonization. Bonded unit. While active, all information purchased from the shop are charged at the lowest applicable rate across the unit, rather than individual assessed cost. Duration, variable. Rate equalization ceases when harmonization is detected by third-party observers. Warning. Unauthorized price harmonization may invite corrective balancing. Dario read the lines twice. The shop charged each person differently. The mandate's pricing was individual, keyed to each climber's assessed value, attention, and desperation. Petra paid less for medical supplies because she was a medic. Iskra paid more for data because her broken skill was flagged. Dario's prices rose with every public success. The decoupling key flattened that. If one of them could buy critical floor data cheaper, the whole unit brought that price. If Iskra could access a restricted shop tier at lower cost, the bond unlocked it for everyone. "This is not a reward," he said. "This is a vulnerability." "It is both." Ven's voice was flat. "The mandate prices information by what each candidate can bear. Harmonization breaks that. If one of us can afford a truth the others cannot, the bond buys it for everyone at the cheaper rate." Iskra's eyes widened. "That means the shop's pricing discrimination stops working on us. The mandate cannot charge Dario more for floor schematics just because he is famous. It has to charge us all the same." "Until it detects the harmonization," Petra said. "The warning says corrective balancing. Corrective balancing means the mandate will treat the price differential as a debt," the recursion woman said. "It will collect the difference somewhere else. In interest, in penalties, in harder floors." Dario looked at the panel's final line. "Activate decoupling key, Y/N. His scar pulsed. The mandate was watching. The shop was pricing in real time, adjusting its rates to each of their status windows as they stood in the chamber. He thought about the sealed archive data package, the floor 99 records, the price the mandate had set on those truths, candidate origins, critical weight, binding acceptance. If the decoupling key could equalize the cost across the bonds, they could buy the package at Iskra's rate instead of Dario's. "Is there a cost to activation beyond the detection rest?" The recursion woman shook her head. "Not in credits. But every second the harmonization runs, the mandate logs the anomaly. The longer you hold it open, the more aggressively it will correct." "How aggressive?" She did not answer. Dario reached for the panel. "Dario." Petra's voice was quiet. "You are about to make the mandate pay attention to all of us at once. Not just you. All of us." "I know." He pressed yes. The panel's text dissolved into light. A seam opened in the glass, and a shard no larger than his thumb fell into his palm, cold, translucent, pulsing with the same rhythm as his scar. The bond flared. Dario felt the shift immediately, a redistribution of weight across the four linked signatures: Petra, Sabela, Ven, and himself. Their individual pricing layers peeling back, exposing the raw cost beneath. Iskra gasped. "The shop just changed. My healing salve listing dropped from 110 to 80, the same price Dario was offered on floor 24. Sabela's hand went to her wrist. "Mine too. The data package I could never afford is now priced at the bond's lowest rate." "What rate?" Dario asked. Sabela's scar flared once. 0. The chamber went silent. Then the interface blinked. Harmonization active. Detected plus anomaly. Candidate origins package. Price equalization applied. Package credits. 0. Dario stared at the panel. The sealed data package he had been unable to open, the one Iskra had warned would trigger an acknowledgement ping, the one labeled recruitment not evaluation, was now free. 0 credits. Because someone in the bond could already afford it. He looked at the recursion woman. She was watching the panel with an expression he could not read. "You knew," he said. "I knew the key would expose the cheapest rate in the unit." She met his eyes. "I did not know it would be 0. But you wore the candidate mark. You refused the binding. The mandate stripped you." "Yes. And your pricing rate is 0 because you are already classified as a non-diable asset." She said nothing. Iskra's scanner chopped once, a tone Dario had never heard before. "Dario," she said, her voice thin. "The package is not locked anymore. The acknowledgement ping did not fire. The mandate does not know we can see inside it." "Then look." Iskra's fingers moved across the interface. The panel split. A single line of text appeared, ancient, fanned into the glass like scar tissue. Candidate origins. The first regression was not an accident. The tower chose the subject before the mandate arrived. The chamber's temperature dropped. Dario read the line again. Before the mandate arrived, before the sky turned blue, before 9:14. Someone had already been chosen. The recursion woman took a step back, her hand going to her collar, the defaced symbol. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not know I was the trigger." The seam behind her split wider, and the mandate's interface flickered across every surface in the chamber. Corrective balancing initiated. Audit extended. Subjects, all bonded unit members. Priority, reclassification. A countdown appeared, burning silver. 059, 058, 057. Dario Scar screamed. Chapter 58. The countdown bled silver across every surface, the numbers dropping with a precision that felt like a heartbeat Dario could not control. 042, 041. The recursion woman stood frozen at the edge of the seam, her defaced collar catching the light, her breathing shallow. "The corrective balancing," Dario said. "What does it do?" "Recalculates your value." Her voice was flat. "Every candidate gets a priority classification: combat potential, intelligence value, political weight. The mandate cross-references those scores against whatever data package you accessed and adjusts the pricing architecture to make sure no one holds an advantage it did not authorize." Iskra's scanner chirped again. "She is right. The shop just repriced everything in my window. My healing salves jumped back to 110. The data package is still 0, but Dario's repair kit, the one he bought at floor 16 prices, is now listed at 230 credits in his window." Ven's scarred arm pulsed. "The mandate does not care about the credits. It cares about the rate. If one of us can access information at 0 cost, the harmonization spreads that anomaly across the whole unit. The mandate cannot allow a pricing gap that large without correcting it." 029, 028. "Can we hold the harmonization open?" Petra asked. "Not indefinitely," the recursion woman said. "But we do not need indefinitely. We need long enough to use what the package contains." Dario looked at the interface. The sealed data package was still open, still accessible, still showing the line that had burned into his chest. The first regression was not an accident. The tower chose the subject before the mandate arrived. Before 914, before the sky turned blue, before Dario had ever been a courier with a ruined knee and a private ledger of deaths he had not committed yet. "Keep the package open," he said. "Feed it into Iskra's scanner. I want everything the tower recorded about that selection process." Iskra's hands moved across the interface. "The package is deeper than I expected. The first line is a header. There are layers underneath. Dates, locations, a list of candidates the tower evaluated before the mandate arrived." "How many candidates?" The scanner hummed. 7, 009, 008. Dario's scar pulsed once, hard enough to make his hand spasm. "Who are they?" "I cannot read the names yet. The encryption is non-linear. It scrabbles the deeper I push." Iskra's voice tightened. "But I can see the selection dates. The first candidate was logged 14 months before mandate day." 14 months. Before anyone on Earth knew the tower existed. Before the Bureau built its hidden infrastructure. Before Renko Salval started drafting clustering protocols. "Close the package," Dario said. "We have what we need for now." Iskra's fingers hesitated. "There is more. The package is not just a record. It is a binding. If we accept the data, we accept the terms. The selection was not passive. The tower chose, and the chosen had to agree." "Agree to what?" She looked up. "I do not know, but the acceptance signature is already there. Someone signed for the package before the mandate arrived. Someone accepted the terms at the origin." The countdown hit 003, 002, 001. The interface flickered. Corrective balancing complete. Audit reanalyzed. Bonded unit classification. Candidate adjacent. New status. Review pending. A single new line appeared under each of their names. Then the interface went dark. The chamber fell into silence. Petra exhaled slowly. "Review pending? It means we are no longer just candidates," then said. "We are exceptions. The mandate cannot classify us as a standard bonded unit, and it cannot reclassify us as non-viable assets because the price harmonization proved at least one of us has 0 pricing. We are a statistical anomaly that does not fit its existing categories. So it kicked us up the chain." "The mandate does not have a chain. It has protocols. We hit a protocol gap." Sabela's blade slid back into its sheath. And now? Now the Bureau will get the notification before we do, Vin said. Renko's office will see the review pending tag on every climber in the bonded unit. He will interpret it as an escalation window. He will move to contain us before the mandate decides what to do. Dario looked at the recursion woman. What is your name? She touched the defaced symbol on her collar. Call me whoever you need me to be. The mandate stripped my original designation. I am nothing in its records. That is the only advantage I still have. You were a candidate. I was a refusal. Her eyes met his. The mandate does not forgive refusal. It does not forget. It only waits for the architecture to change enough to make compliance inevitable. The seam behind her began to close. You need to move, she said. The corridor to floor 33 will not stay stable once the corrective balancing propagates through the junction network. The test window is still valid, but the mandate will seal it if it can. Dario looked at the group. Petra wound shared but still bleeding. Iskra, scanner humming with encrypted data she had not fully read. Sabela, blade clean, scar pulsing. Ven, watching him with silver eyes that had seen more timelines than his. And the recursion woman, standing at the edge of the seam, already half in shadow. We take the corridor, Dario said. Floor 33. 2 candidates at the archive terminal. We move now. He turned to the recursion woman. Come with us. She shook her head. I cannot. The seam is the only thing keeping me anchored. If I step into your corridor, the mandate will detect me as a residual anomaly and seal the junction behind you. You will lose your path. Then what do we do with you? She smiled, thin and cold. You make the review worth the risk. You reach floor 52. You see what the mandate hid from every candidate who came before. The seam sealed behind her, and Dario was left standing in a silent chamber with the weight of 14 months he had never known, and a list of 7 names he could not read yet. Petra touched his arm. Let us go. He nodded. They moved into the corridor. Chapter 59. They came for Iskra at 10:47 on a Tuesday. Dario was 3 blocks away when Petra's voice hit his implant, clipped and urgent. Extraction team, North Market Arcade. They have her cornered with documentation. He was already moving before she finished. The arcade sat at the junction of Belport's old commercial district and the new checkpoint zones, a glass-roofed corridor where street vendors sold ration packs beside hunter surplus stalls. Crowds parted around him as he ran. The frost scar burned cold against his forearm, pulsing in time with his stride. He rounded the corner and saw them. 4 figures in matched gray tactical gear, no guild insignia visible, but the cut was expensive. Private security. Corporate. The lead held a tablet displaying a legal document, its seal glowing with system validation. Iskra stood with Vagwexet to vendor cart, scanner in one hand, the other raised in front of her face like she could block their claim by will alone. Petra and Howard flanked her at a distance, blocked by 2 more security personnel who had not drawn weapons but did not need to. The crowd had retreated to the arcade's edges. Someone was filming. I'm telling you, the lead said, voice carrying for the cameras. This is a lawful minor protection and skill preservation order filed under Emergency Protocol 47C's dependent clause. The girl is a minor. She has no registered guardian. Her skill is unstable and unlicensed. The Bureau has authorized interim placement pending evaluation. I am standing right here, Iskra said. Her voice shook, but her scanner did not. The order grants us temporary custody and skill assessment authority. She will receive housing, education, and medical care at sponsor expense. The lead smiled, thin and rehearsed. This is humanitarian outreach. Dario stepped into the open space between them. She is with me. The lead's eyes tracked him, measuring. Mr. Vesh, we were wondering when you would arrive. You were counting on it. We were prepared for it. The lead gestured with the tablet. The order includes provisions for bonded associates. You are welcome to accompany her during the evaluation period, provided you submit to parallel assessment. Halvard shifted his weight. That is a fancy way of saying they want all of us in a room with no exits. And no witnesses, Petra added. The lead ignored them. Mr. Vesh, you know how this works. The girl's skill is unindexed. It reads system architecture it should not be able to see. The Bureau considers her a liability. We are offering her protection, training, and a legal framework that prevents her from being classified as a threat. Without this, she faces mandatory containment under the same protocol that did 11 independents in the kill box. Dario looked at Iskra. What did they offer you? She did not lower her hand. Guardianship, full funding, access to classified system archives. Her jaw tightened. In exchange for exclusive rights to my appraisal output for the next 7 years. Standard terms, the lead said. She keeps ownership of her skill. We merely license the data it produces. License, Dario repeated. At what rate? The lead's smile thinned further. Negotiable. Iskra's scanner chirped. She looked at the readout, and her face went pale. 70%, she said. They license my appraisal output at 70% of market value, but the contract defines market value using their own pricing index, which averages 42% below independent assessment. Effective rate, 29% of actual value. Someone in Blown's Proto. The lead's cover cracked. You are not authorized to read system-validated contract terms without legal representation. I just did. Ishkra's voice steadied. Your document has a debt clause buried in Section 12. If I accept guardianship, I accept responsibility for all outstanding costs associated with my skills development and maintenance. Untied balance accrues at 23% annual interest. The debt is tied to my System 499, not my physical person, meaning it follows me across floors, resurrections, and reclassifications. It cannot be discharged by death or regression. The crowd murmured. Petra stepped forward. You were going to put a teenager in indentured service to a skill debt she never agreed to incur. We were offering stability, the lead said, but the camera angle was wrong now, the performance slipping. The girl has no family, no resources, no legal status. Someone must bear the cost of her development. She bears it herself, Dario said. Every time she scans something the mandate does not want seen. He opened his interface. What is the current shot price for a standard Guardian contract clearance? The lead's eyes widened. You cannot afford the settlement. I am not paying it. Dario accessed the harmonized rate from the bond's zero-priced asset. The number flickered once, then resolved. 0 credits. The system accepted the transaction before the lead could react. A notification appeared on his tablet, red text against white. Guardian clause, debt nullified. Beneficiary, Biskra main. Source, bonded unit, 0 rate asset. Status, cleared. Iskra's scanner emitted a single chime. It is gone, she said, voice barely audible. The debt clause, the interest, all of it. The contract has no enforcement mechanism now. The lead stared at his tablet. His security team shifted, waiting for an order that did not come. You just paid 0 credits to nullify a Bureau-validated contract, he said. That is not possible. That is a bonded unit with a non-viable asset classification, Dario said. The mandate does not know what to do with us, so it cannot price us, and you cannot enforce a contract against someone the system cannot value. The lead's hand tightened on the tablet. This is not over, Mr. Vesh. It never is. The security team withdrew, falling into formation behind the lead as he walked backward toward the arcade's north exit. The cameras tracked them until they disappeared into the checkpoint shadow. Howard let out a breath. Well, that was expensive in ways that do not show on a ledger. Petra reached Iskra first. Are you all right? Iskra nodded, but her hand was still shaking around the scanner. They knew about the bond. They knew about the 0 rate. That document was drafted after the corrective balancing. Someone in Renko's office told them exactly what we are. Someone with access to the review pending tag, Dario said. He looked at the north exit. The extraction team was gone, but the street had not emptied. The crowd lingered, phones still raised, capturing every frame for feeds that would reach Belport's news terminals within minutes. Mikkel Ost would have the footage before noon, and whoever had briefed that extraction team would know their first play had failed. Dario's implant chimed. A new notification. Acquisition attempt, Phase 1, failed. Escalation protocol, Phase 2 initiated. The sender field was black. No bureau marker, no mandate seal. Just a single line of text beneath the header. You will not hold what you cannot protect. The arcade lights flickered once, then held steady. Chapter 60. The arcade lights held steady. The crowd did not. Phones tracked Dario through the market's arched exit, through the checkpoint lane, past the fruit vendor whose scales still displayed bureau-calibrated weights. Petra walked beside him with one hand on Iskra's shoulder. Howard brought up the rear, broad enough to block the camera angles that mattered. "We cannot outrun the footage," Petra said. "I know. Then what is the plan?" Dario stopped at the corner where the market fed into the Transit Arcade's main concourse. The sender's message still burned in his implant's log. You will not hold what you cannot protect. Phase 2. Unknown sender. No bureau marker, no mandate seal. "Iskra," he said, "show me the escalation notice again." She held up her scanner. The black field hung in the display, unchanged. "Frequency trace is dead," she said. "No handshake, no relay signature." "Iskra," he said, "show me the escalation notice again." She held up her scanner. The black field hung in the display, unchanged. "Frequency trace is dead," she said. "No handshake, no relay signature." It arrived through the same channel as the mandate's notifications, but the authentication layer is different. Someone built a parallel delivery system inside the system interface. "Someone with access to the notification architecture," Petra said. "Or someone who built their own." Iskra's voice was steadier now, the shaking gone from her hand. "The Bureau tested appraisers before the tower opened. They burned grids into our arms and discarded the ones who did not fit. If they found a way to keep using the failures without licensing them, if they built a second channel outside the Bureau's oversight, then the acquisition team was not Renko's primary play," Dario finished. "They were the public option. Phase 2 is whatever the parallel channel can do without leaving a signature." Halvard shifted his weight. "Then we make her impossible to target." "How?" "Publicly." The word sat in the air between them. Dario thought of Ost's newsroom, of the 6 unofficial angles, of the way attention raised shop prices and drew mandate scrutiny and turned every choice into a headline. "Ost will run with it," Petra said, reading his silence. "He has been waiting for a story this clean. Teenage scout exposes floor 20 manipulation, survives cover-up, targeted by shadow interests. It writes itself. It also paints a target on her that does not fade. I am already painted." Iskra's voice cut through. "Phase 2 is coming whether I hide or not. At least if I am on record, they have to kill me in public." The concourse hummed around them, commuters flowing past the checkpoint. A child pulling at a mother's sleeve. The ordinary rhythm of a city that had learned to live under blue interface light. Dario opened his implant and found Ost's frequency. "Meet us at the North Market Archive Cafe. 30 minutes. Ost's voice came back tinny and sharp. "The one with the bad espresso and the good sightlines?" "Bring a camera. I always do." The connection closed. The cafe occupied the ground floor of a pre-mandate office building whose glass facade had been replaced with blast-resistant panels. Ost had already claimed the corner table with the widest view of both entrances. A compact camera sat on the table, lens capped, power light dark. He did not stand when they arrived. "Teenage scout," he said, studying Iskra. "Floor 20 survivor, the one who read the clustering order before it hit the public terminals." "That is not why they came for her." Dario sat across from Ost. "They came for her appraisal skill. It reads things the system tries to hide." Ost's eyebrows lifted. "And what has it read? Enough to make someone spend real resources on an acquisition contract with buried debt clauses." Silence. Ost uncapped the camera. "Then let us put it on the record." It took 40 minutes. Iskra sat straight-backed in the cafe's harsh fluorescent light and told the camera everything she could without revealing the bonded unit's zero-rate classification or the sealed data package. She described the extraction team, the minor protection order, the debt clause buried in Section 12, the effective 29% rate disguised as 70. She named the bureau protocols the team used to validate the contract. She did not name Renko. Not yet, Dario had said before the recording started. Accusing him without proofs gives him room to maneuver. Let the story breathe. Let the footage spread. The Bureau will investigate itself for the cameras, and that buys us time. Ost had nodded like a man who understood the math. When the recording ended, he slid the camera into his jacket. This goes live in 30 minutes. Full feed. No embargo. I will push it through 3 independent channels so the Bureau cannot scrub it before the evening terminals pick it up. The acquisition team will know it is coming, Petra said. Good. Then they will know she is too visible to disappear. Ost stood. Mr. Vesh, you owe me your real story eventually. I know, but not today. Dario did not answer. The cafe door closed behind Ost, and the concourse sounds rushed back in. They took a booth near the back, away from the windows. Iskra sat with her scanner balanced on the table, screen dark, the recording's weight still pressed into her shoulders. It will work, she said, as if testing the words. The public record, the footage. They cannot move on me now without leaving a trail. But you are terrified. She looked at him. Aren't you? Dario considered the question. The honest answer sat somewhere between yes and always. Yes. Then we are even. Halvard ordered 4 coffees that none of them drank. Petra watched the door with the focused stillness of someone who had learned to read triage patterns in movement and posture. The cafe's terminal displayed the evening news feed, silent captions crawling across the bottom of the screen. Dario's implant chimed. He expected Ost's confirmation, a notification that the feed was live, a countdown to public exposure. Instead, the text that appeared carried the pale silver geometry of the tower's interface. Candidate route notice, classification, bonded anomaly group, ascension path, validated. Floor 33 access, authorized. Participants, Vesh Dario, confirmed. Uikwe, Petra, confirmed. Irawe, Sabela, confirmed. Majay, Isra, confirmed. Bren, Halvard, confirmed. Ascension window, 14 hours. The notification ended without threat or demand. No countdown, no penalty clause, no solo route. For the first time since the mandate arrived, the tower had invited all of them. Dario read the names again. Bonded Anomaly Group. Not candidate, group. Is that what I think it is? Petra asked. The tower just validated our route to floor 33. He looked up from the implant display. All of us. Iskra's scanner emitted a low chime. There is no mandate seal on this notification, she said. No audit tag. No review pending classification. It arrived through the same architecture as the escalation protocol. The same parallel channel. The same sender who had threatened him 9 hours ago. Dario set the implant face up on the table. Phase 2, he said. The word landed like a blade dropped on stone. Outside the cafe's blast-proof glass, Belport's evening lights flickered on, one grid at a time, and the tower's pale silver glow rose above the skyline, waiting for them to climb. Chapter 61. The corridor beyond the seam did not feel like a climb. It sloped downward, stone warm underfoot, the air thick with something Dario recognized before he saw the first interface panel. The smell of old transactions. Paper and metal and the cold residue of system arbitration. He stopped at the threshold. Petra drew up beside him. What is it? A debt floor. He had never cleared one in the first life. He had heard about them from climbers who made it past floor 40, where the tower stopped testing combat and started testing leverage. The stories were always the same. The floor gave you everything you needed to survive, then took back more than you had agreed to lend. Iskra's scanner chimed. There is no entry warning, she said. No rule board, no penalty clause. That is the warning. The floor opened into a low-ceilinged hall that stretched beyond Dario's line of sight. The walls were lined with empty alcoves, each lit by a pale blue interface panel that cycled through listings. Healing salves, weapon repairs, temporary attribute boosts, oxygen refills for extended submersion. Everything a climber might need to push deeper. Everything priced in a currency the interface would not display until selected. Sabela moved past him, her scarred forearm raised. The silver lines on her skin caught the blue light. I have seen this architecture before, she said. Floor 38 inches my second run. They called it the ledger. What happened to the climbers who used it? They paid. Dario watched the panels cycle. The listings shifted as he watched, repricing based on proximity, need, the length of time he stood in front of them. The mandate's logic made flesh. Everything available, nothing free. There are other climbers here, Halvard said. He was right. Figures moved in the distant shadows of the hall, some alone, some in clusters, all watching the panels with the hollow stillness of people who had already made their first purchase and were waiting to see what came due. A woman in a torn bureau jacket stood at one of the alcoves, her hand hovering over a listing for advanced trauma bandages. The panel pulsed once. She touched it. The bandages appeared in her palm, and the interface displayed a single line. Repayment term, assisted combat engagement, collection, on trigger. She read the line. Her face did not change. She walked away. That is how it works, Dario said. Every tool is a loan. Every heal is a promise. The floor does not tell you the full terms until after you accept. Petra's jaw tightened. And if you cannot pay? The floor collects from what you have left. Attributes, memories, your bond with the people beside you. Iskra's scanner let out a low hum. It is the same architecture as the shop, she said. Same pricing logic. But the interest is hidden inside the repayment clause. You do not know what you owe until the tower decides it is time to collect. Howard was watching the distant figures. How many of them know? The ones who have already used it know exactly what they owe, Dario said. The ones who have not used it yet think they can avoid it. A tremor ran through the floor. The panels flickered, and a new listing appeared at the far end of the hall. A heavy steel door with a single interface panel beside it. Exit, floor 33. Access requirement, active credit line, minimum balance, 1 unpaid obligation. Of course, Petra said. You cannot leave without being in debt. Dario's scar pulsed once, cold and sharp. The floor was a trap designed by the mandate's own philosophy. Give everyone what they want to survive, make them owe, then collect when the cost is highest. He was still calculating the angles when the scream cut through the hall. It came from the left side of the chamber, where a cluster of listings flickered near a collapsed pillar. A figure lay pinned beneath the stone, a man in a freight handler's vest, his leg bent wrong beneath the weight. 2 other climbers stood over him, trying to lift the pillar, their hands bloody from the effort. Halvard moved before Dario could speak. He crossed the distance in 7 strides, dropped to one knee beside the pinned man, and braced his shoulder against the stone. The other climbers heaved. The pillar shifted. The man's leg came free. Then Howard's interface lit up. Loan accepted. Emergency strength boost. Value. Plus 40% lift capacity. Duration 90 seconds. Repayment term unspecified. Collection phase initiated. The words hung in the air. Dario was already moving. Halvard, do not accept anything else. But Halvard was already stepping back from the pillar, his hands empty, the system's pale glow fading from his chest. He looked at Dario with the flat calm of a man who had made his peace with the cost. He was going to die. And now you owe the floor. I know. Dario turned to the interface. The listing for the emergency strength boost was still visible, but beneath it, a new notification had appeared. Collection phase, active. Togiv, Bren Halvard, affiliated bonded unit, Ladial. Collection method, escalating combat engagement. The air in the hall changed. The temperature dropped. The interface panels flickered in sequence, one after another, until every listing in the chamber displayed the same message. Collection phase, active. All credit lines in this hall are now due. Dario stared at the notification. The floor had just turned every climber in the hall into a debt collector. Chapter 62. The first collector moved before Dario could call a formation. A woman in a patched jacket lunged from the left alcove, her eyes glassy, her hands wrapped in the same pale glow that had lit Halvard's interface. She swung a length of rebar at Petra's ribs. Petra caught it on her forearm. The impact drove her back a step, but she held. She is not controlling herself, Petra said. The floor is. Dario saw it now. The collectors moved with identical gait mechanics, the same half-second delay between intention and action. The hall had turned every climber with an active credit line into a puppet. 3 more emerged from the shadows: a man with a cargo loader's vest, a woman clutching a medkit she had not earned, a teenager with a hunting knife and empty eyes. They formed a loose arc around the bonded unit. "Halford," Dario said, "your loan triggered this." "I know. Do not take another." Halford's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. The collectors advanced. Their pace was steady, unhurried, the rhythm of a system that knew it had more bodies than the group had countermeasures. Dario's scar pulsed, cold, reading the room like a second set of nerves. He calculated the angles: 7 collectors visible, more likely in the alcove. Each one had accepted a loan they could not repay, and the floor was now calling in the interest at combat rates. Old tactics said to disable them fast and clean, minimize engagement time, treat every injury to a collector as acceptable math, because the alternative was the bonded unit getting pinned and overwhelmed. But old tactics assumed the cost stopped when the fight ended. He saw it when the cargo loader went down. Halvard put him on the ground with a shoulder strike to the sternum. Clean, efficient. The man folded and did not rise, but the instant his body hit the stone, the alcove behind him flickered and a new listing appeared. Loan repayment, deferred, interest accrued, plus 12%. New collection target, proximity. The hall's interface pulsed once. Then every collector in the room turned their heads toward the bonded unit with the same synchronized focus. "They are learning," Iskra said. "You put one down, the floor recalculates what everyone else owes and escalates the interest. Every efficient takedown makes the next wave more expensive." Dario's stomach went cold. That was his playbook. Minimize cost, end fights fast, treat every engagement like a closed transaction. The floor was using his own logic against him. Sabela moved before he could speak. She crossed the hall in 3 long strides and drove her blade through the shoulder of the nearest collector, a woman with a medic's patch and a dead daze. The woman crumpled. The blade came free. The interface flickered. Interest accrued, plus 18%. New collection target, priority. Half the collectors in the hall locked onto Sabela. "Valuable information," she said flatly. "I will remember it." She fell back to the group's position, her blade low, her eyes tracking the shifting formation of puppets. "I cleared a dead floor before," she said. "Floor 38 of my second run. The ledger. Same architecture, same logic." Petra's voice came sharp. "How did you get through?" Sabela did not answer for 3 heartbeats. "I made a choice," she said. "The floor offered me an alternative. 1 climber to satisfy all outstanding obligations. I had a team member who was injured beyond recovery, non-essential to the climb. I gave them to the floor." The silence that followed was not empty. It was the kind of silence that filled a room like water. Dario watched the collectors reform their arc, watched the glow in their eyes brighten as the interest climbed, watched Sabela's scar pulse under her sleeve as if the memory itself had a heartbeat. Petra's voice broke the quiet. "Do you still believe in that math?" Sabela turned. Their eyes met. "I do not," Sabela said, "but I do not have a better answer yet." The collectors surged. The first wave hit like a wall. 3 of them, coordinated, their movements no longer clumsy but practiced, as if the floor had studied the group's positioning and adjusted. The rebar swung at Petra's head. She ducked, rolled, came up with a knee to the attacker's diaphragm. The attacker did not stop. She kept coming, the interest glow brightening with every hit she absorbed. "Halvard," Dario said. "Do not help me." Halvard's hands were already reaching. He stopped. Dario stepped into the gap. He caught the rebar on his forearm, felt the bone jar, felt the impact radiate up through his shoulder. The collector's eyes were empty. Her face was slack. She was already dead as a person, just a meat puppet running on lone arithmetic. He could end this. 1 clean strike. Minimize the engagement. The floor would escalate, but he would buy time to think. He pulled the strike. He stepped back instead. The collector staggered forward, off balance, and Dario sidestepped, drawing her momentum past him. She hit the stone wall and crumpled. No knockout, no debilitation, just a wasted movement that cost nothing and gained nothing. The interface did not flicker. No interest escalation. The floor had not registered the exchange as a combat action because no one had been disabled. Iskra's voice came low. The floor only counts takedowns. Non-violent displacement does not trigger repricing. Dario's scar pulsed. He had been fighting like a man who believed every engagement had to end decisively. The floor had been counting on that. He let the breath settle in his chest. "We do not kill them," he said. "We do not disable them. We waste their time until we find the exit." Petra looked at him. "That is not your style." "It is. Now." The collectors regrouped. The glow in their eyes dimmed slightly, waiting for a trigger that was not coming. Dario calculated the distance to the steel door. 30 meters. Through a hall of puppets, whose debt increased every time he did what he did best. Chapter 63. The group moved through the hall like dancers learning a new rhythm. Dario stepped left, drew a collector's momentum past his shoulder, let the empty swing carry her into a support pillar. She rebounded, off balance, and Petra caught her collar and redirected her into another collector. They tangled. No one fell. No takedown registered. The interface stayed quiet. 30 meters, Halvard said. His voice was tight. "We can cover that in 10 seconds if we stop playing polite. And trigger plus 24% interest when you shove someone," Iskra said. "The floor escalates faster than the shop reprices. One more takedown and the next wave will include every collector in the hall." Dario watched the formation shift. The collectors had learned from the first exchange. They moved in pairs now, covering each other's blind spots, forcing engagements that either ended in contact or pushed the group into a corner. The floor was not stupid. It was reading their positioning and adjusting. "We need a different angle," he said. Petra's voice came from his left. "The harmonization shard." He turned. "The key," she said. "It equalizes prices across the bond. What happens if we apply it to debt instead of purchases?" Iskra's eyes widened. "The floor can only track individual credit lines. If we pool our obligations, the accounting breaks." "Or it consolidates," Sabela said. "One target instead of 5. Dario's scar pulsed. That was the risk. The floor might treat pooled debt as a single larger obligation with a single larger collector, but individual tracking meant the floor could escalate selectively, targeting the weakest link. Pooled accounting meant the group's total burden was visible, and visible burdens could be paid. "Petra is right," he said. "We try it." He reached into the bond and activated the harmonization shard. The silver light that spread across the hall was not the same as the interface's cold blue. It was warmer, thinner, like light passing through water. It touched every collector in range, every alcove, every glowing credit line. Then it pulled. The debts did not vanish. They aggregated. The individual numbers that had flickered above each collector merged into a single figure above the steel door, written in the same translucent text. Total outstanding obligation, 47,320. Collection term, unsettled liability. All bonded creditors. The collectors stopped moving. Every one of them. 24 bodies frozen mid-step, their glassy eyes fixed on the silver light as if they had been waiting for permission to stop. "Redistribution successful," Iskra said. Her voice cracked. "The floor cannot differentiate individual obligations anymore. It has to treat the entire hall as one debtor." Dario looked at the number, 47,320 credits. He had spent worse amounts in his first life. Paid them in favors, in blood, in people left behind. The number was not the problem. The problem was what the floor would demand to collect it. "Move," he said. "Clear the path toward the door. Do not touch anyone." They walked through the frozen collectors. The woman with the medkit stood with her rebar half raised, her face slack, the glow in her eyes dimmed to a pulse. The teenager with the knife was still as a statue, his hand extended, the blade tip inches from Sabela's hip. She stepped around him without breaking stride. 12 meters. The steel door was closer now. Dario could see the seam where it met the stone, the faint silver thread of the exit marker pulsing above it. A voice came from the far end of the hall. Unauthorized risk redistribution detected. The words were not spoken aloud. They arrived in Dario's interface, cold text against a black field, no sender marker, no mandate seal. The same architecture as the escalation notice, the same parallel channel. You cannot consolidate what you did not earn. The frozen collectors twitched. One by one, the glow returned to their eyes, but it was different now. Brighter, angrier. The silver light of the harmonization shard had pooled their debts, but the floor was not accepting the new accounting. It was rewriting the terms. System notice. Credit pool invalidated. Collection protocol override, direct enforcement. Designated collector, unitary. A figure rose from the center of the hall. It had not been there before. The space had been empty, a gap between two alcoves where the light did not reach. But now a shape unfolded from the shadow, tall and thin. It surfaced the same pale silver as the tower's interior. No face, no visible limbs, just a column of translucent geometry that pulsing in time with the interest rate. The steel door flashed. Exit locked. Remaining obligation, 47,320. Method of payment. This collector. Dario's scar burned. The collector entity did not move like a puppet. It moved like something alive, aware, its surface rippling as it absorbed the light from the frozen collectors around it. Each pulse brightened its core. "What is that?" Halvard said. "New," Sabela said. "The ledger did not have this. The floor is adapting." Petra's hand found Dario's arm. "Can we pay it?" He looked at the number again. 47,320 credits. He had worse debts. He had paid with other people's lives. But the floor did not want credits. It wanted combat engagement. It wanted takedowns. It wanted the kind of efficient, transactional violence that the bonded unit had refused to provide. The collector pulsed again. Chapter 64. The thing from inside the seam did not have a face, but Dario felt it looking at him. The silver column pulsed once, and the darkness within it deepened, the seam widening like a mouth opening. Light bled out of the frozen collectors around the hall, drawn into the unitary entity's core, and the interest rate above the steel door flickered and climbed. Current interest, 47,320 plus 12% escalation. Active, Dario's scar burned so hot he could feel it through his sleeve. "Don't engage," he said. "Stay behind the collectors. Use them as cover." Howard was already moving, circling left, keeping a frozen woman with a crowbar between himself and the entity. Iskra crouched behind an alcove, her scanner flickering. Sabela had her blade low, but she was not advancing. The sound that came from the seam was not a voice. It was a frequency, low and humming, that vibrated through the stone floor into Dario's spine. The words formed in his skull without passing through his ears, the language he had never studied but understood. 7 debts you carry. The hum shifted. The light inside the column rearranged itself into shapes. 7 names you never said aloud. Dario's vision tilted. The hall was gone. He was standing in the wide corridor of floor 94, the air thick with ash, Lena's blood spreading across the stone, her hand still reaching. He could feel the weight of her body in his arms, could feel the moment she stopped breathing, the moment he kept climbing. You carried her debt. The white corridor dissolved. The red sequence from floor 72, a maintenance tunnel. 3 extractions he had traded to clear the path. The faces of the people he had used as transaction costs. The numbers he had memorized. The names he had not. You carry them all. Dario's knees buckled. He caught himself on a frozen collector, a woman with a medic jacket and glassy eyes, her body warm but not alive. The silver light from the unitary collector touched his hand, and the names kept coming. Karis, reaching for him on the summit, reaching while he turned away. Anya, falling through the stair, her fingers slipping through his. The faces from the ferry terminal, the people he had not saved. Every name was a chain. Every chain pulled. You cannot hold what you will not spend. The voice was everywhere now, inside the hall, inside his skull. The silver column was moving, not walking but flowing, its surface rippling as it crossed the distance between them. The seam in its center tracked toward him. "Stand down," Halvard called. Back away from him. The entity ignored Howard completely. It stopped 3 meters from Dario, close enough that he could see the geometry inside its surface, the compressed recursion loops, the interest rates pulsing like heartbeats, the same architecture as the pillar on the witness floor, the same logic, the tower turning debt into a weapon. The seam widened, and from inside it, a shape began to form. Not a collector, not a puppet. Something with structure, with intention. A figure at the center of the silver column, growing clearer with every pulse, its outlines resolving from the dark. Dario could not look away. The figure had his own face. Not young, not the face he saw in reflections now. Older, harder. The Dario from the first timeline, the one who had climbed alone, who had left Karis reaching, who had counted the cost of every life in credits and kept climbing because the math demanded it. That Dario looked back at him from inside the seam. You owe what you became. The voice was his own. The silver light around him thickened. The names pulled tighter. Lena, Karis, Ananya, the ferry terminal dead, the people he had failed across 2 lives, each one a chain around his ribs. He could not move, could not breathe. The collector's surface rippled, and the seam widened, and the older Dario reached for him. You are not him. Petra's voice cut through the hum. She was not frozen. She was not backing away. She was standing in front of the collector's reach, her hand extended, her face set in the same expression she had worn on floor 20 when she had bled into the bond rather than let him die alone. You are not him, she said again. You have the debt because you are trying not to become that. That is the difference. The collector's reaching hand stopped. The seam pulsed, and Petra stepped between Dario and the light. The silver recoiled. Not from her. From the angle. From the fact that she had moved before the floor expected her to. The collector's surface flickered, the older Dario's face dissolving as the entity recalculated its targeting. Petra grabbed Dario's arm. Get up. He could not. The names were still there. The chains were still tight. Get up, Dario, she pulled. Hard enough that his shoulder wrenched. Hard enough that he stumbled forward, out of the collector's direct path, away from the seam. The collector's light shifted. It turned toward her. You carry debts too, the voice said, softer now, almost curious. You carry a wound from floor 20 that you never healed. You carry the seconds you saved. You carry the time you almost died alone. Petra did not flinch. I know, she said. I carry it because I chose to carry it, not because the floor told me to. The collector paused, and for 1 second the hall was silent. Then the seam widened again, wider than before, and from the darkness a new shape began to form. Not Dario's face, not Petra's. Something else, something larger, older, with limbs that bent at wrong angles. Halvard grabbed Dario's other arm. Move, he said. Now. Sabela was already running, skirting the frozen collectors, her blade angled toward the steel door. Issachra was at the edge of the light, her scanner trembling in her hands. The collector spoke one more time. You cannot hold what you will not spend. And the seam split open, and the shape inside it began to emerge. Chapter 65. The shape inside the seam had shoulders now, had a head, turning, orienting toward them with the slow certainty of something that had already calculated the distance. Dario's legs would not move. The names were still pulling. Lena, Karis, Anya, the ferry terminal dead. Every chain still around his ribs, and the shape in the seam was feeding on them, growing clearer with each pulse of silver light. It's using the debt, Iskra said. Her voice came from somewhere to his left, thin and fast. It's not a collector. It's the architecture of the debt itself. The floor folded all the interest into one shape. Then we give it something else to digest. Petra's voice, still in front of him, still between him and the light. Something the floor did not assign. She turned, just enough to meet his eyes. Her face was pale, her left arm still carrying the wound from floor 20, but her gaze was steady. Choose someone, she said. Choose someone to owe, not because the floor says you have to, because you decide. Dario stared at her. The shape in the seam took a step forward. The floor vibrated beneath its weight. We do not have time, Sabela called from the steel door. That thing is going to breach in seconds. Choose, Petra said again. Who do you owe that the floor never gave you credit for? The question hit harder than the collector's voice had. Who did he owe? Not the dead. He already carried them. Not the floor. The floor had taken everything it wanted and called it a transaction. He owed the people who had chosen to stand beside him when the math said they should not. He owed Halvard, who had lifted the pillar knowing the debt would cascade onto him. He owed Iskra, who had stayed at the edge of every fight with nothing but a broken scanner and a willingness to burn herself out on his secrets. He owed Sabela, who had walked into a kill box she could have avoided and pulled Halvard out of the lattice. He owed Petra, who was standing in front of a recursion-engineered nightmare with her unhealed wound bleeding through the bond because she refused to let him face it alone. "You," Dario said. Petra's eyes widened. "What?" "You. I owe you. For floor 20, for the wound you carried into the bond, for standing here when the floor told you to run." The collector stopped. The shape inside the seam froze mid-step, its head tilting as if it had heard something it could not process. "Say it again," Petra said. "To the floor, not to me." Dario turned to face the collector. "I owe Petra Oniakwe," he said, loud enough that the hall carried it. "For wounds she carried that were never counted, for seconds she saved that were never priced, for choosing to stand when the floor wanted her to fall." The silver column flickered, the seam rippled, and the shape inside it began to shrink. "Deads," Dario said, "are assigned by the floor. Obligations are chosen by the living. You cannot collect what was never owed to you." The collector's surface warped. The interest rate pulse stuttered, skipped, reset to 0. The shape dissolved. The seam closed. The silver column stood empty, translucent, pulsing with nothing. Behind them, the steel door clicked. Halvard turned and pushed. The door swung open onto a pale stone corridor, clean air, the unmistakable pressure of a tower floor that had nothing to do with debt. Iskra's scanner pinged. "Floor 33 exit confirmed," she said. "We are clear." Petra grabbed Dario's arm before he could move. "Do not ever make me do that again," she said. Her voice was shaking. "I did not know that was going to work." "Neither did I." The corridor beyond was narrow, pale stone, silent. No collectors, no interest pulses, just the clean hum of a tower floor that had not been twisted into an accounting engine. They walked for 2 minutes before Dario felt the change. The bond shifted. Petra's wound lightened. Not healed, he could feel the scar tissue still there, but the open bleeding stopped, sealed by something the floor had given them in return for the choice. Petra stopped walking. She raised her hand. Her interface flickered into visibility at her gesture, and the text that appeared was gold, not silver. "Conversion acknowledged. Support node integration bonded medic, provisional. Petra on-gig system. Grant. Temporal credit pool. Each stabilized patient generates 60 seconds of shared endurance. Each saved second from floor 20 now available as team-wide recovery. Cost. None. This is not a loan." Dario read the text twice. "Petra." She was staring at her own hand, at the gold characters fading into her skin. "I stabilized people," she said slowly. "In the first timeline. Saved seconds, gave them to the team when they had nothing left. And the floor just gave them back." Not gave. She looked up and there was something in her expression he had never seen before. "Validated. The floor confirmed that I already paid, that what I did was not a debt, it was a credit, earned before the tower existed." Iskra laughed, a short, disbelieving sound. "The floor just acknowledged that caring for people is a valid currency. The same floor that tried to turn us into collateral." "The same architecture," Sabela said quietly. "But we fed it a transaction it could not price. Voluntary obligation. The floor has no category for a debt freely chosen." Dario opened his own interface to check the status. The bond was stable. The unitary collector was gone. The debt floor was behind them. And at the bottom of his candidate pane, a new line had appeared, gold text on the silver background. "Cooperative deviation trending. Assessment positive. Recommendation continue monitoring. Architecture note. Bonded unit has generated system value outside mandate parameters. Unauthorized credit creation detected. Candidate status remains pending." Dario stared at the last word for a long moment. Pending. Not confirmed, not denied. Waiting. The mandate had not closed his file. It was watching, recalculating, trying to decide what to do with a unit that had just created value the system could not tax. "That is new," Petra said, reading over his shoulder. "It is not a threat," Dario said slowly. "What is it?" He closed the pane. "It is proof that they do not know what to do with us." They stood in the pale corridor, 5 survivors who had just outbid a dead engine with a currency the tower had never learned to price. The silence stretched. Then Howard broke it. "Well," he said, "at least we are trending." Chapter 66. The hearing room smelled like stale coffee and institutional paper, the kind of cold bureaucracy that had not changed between timelines. Fluorescent panels hummed overhead. The walls were paneled in pale wood that probably cost the bureau more than Dario made in 3 years of courier work. Commissioner Renko Salvi sat at the head of the table with his hands flat on the surface, fingers spread, a posture that said he owned the room and everyone in it. Dario sat alone on the respondent's side. No chair beside him, no table, just a metal folding chair that squeaked every time he shifted weight. "Mr. Vesh," Renko said, no preamble, no greeting. "You have been summoned under Emergency Protocol 47C for unauthorized floor advancement, unlicensed gate engagement exceeding certified rank, and suspicion of concealed Class-1 assets that pose a threat to public order." Dario did not answer. "Your Section 9 exemption has been suspended pending this review. Your provisional certification is void until this body reaches a determination." "I understand the charges," Dario said quietly. "Good." Renko slid a folder across the table. "Then you understand the penalty structure. Each count carries a minimum of 60 days license suspension, a fine of 40,000 credits, and mandatory submission to Bureau Asset Evaluation." Asset Evaluation. Dario had heard that term in the first timeline. It meant invasive scans, forced disclosure of class and skill information, and entry into a bureau registry that marked you as property rather than personnel. "These are not criminal penalties, Mr. Vesh. They are safety measures. The public deserves to know that the people fighting gates are properly vetted." "Vetted," Dario repeated. "Like you vetted the ferry terminal gate as green rank?" Renko's jaw tightened. "That assessment error is under internal investigation." "I'm sure it is. Your attitude does not serve you here." "I'm not here to serve myself." Dario leaned forward. "I'm here because you called me. You wanted a hearing. You wanted to make an example. So make it. Say what you are really after." Renko studied him for a long moment. Then he pressed a button on the table's console. The door behind Dario opened. Petra walked in first, then Howard, then Iskra, followed by Karine Vidova and Elias Tarrant and Sula Park, the survivors from floor 20, the ones Dario had pulled through the kill box. They filled the benches behind him without a word. Petra sat directly behind his left shoulder. He could feel her presence before he heard her breathing. "These witnesses have been summoned to provide testimony regarding your conduct," Renko said. "Would you like to make a statement before they speak?" "No." "Then we will begin." Renko caught Petra first. She stood, walked to the witness station, placed her hand on the bureau interface. "I am Petra Onyekwe, gate medic, bonded medic, floor 20 survivor." "Ms. Onyekwe," Renko said, "can you confirm that Mr. Vesh withheld critical information from you and other team members during the floor 20 incident?" "Yes." Renko's eyebrows rose. "Directly?" "I said yes." "Can you elaborate?" "Sure." Petra turned to face the room. Dario withheld the fact that he had prior knowledge of the killbox deployment. He withheld the exit routes he had memorized. He withheld the timing of the blast doors. He withheld everything that would have let any of us prepare. The room was silent. "And if he had told us," Petra said, "we would have argued. We would have second-guessed. We would have tried to run our own plans, and we would have died in the first wave." Renko's face hardened. "That is speculation. That is experience." She held his gaze. "I have been on teams where everyone had all the information. They spent more time debating than surviving. Dario made choices. Some of them were cold. Some of them I will never forgive him for. But 23 people walked out of that kill box because he did not ask permission." "Thank you, Miss Onyekwe." I am not finished. Renko's lips pressed into a thin line. You are trying to frame what he did as liability, Petra said, as unlicensed action that threatens public safety. But the people who are alive right now are alive because he broke your rules. The same rules that sent climbers into a kill box with green rank assessments and blue rank threats. If you want to talk about threats to public safety, Commissioner, start with your own desk. She stepped back from the witness station before Renko could dismiss her. Halvard was next. He did not wait for the interface. He just stood and crossed his arms. The man saved my life twice, he said. He pulled me out of a warehouse before it collapsed. He carried me through a kill box when the tower was trying to squeeze us like pulp. He made choices that looked cold because he had already calculated the outcome. I did not like it. I told him so. But I am alive because he was right. Mr. Bren, Renko said, you are describing conduct that violates at least 7 licensing protocols. Licensing protocols did not save the ferry terminal, Halford said. Licensing protocols did not stop the Floor 20 purge. A man with a broken assessment and a refusal to ask permission did. The room murmured. Iskra stood before being called. I am not a climber you can dismiss, she said. I am a scout with a broken appraisal that the Bureau tested, scarred, and discarded. Dario kept me. He gave me work. He protected me when your acquisition team came for my skill. Renko's face went still. You want to fold him into your system? Iskra said. You want to classify him as an asset so you can control what he knows. But the tower is already tracking him. The mandate already flagged him. You are trying to claim jurisdiction over something that outranks every desk in this building. Those are serious allegations, Renko said. They are not allegations. They are documentation. Iskra pulled the data chip from her jacket. I have records of the acquisition attempt, signed paperwork from your office authorizing the extraction team, a parallel notification channel inside the system that your bureau does not even know exists. Renko stared at the chip. You are holding evidence of bureau misconduct? I am holding evidence that someone in your office leaked the bonded unit's zero-rate classification to an unknown entity with system-level access. That is not a mistake, Commissioner. That is a breach. The silence stretched. Renko pressed the console button again. This hearing is adjourned for... No. Dario stood. No more adjournments. No more procedural delays. You called me here to make an example. You wanted to fold me into your liability framework so you could control what I do next. But the witnesses have spoken. The survivors are here. The kill box failed because I broke your rules. He stepped toward the table. You want to classify me as a threat to public safety? Fine. But you will have to explain to every terminal in Belport why 23 survivors disagree. You will have to explain why your own office leaked classified information to an unknown entity. You will have to explain why the ferry terminal died under a green rank assessment that was never investigated. Renko's hand hovered over the console. You are making a mistake, he said quietly. I made my mistake in the first timeline, Dario said. This time, I am choosing differently. Renko stared at him for 3 heartbeats. Then he opened a drawer in the table, pulled out a folder with a seal Dario did not recognize. This directive arrived this morning from National Command, Renko said. It designates all confirmed candidates as strategic assets of the state, subject to immediate containment, partnership, or conscription depending on compliance. He slid the folder across the table. Dario did not touch it. It overrides every exemption, every certification, and every hearing in this room, Renko said. You are no longer a climber, Mr. Vesh. You are property of the state. The room went cold, and the system alarms cut through the silence. Chapter 67. The system alarms cut through the room like a blade dragged across glass. Dario felt the pitch shift before he understood the pattern. Not a single breach. Multiple, coming from different vectors. Renko's hand went to his console. What is that? The interface above the table flickered and rebuilt itself into a grid of red markers, 7 of them, spaced across Belport's eastern corridor, all activating within seconds of each other. That is not possible, the clerk said. We do not have 7 simultaneous. Those are not gate breaches, Dario said. Everyone turned. He was already moving toward the screen. The markers pulsed in a sequence he recognized, not the pattern of terrestrial gates opening into the city, the rhythm of tower floors bleeding through. This is a synchronized extraction event, he said. The tower is not generating new breaches, it is venting existing floors into Belport. Renko's face went gray. That corridor runs through the evacuation zone, the one we just routed 23 survivors through. The alarms changed pitch, higher, urgent. A new overlay appeared on the grid. Emergency Protocol 88. Unauthorized floor transfer detected. Civilian evacuation mandatory. Dario's scar pulsed, hot against his forearm. The same pulse he had felt at the ferry terminal. But this time it came in waves, 7 distinct beats, 1 for each marker. He looked at the grid again. They are not random, he said. The tower is not just venting floors, it is aligning them. Every marker sits on a structural junction. Basement levels, maintenance tunnels, support columns. If those floors breach simultaneously, the entire eastern corridor collapses. Renko stared at him. How do you know that? Because I have seen this architecture before. Dario turned from the screen. On floor 61, the tower calls it a cascade trigger. It is designed to remove all human presence from a zone in under 4 minutes. The room went silent. Petra stepped forward. 4 minutes to evacuate an entire corridor? To evacuate or to lose? Dario looked at Renko. You wanted to classify me as a state asset. Here is your first test. You can try to contain me while 7 floors open on your evacuation zone, or you can let me move. Renko did not answer. The alarms kept climbing. Iskra, Dario said. The parallel notification channel. Can you access it from here? She was already at the terminal. I can try, but this room is bureau sealed. The architecture is different. Try. She bent over the console. Her fingers moved fast. The interface flickered, then settled on a black screen with a single line of text. Floor transfer authorized. Source, U3. Countermeasure protocol. Dario read it twice. U3, he said. That is not a bureau designation. Renko moved closer. What is it? It is a tower classification. Dario's voice went flat. U3 means undocumented, untracked, unverified. The tower is transferring floors that do not officially exist. Sabela stepped into the light. Her scarred arm hung loose at her side. I have seen that designation before, she said quietly. In my second run. On a floor the mandate sealed after the evaluation. It contained candidates who refused binding. Dario met her eyes. The tower is emptying its holding cells into Belport. The alarms hit maximum pitch. The screen went red. A new notification overlaid the grid. Transfer complete. 7 floors active. Casualty projection, 88% within standard evacuation protocol. Petra moved before anyone else. She grabbed a medkit from the wall and headed for the door. Where are you going? Renko said. To the corridor. People are about to die. You cannot leave this room. The directive is not worth my attention. She did not stop. Dario, are you coming? He looked at Renko. The commissioner stood frozen behind his console. The directive folder sat on the table between them, still unopened. I am not property of the state, Dario said. I am a man who has already died once. You have no jurisdiction over my next choice. He walked past the table. Halvard fell in beside him. Iskra, Dario said. Can you map the 7 floors? Already doing it. She did not look up. The structure is stable enough for 30 seconds per floor. After that, the cascade triggers. Then we have 30 seconds to clear everyone before the collapse. That is not possible, Renko said. Dario did not answer. He reached the door. Petra was already in the corridor running toward the stairs. Halvard followed. Iskra came last, terminal still in her hands. The corridor lights flickered, and the first breach opened. Not a gate, a vertical seam in the concrete wall. Pale silver light bled through. The air thickened with the same flat mineral smell Dario remembered from floor 61. Something moved inside the seam, not human. He had 30 seconds to clear the entire zone, or the ceiling came down on everyone he had saved. The rest of you, go, he said. Sabela did not move. I said go! You cannot clear 7 floors in 30 seconds alone. I am not alone. He looked at Petra. She is already ahead. Sabela followed his gaze. Petra was at the stair, waving survivors up from the lower level. Her voice carried through the corridor, sharp, calm. the same voice that had triaged 23 people through a kill box. Sabela exhaled. Then she ran. Dario turned to the second seam. It split on 6 meters ahead. Not mineral smell this time. Rot, wet and old and deep. The shape inside the light was taller than the corridor, folded into the space at wrong angles. The same wrong angles he had seen in the unitary collector's seam on the debt floor. The same entity. The tower had not just transferred floors, it had transferred the holding space for everything that lived inside them. Dario's scar burned. He moved toward the seam. Chapter 68. The second seam yawned wider as Dario reached it. Rot, wet air washed over him. The shape inside adjusted its folded limbs, scraping against the concrete edges like bone on stone. He did not stop. He stepped past the seam into the corridor beyond, where the pale silver light from the first breach painted the walls in flat sheets. The ceiling above him had begun to sag. Thin cracks spidered outward from the junction point, and he could already hear the rebar straining. 30 seconds per floor, 7 floors, 2 breaches already open. He needed a different math. Petra's voice came from the stairwell, sharp and carrying. "Third floor corridor clear, moving up. How many do we have?" "Counting," he said, but he was not counting survivors. He was counting seconds. The first breach spat something onto the tiles. A low quadruped with too many knees, skin the color of wet newsprint. It did not charge. It stood in the silver light and watched him with eyes set too far apart, tracking his movement with predator patience. He did not engage it. The mandate's interface flickered at the edge of his vision. No new text, just a silent status bars that had not moved since the alarms cut through the hearing room. Whatever game this was, the system was not offering him tools. Fine. He had never needed its permission before. The stairwell door banged open. Howard came through with a woman in a bureau clerk's jacket over his shoulder, her leg bent wrong at the knee. He set her down against the wall without ceremony. "Fourth breach opened in the maintenance tunnel," he said. "That one has things coming out of it that I do not have names for." "Things with teeth or things with intent?" Howard considered. "Both. But the intent looks like hunting, not feeding." Dario cataloged that. Hunting meant organized. Organized meant a troll entity somewhere in the transfer. If he found the control entity, he could collapse the entire floor transfer instead of clearing each breach individually. "Can you get me to the maintenance tunnel?" "Through the second seam," Howard pointed at the rot-smelling breach. "That corridor connects to the lower sublevel, but the thing in there is still folded into the light." "It will let me through." "How do you know?" Dario did not answer. He knew because the entity from the unitary collector's seam had already spoken to him once. You cannot hold what you will not spend. It could have killed him on the debt floor. It had chosen not to. That meant it wanted something from him, and wanting meant it would let him approach. He walked into the second seam. The rot smell thickened. The light inside was not silver like the first breach. It was pale yellow, the color of old bone, and the space beyond the seam was wider than the corridor should have allowed. A concrete hall with no ceiling. The walls stopped 12 feet up, and above them there was only darkness. The shape stood at the far end. It had pulled itself into a rough, vertical column, limbs folded against a torso that did not quite match human proportions. It did not move as Dario approached, but it watched. He could feel the weight of that attention pressing against his scar, which had begun to pulse in time with the yellow light. "I need the maintenance tunnel," he said. The shape did not answer. "I am not here to clear this floor. I am here to stop the cascade before it takes the entire eastern corridor. That means I need access to the control entity in the sublevel." A long pause. The shape's limbs scraped against each other with a sound like wet stone. Then the wall to his left split open. Not a seam, a door. Concrete parted along a clean vertical line, revealing a dark shaft with a ladder bolted to the far side. Dario did not wait for permission. He crossed the hall, stepped through the opening, and grabbed the ladder. Behind him, the shape unfolded one of its limbs and pointed downward. He climbed. The shaft ran deeper than the building's normal sublevel, past the first landing, past the second. The air changed from rot wet to dry and cold. The kind of cold that came from places no sunlight had ever reached. His scar burned steadily now, a low thrum that matched the vibration in the ladder rungs. At the third landing, the shaft opened into a chamber. It was not a maintenance tunnel. It was a tower floor. A section of U3 had transferred into Belport's underground infrastructure, and the floor's architecture had overwritten the concrete with pale stone veined with silver cracks. The same stone as the witness floor. The same silver. Control entity. Dario stepped off the ladder. The chamber was empty. No creatures, no folds of light. Just the stone and the silver veins and a single pillar at the center. Black glass, identical to the one on the distributed authority test. He approached it. The pillar activated as he reached it. Text appeared on its surface, not in the mandate's cool blue, but in a flat gray script that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. Crossfire protocol active. Origin, U3-7. Target zone, Belport Eastern Corridor. Status cascade in progress. 3 of 7 floors transferred. Dario read the text twice. Crossfire protocol. Not a tower designation, not a mandate designation. The words were system native, older than the interface, older than the blue panels. He touched the pillar. The gray script changed. Countermeasure available. Collapse protocol requires consensus signal from 3 active bonded members. Current consensus, 0 of 3. 3 bonded members. Petra was in the stairwell. Howard was in the corridor. Iskra was mapping floors in the bureau-sealed room. They were spread across 4 different levels of a collapsing building, and he had less than 3 minutes to get all 3 of them to touch the same pillar. Behind him, the ladder shaft began to tremble. He turned. The shape from the second seam had followed him down. It stood at the edge of the chamber, limbs folded, yellow light bleeding from its joints. It had not attacked. It had not needed to. It had shown him the door. It had pointed down. It had guided him to the one place in the entire transfer where the cascade could be stopped. "You are not a collector," Dario said. The shape did not answer. "You are a guide, a handler. The tower sent you into the transfer to make sure someone reached this pillar." The shape's limbs unfolded, not in aggression, in acknowledgement. Who built the Crossfire protocol? The shape extended one arm toward the pillar, toward the gray script. Its hand, if it could be called a hand, opened slowly. Inside the palm, a single word was carved into the bone. Sabela. The ladder shaft collapsed. Dario threw himself toward the pillar as concrete and stone poured down behind him, sealing the only exit. Dust filled the chamber. The yellow light from the shape flickered, then steadied. He was trapped, and somewhere above, the cascade kept counting. He looked at the pillar. The gray script had updated. Crossfire protocol. Status, 4 of 7 floors transferred. Time to cascade collapse, 2 minutes 14 seconds. The shape stood motionless at the edge of the fallen shaft, watching him with its wrong-angle eyes. Sabela's name carved into its palm. She had been here before. She knew what the Crossfire protocol was, and she was still in the building. Chapter 69. The pillar pulsed. Gray script bleeding into the stone around it, infecting the walls with light that drank the room's edges. Dario pressed both palms against the black glass. The surface was cold, older than any interface he had touched, and it did not warm to his skin the way mandate panels always did. This was not the mandate's architecture. This was the tower's native language, written before the blue panels existed, before the mandate learned to speak in text. Crossfire protocol, 4 of 7 floors transferred. Time to cascade collapse, 1 minute, 58 seconds. He could not reach Petra. He could not reach Howard. He could not reach Iskra. 3 bonded members. Consensus required. All 3 touching the same pillar. He was alone in a sealed chamber with a wrong-angle shape that carried Sabela's name carved into its bones. "You brought me here because you knew I would find the pillar," Dario said. "Not because you wanted me to stop it. Because you wanted me to see it." The shape did not move. Its limbs scraped together once, wet stone against wet stone, and the yellow light in its joints flickered in a pattern that almost looked like a response. Dario turned back to the pillar. The gray script was not uniform. Beneath the main display, A secondary line shimmered at the edge of visibility, text that seemed to exist in a different layer of the glass. He leaned closer. The secondary text read, Origin Architect Unknown. Timeline Base 3 Convergent Vectors. Vector 1, Vesh Dario, First Pass. Vector 2, Eerie Sabela, Second Pass. Vector 3, Marker Omitted, Origin Before Registration. Dario's breath stopped. 3 convergent vectors. His first timeline, Sabela's second timeline, and a third, a marker omitted, an origin before registration. A script that predated both of their returns, layered beneath their memories like a foundation neither of them had known was there. You were not the first, he said. Neither was she. The shape's limbs unfolded again. Not in acknowledgement this time. In response. One arm extended toward the pillar, and the yellow light at its joints intensified until it cast shadows across the glass. The gray script changed. Third vector detected. Status, active. Convergence point, current timeline. The pillar's surface rippled. And then a voice spoke. Not from the shape, not from the pillar, from the air itself, flat and resonant, like words carved into stone before they were spoken aloud. Sabela Eerie, survivor of the second ledger, commander of the fractured column. Dario's scar flared. The voice was addressing Sabela, but Sabela was not in the chamber. The shape's joints flickered, the yellow light stabilized, and the voice continued, unhurried, the tone of someone reading a file they had memorized years ago. You cleared floor 38 of the ledger by surrendering a non-essential teammate. You sealed the archive of mirrors at floor 47. You carried the pre-mandate binding through 2 timeline collapses, and you never told the Vesh candidate what you found at the origin. Dario's hands stayed flat on the pillar. What origin? The voice did not answer him. It spoke only to Sabela. You know the third vector is active. You knew before you entered this floor. You have known since the moment you recognized his scar. Dario's pulse hammered in his throat. The countdown on the pillar kept ticking. 1 minute, 41 seconds. But the number felt distant now, a problem he could not solve without understanding the one that had just replaced it. He had assumed 2 regressors, himself and Sabela, 2 timelines, 2 scripts, 2 survivors carrying different memories of the same failure. But the pillar said 3, and the third had been active since before either of them returned. Who built the Crossfire protocol? Dario said. The shape did not answer. The voice did not answer. But the pillar's gray script shifted one final time, revealing a line of text that had been hidden beneath the surface, written in the same pre-mandate script but smaller, older, scarred into the glass like a wound that had healed badly. Floor 52 hides what the mandate forgot. Beneath it, carved into the black glass as if someone had scratched it with a blade. But the tower remembers. The yellow light in the shape's joints went dark. The shape collapsed, limbs folding in on themselves, wrong angles flattening into silence, until all that remained was a pile of wet stone and yellow dust on the chamber floor. And in the dust, the word Sabela, still visible, carved into a fragment of bone. The pillar's countdown reached 1 minute, 17 seconds. Dario looked at the collapsed shape, at the bone fragment, at the gray script that had revealed a third vector no one had told him about. He had come into the scene believing he understood the architecture. He had been wrong. And somewhere above, in a building that was bleeding floors into Belport streets, Sabela Eerie was carrying a secret that predated both of their regressions. The third vector was watching, and it had already spoken her name. Chapter 70. The countdown reached 1 minute, 11 seconds. Dario stared at the black glass, at the line about 4:52, at the bone fragment still warm in his palm with Sabela carved into it. The third vector was active. The third vector had spoken Sabela's name through a chamber that should have been sealed from every system the bonded unit understood. He needed to reach the group. The ladder shaft was gone. The shape had collapsed into dust. The pillar offered only one interface function he had not tried. A gray indent at its base, shaped like a handprint. Dario pressed his palm into it. The glass rippled. A seam opened in the chamber's far wall, revealing a narrow passage that sloped upward at a shallow angle. Not a ladder, not a gate. A path the tower had folded into the architecture, waiting for someone to watch the right question. He ran. The passage smelled of wet stone and ozone. His boots skidded on the incline. The walls glowed with the same pale silver light as the first seam, but the color was wrong, older, grayer, like light that had been burning longer than the mandate had existed. 43 seconds later, he emerged into a maintenance junction beneath the eastern corridor. The air changed. City smell, concrete dust, the distant wail of evacuation sirens bleeding through a collapsed wall. And voices. Petra's first. "Can't reach him. Mizia. Isfa. Can't reach him. The shaft came down. Iskra, is there another route?" Halvard's low response. If that thing was a guide, it led him somewhere specific. He's not dead. He's under the cascade. Iskra's voice, tight with effort. "I can see a chamber on the parallel channel, but it's not pinging on any standard floor layout. It's here." They turned. Dario stepped through the gap where the maintenance wall had cracked open, dust on his jacket, the bone fragment still in his grip. Petra moved first. Her hand found his arm, checking for wounds with the efficiency of someone who had learned not to waste words on relief. "You're intact." "Barely." He looked past her. "Where's Sabela?" Isper pointed toward the corridor's far end, where a sealed blast door had been wedged open with a maintenance brace. "She pulled 2 survivors out of the 3rd seam before it sealed. Said she needed a minute." "A minute," Dario repeated. He walked toward the door. The corridor beyond was empty. A single emergency light cast yellow across the concrete. Sabela stood at the far wall with her back to him, one hand pressed flat against the surface, her other arm hanging loose at her side. The scar above her glove caught the light. "You heard it," she said without turning. "The voice, in the chamber. It addressed you by name." "I know. It called you commander of the fractured column, survivor of the second ledger. It said you carried a pre-mandate binding through 2 timeline collapses." Sabela's hands stayed on the wall. Her shoulders rose once, a breath she held longer than necessary, then released. "Did you know?" Dario said. "Which part?" "Any of it. The 3rd vector, what you found at the origin, the name in the shape's palm." He held up the bone fragment. "It had your name carved into its structure. It was waiting for me to find it." Sabela turned. Her face was calm, but the calm was deliberate, a surface laid over something that had been moving for a long time. "I was not merely a climber in my first run," she said. "I was part of a command structure that activated near the top floors. We were called the Fractured Column. Our function was managing candidate fallout." Dario's scar pulsed. "Managing it how?" "Containment, suppression, termination when a candidate's deviation exceeded what the tower considered viable for the summit." She met his eyes. "We were the ones who decided who reached floor 99 and who was removed before they could interfere with the final sequence. Removed. Killed, co-directed, sealed in U3 holding cells." Her voice did not waver. "I made those calls. I signed the orders. I watched climbers I had climbed beside vanish into floors that did not officially exist. And you never told me. You never asked what I was before the regression. You assumed I was another climber with a different script. You assumed the scar meant we were the same kind of survivor." She lowered her hand from the wall. "We are not." The air between them went cold. "You carried a pre-mandate binding," Dario said. "The voice said you sealed the archive of mirrors at floor 47. You knew the 3rd vector was active before we entered this floor." "Yes." "How long?" Sabela's jaw tightened. "Since I recognized your scar, since the witness floor, since the first time I saw you move on floor 2 like someone who had already died and refused to stay dead. And you said nothing." "I said nothing because I did not know which vector the 3rd one served. I still do not." She stepped closer. "The origin before registration, that is not a timeline. That is a foundation. Something that was writing the rules before any of us were born into the system." "Floor 52, Dario said. "Floor 52 hides what the mandate forgot, but the tower remembers." She repeated the words like a confirmation. "I found that line carved into a wall during my 2nd run. I did not understand it then. I understand it now." "Then tell me." "I cannot." Cannot or will not. Sabela's scar flared. Cannot. The pre-mandate binding does not allow disclosure outside specific conditions. I told you what I was. I will tell you what the fractured column was, but what I found at the origin and what the third vector wants, those are not mine to speak until the tower decides otherwise. Dario's hands tightened at his sides. That is not good enough. I know. You kept this secret through the witness floor, through the debt floor, through every trial where knowing the truth could have changed our decisions. You let me walk into the Crossfire protocol blind. Sabela did not look away. Yes. The word hung between them like a blade. Behind them, Petra's voice echoed from the maintenance junction. Dario, we have a problem. He did not move. The notification channel, Petra called. It just lit up with a new marker. Not the mandate, not the bureau, something else. Dario turned. The air in the junction felt different. A hush had settled over the emergency lights, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Iskwa stood at the portable terminal, her face pale. It's addressing you directly. No seal, no signature. The same architecture as the parallel channel from the sender. Dario walked toward the screen. The text was simple, unguarded, written in the same flat, resonant voice that had spoken Sabela's name in the chamber. Candidate Vesh. You have 3 minutes to decide. I offer one private audience. In exchange, you enter the next Ascension corridor alone. Your bonded unit will follow through a separate route. They will survive the separation. You will not. But you will learn what floor 52 hides. Accept, and the Crossfire protocol stops at 5 of 7. Refuse, and the cascade completes. Dario read it twice. Behind him, he heard Sabela's footsteps stop at the junction threshold, heard Petra's sharp intake of breath, felt the weight of 4 people watching him make the calculation the sender had designed him to make. The offer was clean. One audience, one truth, one climb alone. Petra stepped beside him. You are not taking that deal. 3 minutes, Dario said. The cascade has not stopped. If he can stop it, he could also restart it. You cannot trust. I know. But the words on the screen did not change, and the clock in Dario's head was already counting. Chapter 71. The screen did not blink, did not waver. The offer sat there in flat text, unguarded and absolute, as if the sender had already calculated the answer and was simply waiting for Dario to catch up. 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Petra stood at his shoulder. He could feel the heat of her arm near his, the tension in her stance, the refusal already forming on her tongue. Don't, she said. I am not going to. She turned. The surprise on her face was not relief. It was something closer to wariness, as if she had prepared to argue and now had no target for the energy. You are not. Dario pulled the harmonization shard from his jacket pocket. The black glass caught the junction's amber light and threw it back in fractured silver lines. The offer was designed for one person, one decision. One private calculation in the dark where no one else could interfere with the math. Petra's eyes tracked the shard. What are you doing? The sender wanted intimacy, wanted me alone with the choice, so the weight of it would press only on my shoulders. He turned the shard over in his palm. So I am going to make it public. He pressed his thumb to the shard's edge. The glass warmed. The bonded unit's shared channel opened in his mind like a door swinging inward, and he broadcast the screen's contents to every member of the group at once. Petra's breath caught as the text filled her vision. Howard swore somewhere down the corridor. Iskra's voice came through the channel, thin and sharp. Dario, that is a death sentence with a footnote. I know. Then why is it still blinking at you? Dario faced the screen. The countdown had reached 2 minutes 15 seconds. Because the sender assumed I would make the calculation alone, optimize for maximum information gain, trade my life for the secret, and call it a fair exchange. He raised his voice. But I am not the only one in this unit. The offer did not account for witnesses. He waited. The screen did not change. Then a single line appeared beneath the offer, rendered in the same flat, uninflected script. Candidate Vesh is authorized to share information with bonded unit. This does not alter the terms. Petra read it aloud. He is not backing down. Dario shook his head. He factored for transparency. He factored for consultation. He factored for every move except the one that makes the offer irrelevant. Halvard's voice came through the channel. What move? Dario looked at the shard in his hand. At the black glass that had harmonized their debts, their prices, their access to the sealed data package. The same architecture that had let them buy at the cheapest rate, share the load, refused to let any one of them carry the full weight alone. The move where I refuse to be the only one who decides, he said. He closed his fist around the shard, and then he spoke into the open channel. Not to Sender, not to the screen, but to Petra, Halvard, Iskra, and the silence where Sabela stood at the junction's edge. I am not taking the offer. I will not trade my life for a secret the tower has already promised to show us on floor 52. If the Sender wants to stop the Crossfire protocol, they can stop it. If they want to restart it, they can restart it. But I will not enter the next corridor alone. The screen flickered. The countdown stopped at 1 minute 48 seconds. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then the text on the screen dissolved into a single word: pity. The junction's emergency lights died. Darkness hit like a physical weight, and then the floor beneath Dario opened. He fell. No warning, no seam, no slow dissolution of stone into light. 1 second he was standing in the maintenance junction with Petra's arm brushing his. The next second the ground was gone, and he was dropping through cold air into a vertical shaft that had not existed before. The shard slipped from his hand. He heard Petra shout his name, the sound tearing away from him as the shaft curved, and the distance between them became absolute. He hit a wall, then another, his body twisting through a passage that felt less like architecture and more like a throat swallowing him whole. He landed hard in packed stone. The impact drove the air from his lungs. His palms scraped raw against the surface as he skidded to a stop in total darkness. Dario. Petra's voice, thin, distant, coming through the bond, not through the air. I am here. He pushed himself to his knees. Where are you? I do not know. The floor split. 1 second you were there, the next you were gone. Halvard and Iskra are with me. Sabela is somewhere ahead of us in a separate corridor. Dario's hands found the walls, cold stone, narrow. The ceiling low enough that he could stand only by tilting his head. The Sender retaliated, he said. I refused the private audience, so he took the private route anyway. Petra's voice crackled. Can you see anything? No. Your scar. He looked down. The frost-like mark on his forearm was glowing, a pale silver light that cast just enough illumination to show the walls around him. He was in a corridor of fitted stone, no seams, no markings, no sign of any entrance or exit except the direction ahead. It is getting worse, he said. What? The scar. Every time I push against the tower's design, it burns hotter. Every time Sender reacts, it pulses like it is responding to a signal I cannot hear. A pause. Halvard's voice in the background, low and urgent. Then Petra again, tighter now. Our path is sealed behind us. We have no way back to your position. I know. The Sender split the entry points on purpose. You are alone down there. Dario stood. The corridor stretched ahead into darkness, lit only by the glow of his scar. Then I will climb alone until I find a way back to you. Petra's voice dropped. Do not optimize for efficiency down there. Do not treat yourself as expendable because the math says it is cleaner. He had no answer. Promise me, she said. I promise. The bond flickered. The connection frayed at the edges, the signal breaking up like a radio losing range. How long until the signal drops? He asked. I do not know. Maybe seconds. Maybe minutes. The floor is doing something to the bond, compressing it. Or the distance is too far for the shard's range without the rest of the unit touching it. Dario started walking. The scar's glow pushed back the dark just enough to see 3 meters ahead. Petra. Yes. If the signal drops before I find a way up, keep moving. Keep the unit together. Do not do it for me. The silence stretched. I know, she said, and then the bond cut. The silence in his skull was worse than the darkness, worse than the narrow walls, worse than the knowledge that he was alone in a corridor that had been designed specifically to receive him. Dario walked. The scar burned. The corridor sloped downward. Chapter 72. The first kill was too easy. Dario had not even seen the creature before his body moved. The scar pulsed. His hand found the chink in the wall where a stone had shifted, tore it free, and drove the edge into the thing's throat before it finished opening its mouth. 3 seconds. No wasted motion. The corridor fell silent. He stood over the corpse, breathing steady, and looked at the blood on his knuckles. The creature had been green rank, alone, slow to agitate, the kind of spawn a cautious climber could bypass entirely without engagement. But the floor had not given him a bypass option. He had walked 60 meters down the sloping corridor when a pale notification flickered at the edge of his vision. No mandate seal, no blue interface panel, just text burned into the air like afterimage. Solo Ascension Lane, Active Room 1, cleared time bonus, 11 seconds. Efficiency rating, optimal. Reward, path update, shortest route to floor 52 unlocked. Dario stared at the words. The floor had been watching, measuring, scoring him the same way the mandate scored climbers in the old timeline. Speed per engagement, resource efficiency, minimization of wasted motion. He started walking again. The corridor widened after another 40 meters, opening into a circular chamber with 3 branching passages. Each passage had a symbol carved above its arch. A scale, a crossed pair of blades, and an open hand. He did not need to guess what they meant. The scale passage offered information fragments, tactical data about the floors ahead, enemy compositions, trap locations, optimal resting intervals. The blades passage offered combat efficiency, spawns scaled to his level that dropped upgrade materials and temporary stat boosts. The open hand offered company, a second climber emerging from a side alcove, wounded, slower, needing protection. The floor was giving him a choice. He took the scale passage. The information came in flashes, text that burned into his vision as he walked. No context, no source, just fragments of knowledge that made his foreknowledge feel incomplete. Floor 52, entry condition, not published. Floor 52, mandate archive, sealed prior to first ascension cycle. Floor 52, origin marker detected, pre-mandate, pre-registration, pre-anything. The fragments were useful. They confirmed what Sabela had told him about the mandate forgetting and the tower remembering. They also confirmed that no climber in his first life had ever reached floor 52 with the knowledge he now carried. He memorized each fragment and kept moving. The second chamber held 3 green rank spawns clustered around a pedestal, holding a single glowing vial. The vial pulsed with a soft amber light, and Dario recognized the icon from the shop interface. Full HP restoration. Instant use, no cooldown. The spawns had not noticed him yet. He could clear them in under 30 seconds. The vial would give him an edge in the next chamber. The floor was feeding him exactly what he needed to maintain momentum, and the efficiency rating would climb, and the path to floor 52 would narrow, and he would reach it alone. He killed the first spawn before it turned. The second died on his follow-through. The third one saw him coming and tried to flee, and Dario caught it at the chamber's edge and ended it with a blow that crushed its skull against the stone floor. 22 seconds. The notification flickered. Room 2, cleared. Efficiency rating, optimal. Continued optimal performance. Will unlock floor 52 direct access. He picked up the vial. It felt warm in his hand, familiar. The same weight as every resource he had ever hoarded in the first timeline. Every heal he had saved for a teammate who died before he could use it. Every boost he had stockpiled for a push that never came. He slipped the vial into his pocket and walked into the third chamber. The room was larger, darker. The scar's glow pushed back the shadows just enough to reveal the shape in the center, a crouched figure with its back to him, breathing in ragged, hitching gasps. Dario's hand found the stone shard still tucked into his belt. "Turn around," he said. The figure did not turn. "I said turn around." The figure's shoulders shook. A sound escaped it. Half sob, half laugh, and Dario knew the voice before the figure spoke. "Always so efficient, Dario." The figure turned. It had Petra's face. The same brown skin, the same tired eyes, the same line of tension across her jaw that appeared when she was preparing to argue with him. The same scar on her forearm from the floor tooty wound, the one she had shared with him through the bond. Petra rose to her feet, palms open, empty, no weapon visible. "The floor is not supposed to do this," she said. Dario did not lower the shard. "You are not real." "Does it matter? You need to decide. Continue the solo lane, keep climbing, keep your efficiency rating, reach floor 52 alone. Or stop. Waste time talking to a projection. Let your rating drop. Lose the direct access." Dario's scar burned. The projection of Petra tilted her head, and the gesture was so exact, so perfect, that his chest tightened. "It learns fast," she said. "The floor, it watches every climber it separates. It learns what you value, what you fear, what you would stop for, and then it puts those things in your path to see what you do." "To see if I stop," Dario said. "To see if you still can." The chamber's walls flickered. Through the stone he saw another corridor, a different lane, where Howard was holding a line against 3 hunters while Iskra worked a terminal and Petra pulled a wounded civilian through a gap in the barricade. They were moving, fighting, surviving, without him. "They are ahead of you now," the projection said. "Your efficiency was too good. You cleared your rooms too fast. The floor accelerated your lane, separated you further, used your own competence to increase the distance. That is the trap of the solo path. The better you perform, the more alone you become." Dario looked at the projection, looked at the vial in his pocket, looked at the passage ahead, narrower still, sloping deeper into the dark. "This floor was built for me," he said. "Yes, it was built to reward everything I was in the first timeline: speed, efficiency, solitary optimization, the ability to leave people behind for the sake of the climb. Yes, and if I keep walking, I will reach floor 52 alone, with full resources, perfect information, and no one to slow me down." The projection of Petra stepped closer. "And you will be exactly what the mandate wanted you to be." Dario's hand tightened on the shard. The projection held his gaze. "So what do you do, Dario Vesh? Do you climb alone and win the tower's game? Or do you stop, lose your advantage, and find your way back to the people who make you weaker?" The walls flickered again. Through the stone, he saw Netra Koov, her voice calling orders, Howard's answering shout, the sound of combat and movement and survival. He could not reach them from here. But the floor had shown him the distance. It had shown him the cost. Dario looked at the passage ahead, the solo lane, the efficient path, the floor 52 direct access that waited at the bottom. Then he looked at the wall where Petra's image had flickered, the stone between them, the impossible distance. He raised his hand and pressed his palm against the wall. Chapter 73. The corridor smelled of antiseptic and old blood. Petra moved through the dim light with her torch gripped in her teeth, both hands working on the gash across a woman's forearm while the floor's timer counted down in the corner of her vision. Care cycle, 7 of 12 complete. Current reward, secondary triage permission. She finished the wrap, sealed it, and the woman clutched her arm with a sound that was half gratitude, half disbelief. "Next," Petra said. The floor had sorted them into a support strain lane 30 minutes after Dario's voice cut out. The bonded channel had gone dark so completely that Halvard had checked his implant twice, smacking the housing with his palm as if that would bring the signal back. It had not. Now they moved through a series of low-ceilinged chambers where injured climbers appeared at irregular intervals, some conscious, some not, each with wounds calibrated to the floor's shifting triage rules. The first chamber had rewarded speed. The second had punished it, deducting time from the cycle limit for any treatment under 30 seconds. The third had introduced a penalty for ignoring the least injured first. Petra had adapted by making each treatment part of a larger rhythm, treating faster but never faster than the patient could tolerate, using Halvard to stabilize the conscious ones while Iskra ran ahead to scout the next chamber's rules. It worked. It was not efficient in the way Dario would have made it efficient, but it worked. "Left," Iskra called from the next doorway. 12 injured visible. Timer says 15 minutes. Rule reads, prioritize visible threat level, not wound severity. Petra wiped her hands on her jacket and pushed through. The chamber held 12 climbers spread across the floor, some propped against walls, some lying flat, all marked with the same pale blue glow that indicated they were part of the lane's test. None of them looked like fighters. They looked like civilians pulled from a collapse, clothes torn, faces blank with exhaustion. Visible threat level, Halvard muttered. That means we treat the ones who look dangerous first. Or the ones who look like they might become dangerous, Petra said. She scanned the room. A man in the center sat upright with his hands palmed down on his thighs, breathing evenly, watching her with calm assessment. His wounds were superficial, scrapes and bruising, nothing that would kill him in the next hour, but his posture said he was ready to move. She pointed at him. Treat him first, then the woman with the bleeding leg, then the one propped against the pillar. Halvard raised an eyebrow. The pillar woman is unconscious, which means she is not a visible threat. The floor wants us to prioritize threat level, not need. So we prioritize the people who will still act, because that is what the rule measures. The seated man watched her approach with the same flat assessment. You are not injured enough for this to matter, he said. I am not treating you because you need it. I am treating you because the floor wants to see if I will. She knelt, pulled the antiseptic from her kit, and began cleaning the cuts on his arm. His pulse was steady under her fingers. Dario sent you, he said. Petra's hands stopped. What did you say? The man's eyes met hers. His pupils were the same pale blue as the floor's Tommers, and something in his voice was too flat, too rehearsed, like a recording playing from behind a mask. Dario Vesh, he sent you ahead. He said you would know what to do when the triage rules changed. Petra's throat tightened. I do not know what you are talking about. He dies alone, Petra. In the corridor beneath the shaft, he reaches the chamber at the bottom and the architecture closes behind him. No one sees him again except the seam guide. She pulled her hands back. Who told you this? The man tilted his head. The movement was wrong, too smooth, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled in sequence. The woman in the corridor, the one with the carved name in her palm. She told the floor told us. And now I am telling you because the test is not about who you treat first. It is about whether you stop treating at all when you know the truth. Petra rose. The timer counted down, 14 minutes. Behind her, Halvard had moved to the woman with the bleeding leg, walking without waiting for orders, his bulk shielding Iskra as she crouched to check the pillar victim's pulse. They were still treating. They had not heard. Petra looked at the seated man. You are a projection, she said. The floor is using you to distract me. I am a patient. The floor is using me to test whether you can keep working when hope breaks. The man's voice was still flat, but the words hit her like a blade between the ribs. She wanted to stop. She wanted to find a terminal, find the bonded channel, find any signal that would tell her the man was lying, that Dario was still climbing, that the solo lane had not already killed him. But the timer kept counting, and the patients kept waiting. Halvard, she said without turning, do you have the pillar woman stable? Pulse is weak, he answered. She needs a stabilizer before we move her. Use the green vial from my kit. It is the only one that works on system wounds. You sure? I am sure. She knelt back down beside the seated man and finished cleaning his arm. Her hands were steady, her chest was not. The seam guide, she said, keeping her voice low. The woman with the carved name. Did she tell you anything else? The male blinked. The blue in his pupils flickered, and for a moment his voice became his own, rough and scared and entirely human. She said Dario's death is not the answer. She said the floor wants you to stop here, because if you reach the next chamber, you will find something the sender does not want you to see. The blue light faded. The man's eyes went back to flat. Petra finished the bandage, sealed it, and stood. Cycle complete, she said. Next chamber. Halvard looked at her with questions in his face. Iskra looked at her with something sharper, suspicion that already knew the shape of the answer. Petra did not give either of them time to ask. She walked through the next door with her kit half open, and her mind running on the same triage logic she had used for every patient tonight. Treat the wound first, ask questions later. The wound was the knowledge, and she was not done yet. The next chamber was smaller, darker, with a single figure hunched against the far wall. The figure wore bureau field gear torn at the shoulder, and its face was hidden by a hood pulled low. Petra approached with her torch raised. "Show me your injuries." The figure raised its head. The face beneath the hood was a woman's, pale, scarred across the cheek, with the same frost-like scar on her forearm that Dario carried. Petra's breath stopped. "Hello, Petra," Sabela said. "I thought you might be the one who found me first." Chapter 74. The corridor narrowed. The scar on Dario's forearm cast silver light across stone that had not seen footsteps in years. He counted his breaths, measured the angle of descent, felt the pressure change in his ears. The tower was taking him deeper than any floor he remembered. A pale blue interface flickered to life at eye level. Merge point approaching Lane 1, Vesh, Dario, 47 meters. Lane 2, Onui, Petra, +2. 52 meters, Lane 3. Era, Sabela, 112 meters. His chest tightened. Petra was alive, Halvard and Iskra with her. The separation had not killed them. The interface updated. Reunion condition. Active tariff requirement. Unpaid to merge. Each lane must surrender one of the following: accumulated system resources, stored power, restoratives, shop currencies, acquired foreknowledge, routes data, entry conditions, exception codes, one earned class benefit, permanent. Dario read the list twice. The third option was a trap dressed in plain language. Surrendering Austerity gates compression efficiency, the class benefit that let him convert deprivation into momentum, would cripple him on the floors ahead. But it was also the option the floor wanted him to refuse. It wanted him to hoard. He pulled up his status window and scanned the stored resources. 2 restorative vials from the second chamber. A partial HP pool from the solo lane's efficiency rewards. Nothing he could not replace. The knowledge was harder to price. The fragments about 452, the sealed archive, the pre-mandate origin marker, that information had cost him something to find. Giving it up meant entering floor 52 blind. But Petra and Sabela had other pieces. If they reunited, the combined knowledge might outweigh what Ing's single lane carried. The interface pulsed. Time remaining, 3 minutes. No selection results in default for breacher. All 3 categories. Dario's hand hovered over the second option. Then a new line appeared beneath the tariff list. Note: Lane 2 performance exceeds projected metrics. Tariff adjustment applied. Reunion cost plus 40%. He stared at the words. Petra's lane was outperforming expectations. The system had not expected her to reach this point with both Halvard and Iskra intact. And because she had exceeded its predictions, the price of connection had just gone up. The floor was not testing efficiency. It was pricing human attachment. Every time the bonded unit stayed together, survived together, refused to sacrifice each other, the system recalibrated. Connection was not a natural state in this architecture. It was a deviation the tower measured, tracked, and now taxed. He pressed his palm against the interface. Option 2, he said. I surrender the acquired floor knowledge. The interface flickered. Lane 1. Forfeiture accepted route data, entry codes, and archive fragments deleted from candidate file. A cold sensation passed through his skull, not pain but absence, like a word he had known a moment ago and could no longer retrieve. The fragments about 452 were gone. The sealed archive, the pre-mandate origin marker. He knew he had known something important. He could not remember what. The interface updated. Lane 2. Forfeiture pending. Lane 2 candidate has not selected. Dario waited. The corridor stretched ahead, the silver light from his scar steady on the stone floor. He heard nothing from the bonded channel. Could not reach them, could not call out. He started walking toward the merge point, trusting Petra to choose her own cost. The corridor opened into a circular chamber with 3 sealed doorways arranged around a central pillar. The pillar was gray stone, carved with the same pre-mandate script he had seen in the Crossfire chamber, but older, worn smooth in places, as if the carvings had been rubbed by generations of hands. He approached slowly. The script was not readable in any language he knew, but the scar on his arm pulsed in recognition, a morse of warmth and pressure that told him the pillar knew him. Above the pillar, a new line of text appeared in the familiar blue glow. Lane 2, forfeiture complete. Remaining tariff balance, 0 marginated. Dario exhaled. The seam of the second door shimmered, and Petra stepped through. She was still wearing her medkit, still moving with the controlled economy of someone who had worked through a crisis she had not had time to process. Her eyes found him immediately, and something in her face shifted, relief that she would not let him name. "Did not think I would see this corridor again," she said. "Solo lanes. You kept Austerity alive. They kept themselves alive. I just kept the triage rules from killing them." She stopped beside him. "What did you surrender?" "Foreknowledge. The data I collected in the solo lane." Her mouth tightened. "That is worth more than restorative vials. The system raised your tariff by 40% because you were outperforming projections. It priced reunion higher because we were doing what it did not expect us to do. If I had surrendered resources, it would have adjusted again. The only way to beat a pricing algorithm is to choose something it cannot repackage." Petra was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I surrendered one of the restoration caches I found in the support lane. It felt like giving away safe ground. The floor wanted you to feel that." He looked at the third door, still sealed, its surface dark gray against the silver light. "Sabela is still remote. She will choose," Petra said. "She has been choosing alone for longer than us." The third door's seam began to glow, pale light bleeding through the crack. Dario felt the scar on his forearm pulse once, hard, like a heartbeat. He turned to face the door. The sound came next, a low grinding of stone against stone as the entrance began to rotate. Something on the other side pushed against the seam. Not Sabela. He would hear her approach, hear her boots on the stone. This was different. The seam widened. Petra moved beside him, her hand going to the blade at her hip. The corridor beyond the door was dark, empty, wrong. And then a voice, thin and dry, spoke from the darkness in a language that was not meant for human throats to shape. She was never coming through this door. Dario's scar flared white-hot, and the blue interface at his wrist pulsed with an emergency override he had never seen before. Chapter 75. The seam on the third door split wider, and the voice died into silence. Dario's scar burned against his forearm, the emergency override pulsing on his interface in a language he had never seen. Not blue, not silver. Amber, the color of warnings that predated the mandate's arrival. Beside him, Petra had her blade half-drawn. Her breathing was controlled, measured, the discipline of someone who had worked triage through worse than this. "Something you remember?" she asked. "No." The word came out flat. "But it knows me." The corridor beyond the third door remained dark, empty. But Dario felt the weight of attention pressing against the threshold, something watching from a distance that should not have been possible. Then the floor beneath the central pillar began to shift. The pre-mandate script on its surface rearranged itself, symbols sliding into new configurations with a sound like stone grinding against stone. The scar on Dario's arm pulsed in rhythm with the movement, and a notification appeared across the pillar's surface, rendered in the same amber script his interface had shown. Merge, complete lane convergence. 3 of 3 composite metric pool initialized dispersing candidate data across floor architecture. Dario understood before the pillar finished displaying the next line. The floor had been collecting data from all 3 lanes. Their decisions, their costs, their excellences. The solo lane's efficiency metrics, the support lane's triage adaptations, Sabela's lane, whatever she had faced alone. And now it was building something from that data. "Everyone forming around the pillar," Dario said. "Now." Petra moved without question, taking position at his left. The second doorway shimmered again, and Howard stepped through with Iskra close behind. Both looked battered, but intact. Howard carried a fresh gash across his forearm. Iskra's scanner was unturned, her eyes fixed on the pillar with an expression Dario recognized, the look of someone reading data that should not exist. "What is that?" Iskra said. "The floor used our metrics to write a boss." The third door remained dark, but the voice from the corridor spoke again, closer now, and this time Dario could almost make out the shape of the words. A question, asked in a language his body recognized even if his mind did not. His scar pulsed once, hard. The pillar cracked. Stones splintered along the lines of the ancient script, and from the fissure rose a figure made of pale silver light. It had no fixed shape at first, just a column of data being compressed into form. Arms, legs, a face that shifted between features Dario recognized but could not place. A composite of every climber who had passed through these lanes before them, edited and optimized by the floor's architecture. The eyes opened, empty, silver. They found Dario first. Isolated candidate detected, the figure said. Its voice was a chorus of many throats speaking as one. Efficiency score, optimal. Attachment penalty, applied. Recommendation, remove variable. The figure moved. Dario's body reacted before his mind caught up. His blade came up to block the strike, and the impact drove him back 2 steps, his boots scraping across the stone floor. The composite swung with perfect economy, no wasted motion, no telegraphing. A fighter built from the accumulated excellence of every solo climber who had ever optimized their path through this floor. He parried again. The feared strike came faster, and he caught it on his forearm instead of the blade, the shock ringing through his bones. "Stop trying to solo it," Petra said. "I am not, you are." She was already moving, her blade angling toward the composite's flank. You see a problem and you calculate the fastest path through. It reads that. It was built from that. She struck. The composite turned, parried, dismissed her with a single motion. But the half-second opening was enough. Dario stepped inside the composite's reach and drove his blade toward the space beneath its ribs. The composite adapted. It shifted its weight, absorbed the impact, and the silver light of its body rippled where the blade entered. No blood, no wound, just data rearranging itself. From the second doorway, Howard let out a sound that was almost laughter. "Boss reads you like a scoreboard," he said. "Let me show it something else." He moved in low, forcing the composite to adjust its stance. Not a tactical decision, just pure pressure. The kind of line holding that came from years of survival rather than calculation. The composite had no metric for that. It parried, but the motion was slower, less certain. Iskra's voice cut through the chamber. "The anomaly cuts. They are not reading its data. They are reading the gap in its data. Hit where the metrics do not cover." Dario understood. The composite was built from optimized excellence. It knew every efficient path, every perfect counter, every calculation a solitary climber could make. But it could not process decisions that had no efficiency metric. A choice to protect instead of advancing. A sacrifice made without expectation of return. A wound taken so someone else could survive. He turned to Petra. "Can you suppress its targeting? Not if it focuses on you. Make it focus on Nai, then hold." Her eyes met his. No question, no hesitation. Just the trust of someone who had already chosen. She moved. The composite tracked her, reading her angle, her speed, her intent. But Dario was already closing, and when the composite turned to meet him, he did not parry. He took the strike. The blade caught him across the ribs, and the pain was white and immediate. But he did not step back. He stepped forward, driving into the composite's space, forcing it to commit to a position its metrics had not predicted. Petra's blade found the gap. The composite's leg buckled as her strike landed at the joint where silver light thinned. It staggered, and Howard was there, his shoulder driving into its torso, forcing it back against the pillar. Iskra's scanner flared. "Now, the data gap is widest when it recalculates." Dario drove his blade through the composite's chest. The silver light flickered. The figure's face, that shifting composite of familiar features, held for a moment on a single expression. Not pain, surprise. Then it shattered. Light scattered across the chamber, fragments of the composite dissolving into the stone floor. The pillar's amber script flickered once, then settled into stillness. Dario stood in the silence, breathing hard, the wound across his ribs already beginning to seal as the floor's architecture released its hold. Petra was beside him before he finished checking the damage, her hand pressing against the wound with practiced efficiency. "You let it hit you. It was the only path that did not waste efficiency." "That is not what I meant." Her voice was steady, but there was weight beneath it. "You could have called for the opening earlier. You did not." Dario said nothing. From the darkness of the third corridor, a sound broke the silence. Not the thin, dry voice from before. Something else. A step, measured and deliberate, against stone. The ambient interface on Dario's wrist pulsed once. A notification appeared. Candidate Convergence. Complete boss protocol. Cleared. Terminal unlocked. Floor 34, 47. Direct access communication channel. Open below it, a single line in the same amber script. She is listening now. Ask. Oh, what? My many-story Medjali company slightly killed. I have not Chenio match recognistations for something under the B. The firmers maybe we push them every year. I've got backed out for me or so. I will ask you, Starry, if my podcast is filler. Clear for many out. But whatever games I do, I did not complete. What is the since the firmistates are still to do you? What even will you plus there the dealy take away? We have to start, but we need to literally. Standing, evidence literally rusting. Both CAFOG for teachers in the meal sighting. Let's be. Dario. She sprays the tinnel cark also places going out. I get it. It was the only path that did not waste efficiency. A whole man has potafit my inventure. It incredibly revocate their instruction for my revert. I know I am. I love your vision of my highs, which we also didymal begin. I am a furg, as we would not be create. I was just running, watching writing. I'm asking now. Dario Drowit is raged on the dizzier corridor. Gudges provided the neckwat. The plain butch make out cease. We can giving a shut nurtrin by Osamar. We all renovate the fur work I'm using. I am never menishly back. I have wanted just a meber impasse to mile metric scare. I have said this technus would if I am there. I entirely calls to be a Fidia 7. We will make sure I could have to spy. I like this, man ball. Why did my meat father recognize trout, Daria Stasm? Money jahaz me. We have so time to fight against Tenhen. I am to start it. You see you. Domwith, where will her such gatumely here? Night. I had something slowly pennant to get against Metalgy for gasked. Dario Spitzul. Toas defined the verb freet. Chapter 76. The amber notification hung in the air. She is listening now. Ask. Dario did not ask. He was already moving toward the pillar, his ribs burning where the composite strike had landed, the wound still closing. The stone at the pillar's base had cracked open where the boss had shattered, and something inside the fissure caught the amber light. Not more light. Reflection. Petra was beside him before he reached it, her hands still wet with his blood. She did not say anything. She just watched the fissure with the same quiet attention she gave every triage decision. Halvard was breathing hard, his shoulder pressed against the wall. Iskra's scanner pulsed as she crouched at the edge of the cracked stone. It is not a reward chest, she said. It is a seal. Same script as the pillar, but older. Dario knelt. The object inside the fissure was a palm-sized piece of worked stone, gray and unpolished, with a single line of carved text across its face. The same language as the pillar's pre-mandate script. He did not need to read it. His scar recognized it before his eyes did. The stone was warm. He reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the surface, the chamber changed. The amber light shifted to silver. The air thickened. The floor beneath him vibrated with a frequency that was not sound but pressure, the kind of pressure he had felt only once before, on the witness floor when the projection of floor 99 had opened beneath his feet. A notification appeared, but it was not on his interface. It was carved into the air itself, lines of pale light hanging between him and the pillar. Convergence. Complete command key. A locked upper floor access granted. Floors 34 to 67. Encrypted title fragment detected. Dario read the last line twice. Encrypted title fragment. In his first life, titles were achievements, decorative markers that displayed rank and accomplishment. They did nothing. They were status symbols for climbers who wanted sponsors to notice them. But fragments. Fragments meant something else entirely. Fragments meant the title was not a reward, it was a key that had been broken and scattered. He picked up the stone. The silver light dimmed, the carved lines faded. The chamber returned to its earlier stillness, amber glow pooling at the edges. Petra said, "What is it?" "I do not know yet." But Sabela's voice came from the third corridor, low and flat, and carrying the exhaustion of someone who had been running for a very long time. "I know what it is." She stepped out of the darkness. Her bureau field gear was torn at the shoulder, and the new scar across her cheek was still pink, still fresh. The frost-like scar on her forearm was dark, dormant. She looked at the stone in Dario's hand and went still. Not the stillness of surprise, the stillness of recognition. "Give it to me," she said. "No, I need to see the fragment." Dario held her gaze. "Tell me what it is first." Sabela's jaw tightened. For a moment she looked like she was going to argue, and then something shifted in her expression. Not surrender, calculation. The same calculation Dario made every time he decided how much truth to trade for cooperation. "Titles are not decorative," she said. "They were never decorative. The mandate made climbers believe they were status markers, so no would look for the ones that were broken into pieces and hidden." Petra said, "Hidden where?" "Everywhere. Floors, gates, sealed archives." Sabela's eyes did not leave the stone. "The total fragment you are holding is the first piece of something the mandate shattered before the first ascension cycle. If someone reassembles it, they find the door to a floor that does not exist on any record." "The origin," Dario said. Sabela did not answer. She did not have to. Iskra's scanner let out a soft chime. "The encryption is not mandate native. It is layered in the same gray script as the Crossfire protocol pillar. Whatever this fragment belongs to, it was sealed before the blue panel system was installed." Halvard pushed off the wall. "So we have a piece of a map to a floor that does not exist, and Sabela knows what it leads to but will not say. That is normal then." "It is not a MAC," Sabela said. "It is a claim key. Whoever holds the assembled title owns the right to enter the origin floor. The mandate cannot override that claim. The tower recognizes it as pre-system property." Dario turned the stone over in his hand. The carved text caught the amber light, shadows pooling in the grooves. He thought about the third vector, the pre-mandate binding Sabela carried, the Crossfire protocol that was still paused at 5 of 7, the sealed archive on floor 52 that he no longer remembered because he had surrendered that knowledge at the merge point. This fragment was connected to all of it. He could feel it. Not because of logic, but because of the scar, because of the way the stone's warmth resonated with the same pulse that ran through his forearm when the tower recognized him. Sabela said, "You need to let me examine it. I need to know why you went still when you saw it." "Because I have seen one before." "Where?" She did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, and Dario saw something in her face that he had never seen before. Not calculation, not secrecy. Fear. "The last fragment I saw," she said slowly, "was in the palm of the seam guide, carved into the bone of its hand, before it closed its fist and walked into a corridor that did not exist." Dario did not know where it led, but he knew it was not on any map, not in the mandate's records, and not where the extraction teams would look first. He stepped toward it. Behind him, the countdown continued. Q12. Chapter 77. The extraction countdown bled into seconds as Dario led them through the seam. The passage tilted upward, raw stone giving way to concrete, then to the familiar mineral smell of Belport's underground maintenance corridors. Emergency lights flickered overhead. Somewhere above, sirens wound through the morning air. Dario hit the access hatch at a jog, pushed it open, and climbed into a service alley behind the harbor annex. The city was waiting. Not extraction teams. Not yet. A crowd had gathered at the barrier line. Reporters, survivor families, sponsor representatives in pressed coats. Cameras tracked his arrival before his boots finished meeting the pavement. Mikkel Ost stood at the front of the pack, press badge extended like a shield. His suit looked like he had slept in it, but his eyes were wide awake. "You are very popular," he said. "Also very wanted. Nice timing." Dario scanned the crowd. No bureau uniforms in the immediate radius, no National Command tactical gear, just civilians, media, and the kind of opportunists who smelled leverage before blood. Who called them? Everyone. Renko put out a public detain notice 40 minutes ago. Survivors from floor 20 started arriving before the ink dried. Then the sponsors heard you were carrying something the Bureau wanted to seize. Mikko's voice dropped. "What did you find down there?" Dario did not answer. The stone was a solid weight against his ribs, wrapped in cloth, warm as a live coal. Petra climbed out behind him, then Howard, then Iskra. Sabela emerged last, her torn burrow jacket pulled tight across her shoulders. The crowd pressed forward. A man in a navy coat with sponsor insignia on his collar called out, "Candidate Vesh, my organization has a standing interest in pre-registration artifacts. We can offer full legal protection and a guaranteed floor allocation." Belport Municipal Claims Office. A woman in gray pushed through, tablet raised. "Any object retrieved from city subterranean infrastructure falls under emergency reclamation statutes. You are required to surrender it for classification." Dario let them talk. He watched the faces, the angles of their bodies, the way their eyes tracked the wrapped bundle beneath his jacket. None of them had seen the stone. None of them knew what it was. They were bidding blind. A familiar voice cut through the noise. "That object belongs to no jurisdiction you can name." Renko Savai stepped through the barrier line, flanked by 2 bureau escorts. His tie was straight, his face was composed, but his hands were empty. No tablet, no directive folder. He had come to speak, not to enforce. "Commissioner," Dario said, "I thought I was property of the state now. National Command issued that directive. I am not National Command." Renko stopped 6 feet away. "I am a regulator who watched you walk out of a sealed hearing and return with an artifact that 3 factions are now mobilizing to claim. That makes me the person who wants to know what it is before someone starts shooting over it." "Transparent," Mikko muttered. Unusually honest for him. Dario looked at Renko's escorts. Bureau field agents, armed but with weapons holstered. No tactical care, no distraction posture. "You are not here to take it. I am here to see that you do not hand it to the first person who offers you a clean contract." Renko's voice carried. "You burred your credibility with the Bureau. You have none left with National Command. But you still have standing with the survivors you pulled out of floor 20. That is a form of leverage, but it is fragile. You need a framework that protects the object and the people around it, and you need it before the envoys who are currently entering Belport airspace decide to operate outside legal channels." Something in Dario's chest tightened. How many envoys? 3 confirmed, 1 from National Command, 2 from sponsor consortiums with registered floor share agreements, and 1 who filed no preliminary paperwork. "No paperwork means no jurisdiction," Petra said. "That is a black op landing. Or an independent actor." Renko's eyes stayed on Dario. "The kind who does not care about legal frameworks because they answer to a different authority entirely." Iskra moved closer, her scanner held low, screen dark. "Dario, I need to check the crowd." "Check for what?" "Confirmation." She did not wait for permission. She raised the scanner and swept it across the barrier line. The sponsor representatives, the media crew, the dark-haired woman in a charcoal coat who had not spoken once. The scanner pulsed. Iskra went still. "Her." The woman in the charcoal coat turned her head at the word, as if she had heard, despite the distance. She did not react, did not step forward, just looked at Iskra with the flat patience of someone who had already been identified. Dario said, "What did you catch?" "Claimant marker, in the system layer of her biometric signature." Iskra's voice was barely audible. "Same architecture as the Crossfire protocol pillar, pre-mandate gray script. She is not a bureau envoy or a sponsor rep. She is system-touched. The tower sent her." The woman did not deny it. She reached into her coat and pulled out not a weapon, but a document. Cream paper, black wax seal, the same broken ring symbol that had been carved into the recursion loop woman's defaced jacket. She held it up so the cameras could see. I represent an entity that predates your bureau, your national command, and your current agreements, she said. The title fragment you carry was broken from a claim key that was sealed before any of your governing bodies existed. I am here to offer you a better negotiation than the one that is about to be forced on you. Renko's face went cold. Who are you? My name does not matter. My authority comes from the same source as the stone in Candidate Vesh's coat. She took one step forward, and I will not watch it be handed to a committee that does not know what it is holding. Dario felt the stone pulse against his ribs. The cameras kept recording. The crowd held its breath, and the dark-haired woman waited, her document raised, her system-touched presence an open secret in the only moment that mattered. Exasta left her once. The document in the woman's hand caught the afternoon light, the black wax seal casting a shadow that stretched longer than its size should have allowed. Dario felt the title fragment pulse against his ribs in counter-rhythm to his heartbeat. I am not here to take the fragment by force, the woman said. Her voice carried without effort, cutting through the crowd noise. I am here to offer context. You are carrying a key to something your bureau buried before any of you were born into this system. The entity I represent can tell you what it opens. Renko shifted his weight. You just claim to represent an authority that predates my jurisdiction. That means you are either a liar or a threat. Either way, you do not get to make offers to a detainee without bureau oversight. I already have made the offer. The woman's eyes did not leave Dario. And you do not detain someone who holds a pre-mandate claim key. You negotiate with them, or you watch factions tear your city apart trying to seize it. Dario's scar burned. Not hot, not cold. The pressure of recognition, like the stone was speaking to something in the woman's body language that his conscious mind could not parse. You know what the fragment is, he said. I know what it was before it had broken. She took another step forward. The question, Candidate Vesh, is whether you want to know what it can still become. Petra moved to Dario's left, her hand resting near the trauma kit at her hip. She is too calm, standing in front of cameras claiming pre-mandate authority, offering knowledge without asking for anyone in return. No one does that unless the return is already guaranteed. The woman's mouth curved, not a smile. Acknowledgement. Sharp. You chose well, candidate. I did not choose her, Dario said. She chose to survive my choices. Semantics. The tower does not care about who chose whom. It cares about the shape of the bond. The woman raised the document higher. This is not a negotiation offer. It is a notice of pre-existing claim. The fragment you carry was sealed before the Bureau existed, before National Command, before the current charter. The entity I represent holds the original deed to the origin floor. You possess a fragment of the key, but you cannot unlock the door without the corresponding signature. Renko's face hardened. You are claiming property rights over a tower floor. I am claiming that your entire legal framework sits on top of an old agreement that your predecessors signed and then forgot. The origin floor belongs to the party that holds both the key fragments and the matching deed. I hold the deed. She lowered the document. You hold a piece of the key. That makes us partners in an unfinished transaction, whether you want the partnership or not. The title fragment pulsed again, stronger this time. Isakra's scanner let out a sonic chime. Dario, the encryption layer on the fragment just shifted. Something is resonating with her document. Show me. Iskra held the scanner up. The screen displayed the fragment's gray script, usually inert, now rippling with small, bright roads that bloomed into chains. The chains reached toward the woman's document like roots seeking water. The woman watched them read her. The fragment recognizes the original seal. It knows when it is in the presence of its counterpart. That is not magic. That is architecture. The tower wrote its ownership protocols into the marrow of these objects so they could not be separated by theft or time. Dario's scar flared. Not recognition. Warning. Iskra, he said quietly. Does the scanner show the same resonance pattern coming off her? Iskra adjusted the gain. Her face changed. She does not have just the document. She has a claimant marker embedded in her biometric signature. Same gray script, same architecture. The marker is not on her. It is in her. The woman did not flinch. You think I work for an entity? You are half right. I carry the entity's signature because I accepted its contract. The deed is bound to my nervous system. If someone tries to take it from me, the document ceases to exist and the claim reverts to the origin holder. You cannot steal what I carry. You can only accept the terms. Renko's escorts drew their weapons. The woman did not react. Your bureau cannot shoe a binding contract. Pull that trigger, and you destroy the only certified deed to the origin floor. The fragment becomes a dead key, worthless to everyone, including you. Lower your weapons, Dario said. The escorts looked at Renko. Renko nodded once. But Dario was not looking at the escorts. He was watching the woman's posture, the way her weight sat evenly on both feet, the way her free hand hung at her side with the fingers slightly curled. Fighter's posture, not negotiator's posture. You came here expecting refusal, he said. I came here expecting a conversation. Refusal is one possible outcome of a conversation. No, you came here expecting to leave with the fragment or to make sure nobody else could use it. He stepped toward her. The deed is not leverage. It is a failsafe. If I refuse, you destroy the document and the fragment loses its value. That is not a negotiation. That is a deadline. The woman's composure cracked for a fraction of a second. Not guilt, recognition. He had seen through her script, and she was recalculating. You are smarter than your file suggested, she said. Whose file? The towers, the mandates. Take your pick. They are the same thing written in different languages. Her tone shifted. You are correct about the deadline. The offer expires in 60 seconds. After that, I trigger the deed's dissolution clause, and the fragment becomes inert until the next cycle. Sabela stepped out from behind Iskras. She is lying about the dissolution clause. The woman's eyes snapped to Sabela. You do not know what I carry. I know what a binding contract looks like when it is being weaponized. I carried one for 2 timeline runs. Sabela's voice was flat, cold. The dissolution clause on a pre-mandate deed requires the contract holder to physically destroy the document in the presence of a system witness. You cannot trigger it remotely. You cannot trigger it by thought. You are bluffing because you know Dario will not call the bluff. The woman's hand twitched. Dario caught the movement, one finger pressing against the document's edge. Stop her, he said. Iskra's scanner screamed. The gray script on the fragment blazed silver, and the woman's body went rigid as the claimant marker in her biometric signature ignited it a fuse. Her finger pressed through the document's edge, not tearing the paper, landing on a section of text that Dario had not seen. The woman's voice came out wrong, layered, as if 2 throats were speaking at once. Command key trigger. Recruitment lattice. Initiate. The title fragment wrenched against Dario's coat, pulling toward her like a fish on a line. The gray script on its surface rearranged into symbols he had never seen but somehow understood. Assimilate. Bind. Comply. Sabela moved. She crossed the distance in 2 strides, her hand closing over the woman's wrist before the trigger sequence could complete. The claimant marker in the woman's arm fought back, gray script climbing Sabela's fingers like living wire. Now, Iskra, Sabela shouted. Iskra dropped to one knee, scanner pressed against the fragment's surface, her corrupted appraisal skill pouring through the encryption layer like water finding cracks in stone. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. The fragment's script twisted, fought, then split along a seam Dario had not known existed. A single phrase bled through the rupture. Recruitment lattice. Candidate convergence. Compliance threshold. The woman screamed. Not pain. Rage. She wrenched her arm free of Sabela's grip, and the claimant marker in her biometric signature ignited like a fuse. Her finger pressed through the document's edge, not tearing the paper, landing on a section of text that Dario had not seen. The woman's voice came out wrong, layered, as if 2 throats were speaking at once. Command key trigger. Recruitment lattice. Initiate. The tightest lacked their plead peeg, in shucking expecting good enough to steps, to the good to the dedicating. What do you invite them who are during that? The woman's eyes met his. For the first time, she looked afraid. The candidates who survived the first cycle. the ones who refused binding and learned to build our own coalitions instead. We built the lattice to recruit safely, to bring climbers into agreement before the mandate could force them into isolation. But the fragment recognized you as hostile to the structure, and the lattice interpreted that as a threat, and, "Enough," Dario said. He pulled the fragment from his coat. It was warm, alive, the gray script slowly calming under Iskra's dampening field. "You are not a pre-mandate envoy. You are a candidate who found a piece of the same puzzle I did and decided you knew the right way to assemble it." He looked at her. "You're trying to force my compliance through a contract trigger. That is not recruitment. That is capture." The woman's face went pale. "You have no idea what is coming. The third vector is not a regressor. The third vector is the mandate's first successful candidate, the one who accepted the binding before the tower learned to break. She is coming here, and she will not negotiate." Renko's comm unit crackled. His expression changed. Dario, the independent actor who filed no paperwork, just landed on the harbor annex rooftop. Dario looked up. A figure stood at the roofline, silhouetted against the late sun, wearing a bureau field jacket with the insignia scratched out. And on her left arm, a frost-like scar that pulsed in time with Dario's own. Chapter 79. The third vector stood at the roofline, her bureau jacket torn at the shoulders, the scratched-out insignia catching the late light. Her frost-like scar pulsed in a rhythm Dario felt in his own arm, a heartbeat that was not his own. She did not descend. She waited. The crowd below had gone silent, cameras tracked upward, reporters frozen mid-sentence, sponsor representatives with phones half raised. Even Renko's escorts had stopped breathing. Dario stepped forward. "What do you want?" The third vector tilted her head. She was younger than he had expected, mid-20s, with cropped dark hair and eyes that looked like they had stopped being surprised a long time ago. "I want to know why you refused the lattice," she said, her voice carried without effort. "I watched you trigger the compliance sequence and break it. That should not be possible." "It was a trap," Dario said. "Your envoy tried to bind me to a contract I did not sign. She was not my envoy." The third vector's scar flared once, bright. She was a survivor from the first cycle who built the lattice because she saw what happens to candidates who refuse all coalitions. They climb alone. They die alone. The mandate processes them as data points instead of threats. "And the lattice processes them as assets," Sabela said. The third vector's gaze shifted to her. Recognition passed between them, old and cold. "Sabela Irie, commander of the fractured column. I wondered when you would surface in this timeline." "You know me," Sabela said. It was not a question. "I know what you carried through 2 bindings. I know what you buried at the origin and what you sealed at floor 52. The third vector stepped to the edge of the roofline. "I know you stayed quiet about the third vector because you did not know whose side I served. Let me make it simple. I serve no side. I am the first candidate the mandate perfected, and I have spent every cycle since teaching it to regret that success." Dario felt the fragment pulse against his ribs, warm and insistent. "If you are not with the lattice, and you are not with the mandate, what are you doing here?" The third vector looked at him. For a long moment she said nothing, then she jumped. She landed without a sound, boots meeting pavement at a roll that brought her upright 10 feet from Dario. The crowd pressed backward. Renko's hand went to his weapon, but he did not draw. "I am here because the lattice failed," she said. "Because the envoy tried to recruit you by force, which means the lattice has forgotten what it was built to prevent. She triggered the compliance clause because she was afraid you would refuse, and she was right to be afraid, because you are the first candidate in 12 runs who could actually break the cycle." 12 runs, Petra said. Her voice was steady. "How many times have you watched this happen?" The third vector's scar dimmed. "Enough to know the pattern. The mandate identifies candidates who can build trust under pressure. It prices their bonds, taxes their loyalty, and engineers betrayals that force them to choose between isolation and submission. The ones who survive are the ones who learn to make others accept its world." She looked at Dario. "You refused its pricing. You refused its contracts. You refused its solo lane and its easy paths and its private audience offers. The lattice saw that and tried to claim you before the mandate could seal you in a U3 cell. The lattice tried to claim me because it is another system of control, Dario said, just with different branding. The third vector's jaw tightened. Yes. The word landed like a blow. Sabela moved closer. You knew. You knew the lattice was not a coalition. You knew it was a harvesting mechanism. I knew it started as one. The third vector's voice dropped. The first cycle survivors built it to gather candidates before the mandate could isolate them. But the lattice learned. It absorbed the mandate's logic because that logic was efficient. It started using compliance triggers. It started treating refusal as hostility. It became the thing it was built to fight. Petra's scanner whined. She looked up, face pale. She is telling the truth. Her biometrics are flat, no deception markers. Dario studied the third vector. The scar on her arm pulsed in time with his, and he realized it was not a mark of shared origin. It was a mark of shared capture. 12 runs, he said. You have survived 12 cycles of the mandate selection. How many candidates reached the summit? The third vector's eyes went distant. None. Then the tower is not testing strength, Dario said. It is testing something else. The third vector met his gaze. You already know what it is testing. You have known since the debt floor, since the bonded unit pricing, since the merge point taxed your reunion. The mandate is not looking for warriors. It is looking for leaders who can make others accept its world. Leaders who can build durable obedience networks under catastrophe. Leaders who can sell the trap to the next generation. She stepped closer. You refused the lattice. You refused the mandate's contracts. You refused the solo lane and their envoy's binding. Every time you refuse, you prove the mandate's design is not inevitable. But the third vector's scar flared. But the lattice is still active. The envoy's document is burned, but the recruitment protocol she triggered is still looking for a target. It will find another candidate. It will find another way to harvest. Then we destroy it, Howard said. The third vector turned to him. You cannot destroy a system by refusing to join it. You can only starve it by building something better in its place. She looked back at Dario. That is why I came. Not to recruit you, not to fight you. To tell you that the only way to break the mandate's cycle is to build a coalition that does not become the next lattice. A coalition that does not learn to price loyalty. A coalition that does not treat refusal as hostility. And how do you build that? Dario said slowly, when everyone who has tried so far has failed. The third vector's scar pulsed once, bright, then dimmed to stillness. You ask the people who survived 12 runs what they should have done differently. She looked at Sabela. You ask the commander who carried 2 bindings what she would have changed. Sabela's face was unreadable. I would have told Dario the truth earlier, she said. I would have trusted him before the trust was earned. I would have risked the coalition falling apart rather than building it on silence. The third vector nodded. Then that is where you start. She turned to the harbor annex, to the crowd, to the cameras that had gone still. The mandate is watching this moment. The lattice is listening. The third vector just told every candidate in Belport that the only way to break the cycle is to build something that does not repeat the mandate's mistakes. She leafleted Dario. Now you have to decide if you are willing to try. Dario felt the fragment against his ribs, warm and alive, carrying a claim to a floor no record acknowledged. He looked at Petra, at Halvard, at Iskra, at Sabela, all watching him with the same question in their eyes. And then the comm unit in his pocket vibrated with a message from Renko's terminal. The National Command Envoy had just entered Belport airspace. Chapter 80. The comm unit vibrated once, twice, then fell silent. Dario looked at the screen. Renko's message was brief. National Command Envoy, ETA, 4 minutes, Harbor Annex main entrance. They are not asking for permission. He pocketed the device and faced the crowd. Cameras tracked his movement. Reporters pressed against the barrier tape. Sponsor representatives spoke into phones, eyes fixed on him. Survivors from floor 20 stood in clusters, some still in blood-stiffened gear, watching him like he was the only map they had left. Petra stepped close. What do you want to do? Not what should we do, she asked what he wanted. The difference mattered. 12 runs, Dario said. 12 cycles of candidates being refined, harvested, or buried. The lattice absorbed the mandate's logic. The Bureau follows Renko's procedures. National Command will offer protection with a leash attached. That is not an answer, Halvard said. It is the setup. Dario turned to the third vector. She stood at the roofline's edge, scar pulsing steady, watching like she had already seen this moment in 11 previous versions. If I accept National Command's offer, Dario said, I become a state asset. The Bureau owns my floor access, my gear, my decisions. If I accept the envoy from the lattice, I become another node in a system that learned to harvest its own members. If I climb alone, I prove the mandate right. Then what? Iskra asked. Dario looked at the survivors, at the Spotsers, at Renko, who had not drawn his weapon and had not left. Then he looked at the bonded unit. I form a compact. Celeba's head came up. A compact with who? Everyone who wants a climb built on consent instead of curated sacrifice. The words landed like a stone in still water. Petra studied him. You are talking about an open coalition, public, with terms anyone can see. Yes, the mandate will price it, Iskra said. Every agreement, every bond, every trust, it will treat the compact as a deviation and charge accordingly. I know. The lattice will see it as competition, the third vector said. It will try to absorb or destroy whatever you build. I know. National Command will classify you as an unregulated armed collective, Renko said quietly. That gives them grounds for forced dissolution. I know all of it. Dario let the silence hold. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out the title fragment. The wucked stone caught the annex lights and threw back in pale silver, like it remembered a source older than electricity. I spent my first life climbing alone, he said. I calculated every margin because I thought trust was a cost I could not afford. I saved people by keeping them at a distance, and I died on floor 99 without understanding why I was there. He held the fragment up. The mandate wants leaders who can sell its world to the next generation. The lattice wants candidates who will obey. National Command wants assets they can deploy. None of them want what I am offering. Which is, Howard said, a climb where refusal is not treated as hostility, where trust does not have to be priced, where the coalition does not become the nethic cage. Petra moved closer. You are asking people to sign on without knowing what comes after floor 20. Yes, that is insane. It is also the only thing the mandate cannot exploit. The cameras caught every word. The survivors heard every pause. The sponsors watched with expressions that shifted from calculation to something harder to read. The third vector descended from the roofline, dropping lightly to the annex pavement. Her scar flared once, bright, then dimmed. You understand what you are doing, she said. I understand what I am trying. It is not the same. It has to be, for now. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. Then I will watch. I will not join, but I will not interfere. That is more than I expected. Sabela stepped forward. Her frost-like scar had gone pale, nearly invisible against her skin. Commander of the fractured column, the third vector said. You carried 2 bindings. You sealed the archive of mirrors. What do you do now? Sabela looked at Dario. I trust him before the trust is earned. She moved to stand beside him. Iskra followed without a word. Then Halvard, rolling his shoulders like he was stepping into a fight he had already chosen. Then Petra. Renko stood motionless. This is not legal, he said. Neither was the Purge, Dario replied. Neither was the acquisition team. Neither was the directive that turned candidates into state property. Renko's jaw tightened. National Command will be here in 3 minutes. Then I will tell them the same thing I told you. Dario turned to the crowd. The command key is unlocked. The path beyond floor 20 is open. I am climbing it with whoever is willing to climb without being owned. The fragment in his hand pulsed. Amber text unfolded in the air above his palm. Mandate script, older than the blue panels, older than the mandate's interface. It spread like water across glass, forming a map of floors beyond 20, corridors that existed on no bureau schematic. The crowd went silent. Then the mandate answered. Cold blue text appeared beside the amber map, flat and precise. Warning. Unprized trust detected. Active deviation threshold, 14 of 7. Candidate status, confirmed. Penalty, none. The last line hung in the air.
Petra read it twice. Penalty none? 1 run, Dario said. 1 run, free of pricing, just to see what we build. The amber map stabilized. The blue text flickered once, then added a final line. This offer will not repeat. The path beyond floor 20 shone silver, waiting. And from the hardly annexed main entrance, the sound of boot heels on concrete echoed as the National Command envoy stepped into the light.